Writing a novel myself is far too exhausting, so these past days I have been browsing Tomato for new books to read. Yet many stories start off promising only to grow more and more unbearable as they go on to the point I simply cannot keep reading. After thinking it over, I decided I might as well write one of my own to enjoy. Please enjoy reading with peace of mind and leave more comments as encouragement. The vast Xuanhuang World. Eastern Polar Region. Xingyun Temple. Martial Practice Field. Fan Xing 4th level of Qi Refining Qualified. Lu Qiuzhan 1st level of Qi Refining Unqualified. Meng Huishu 3rd level of Qi Refining Qualified. Chen Guanyu 6th level of Qi Refining Outstanding. Staring at the large characters displayed on the spirit testing, steely Chen Guanyu's expression did not change in the slightest, as though none of this had anything to do with him. The elder presiding over the test, Ji Hong, the temple master of Xingyun Temple, and a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi Refining, watched the sword-browed, starried youth before him and nodded in satisfaction. Guanyu, congratulations. You have broken through to the 6th level of Qi Refining. My Xingyun Temple can finally be said to have a worthy successor. Ji Hang's voice was not loud, yet the dozen or so youths on the martial field could all hear him. For a moment, many gazes filled with envy turned toward Chen Guanyu. So this is a middle-grade spiritual root. In just 10 short years, he has cultivated to the 6th level of Qi Refining. Such cultivation speed is truly frightening. I don't even dare imagine how terrifying those geniuses with high-grade or even top-grade spiritual roots must be. Who says it isn't so? If only I had a middle-grade spiritual root too. Tisk, I say you should hurry up and go to sleep right now. Why? Because it's daytime right now. Perfect time for daydreams. Strictly speaking, someone with a middle-grade spiritual root shouldn't be cultivating this fast. It's just that his talent in sword arts is exceptional, so the temple master tilted all the resources in his favor. Otherwise, how could he possibly have advanced so quickly? As expected, trash will always be trash. You with your mixed inferior spiritual root yapping here like a dog. Even if you were given the same talent in sword arts and the same resources, you still wouldn't reach the 6th level of Qi Refining. You what? How about we trade a few blows right now and I beat the crap out of you? The various voices around him flowed into Chen Guanyu's ears. He curled his lips slightly. Although he had already experienced this kind of scene many times, he still was not quite used to it. Enough. Ji Hong spoke faintly. His face remained expressionless as he swept his gaze over the dozen or so youths below. Only when his eyes fell upon Chen Guanyu did a faint smile appear. Guanyu, although you have reached the 6th level of Qi Refining and stepped into the mid-stage of Qi Refining, in half a month the assessment of the main sect will begin. Whether you can enter the main sect to cultivate will depend entirely on that trial. Therefore you must not slack off. Disciple understands. Chen Guanyu cupped his fists as he spoke, unable to keep a trace of emotion from stirring in his heart. In truth, he was not a native of the vast Xuanhuang world, but a model youth from Blue Star of the 21st century. After a stroke of fortune, he had crossed over to this world, and 16 years had passed since then. In this world, extraordinary beings existed. Cultivators who could soar through the heavens and burrow beneath the earth, move mountains, and part rivers, burn the sky, and boil the seas. They were, in a sense, omnipotent. Ever since Chen Guanyu awakened his inherited wisdom, he had resolved to become a true powerhouse, to share longevity with the very heavens themselves. Fortunately, he possessed a spiritual root, and not just any but a middle-grade spiritual root. In the second year after awakening his inherited wisdom, he was discovered by Ji Hong while the latter was traveling abroad and was brought back to Xingyun Temple. Within Xingyun Temple, there were no truly high-level cultivators. The temple master Ji Hong, at the 9th level of Qi Refining, possessed the highest cultivation in the temple. Yet no one in the surrounding region dared to look down on Xingyun Temple, for it was an affiliate institution of Xingyun sect, a nascent soul-level sect. Its branches were scattered across many lands, their purpose to recruit and nurture seedlings for the sect. Once these seedlings reached the age of 16, they could participate in Xingyun sect's entrance selection. Those who passed would at the very least become outer sect disciples of Xingyun sect. Those who failed could only return to wherever they had come from, or else linger idly in the temple for a lifetime, or become rogue cultivators wandering the outside world, gambling everything for a slim chance at breakthrough. Having read countless cultivation novels in his previous life, Chen Guanyu naturally understood the stakes. How could a rogue cultivator possibly compare to a disciple of a sect? Being a rogue cultivator was something not even a dog would choose. Thus, after entering Xingyun Temple, Chen Guanyu plunged into arduous cultivation. At first, he thought the hack writer in charge of his fate had given him a mortal cultivation, script 1, without any cheat at all. But reality proved he was mistaken. Protagonists are protagonists after all. The very instant he successfully guided Qi into his body and stepped into the 1st level of Qi Refining, Chen Guanyu activated his own panel. A semi-transparent attribute panel that only he could see. Thinking of this, Chen Guanyu activated his panel once again. He had no fear of others noticing it anyway. Name Chen Guanyu. Age 16. Cultivation 6th level of Qi refining. Sword art, Xuanhuang's sword art. Great accomplishment 9911000. Panel description: the host can only gain points by cultivating sword arts, and points can only be spent on the sword arts he practices. The limitation of this panel was obvious. It could only assign points to sword arts, and could not directly raise his cultivation realm. Yet its advantage was just as striking. He could ignore any bottleneck on the path of the sword. So long as he persisted in practicing the sword, he would assuredly break through. Most cultivators, when cultivating sword techniques or other arts, would encounter bottlenecks, due to talent remaining stuck for more than 10, even dozens of years, without the slightest progress. His speed in sword cultivation could not compare with those sword cultivators whose comprehension defied heaven, yet, as long as he followed the proper steps in cultivation, he would inevitably break through and never encounter a bottleneck. Back when he reached the 4th level of Qi refining and had saved enough spirit stones to purchase a technique, Chen Guanyu decisively chose the Xuanhuang sword art. It was a first-year middle-grade sword technique entirely sufficient for the Qi refining stage. As a sword art, its lethality was no weaker than that of an ordinary first-tier high-grade spell. Although his initial entry into the art was not fast by relying on accumulated points, Chen Guanyu advanced step by step from basic entry to minor accomplishment. By now he had long since reached great accomplishment and was close to perfection. This was even after he had devoted the majority of his time to improving his cultivation realm. Otherwise, Xuanhuang's sword art would already have reached perfection. Even so, on the day his Xuanhuang sword art broke through to great accomplishment, the entire Xingyun temple was shaken. Even Ji Heng, the temple master, was astounded, as though beholding an immortal. One had to know that Xuanhuang's sword art was even more difficult to cultivate than the 5-element spells. Ordinary sword cultivators at the Qi refining stage might not be able to bring a single sword art to great accomplishment even by the 9th level of Qi refining. Because of this, Ji Heng even invited a foundation establishment senior from the main sect to come and examine Chen Guanyu's physique, wishing to see whether he possessed some sort of sword body. For every cultivator born with a sword body was an ancient century genius of the sword path. If Chen Guanyu possessed even the most inferior sword body, he could immediately be accepted as a true disciple under a golden core elder of the sect. Unfortunately, he did not have a sword body. Thus, the foundation establishment senior merely concluded that he possessed comprehension in sword-type arts surpassing that of ordinary people. In the cultivation world, this was nothing particularly rare. Some cultivators, indeed, had unusual talent in a specific category of arts. So he judged that Chen Guanyu's talent in the sword path was simply superior to that of most cultivators who lacked a sword body. Moreover, Chen Guanyu possessed only a middle-grade spiritual root, outstanding within this small Xingyun temple, but far from impressive within the main sect. Within the main sect, geniuses with high-grade spiritual roots were not in short supply. There were even a few with top-grade spiritual roots. Even so, the senior still affirmed Chen Guanyu. You should devote yourself to the sword from now on. So long as you do not squander this talent, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage should not be a problem. With that, he left Xingyun Temple. Before departing, he gave Chen Guanyu a waist token bearing his own insignia, saying that once Guanyu entered the sect, he could seek him out. He also gifted Chen Guanyu a true magical artifact, a first-year high-grade black iron longsword. This item was of considerable value. Outside, it would be impossible to obtain for less than 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. It could be considered an advance investment in Chen Guanyu. In his eyes, Chen Guanyu passing the test and entering the main sect to cultivate posed no difficulty whatsoever. It was a foregone conclusion. Guanyu. Just as Chen Guanyu was about to leave the courtyard, the Guanju Ji Heng called out to him, "Come to my room for a moment." With that, he turned and walked toward the inner courtyard. The disciples still in the courtyard naturally heard this. Some looked at Chen Guanyu with envy, others with jealousy. Seeing their gazes, Chen Guanyu hurriedly followed after Ji Heng's retreating figure. After following Ji Heng into the room, Chen Guanyu casually closed the door behind him. "Sit." Ji Heng seated himself by the tea table, swiftly brewed a pot of tea, then pointed at the seat opposite, motioning for Chen Guanyu to sit down. "Thank you, Guanju." "Well then, do you have confidence in the sect entrance selection half a month from now?" Ji Heng asked with a smile, as he placed a cup of tea before Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu froze for a moment, then nodded. "I think it shouldn't be a problem. Either it is not a problem, or it is." "What do you mean shouldn't be a problem?" Ji Heng shook his head and continued. "You are currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement. In terms of cultivation, you cannot compare to those disciples in the main sect who possess superior or even supreme spiritual roots. However, by relying on a sword technique, you have cultivated to the great accomplishment stage." At this point, Ji Heng lifted his gaze to look at Chen Guanyu. Passing the entrance selection should pose no problem at all. Chen Guanyu had just finished the tea on the table and immediately felt the circulation of spiritual power in his body becoming noticeably clearer. "Is this spirit tea?" Chen Guanyu was somewhat astonished. Naturally, Ji Heng chuckled. I only let you drink it because you are about to go to the main sect to cultivate. Otherwise, I would be reluctant to part with it. Chen Guanyu let out 2 awkward laughs, drained the tea leaves in the cup in one gulp, then stared wide-eyed at Ji Hung. Ahem. Ji Hung coughed twice in embarrassment. Don't look at me like that. I don't have much of this spirit tea either. Let's put idle chatter aside. Do you know the rules of the main sect's entrance selection? Chen Guanyu shook his head. This disciple does not know. Then I will explain it to you. Ji Hung tapped the table with his fingers and began. The main sect's entrance selection rarely changes. It is basically divided into 3 trials. The first trial is the heart-questioning trial. Its form is not fixed. In short, as long as your Tao heart is sound, and you are not a spy sent by the demonic path, you will have no problem. Only by passing this trial can you enter the second. The second trial is the martial test. Normally, each of you will be assigned a puppet of the same cultivation realm to fight against. If you win, you pass and may join the outer sect. The third trial is the key one. The sect will have you duel one another in pairs. Only the top 10 may enter the inner sect. You possess only mid-grade spiritual roots and are currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Within the main sect, this can only be considered an average talent. By rights, you should only be able to enter the outer sect. However, here, Ji Hung paused for a moment. You possess a sword talent that surpasses ordinary people. With only mid-stage Qi refinement, you have managed to cultivate a sword technique to great accomplishment. In my eyes, you even have a small chance of entering the inner sect. You flatter me, Guanyu. Chen Guanyu replied, his expression unchanged. You are already the disciple with the greatest likelihood of entering the inner sect that I have encountered in all my years as Guanyu. Therefore, I hope you can seize this opportunity. This disciple can only do his utmost, Chen Guanyu said, avoiding Ji Hung's gaze. After cultivating in the observatory for 10 years, he naturally understood what lay in Ji Hung's heart. Ji Hung had been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for over a decade, his cultivation not advancing in the slightest. If Chen Guanyu's calculations were correct, Ji Hung had at most 20 years of lifespan left. In 20 years' time, he would turn into a mere handful of yellow earth, and by then everything in this cultivation world would have nothing more to do with him. As an outer sect disciple of Xingyun's sect, Ji Hung naturally had some savings. At the same time, whenever a disciple of his observatory passed the entrance selection, Xingyun's sect would grant him a reward. If any disciple succeeded in entering the inner sect, the remuneration would be even more generous. If Chen Guanyu was not mistaken, Ji Hung was hoping he would enter the inner sect, so that when the sect distributed the rewards, Ji Hung might be able to stake everything on one last gamble. If he managed to break through to foundation establishment, he would completely turn his fate around and enjoy a lifespan of 300 years. Yet entering the inner sect was far from certain. For the past 10 years, Chen Guanyu had practically never left the observatory to cultivate elsewhere. He had no real sense of the level of cultivators in the main sect or in other Xingyun observatories. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not dare to be certain that he could enter the inner sect. That is why I have prepared this for you, Ji Hung said. As he spoke, Ji Hung took out a glowing golden magical artifact from his storage pouch and placed it on the table. This is a mid-grade first-tier defensive artifact, golden silk soft armor. According to the sect selection rules in the 3rd round's arena matches, each cultivator may carry at most 2 artifacts, and they must not exceed your own major realm. In other words, they must be first-tier artifacts or non-graded artifacts. All these years I have not seen you cultivate any body tempering techniques, so I specially prepared this artifact for you. Then I must thank you, Guanyu. Chen Guanyu's eyes shone as he could hardly wait to claim the golden silk soft armor. Wait. Ji Hung pressed one hand down on the armor, his somewhat clouded eyes staring straight at Chen Guanyu. If you can enter the inner sect, this artifact will be my gift to you. If you cannot, then I will consider it sold to you at a discount, and you will repay me the spirit stones afterward. This disciple will definitely enter the inner sect. Chen Guanyu vowed, looking at Ji Hung with absolute determination. Only then did Ji Hung nod in satisfaction and hand the golden silk soft armor to him. Go now. Use these days to prepare well. The difference between the main sect's inner and outer sects is far more than a single word. As he spoke, Ji Hung's eyes dimmed, and a trace of desolation surfaced on his face. Chen Guanyu could naturally see this and knew it was not the time to linger. He cupped his fists in farewell and took his leave. Upon returning to his own room, he impatiently took out the golden silk soft armor and examined it closely. The golden silk soft armor was as thin as a cicada's wing. In his hand, it felt almost weightless, cold to the touch. Chen Guanyu took off his outer robe and put the golden silk soft armor on. In just a few breaths, the armor began to wriggle of its own accord, slowly clinging snugly to his body. Yet Chen Guanyu felt no discomfort at all. It was as if it had always been his own skin. With this golden silk soft armor, I might truly be able to enter the inner sect. Chen Guanyu smiled, then took out his life-bound artifact, the black iron longsword, slung it across his back, and headed to the back mountain to practice his sword. With only half a month left before the entrance selection, it was impossible to break through to latest stage Qi refinement through cultivation alone. It was better to hone his sword instead, which could still increase his combat strength. He was only 9 points away from perfecting the Yuguang sword art. In the coming days, he would pour everything into it. Perhaps he could break through to the realm of perfection right at the time of the entrance selection. Half a month later. Today marks the day of departure to the main sect for the selection. Name Chen Guanyu. Age 16. Cultivation, Qi, Refining Level 6. Sword Technique Mastery of the Light Control, Sword Technique, 9991000. Note the host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the practiced sword technique. Gazing at the translucent panel, Chen Guanyu squinted his eyes. In recent days, he had been immersed in the practice of the light control sword technique, spending all his time on the back mountain except for meals. Finally, he had increased the points of the light control sword technique to 999 the day before, and now only one more point was needed to break through to perfection. He was not anxious about the last point. He could feel that as long as he performed the sword technique a few more times, he would gain another point. At that time, he could achieve a breakthrough right before the event. Guanyu. Just as Chen Guanyu was deep in thought, a call pulled him back to reality. Chen Guanyu looked up to see a boy running towards him. It was his only friend in the sect, Wen Xiao. They were of the same age, but due to his inferior spiritual root, he was only at Qi refining level 4. This was still the result of his training at Xingyun sect. As for a casual cultivator outside, it would be impossible to break through from early Qi refining to mid-Qi refining within a mere 10 years. So it was indeed better to cultivate in a sect. After all, it's easier to thrive under a big tree. Before Chen Guanyu could respond, Wen Xiao had already reached him. Guanyu, I've been looking for you for ages. I went to your room and found you weren't there, so I knew you must be practicing swordplay on the back mountain. Today is the day we go to the main sect. Hurry up and come with me. The sect master has already notified us to gather. Wen Xiao panted, clearly having run all the way from the sect. Yeah, I stayed here all night and didn't go back. Thanks for coming to get me. Chen Guanyu stood up and brushed off the dirt from his pants. Haha, with our relationship, do you still need to say thank you? Wen Xiao laughed. That sounds too formal. But I have to say, with your strength, it's a certainty that you'll enter the main sect. Is all this effort really necessary? Still practicing swordplay all night? Wen Xiao couldn't quite understand Chen Guanyu's dedication to his cultivation. If he had Chen Guanyu's spiritual root and talent, he would certainly not be working so hard to ensure his entry into the main sect. Haha, Lao, when you know me. I've already gotten used to it. Chen Guanyu chuckled at Wen Xiao's doubts, not elaborating further. Their pursuits were different. Wen Xiao came from a wealthy family and had never experienced hardships, living a life of luxury. Even after being brought to Xingyun sect by Ji Heng, he still remained somewhat laid back. However, this laziness was relative. Although he wasn't as diligent as Chen Guanyu among the other disciples in the sect, Wen Xiao was already quite good. Most of the inferior spiritual root disciples in the sect had yet to even reach Qi refining level 4. They were still stuck in early Qi refining. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Guanyu had suffered the consequences of not striving in his previous life. Now he had transmigrated to the Xuanhuang Great World, and fortunately, he had obtained a medium spiritual root. Although his talent was not top-notch, it was sufficient to surpass the weak and fall short of the strong. Moreover, he had the panel to assist him. As long as he worked hard at swordplay, he would surely achieve great things in the future. It seemed that immortality was no longer an unattainable dream for him. Thus, Chen Guanyu would not let this opportunity slip away. Alright, enough talk. Let's hurry and go. We don't want to keep the sect master waiting. Wen Xiao concluded the topic and signaled for Chen Guanyu to follow him. Okay, I understand. Chen Guanyu wrapped a layer of coarse gray cloth around the sword sheath, slung it over his back, and followed Wen Xiao back. Inside the sect, Ji Heng observed the disciples below, his expression unreadable, unaware of what he was thinking. At that moment, Wen Xiao arrived with Chen Guanyu, albeit a bit late. Sect master, Chen Guanyu bowed respectfully. Go ahead. Ji Heng nodded and gestured for Chen Guanyu and Wen Xiao to stand among the crowd. After a quarter of an hour, a few more people arrived. Once they entered, Ji Heng finally spoke up. Since everyone is here, I will explain the important points for the sect selection. The selection for entering the sect concerns your future paths. You must take it seriously. In cultivation, one misstep can determine your cultivation level and lifespan. Chen Guanyu listened from below, and as time passed, he inevitably found it a bit tedious. In his previous life, he had heard similar speeches from his teachers or school leaders. In essence, they were all similar, just some motivational talks or life insights. These words were indeed useful. If the youths below could absorb them, they would generally benefit greatly. However, if they could truly take them to heart, they wouldn't be referred to as youths anymore. Chen Guanyu noticed that his fellow disciples appeared quite anxious, most of them affected by Ji Heng's words, contemplating their futures. But hearing it was not the same as internalizing it. Truly internalizing it required action. Unfortunately, action was always more difficult than words. Chen Guanyu had a deep understanding of this. After nearly 15 minutes, Ji Heng's speech finally concluded, and several disciples below were already stifling yawns. Ji Heng noticed, but showed no reaction. The future of these disciples depended on themselves. "All right, your flying vessel has arrived." Ji Heng suddenly looked up at the sky and slowly spoke. The disciples below followed his gaze and discovered a black dot rapidly enlarging in the sky, clearly flying toward Xinyan sect. In just a few breaths, the flying vessel reached above everyone's heads and slowly descended to about 20 zhang above the ground. A middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor stepped down from the vessel. "Flying using objects, this is a Foundation Establishment Cultivator," one disciple exclaimed. Chen Guanyu's pupils shrank, staring at the newcomer. "Wow, Guanyu, is this what a Foundation Establishment Cultivator looks like? When do you think we can break through to Foundation Establishment ourselves?" Wen Xiao excitedly tugged at Chen Guanyu's sleeve. "How would I know?" Chen Guanyu casually replied. He was also somewhat excited. After all, he had been cultivating for 10 years, and this was only the second time seeing a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Flying using objects, which cultivator wouldn't want that? While everyone was in a daze, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator had already entered the sect. "Greetings, Master Zhou." Ji Heng bowed respectfully. The disciples below finally reacted, and all bent to bow. "Greetings, envoy of the main sect." Their title was different from Ji Heng's because Ji Heng was a registered outer disciple of Xinyan sect, a true sect disciple, and could call this Foundation Establishment Cultivator Master, whereas they were merely disciples of Xinyan sect and had yet to pass the selection to join the sect. Thus, they could not refer to him as Master. No need for excessive formalities. The middle-aged cultivator smiled amiably, lightly gesturing. Chen Guanyu and the others felt a force lifting them to stand upright. "So this is a Foundation Establishment Cultivator." Chen Guanyu felt a surge of excitement. "There are a total of 19 people this time, right?" The middle-aged cultivator took out a jade talisman and confirmed the number with Ji Heng. "Reporting to Master, there are 19 people, not one less." "That's fine." The middle-aged cultivator nodded. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, Chen Guanyu and the other disciples felt a gust of wind sweep through, and everything spun around them. After a few breaths, when Chen Guanyu opened his eyes again, they were already on the flying vessel. At this time, besides the familiar disciples he recognized, there were also dozens of similarly aged boys and girls on the vessel, all watching the newcomers with indifference. 5 days later, with a loud clang, the flying vessel suddenly shook violently, and Chen Guanyu slowly opened his eyes. "Hey, Guanyu, which nebulous sect do you think we've arrived at?" Wen Xiao poked Chen Guanyu. "How would I know?" Chen Guanyu was currently resting his eyes and casually brushed off Wen Xiao's question, falling silent. Over the past few days, the flying vessel would occasionally stop to pick up disciples from the nebulous sect in the regions it passed through, those who were participating in the selection for entering the sect. In 5 days, the flying vessel had already gathered 100 people. This was just the number on one vessel. Chen Guanyu couldn't even imagine how many would participate in the selection overall. Seeing that Chen Guanyu was uninterested in chatting, Wen Xiao also quieted down, daydreaming in boredom in the cabin. While the two were passing the time, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Hey, look, look. It seems we've arrived at the main sect." "What? No way, really? Let me see." A ripple of excitement surged through the cabin, and everyone rushed to the windows, eager to catch a glimpse of the true splendor of the immortal world. Even Chen Guanyu felt a stir of excitement, standing up and squeezing over to the window with Wen Xiao. "Silence." Zhou Fuxuan, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator from earlier, suddenly appeared inside the cabin. Everyone dared not utter a word, standing still in their places. Zhou Fuxuan scanned the crowd with a stern face. "Follow me to the deck and prepare to disembark." With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving the crowd in awe. Chen Guanyu exchanged glances with Wen Xiao, then followed the crowd towards the deck. As they stepped out of the cabin, Chen Guanyu and Wen Xiao, along with all the aspiring disciples brought to the main sect for the selection, were left speechless by the sight before them. The sky was densely dotted with hundreds of flying vessels, each as large as the one they were on. Zhou Fuxuan stood at the bow, his back to the crowd, his robes billowing in the wild wind. In the distance, a veil of mist shrouded the landscape, obscuring what lay beyond, revealing only an endless range of mountains. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of 3 bells ringing, all the flying vessels seemed to have received orders and began to descend simultaneously. In just a few breaths, the flying vessel had descended to about 5 zhang above the ground, then suddenly paused, hovering steadily in midair. "All right, at this height you can jump down yourselves, right?" Zhou Fuxuan suddenly spoke. "We can." The voices of the people on the deck were sparse, clearly still immersed in the shock from earlier. "Once you jump down, just stay put. Someone will arrange things for you." After Zhou Fuxuan finished speaking, he removed the barrier of the flying vessel and gestured for everyone to leave. A female disciple saw this, leaped off the deck, and the others quickly followed suit. "Let's go, old one." Chen Guanyu walked to the edge of the deck, turned back to smile at Wen Xiao, then jumped down. Bang! Chen Guanyu landed in a crouch on the blue stone ground, stirring up a bit of dust. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly felt something and rolled aside without raising his head. Bang! Wen Xiao crashed heavily onto the ground, but fortunately it wasn't on his head, so he was unharmed. Seeing that it was Wen Xiao, Chen Guanyu felt a surge of anger and walked over to kick his butt, scolding, "You idiot old one, are you trying to crush me?" Wen Xiao laughed, brightly scratching his head. "I didn't adjust my falling posture properly, sorry." Ha! Chen Guanyu could only shake his head helplessly at his words. After a while, all the aspiring disciples had jumped off the flying vessel and reached the blue stone plaza, while the flying vessels in the sky departed one by one. Just as the disciples participating in the selection were puzzled, a figure of an old man with white eyebrows suddenly materialized in the air. It was precisely noon, and the old man was facing the sun, slowly solidifying his form, appearing as though a true immortal had descended upon the world. For a moment the plaza was enveloped in silence. One could hear a pin drop. Chen Guanyu looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help but swallow hard. He could see clearly that there was nothing beneath the white-browed old man's feet. This was walking on air. Foundation establishment cultivators could fly with objects needing a magical artifact to hover in the air. However, golden core cultivators required no medium. With just a thought they could leave the ground, which is what walking on air meant. Thus, this white-browed old man must be at least a golden core cultivator. As for the nascent soul stage, Chen Guanyu didn't even dare to imagine it. Just reaching the foundation establishment stage was already an unattainable goal for him, let alone the nascent soul stage, which was 2 major realms higher. Ladies and gentlemen, the white-browed old man spoke lightly, yet his voice reached the ears of everyone in the Blue Stone Plaza. Welcome to my Nebula sect for the selection. I am Elder Fong Qing of the Nebula sect, entrusted to oversee this selection for entering the sect. Now that all the aspiring disciples have arrived, the selection will commence shortly. Disciples from each Nebula sect stand to my left, while the disciples within the Nebula sect and the participating assistants stand to my right. With that, he quietly hovered in the air, watching the crowd below. Let's go. We'll head over there. Wen Xiao patted Chen Guanyu's shoulder and walked toward the left side of the white-browed old man. Chen Guanyu turned and followed, accompanied by countless aspiring disciples who had leaped down from the flying vessels. When he and Wen Xiao found a spot to stand, they noticed a group of people on the right side of the Blue Stone Plaza who were glaring coldly at Chen Guanyu's side. Are those the disciples of the Nebula sect? They must be, after all. Didn't Elder Fong just say so? Some people whispered, eyeing the group across from them. Fong Qing nodded slightly as he saw that the disciples from the Nebula sect had gathered to his left. Regardless of your status in the Nebula sect before, or what your sect master has told you upon arriving at the Nebula sect for the selection, you must all heed my commands. Let me briefly explain. The selection consists of 3 stages: the hard examination, the martial test, and the duel. Those who pass the hard examination will move on to the next 2 stages. Those who pass the martial test will enter the outer sect, and the top 10 in the duel will directly enter the inner sect. I hope all of you will do your best in seeking the way of the immortals. If you do not progress, you will regress. Yes. The crowd in the Blue Stone Plaza responded in unison. In that case, the selection for entering the sect begins now. Hard examination. As soon as the words left Fong Qing's mouth, a large bell appeared in his hand, and before anyone could react, he struck it forcefully. Boom! Accompanying the sound was a wave of energy, and before Chen Guanyu could move, he felt darkness envelop him, losing consciousness. Where on earth is this? Chen Guanyu stared blankly at the endless void before him. He had been waiting in this boundless expanse for half a tea's time, but had received nothing in return. Is the first trial of Xingyun's sect to imprison us? Is this to test our patience? Chen Guanyu was somewhat speechless. He initially thought Xingyun's sect would create an illusion for them. It seemed he had overestimated Xingyun's sect. Unable to cultivate in this void, Chen Guanyu found sitting there extremely dull, so he stood up and performed the light sword technique. Perhaps because this place was not real, when Chen Guanyu executed the sword technique, it consumed no spiritual energy at all, and he could even enhance his proficiency. For a time, Chen Guanyu was immersed in practicing the sword technique, even forgetting the passage of time. After an unknown duration, a sudden cough from behind him interrupted his training. Cough, cough. You? Chen Guanyu turned around angrily, about to unleash a barrage of curses, but upon seeing the person behind him, he closed his mouth. I have met Elder Fong. Haha, no need for formality. I have been watching you here for quite some time. Elder Fong smiled, then pointed at the long sword in Chen Guanyu's hand. If I am not mistaken, you must be performing the light sword technique, right? Elder Fong indeed has a wealth of experience. But having reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, you have mastered a great sword technique. Young friend, your talent in the way of the sword is quite commendable. From Elder Fang's tone, he seemed to be quite satisfied with Chen Guanyu. Looking at the smiling elder with white eyebrows, Chen Guanyu maintained his respect. This elder Fong, who appeared so stern outside, seemed quite amiable in this void. Chen Guanyu found it difficult to gauge his demeanor. Aha, I understand now, this is the illusion that Xingyun's sect has prepared for me. Chen Guanyu grinned, raising his long sword. Monstrous. I already knew you weren't human. Elder Fong was momentarily taken aback. Please forgive me for my previous misunderstanding, Elder Fong. Chen Guanyu scratched his nose, beaming. It's nothing. Elder Fong waved his hand. This heart-testing trial is not difficult. What is here is merely an illusionary clone of myself. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanyu suddenly realized that he had genuinely mistaken Elder Fong for an NPC in an illusion, chasing and attacking for quite a while before believing this was not a trial arranged by Xingyun's sect. Next, I will ask you a few questions. Please, Elder Fong, go ahead. Seeing Chen Guanyu agree, Elder Fong began. I ask you, what is the thing that has accompanied you the longest since childhood? Chen Guanyu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The thing that has accompanied him the longest. If only counting this life, it would be the sword on his back, but if including his previous life. Chen Guanyu's mind raced, flashing through many modern items. Computer, phone, tablet, juicer, doll. Right, the doll. Chen Guanyu thought of his answer. What kind of doll is it, and how did you obtain it? Elder Fong continued to ask. Without hesitation, Chen Guanyu replied, a three-colored kitten doll the size of a head. It was given to me by my partner. Elder Fong nodded, then appeared somewhat puzzled. May I ask, young friend, what does partner mean? Chen Guanyu then realized that Elder Fong, being a native of the Xuanhuang Great World, might not know the meaning of partner. A partner means fiancé. Aha, Elder Fong nodded. So, young friend, you still have a fiancé in the mortal world? No, she is already gone from this world. My condolences. Elder Fong, seeing no change on Chen Guanyu's face, continued to ask. All right, then I will ask you again, are you willing to take your three-colored kitten doll as your Dao partner? Chen Guanyu. No way, Elder Fong, not to mention whether I am a straw hat kid, just based on the relationship with my fiancé, I could never take it as my Dao partner. Elder Fong nodded again. It seems you are also a person who values emotions and righteousness. However, Elder Fong suddenly elongated his tone, making Chen Guanyu tense up. What is a straw hat kid? Chen Guanyu was once again stunned. It's a character from a picture book in the mortal world. Because he wears a straw hat, everyone calls him the Straw Hat Kid. Elder Fong fell into contemplation. Chen Guanyu dared not speak, sitting quietly and waiting. After a moment, Elder Fong slowly looked up at Chen Guanyu. This, young friend, I understand now, the heart testing is over and you do not qualify. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanyu was filled with disbelief. What? Elder Fong, I feel this does not reflect my steadfastness in the Dao heart at all. How can I have failed? The heart testing does not necessarily have to reflect one's Dao heart. Elder Fong shook his head. Since you have failed, you are not qualified to participate in the next two trials. Without listening to Chen Guanyu's explanation, with a flick of his sleeve, Chen Guanyu felt a darkness before his eyes and lost consciousness. Upon slowly opening his eyes, he found himself back at the greenstone square where he had just stood. Before he could grasp the situation, he felt someone grasping his collar, and then the scene flashed, arriving in a strange place. The sudden shift in space made him a bit dizzy. After shaking his head, he looked up and saw a stone tablet standing before him, 2 people high. The inscription on the tablet read, Xingyun's sect. Am I just eliminated like this? No, this selection by Xingyun's sect is too hasty, isn't it? Chen Guanyu was agitated, even wanting to kick the stone tablet. But after taking a few steps, a cultivator in dark robes walked out from behind the tablet, coldly gazing at Chen Guanyu. Failed the entry selection. Just follow that path down the mountain, and then do whatever you need to do, don't linger here. Damn. Chen Guanyu glanced at the man, realizing he could not see through his cultivation, thus knowing this person's strength exceeded his own. He dared not say much, and could only grit his teeth, and turn heading down the mountain as instructed. As he walked down the mountain path, Chen Guanyu's thoughts raced. Since Xingyun's sect would not keep him, he didn't care. After all, based on the panel, he believed he could still cultivate immortality. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, or even higher, he would definitely return to avenge today's humiliation. With this thought, Chen Guanyu stopped overthinking and strode down the mountain with his sword. After walking for an unknown time, a panicked voice suddenly cried for help from the woods, "Friend, save me." Just as the words fell, a graceful figure landed before Chen Guanyu. Spring's light suddenly revealed itself. Although Chen Guanyu was in a bad mood, he critically glanced a few times, considering it a compensation for himself. Also appearing was a figure in black robes, shrouded in black mist. Chen Guanyu didn't even need to sense much. He could guess this was a demonic cultivator based on the fluctuations of spiritual energy, likely at the 6th level of chi refinement similar to his own. Are demonic cultivators so rampant now, daring to kill at the foot of Xingyun's sect? Right, the demonic path. Chen Guanyu's pupils contracted sharply. Before participating in the entry selection, Ji Hong had specifically told him that the key focus of the heart testing was to identify spies of the demonic path. Yet Elder Fang's earlier questioning had completely failed to reflect that. So did he still remain within the illusion? The masked man glanced at the woman on the ground, and then turned to Chen Guanyu. Brother, I see you are also a cultivator eliminated by the Xingyan sect. Why not join the Blood Slaughter sect together? The future still holds great promise. As the masked man spoke, Chen Guanyu inexplicably felt a surge of restlessness with resentment over being rejected by the Xingyan sect, lust for the woman on the ground, and the disappointment of not finding a job in his past life flooding his mind. In an instant, countless negative emotions crashed upon his mind. Clang! Chen Guanyu's face twisted. Without uttering a word, he drew his sword and struck it towards the masked man. Before the masked man could react, a bright and piercing sword aura had already reached him. Whoosh! As the sword aura pierced flesh, the masked man's body stiffened. In disbelief, he raised his hand to touch his neck, but just as he did, he heard a thud. His head slid from his neck and his body uncontrollably fell to the ground. The female cultivator on the ground was stunned, momentarily unsure of what to do. Even Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. Is the 6th level of Qi refining in the illusion really this weak? Died from a single sword strike. Chen Guanyu thought for a moment, but still felt uneasy. He slashed the masked man's corpse with several more sword strikes to confirm he was truly dead, before turning to reach out to the female cultivator on the ground. Fellow Taoist, it's safe now. Chen Guanyu forced a warm smile on his face. If this was an illusion arranged by the Xingyan sect, he had to appear sufficiently upright. Yes, that's right. Chen Guanyu felt quite satisfied with his performance. Seeing Chen Guanyu extend his hand, the dazed expression on the female cultivator's face gradually faded. She then smiled and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for passing this heart-testing trial." Dong! Another bell sounded. Then the surrounding sky ground trees, and even the female cultivator on the ground began to twist. Chen Guanyu suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was still standing in the stone square alongside many others who had also awakened from the selection. Some had expressionless faces, others looked confused, some appeared grotesque, while others had fierce gazes, seemingly wishing to commit violence on the spot. Fang Qing pointed his fingers from a distance, and those several obviously out-of-control cultivators exploded into a mist of blood. Those who did not pass the heart-testing trial, leave on your own. Fang Qing's voice rang out, causing Chen Guanyu's eardrums to ache. As soon as he finished speaking, many people left with grim expressions, including several dejected servants of the Xingyan sect to Fang Qing's left. Hey, Guanyu, you weren't eliminated either. Wen Xiao suddenly spoke. Chen Guanyu looked at him speechlessly. What do you mean? Old Wen, you weren't eliminated either. How could I be? That's true. Wen Xiao scratched his head. What kind of experience did you have in the illusion, Guanyu? First, Elder Fang informed me that I failed the heart-testing trial. Then on my way down the mountain, I encountered a demonic cultivator who invited me to join a sect called Blood Slaughter sect, which clearly belongs to the demonic path. So what did you do? Wen Xiao continued to ask. What could I do? Since I am still standing here, it means I definitely refused. That's right. Chen Guanyu asked, and you? Wen Xiao thought for a moment, and said, my illusion was similar to yours. A demonic cultivator appeared at the end, but I originally didn't want to interfere. But for some reason, I suddenly felt very annoyed, and the demonic cultivator kept talking on, and I couldn't help but go up and deal with him. I had already taken my pants off, but unexpectedly. Stop. Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched as he quickly interrupted Wen Xiao's outrageous statement. As long as you passed, let's prepare for the next trial. He understood now the heart-testing trial of the Xingyan sect was merely a facade of failure mixed with a little trickery aimed at maximizing the negative emotions within the cultivators to assess their character. It could even bring out some demonic cultivators. Fortunately, Ji Hong had warned him earlier, otherwise he might have actually turned to join the demonic path. After all, Chen Guanyu's goal was never to join a major sect for protection, but to obtain resources through a sect for true longevity. Therefore, whether it is the demonic path or the righteous path, as long as it allows him to cultivate it, is the righteous path. Wen Xiao chuckled as he scratched his head. After a while, when all the failed cultivators had left, Fang Qing spoke again. Now that everyone has passed the heart-testing trial, I will not delay your time any longer. With that, Fang Qing waved his hand, and 30 Foundation establishment cultivators flew over from a distance. When they reached him, Fang Qing instructed, there are about 3,000 cultivators left below. Each of you take 100 to the Martial Trial Tower. I will await you there. Yes, the cultivators replied. Fang Qing nodded, and with a flash he disappeared from the spot. It was unclear whether it was intentional or indifferent, but Fang Qing's words were not transmitted secretly, so everyone below could hear. In an instant, the cultivators below began to murmur among themselves. 3,000 people, that many. Wen Xiao gasped, pulling Chen Guanyu's sleeve. Guanyu, did you hear that? Of course. My ears are not deaf. Chen Guanyu helplessly pressed his forehead. Only about 200 or 300 people probably failed the heart-testing trial, and most of them remained, gaining the qualification to participate in the martial trial. Passing the martial trial would allow entry into the outer sect, becoming a true disciple of the Xingyun sect. According to what he knew from previous years in the observatory, the pass rate for the Xingyun sect selection was never too high. It seemed that the martial trial was the real selection for the disciples of the Xingyun sect. If nothing unexpected happened, the vast majority would be eliminated in this round. Soon Chen Guanyu and Wen Xiu were assigned to a foundation establishment cultivator of the Xingyun sect. My surname is Chu. My name is Tongguang, and I am a steward within the Xingyun sect. I will take you to the martial trial tower. There's no need to be nervous, just follow me. After Chu Tongguang introduced himself, he turned to leave. Chen Guanyu and Wen Xiu, along with the other cultivators, quickly followed. In less than half a tea's time, the entire stone square was empty, returning to silence. Half an hour later, Chen Guanyu and the other celestial seedlings finally arrived at the martial trial tower of the Xingyun sect. It was a 20-zhang tall tower, yet only 2 stories high. At this moment, many disciples of the Xingyun sect were walking out of the martial trial tower, some casting curious glances towards the direction where the celestial seedlings stood. This is the martial trial tower of our sect. Chu Tongguang introduced to everyone. This was built by the ancestor Yuan He of our sect 1,000 years ago. Inside there is a 3-level spatial formation, and the internal space is incredibly vast, capable of accommodating over 100 foundation establishment cultivators and thousands of Qi refinement disciples for training at the same time. Once you join the sect, you can enter for free once a month. This trial only opens the first level. Once you enter, you will be randomly teleported to a location where puppets of your same cultivation level will appear. The victor will pass and receive a wooden token to enter the outer sect. Those who do not pass the trial should go to the west side to gather at the flying boat, while those who have passed should return to the original spot to wait for me. Do you understand? Understood. The celestial seedlings quickly responded. At the same time, the remaining 29 teams also arrived one after another. The leading foundation establishment cultivator briefly introduced the martial trial tower before flying away from the team. It was only then that Chen Guanyu noticed Fang Qing had long been hovering in the air. So how is it? Are the Qi refinement disciples in the martial trial tower cleared out? They have all been cleared, Elder Fang, just waiting for your command. Fang Qing slowly nodded, then looked down. The martial trial is now officially open. 1,000 people can enter at a time. Once it reaches 1,000, it will close. You may enter at will. As soon as the words fell, the celestial seedlings outside the martial trial tower surged in. Chen Guanyu initially did not want to enter so soon, but being at the front, he was inevitably swept into the tower by the crowd. Once inside the martial trial tower, he had barely taken a few steps when he felt the stone slab beneath his feet start to rotate and the surrounding scenery rushed by quickly. With a few heavy cracking sounds, Chen Guanyu found himself locked inside a closed stone chamber. The space within the stone chamber was vast, with glowing stones scattered around the walls and ceiling for illumination. Before Chen Guanyu could take a closer look, a stone platform in the center of the chamber was blocked by a piece of stone upon which stood a 7-foot wooden puppet. Is this the trial's wooden puppet? It looks quite ordinary. Chen Guanyu thought to himself, gripping the long sword on his back, ready to draw it. Suddenly, the wooden puppet jerked its head up, and crimson light burst forth from its empty eye sockets. Chen Guanyu frowned and drew his sword. The wooden puppet also moved in an instant, closing the distance to Chen Guanyu in just a breath. Chen Guanyu furrowed his brow. Not good. He had not practiced any body techniques, so he could not evade in front of such a fast wooden puppet. In that case, he'll just have to take it heat-in. Chen Guanyu quickly mobilized his spiritual energy, swinging his long sword instantly, creating a barrier of light that nothing could penetrate. As soon as the wooden puppet touched Chen Guanyu's barrier, a piercing sound echoed. When he regained his senses, 3 fingers of the wooden puppet had already been severed. Bang! After failing to land a hit, the wooden puppet swiftly retreated, which was just what Chen Guanyu wanted. He pushed off the ground with his legs, quickly creating distance between himself and the wooden puppet. At the same time, he slashed with his sword, and a brilliant light surged towards the wooden puppet. The wooden puppet ducked low, evading the sword's aura, and 2 fireballs appeared in its palms, which it then whipped towards Chen Guanyu. Zing! Zing! With just 2 sword strikes, the fireballs were destroyed. Buzz! A ringing sound echoed, and Chen Guanyu's previously tightly tied hair became disheveled. Strands of sword qi emitted from the dark iron long sword in his hand, radiating pure white light, illuminating the stone chamber brilliantly. Chen Guanyu's dark hair danced wildly, and his eyes shone with a faint light. The wooden puppet seemed to sense something, slamming its hands into the ground, causing a thick earthen wall to erupt. Buzz! Another resonating sound rang out. The sword qi emanating from the dark iron long sword grew increasingly sharp. Slash! Chen Guanyu swung his sword. An astonishing sword light suddenly surged forth, incredibly sharp, making the entire stone chamber feel like it was illuminated by day. In the blink of an eye, the sword light reached the earthen wall, and with a whoosh. With no warning, the earthen wall exploded, filling the stone chamber with dust. Amid the swirling dust, Chen Guanyu moved, sword in hand, striding forward. As he approached the wooden puppet, he finally saw its miserable state. Its entire body had been split in half, and the red light in its eye sockets had dimmed considerably. Chen Guanyu's expression remained unchanged as the sword tip pressed against the wooden puppet's forehead. Crack, crack, crack. It slowly pierced in. Ding! As the sword tip penetrated the wooden puppet's head, a ringing sound echoed, and a palm-sized wooden token appeared in Chen Guanyu's hand. Subsequently, the stone chamber he was in began to shift again. The stone slab beneath his feet opened up, and in just a few breaths transported him to the entrance of the martial trial tower. Chen Guanyu raised his eyes and stepped forward. Another one has come out. Is the quality of this batch of newcomers so high? 3 in a row, and they all passed so quickly. Incredible. I've been in the sect for 3 years, and I couldn't defeat the wooden puppet of the same realm this quickly. Well, that's just because you're utterly useless. The discussions among the Xingyun sect disciples reached Chen Guanyu's ears as he rolled his eyes. He felt that the strength of this wooden puppet was actually not that impressive, it was just faster than usual. Could it be that mastering a sword technique at the great completion stage really made me this formidable? For a moment, Chen Guanyu began to doubt whether he had been underestimating his own strength all along. Given this, even if Ji Heng had not given him that golden silk soft armor, he could still enter the inner sect. Wait, this martial trial is against puppets of the same realm, but the subsequent arenas will not consider cultivation levels. Perhaps among this batch of celestial seedlings of the same realm, there was no one who could challenge him, but among the latest stage Qi refinement cultivators, there could be many who were stronger than him. After all, techniques can bridge a small part of the gap in cultivation, but they cannot truly fill it. Hey! Just as Chen Guanyu was deep in thought, a voice called out from not far away. Chen Guanyu looked up at the sound and saw a burly man carrying a long spear, his face full of beard, swaggering towards him. Beside him was a flamboyantly dressed man holding a folding fan and grinning at him. You kid not bad, huh? You came out around the same time as us brothers. The spear-wielding giant stood before Chen Guanyu, nodding repeatedly. The flamboyant man also enthusiastically agreed, Indeed. This handsome young brother is quite impressive, making my heart race. Chen Guanyu felt a bit overwhelmed and didn't know how to respond. Oh right, I forgot to introduce my brother to you. The spear-wielding giant adjusted his forehead and said loudly, I'm Zhang Yinru, and this is my companion Zhang Yangang. Nice to meet you, fellow Taoists. I am Chen Guanyu. After saying that, Chen Guanyu clasped his hands in greeting. Wow, what a great name. Nice to meet you, Guanyu Taoist. The one called Zhang Yangang said softly. Chen Guanyu was a bit bewildered and hurriedly said, No need, Zhang Taoist, just call me Chen Guanyu. Tisk, you're all wrong. Now that we've passed the martial trial, we are officially disciples of the Xingyun sect. Zhang Yinru corrected him. We should address each other as junior brothers and senior brothers now. As for who is a junior brother and who is a senior brother, let's determine it by the order we came out. That makes me the eldest senior brother, ha ha. Zhang Yangang stroked his chin, looking as if he had just realized something. Oh, I see, Guanyu junior brother, nice to meet you. Chen Guanyu instinctively took 2 steps back. A senior brother Zhang, just call me junior brother Chen. Zhang Yangang tilted his head. Isn't that a bit too distant? Chen Guanyu quickly waved his hand. Not distant at all, not distant at all. While the two were talking, many disciples continued to walk out of the martial trial tower one after another. Some were happy while others were sorrowful. Most had forlorn expressions, their hands empty as they headed towards the location of the flying boat. Others walked out of the martial trial tower with wooden tokens hanging at their waists, looking relaxed. Guanyu. Ha, I passed too. From today on, I am also an outer sect disciple of the Xingyun sect. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Guanyu turned around and indeed saw the excited Wen Xiao. Chen Guanyu was also happy for him. Congratulations, Wen Xiao. Hehe, you passed too, right? Of course I did. Hehe, from now on we are the Xingyun duo. What happened to your leg? Chen Guanyu suddenly noticed that Wen Xiao was limping as he walked. I was hit by that puppet. But you know my strength, just passing the martial trial is already quite lucky. A little injury is nothing. There are many others who fared worse than me. True. Chen Guanyu looked around. At that moment, almost all the disciples had exited the martial trial tower, and most of those who passed were wounded. Only a few like him, Zhang Yinru and Zhang Yangang, emerged unscathed. Junior brother Chen, who is this? Zhang Yinru curiously looked at Wen Xiao. Logically, since Chen Guanyu was able to follow closely behind them, he should be among the most outstanding of the cultivators of the same rank. How could he be accompanied by someone who nearly came in last? This is Wen Xiao, a fellow brother with whom I cultivated in the Xingyun temple. While the younger brother Xiao also looks quite fresh, Zhang Yanggang's voice suddenly rang out, sending shivers down both Chen Guanyu and Wen Xiao's spines. Wait, Guanyu, who are these two? I just met them. Ha, junior brother Xiao, don't be nervous. Since we've passed the trial, we will all be fellow disciples from now on. Zhang Yingang said with a smile. Indeed, what the junior brother Zhang said is very true. Zhang Yinru also agreed, although when Xiao had entered as one of the last, no one could deny his identity as a formal disciple of the Xingyun sect, now that he had passed the martial trial. In any case, it was much better than those who failed the selection and became loose cultivators. Enough. Silence. Fang Qing's voice rang out, and the previously chaotic scene in front of the trial hall instantly quieted down. Those remaining in the hall have all passed the trial. Keep the wooden tokens you received. Once this selection is completely over, you will officially become disciples of the Xingyun sect. Now the various stewards will take you to the third trial. If anyone is severely injured or does not wish to participate, you may stay here to receive treatment, but this opportunity to directly access the inner door will be forfeited. Consider this carefully. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Qing's figure flickered and vanished from the sight of the crowd. The Foundation establishment stewards returned to their previous positions. Yu Qiuhui, see you later. Zhang Yanggang waved reluctantly at Chen Guanyu, and when Xiao as he was being pulled away by Jiang Yimiao. The world is vast and full of wonders. Chen Guanyu watched the two figures leave a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yes, you are right. A warm voice suddenly sounded, causing Chen Guanyu to turn abruptly. He saw Chu Tongwang looking at him with a friendly smile. I have met Steward Chu. Chen Guanyu, and when Xiao quickly bowed. Ha, you will soon be disciples of the sect, no need to be so formal. Chu Tongwang smiled, his gaze still fixed on Chen Guanyu. I saw just now that you were able to pass the trial so quickly, ranking third among the 991 disciples who passed, only behind Jiang Yimiao and Zhang Yanggang. Those two have excellent spiritual roots and are descendants of sect elders. Although they have not officially joined, they have already cultivated the sect's techniques. At this point, Chu Tongwang stared intently at Chen Guanyu and slowly said, for a disciple from the subordinate Xingyun temple to stand shoulder to shoulder with them is truly remarkable. You flatter me, Steward Chu. Chen Guanyu remained humble. What grade is your spiritual root? Chu Tongwang continued to inquire. In response to the steward, I am merely of medium grade spiritual root. That is somewhat unfortunate. Chu Tongwang shook his head regretfully, then looked at the long sword on Chen Guanyu's back. Are you a sword cultivator? Chen Guanyu was momentarily stunned at the question. I am not certain if I can be considered a sword cultivator. I suppose I can only be seen as a practitioner with some knowledge of sword techniques. Chu Tongwang, upon hearing this, shook his head in disagreement and said, there is no need to be modest. The fact that you passed the trial so quickly proves your combat strength is not weak. If you specialize in sword techniques, you are undoubtedly a sword cultivator. In that case, you have a strong talent in the way of the sword. Thank you for the compliment, steward. Chu Tongwang, upon hearing this, ceased to elaborate further and turned his gaze to Wen Xiao beside Chen Guanyu. Wen Xiao, seeing that the Foundation establishment expert Chu Tongwang was looking at her, immediately lowered her head in nervousness, not daring to meet his gaze. What about you? Do you want to try the third trial? Wen Xiao then raised her head, forcing a smile. Steward Chu, my legs are like this. Even if I go to the third trial, I definitely cannot enter the inner door. It would be better to stay here for treatment. Chen Guanyu, upon hearing this, was about to speak up to dissuade her, but seeing Chu Tongwang beside him, could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Chu Tongwang nodded and turned to look at the remaining disciples. There had been 100 people here before, and now only a little over 20 remained. Those who will not participate in the subsequent selections stay here. Someone will take you for treatment, the rest follow me. With that, he turned and left. After Chen Guanyu nodded at Wen Xiao, he followed suit. He glanced back once, and including Wen Xiao, there were a total of 7 people left. The third round of the competition was set at the martial arts arena outside the Xingyun sect. By the time Chen Guanyu and the others arrived, the viewing platform was already crowded with disciples from both the inner and outer sects eager to watch the match. Fang Qing sat in the center of the viewing platform. To his left and right were 4 golden core elders of the Xingyun sect, all of whom were expressionless as they watched the incoming disciples. Actually, it should be said that they were new disciples of the sect. Regardless of their rankings in this competition, joining the Xingyun sect was already a done deal. An elder to Fang Qing's right looked down at the incoming disciples, a slight smile appearing on his face. Elder Fang, what do you think of this year's disciples? They are barely passable, only 3 are decent, the rest are all inferior, Fang Qing replied. Another elder laughed heartily. 2 of them must be Zhang Yanggang and Jiang Yinru, right? We know those 2 kids well. Old Fang, this year's disciples are actually quite good, with 10 of them reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. If I remember correctly, last time only 2 made it to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and they both entered the inner sect. At that moment, another elder spoke up. That only shows that there are more seedlings participating in the selection this year. Look at those 5 kids at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Not one of them came from the lower Qingyun temple. None at all. Among the 3 I mentioned, one is indeed from the lower Qingyun temple, Fang Qing suddenly interjected. Oh. Upon hearing this, the other elders expressed surprise. Just watch him later. If he can make it into the top 10, and enter the inner sect, then he truly has talent. If not, then I must have misjudged. One elder chuckled in response to tisk, since old Fong has said, so let's see. Certainly. The other elders seeing this stopped their discussion. After a moment, once all the participating disciples had entered, Fong Qing slowly stood up. Ahem. He coughed lightly a couple of times, yet it was enough for all the cultivators present to hear. Instantly, the entire martial arts arena fell silent with countless gazes turned toward the old man with white eyebrows. You all should know the rules. Each person can only bring 2 magical tools onto the stage, and their rank must correspond to your current level of cultivation. Violators will have their cultivation abolished and will no longer be qualified to enter the Qingyun sect. Finally, only the top 10 of the competition may enter the inner sect, and the sect will award different prizes based on their rankings from 1 to 10. As he said this, Fong Qing clapped his hands, and 10 platforms slowly rose in the arena. Shortly thereafter, 10 Foundation establishment deacons flew in from the edges of the arena, standing at the edges of the platforms, presumably to serve as judges. Next, the disciples whose names are called may ascend the platform for the match. With a wave of his hand, Fong Qing signaled the start. The Foundation establishment deacons below took out a jade talisman on which the names of the participating disciples would randomly appear. Qi Refinement 7th Layer Lu Haoran against Qi Refinement 4th Layer Wang Ju. Qi Refinement 5th Layer Zhao Jinyu against Qi Refinement 5th Layer Dong Ju. Qi Refinement 9th Layer Zhan Yanggong against Qi Refinement 3rd Layer Zhao Boyan. Hiss, Elder Fong. This Elder Zhan's grandson is already at the 9th level of Qi Refinement, yet he still draws a disciple in the early stage of Qi Refinement. Isn't the disparity too great? An elder furrowed his brow, dissatisfied that this match was not based on cultivation levels. Fong Qing remained expressionless, merely glancing at the speaker. He slowly said, Elder Yu, I know you and that old man Zhan do not get along, but the sect selection has always been like this. Sometimes luck is also an important aspect of strength. A person with poor luck, no matter how good their talent, may falter halfway, while one with exceptional luck can ascend to immortality even with mediocre spiritual roots. I naturally know this. The middle-aged cultivator referred to as Elder Yu pouted and said no more. Below 9 of the platforms had already been occupied, leaving only the 10th platform. Qi Refinement 5th Layer Feng Yue against Qi Refinement 6th Layer Chen Guanyu. Hearing his name called for the 10th platform, Chen Guanyu frowned. He had not expected to be called up in the first round, but since it was his turn, he could not refuse. With that thought, Chen Guanyu leaped onto the platform, and at the same time Feng Yu had already arrived on the opposite side. Feng Yu. The opponent clasped his hands, his pair of phoenix eyes fixated on Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu maintained his composure, gripping the hilt of his sword behind him, and slowly responded, Chen Guanyu. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, so cautious. Feng Yu naturally noticed Chen Guanyu's movement and revealed a look of disdain. They were both at the mid-stage of Qi Refinement, with only 1 layer of difference in cultivation. As a disciple who had been cultivating in the Qingyun sect since childhood, he was confident he could defeat Chen Guanyu despite the tier difference. Since that's the case, then let's begin. The Foundation establishment deacon serving as the judge said before stepping back outside the platform. Buzz. A sound of sword ringing. Feng Yu's pupils suddenly constricted. He could only see a flash of cold light, blindingly bright. In that moment, he felt as if there were no other lights in his vision, only that white light. Ding. By the time Feng Yu regained his senses, the Foundation establishment deacon was already on the platform, pointing to disperse the sword light. Chen Guanyu slowly sheathed his sword, looking at Feng Yu with an expressionless face. You lost. Only then did Feng Yu shift his gaze from the deacons back to Chen Guanyu. This is impossible. Feng Yu trembled with excitement, unable to believe that he had entered the stage with full confidence, yet had been eliminated without even being able to perform a single move. The one who eliminated him was the disciple he had always looked down upon, the country bumpkin from the lower Qingyun temple. How could you be so strong? You're right, you've already lost. If this weren't a competition, you would have already been dead. The cold voice of the Foundation establishment deacon rang out, causing Feng Yu to sway violently, looking in disbelief at the figure in front of him, and then at Chen Guanyu. In the end, he opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound, only walking off the platform in a daze. On the 10th platform, the winner is Chen Guanyu. As the voice of the Foundation establishment deacon announced, Chen Guanyu also slowly walked off the platform. In an instant, countless gazes on the viewing platform gathered on Chen Guanyu. Many disciples of the Qingyun sect were shocked by the dazzling light from just now. They saw nothing clearly. They only felt a flash of white light on the 10th platform, and then they heard the Foundation establishment deacon announce Chen Guanyu's victory. A sword cultivator. It's a pity his cultivation is a bit low, otherwise he could have entered the inner sect this time. It's only a matter of time. Unlike those ordinary disciples, some inner sect disciples who had nothing to do were also sitting on the viewing platform. They were not particularly shocked, only curious about Chen Guanyu. Because they could do it too. The distinction between the inner and outer sects was never just a matter of one word. On the observation platform, not only the inner and outer disciples of the Xingyun sect witnessed the match between Chen Guanyu and Feng Yue, but the several Golden Core elders on the central high platform also clearly saw it. The Golden Core elder who had previously questioned Xuanhuang smirked and spoke. Oh, mastering a sword technique of great achievement at merely the 6th layer of Qi refinement, it seems this is the 3rd person you mentioned, Elder Feng. Indeed, Feng Qing did not deny it, merely nodding lightly. Old Feng, do you know what his spiritual root is like? Another elder who seemed quite familiar with Feng Qing inquired. Naturally I know. This little fellow only has a mid-grade spiritual root, Feng Qing replied, a hint of regret in his tone. At this moment a female elder who had been silent suddenly spoke up. Since he is a disciple from the subordinate Xingyun temple, he must have no elders in the sect, and with just a mid-grade spiritual root. She paused, noticing Feng Qing did not refute her before continuing. He must have relatively good talent in the sword path. So it turns out he is just a muddy-legged disciple from the lower academy. I think it would be good enough for him to establish a foundation, the last elder said with disdain. The term lower academy disciple refers to those who have ascended from the subordinate Xingyun temple, a term used by the noble family disciples of the Xingyun sect to distinguish themselves from these so-called muddy-legged individuals. Hearing this, the female elder frowned and retorted, Li Chongzhao, clean up your mouth, stop calling him a muddy-legged disciple. Huh. The elder named Li Chongzhao scoffed. Jiangzhen, have you been hit where it hurts? Don't forget your ability to form a golden core isn't all thanks to yourself. That has nothing to do with you. I have high hopes for this little fellow. Entering the inner sect should be no problem for him. You think too highly of him. Li Chongzhao remained dismissive. Enough. Feng Qing suddenly interjected. The sect sent you here to watch the match, not to argue. Seeing Feng Qing speak, Jiangzhen and Li Chongzhao could only swallow their words and remain silent. As for the other 2 Golden Core elders, they felt a hint of regret. No good shows to watch. All that was happening on the observation platform, Chen Guanyu was naturally unaware of it. He had no interest in knowing. After stepping down from the stage, the surrounding disciples participating in the match automatically gave him a small space, acknowledging his strength. At this moment, Chen Guanyu quietly stood below, opening his panel. Named Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation 6th layer of Qi refinement, sword technique, Yuguang sword technique, great achievement, 999 Looking at the panel, with just a little left to reach perfection in the Yuguang sword technique, Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. Just a bit more. He could feel that he would soon gain another point, and at that time, with the perfected Yuguang sword technique, entering the inner sect would be effortless. Thinking of this, Chen Guanyu was not in a hurry. He closed the panel and quietly stood below, watching the matches on the platform. Although most of the matches among the disciples held little learning value for Chen Guanyu, there were still some aspects worth noting from the matches of latest stage Qi refinement disciples. After all, cultivators who reached the late stage of Qi refinement, or even the 9th layer before 20 years old, are either of high-grade spiritual roots or from noble families receiving specialized instruction and having a significant resource advantage. These 2 types of cultivators had external conditions far better than Chen Guanyu. However, he did not feel much envy, as he could rely on his panel to ignore all bottlenecks in the sword path, an opportunity that those individuals could only envy. Just as Chen Guanyu's thoughts were racing, a soft voice suddenly rang out behind him. Tisk, Junior Brother Chen, I just watched your match. Chen Guanyu turned sharply, only to find it was Xuanhuang, who he had met before, now looking at him with an excited expression. Oh my, it was so cool. One sword decided the winner, whoosh. As he spoke, Xuanhuang mimicked Chen Guanyu's moves, making sounds as if mimicking the sword's ringing. Chen Guanyu, how did you see my match? Halfway through his sentence, Chen Guanyu suddenly fell silent as he noticed Xuanhuang's match. Due to the vast difference in strength, the disciple opposite Xuanhuang directly conceded to avoid injury. Thus, when Chen Guanyu went up to compete, Xuanhuang could easily come to the 10th stage to watch the match between him and Feng Yu. Huh. Junior brother, Chen didn't notice me watching you from below. TVT. A hint of sadness appeared on Xuanhuang's face. This. Chen Guanyu was at a loss for words, instinctively blocking his backside. However, he thought to himself that whether it was Xuanhuang coming to the stage or him just now appearing behind him, he had completely failed to sense Xuanhuang's approach. Logically speaking, as a cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, although he was not as strong as Xuanhuang at the 9th layer, he should not have been completely unaware of Xuanhuang's approach. Moreover, having lived 2 lives as a transmigrator, his soul strength was naturally stronger than that of the same tier cultivators, so even if his cultivation level was lower than Xuanhuang's, their soul strengths should be comparable. This implies that Xuanhuang was likely proficient in concealment techniques. If such a situation occurred in actual combat, he might have faced immediate death, rendering even the most exquisite sword technique useless. Thinking of this, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but break into a slight cold sweat. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to learn some soul-related techniques. No, he needed sword techniques that could enhance his soul or perception abilities. After all, in the Xuanhuang Great World, techniques that could enhance the soul are incredibly difficult to cultivate, and related rare materials are often sold at sky-high prices, with many times having a price, but no market. Forget it, he'll let junior brother Chen off this time. Just in time, brother Jiang is competing on the third stage. Let's go check him out. With that, Xuanhuang pulled Chen Guanyu toward the third stage. Chen Guanyu instinctively wanted to refuse, but looking at Xuanhuang's hand tightly gripping his arm, and recalling that both Xuanhuang and Zhang Yinru were descendants of Golden Core elders in the sect, he held back his words. Before coming, he had also heard Jiheng talk about the general situation in the sect. Disciples from their own sect often look down upon cultivators from the subordinate Xingyan temple. The conflict between the two sides has existed since the founding of the sect by the first ancestor, and even now there has been no reduction. Under such circumstances, building a good relationship with the descendants of the two sect elders would not only bring many benefits, but at least no drawbacks. With this in mind, Chen Guanyu followed Xuanhuang to the third stage. On the stage, Zhang Yinru wielded a long spear with great vigor, pressuring a disciple in the late stage of qi refinement. Moments later, Jiang Yinma won without any suspense. Upon noticing Chen Guanyu standing beside Xuanhuang, he displayed a hint of surprise, but was also eager to engage in conversation with Chen Guanyu. Despite his subordinate's origin from Xingyun sect, being able to compete closely with the scions of prominent families at the trial martial pass was enough for him to acknowledge Chen Guanyu. Jiang Yinma would not reject those he recognized, and Xuanhuang felt similarly. Individuals of their high status often sought to recruit capable disciples within the sect. After all, although they were grandsons of a Golden Core elder, they were not the only heirs, and there was significant competition internally. At such times, those talented yet backgroundless common disciples became their greatest asset. In the following time, Chen Guanyu moved around several arenas, primarily observing the matches of latest-stage qi refinement cultivators. The participating cultivators each had their strengths, some excelled in techniques, while others specialized in swordsmanship. Chen Guanyu noticed quite a few sword cultivators similar to himself. However, in comparison, Chen Guanyu felt that these so-called sword cultivators were inferior to him. Among the sword cultivators he observed, not a single one had mastered a sword technique at the great accomplishment stage. Most were merely at the minor accomplishment stage, and a few were struggling to grasp the basics. Watching them wield their swords made Chen Guanyu wince. At that moment, he was only a step away from mastering the radiant sword technique. In the subsequent matches, as his opponents were merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, Chen Guanyu found fighting them quite easy, finishing each opponent with a single strike. After several rounds, Chen Guanyu's appearance had become well known among the crowd. Each time he stepped onto the stage, most gazes would converge on him. His attention even surpassed that of the 5 disciples at the 9th layer of qi refinement. After all, it was exceedingly rare to find a cultivator at the mid-stage of qi refinement capable of mastering a sword technique at the great accomplishment stage. To be frank, most disciples of Xingyun sect harbored a dream of becoming sword immortals, as sword cultivators indeed possess a certain charm. Unfortunately, most people lack the talent. They might spend many years focusing on a single technique, yet barely manage to reach the minor accomplishment stage, with the time invested not matching the results. If it weren't for his unique advantages, Chen Guanyu would never have dared to practice sword techniques. At most, he would have practiced some sword control techniques after foundation establishment, just to fly with a sword. It's really good to have an advantage. Chen Guanyu glanced at the lackluster sword cultivators on stage and helplessly averted his gaze. Nearby, Jiang Yinma heard Chen Guanyu's muttering and with a puzzled expression asked, "Junior brother Chen, what does having an advantage mean?" What else could it mean? Junior brother Chen must be referring to his outstanding sword talent. After all, junior brother Chen's sword technique is certainly much better than those inferior ones above. Before Chen Guanyu could respond, Xuanhuang interjected. Xuanhuang did not lower his voice while speaking, so the surrounding disciples heard him. Among them was a disciple dressed as a sword cultivator, carrying a sword on his back, just like Chen Guanyu. Upon hearing Xuanhuang's words, his expression darkened. He pushed through the crowd, intending to confront Chen Guanyu, but upon raising his head, he accidentally met Chen Guanyu's gaze and froze in place. He naturally recognized Chen Guanyu. After several rounds of matches, all the disciples present were already aware of this 16-year-old genius sword cultivator who had mastered a sword technique at the great accomplishment stage despite being only at the mid-stage of qi refinement. If I were to compare with him, our sword skills might indeed be inferior. The sword-carrying disciple lacked the courage to stay any longer and fled the arena. Junior brother Chen, who are you looking at? Jiang Yinma noticed Chen Guanyu's gaze and followed it only to see a group of disciples. It's nothing. Chen Guanyu shook his head and said no more. After a little over half an hour, the number of disciples eligible to continue in the matches had dwindled significantly. Most remained in the arena merely to see which 10 disciples would ultimately succeed and enter the inner sect. Chen Guanyu at the 6th layer of Qi refinement facing Feng Zhiding at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The voice from the first arena announced Chen Guanyu's opponent for this match. Junior brother Chen, don't be intimidated by Feng Zhiding's cultivation. She is just a waste who relied on pills to reach this level. Junior brother Chen, this woman specializes in ice-type techniques. Oh, I've always found her displeasing. Just launch a fierce attack on her lower body. Jiang Yinma and Zhan Yanggang reminded him before Chen Guanyu stepped onto the stage. Alright, thank you both for the reminder. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Guanyu leaped onto the stage. As for Feng Zhiding, she walked onto the stage, slowly looking at Chen Guanyu with disdain. The referee on stage saw that both had arrived and stepped back, leaving the arena to them. Junior brother Chen, I have watched your previous matches. Using a great accomplishment sword technique against those mediocre fighters may be easy, but it will be of no use against me. You might as well admit defeat directly, that way you can avoid injury and not delay your cultivation. After Feng Zhiding finished speaking, Chen Guanyu raised his gaze from her proud chest and replied, Senior Sister Feng, I appreciate your concern, but regardless of the outcome, I still intend to give it a try. Feng Zhiding naturally noticed Chen Guanyu's gaze. Instead of being angry, she proudly puffed out her chest. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. With that, Feng Zhiding struck first, swiftly forming a hand seal with her left hand, and dense, white mist surged from her body. In just a few breaths, it filled the entire stage, obscuring Chen Guanyu's line of sight. Damn, she never used this move in the previous matches. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth, but remained unfazed, quickly drawing his sword, his eyes darting around, trying to locate Feng Zhiding's figure. However, after a full 10 breaths, Chen Guanyu still felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy, as if Feng Zhiding had completely vanished from the stage. Just as he was feeling anxious, Feng Zhiding's voice suddenly echoed from his left side. Junior brother Chen, you have already lost. Chen Guanyu's pupils contracted as he swiftly swung his sword towards the direction of the voice. However, as he swung his sword, Chen Guanyu sensed something was off. His sword swinging speed was significantly slower than usual. What's going on? Chen Guanyu was alarmed, and only then realized that a layer of frost had inexplicably formed on his arm. This is bad. In that case, it seems this Chen Guanyu fellow isn't all that special. Just a simple ice mist formation, and he's already like this. On the observation platform, Li Chongzhao wore a mocking expression and turned to Jiang Jin, saying, Tsk tisk tisk, Junior Sister Jiang, do you still think this mud leg from the lower house can enter the inner sect? In previous matches, Chen Guanyu had almost taken the spotlight, and even if no one spoke, Li Chongzhao felt somewhat uncomfortable. Now that Chen Guanyu was finally at a disadvantage, it brought him considerable satisfaction. How the match has just begun, and you're already anxious. Jiang Jin retorted, her eyes still fixed on the two figures on the stage. Feng Zhiding was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Even her ice mist formation, which was supposed to be her trump card, was nothing in the eyes of these golden core cultivators. They could see everything clearly through the mist. If Chen Guanyu continued like this, losing the match would only be a matter of time. Alas, it's really a pity. It seems this match won't go as Junior Sister Jiang wishes. Jiang Jin frowned slightly, having caught the hint of mockery in Li Chongzhao's words, but at this moment, she could not be bothered to deal with such a petty person. Now she was more interested in seeing whether Chen Guanyu had the ability to fight against the odds and turn the tide. Swish! Chen Guanyu's sword aura slashed out, cutting through a veil of icy mist, yet it struck the barrier of the arena, hitting nothing. At the same time, the sword aura dissipated. A shard of ice came rushing toward Chen Guanyu from behind. The speed was too fast, he had no time to dodge, and could only twist to the left, narrowly avoiding the ice shard. However, his outer garment was still torn, revealing the golden silk soft armor beneath. Chen Guanyu mobilized his spiritual energy to suppress the spread of frost on his body, while forcing himself to calm down once again, sensing Feng Zhiding's location. But still he found nothing. Whoosh! A sudden sound of slicing air rang out, and Chen Guanyu reacted immediately, unleashing two sword auras. Boom! The violent spiritual energy and sword aura dispersed, weakening the icy mist on the stage. There's a chance. With the mist thinning, Chen Guanyu's eyes sparkled. Just a single exchange had weakened the mist. Perhaps a few more times would eliminate this trouble. Although it was still somewhat challenging, he finally saw a way forward. At that moment, 4 more sounds of slicing air erupted. Without thinking, Chen Guanyu leaped up. Instantly, 4 ice shards exploded beneath him, sending him flying backward from the resulting shockwave. He barely steadied himself upon landing, but suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the golden silk soft armor cushioned the blow, otherwise he might have collapsed just now. Before Chen Guanyu could catch his breath, a more intense sense of danger struck him. Swish, swish, swish. Damn, this move again. Chen Guanyu cursed inwardly, continuously dodging, while running, wielding his sword to fend off the incoming ice shards. The disciples below could only hear the continuous clanging sounds amidst the thick, icy mist, occasionally seeing dazzling sparks or flashes of light. On the observation platform, Li Chongzhao could no longer hide his smile, or rather he had never intended to conceal it. After a few breaths, Chen Guanyu finally came to a stop. In that brief time he had circled the arena completely, but had yet to spot Feng Zhiding. Cough, cough. Chen Guanyu could no longer suppress the blood rising in his chest, and coughed violently a few times. Just as he stood up, he saw Feng Zhiding's figure appear not far away. Without waiting for him to react, she unleashed a palm strike. Boom. This palm strike generated a faint blue handprint that sped toward him at great velocity. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth and tried to unleash two sword auras. The blue palm print tore through the icy mist, creating a shockwave that easily dispersed the two sword auras he had unleashed. It's over, Feng Zhiding said, turning around with unshakable confidence. Hearing Feng Zhiding's indifferent tone, Chen Guanyu felt increasingly unwilling to accept defeat. With a steely resolve, he completely abandoned the suppression of the frost on his body, channeling all his spiritual energy into the long sword he held, positioning it horizontally in front of him. I'm not done yet. Clang. The palm print collided with the long sword. In an instant, Chen Guanyu's tiger's mouth split open and blood gushed forth. Chen Guanyu desperately unleashed all his spiritual energy, executing the light control sword technique to its utmost, and in the frenzy madness surged in his black eyes. At this moment on the observation platform, the left side was bathed in faint blue spiritual light, while the right side was illuminated by blinding sword light. Boom. Countless clouds of dust erupted from the center of the blue and white lights, dispersing much of the icy mist. After several breaths, the white light gradually faded. At this point, the disciples below found that they could barely make out the scene on the stage. They saw Chen Guanyu, his hair disheveled, half kneeling on the ground with his long sword in hand, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. The golden silk soft armor he wore was also significantly damaged. In contrast, Feng Zhiding appeared only slightly disheveled, her expression proud as she looked at the boy not far away. If it weren't for the need for stability, I wouldn't even bother using this formation disc. What a hassle, it wasted one of my uses. Feng Zhiding said to herself, putting away the formation disc into her storage bag and slowly walking towards Chen Guanyu, intending to end this match. The gap between the mid-stage and latest-stage chi refinement is indeed insurmountable. It's fine he lost to senior sister Feng, who is at the 9th level of chi refinement. She's one of the most powerful cultivators in our cohort. Chen Guanyu is only at the 6th level of chi refinement, and lasting until now is already quite impressive. The disciples watching the match were abuzz with chatter, some expressing sympathy for Chen Guanyu, while others admired Feng Zhiding. As for Jiang Yinruo and Zhan Yanggong, they were currently competing on other platforms and had no time to pay attention to Chen Guanyu's situation. Just when everyone thought Chen Guanyu would stop here, he suddenly began to tremble. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Chen Guanyu's laughter grew louder. Seeing him like this, Feng Zhiding felt an ominous premonition in her heart, standing still and staring closely at Chen Guanyu, wanting to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. On the observation platform, Li Chongzhao raised an eyebrow. This kid can't accept defeat. Has he gone mad? It seems his mental fortitude isn't up to par. Feng Qing remained calm, quietly watching Chen Guanyu on the stage. Chen Guanyu was certainly not mad. He was just overly excited. At this moment, Chen Guanyu's attention was entirely focused on the panel before him. Named Chen Guanyu, age 16 years, cultivation 6th level of chi refinement, sword technique mastered, light control, sword technique, 999 panel introduction. The host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and the points can only be used on the sword techniques being cultivated. It turned out that after the recent fierce battle, he had finally obtained that last point. Junior brother Chen, the outcome is already clear. You are not my opponent, so don't waste any more time. Feng Zhiding frowned. Is that so? Chen Guanyu murmured, slowly raising his head. Add points. With a thought, he allocated that point to the light control sword technique. The panel's progress instantly changed from mastered 99900 to perfected 01000. Buzz! A sound of sword resonance erupted, not from the long sword in Chen Guanyu's hand, but from within his body. What a... Feng Zhiding looked at Chen Guanyu in disbelief, this disciple, who was half kneeling on the ground, looking terribly disheveled. At this moment, countless sharp sword intents surged around Chen Guanyu. Even without approaching, she felt a strong sense of danger. Not just her, the disciples below also witnessed this scene. Most of them had no idea what was happening. They were merely curious why Chen Guanyu's aura had suddenly increased. However, a small number of people understood the situation, realizing that Chen Guanyu was experiencing an on-the-spot breakthrough. Not good. Feng Zhiding's expression turned grave, not intending to give Chen Guanyu time to break through. She swiftly formed a seal, planning to interrupt him. Chen Guanyu merely smirked, slightly bending his legs as he extended his long sword. With a gentle rotation of his wrist, the sword light became piercing. At this moment, he had fully stood up, the sword tip pointing toward Feng Zhiding. Oomph. Feng Zhiding narrowed her eyes, raising her right palm. She struck out a palm infused with surging spiritual power at Chen Guanyu. Hidden behind the palm print were 5 shards of ice. Buzz! A sword cry rang out once more. Feng Zhiding and the onlookers felt a sudden flash before their eyes as an incredibly blinding light erupted. Light. In an instant, the entire one arena was enveloped by the sword light. Even the disciples competing on other platforms were affected by this dazzling radiance. As for Feng Zhiding, who was the target of Chen Guanyu, her complexion changed dramatically. The white light was blinding, dimming everything around her. With a sharp sound, the palm print and ice shards were shattered. Feng Zhiding's eyes widened in shock, but she couldn't think too much at that moment. She swiftly tapped her storage bag, summoning a round shield and thrusting it forward. Bang! Feng Zhiding felt a violent impact, her body flying backward until she barely stopped upon crashing against the barrier. Uffed! Feng Zhiding spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the artifact in her hand, which was covered in fine cracks, her eyes flashing with concern. This was a high-grade defensive artifact, and it had nearly been destroyed by Chen Guanyu's sword. You? Feng Zhiding looked at Chen Guanyu opposite her, intending to say something, but suddenly halted. At that moment, Chen Guanyu stood still with his eyes closed, his aura continually rising. After several breaths, Chen Guanyu finally opened his eyes. At that moment, his aura had stabilized at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, having fully entered the later stage of Qi refinement. How is this possible? This cannot be. Feng Zhiding's eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Guanyu's breakthrough in swordsmanship was already astonishing, and now he had directly stepped into the later stage of Qi refinement. It wasn't just her, the disciples below and those on the observation platform were also shocked. Whether it was the recent sword strike or his current cultivation elevation, it left them utterly stunned. In this sect selection, I actually witnessed a breakthrough in battle, and with both cultivation and technique advancing together, it was truly worth coming. Having been in the sect for so long, I've only heard about breakthroughs in battle from others. I didn't expect to see it today. This is indeed an eye-opener. So do you think Chen Guanyu can win? Isn't that obvious? With the cultivation of the later stage of Qi refinement and a perfected sword technique, even if he doesn't win, he can at least draw. So does this mean he can really win against someone of a higher rank? Perhaps. Not only the disciples, but even the few golden core elders in the center of the observation platform were visibly moved. However, what they cared about wasn't Chen Guanyu's breakthrough from the mid to the late stage of Qi refinement, but rather his sword technique. A perfected sword technique. Li Chongzhao was shocked. He had practiced swordsmanship during his Qi refinement stage and naturally knew how difficult sword techniques were. A major accomplishment in sword technique could already make one invincible among the same rank in the Qi refinement stage, let alone a perfected sword technique. It would be as easy as drinking water to fight beyond one's rank. Of course, the so-called fighting beyond one's rank here refers to small ranks. As for large ranks, a foundation establishment cultivator could still defeat Chen Guanyu with a single move. It seems this little guy is sure to enter the inner sect. Feng Zhiding has no chance of winning. Jiang Zhen said, lightly declaring a fact. No elder chose to refute, not even Li Chongzhao closed his mouth obediently. Perhaps the disciples below were unaware, but these elders understood the worth of a perfected sword technique. Looking at Chen Guanyu standing with the sword on the arena, Feng Qing's face revealed a hint of satisfaction. Although his spiritual root aptitude is average, if he possesses such excellent talent in swordsmanship, perhaps I can have this little guy join my Feng family. Feng Qing began to have a different thought about Chen Guanyu. However, Chen Guanyu was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his eyes were only on Feng Zhiding. Feng Zhiding regained her composure. So what if you broke through in battle? You still won't be my match. Feng Zhiding shouted, her arms instantly covered in countless frost as violent spiritual power surged into her palms. The next moment, boom. Countless ice crystals shot out from Feng Zhiding's palms, hurtling towards Chen Guanyu. He remained unfazed, holding his sword with one hand, slowly walking towards the ice crystals. As they made contact, hundreds of ice crystals were engulfed by the white light. You have some skill, but I've had my fill of this. Chen Guanyu chuckled, thoroughly satisfied with the perfected light manipulation sword technique. In an instant, Chen Guanyu's sword light danced, countless dazzling sword lights slashing towards the ice crystals. Boom, boom, boom. The ice crystals clashed with the sword light. Countless sparks erupted, blue, white, and sparks intertwined on the arena, producing numerous piercing sounds. Wow, is this really a battle in the Qi refinement stage? A disciple murmured below. However, no one answered his question at that moment. Everyone was busy watching the duel between Chen Guanyu and Feng Zhiding, afraid of missing a single frame of the scene. Enough. Chen Guanyu murmured, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes as he gathered all his spiritual power into his sword, executing the final move of the light manipulation sword technique, the most chilling kill. Light absorbing sword. Feng Zhiding attempted to evade, but suddenly darkness engulfed her vision. At that moment, the entire world appeared black to her save for that single brilliant light. Am I really going to lose? This was her only thought at that moment. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The white light instantly dissipated. Feng Zhiding's vision flickered again as the sword light that devoured all light faded and everything around returned to normal. The victor is Chen Guanyu, the Foundation Establishment Deacon of the First Arena, said, sheathing his sword. Just now he had been the one to block that sword for Feng Zhiding. He could see that had he not acted, Feng Zhiding would undoubtedly have died. He looked at Chen Guanyu with complex emotions, unable to suppress a hint of envy in his heart. So young yet possessing such high talent in swordsmanship. A perfected sword technique. He was also a sword cultivator, now nearing 200 years old, and had only just mastered one perfected sword technique. However, relying on his Foundation Establishment cultivation, he could easily have blocked Chen Guanyu's killing move without drawing his sword, yet he still chose to draw it. This was his respect for another sword cultivator. In the realm of swordsmanship, he was no match for Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu saw this, sheathed his sword, and after cupping his hands, leaped down from the arena. Only now did Feng Zhiding slowly accept the reality of her defeat. After thanking the Foundation Establishment Deacon in front of her, she descended from the arena. Along the way, she glanced back at Chen Guanyu's figure. This person Feng Zhiding would remember. In the next round of matches, Chen Guanyu encountered another disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement. This time, he didn't even draw his sword and simply conceded. Having nearly exhausted his spiritual power in the previous battle against Feng Zhiding, facing another disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement, Chen Guanyu was simply no match. In any case, even if he conceded, he would still rank 10th, which was sufficient to enter the inner sect. An hour later, the competition concluded completely, and Feng Qing stood up and walked to the martial arts arena. The top 10 of this competition have been decided. The first is Jiang Yinru, the second is Zhan Yonggong, the third is Tan Feng, the fourth is Yang Rou, and the 10th is Chen Guanyu. I hope you all take these 10 disciples as examples and strive to improve. The path of cultivation is not just about momentary wins and losses, but about the Tao and longevity. The selection for entry into the sect is officially over. Those who participated can stay in place, and someone will come to take you to receive your outer sect identity tokens. As for the 10 of you, said Feng Qing, looking at Chen Guanyu and the others, I will take you to the inner sect. Before Chen Guanyu and the others could say anything, with a wave of his sleeve, he whisked up the 10 of them. Chen Guanyu felt a gust of wind sweep past, making the world spin around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in midair. The scenery below whizzed by as he felt the fierce wind against his face. Even with 2 lifetimes behind him, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Just a few days ago, he was still a disciple of the subordinate Qingyun temple, worried about whether he could enter the Xingyun sect for cultivation, and now he was about to enter the inner sect. This tremendous change had occurred in just one day. Junior brother Chen, what are you thinking about? Jiang Yinru suddenly placed a hand on Chen Guanyu's shoulder. Chen Guanyu came back to his senses and found Jiang Yinru looking at him curiously. It's nothing, just feeling a bit emotional about flying for the first time with a golden core elder. Chen Guanyu stated honestly. Haha, you'll get used to it. Jiang Yinru patted Chen Guanyu's shoulder boisterously. Once we achieve golden core, we can also fly like this, and I'll take you on many flights. Then I must thank senior brother Jiang in advance, Chen Guanyu replied with a smile. Zhan Yonggong also leaned over, winking playfully. Junior brother Chen, your sword just now was truly impressive. Even Feng Zhiding couldn't match you, and it made her heart race. Oh really? Chen Guanyu's lips twitched, instinctively shifting to the side. Senior brother Zhan is overpraising me. If it weren't for good luck and breaking through at the last moment, I definitely wouldn't have been a match for senior sister Feng. Come on, junior brother Chen, don't be modest. Breaking through at the last moment is part of strength. Zhan Yonggong said, inching closer to Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu. Zhan Yonggong had a pleasant scent. Fortunately, Feng Qing, as a golden core cultivator, moved swiftly. In just the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, he brought the 10 of them to a mountain peak. We have arrived. Feng Qing waved his sleeve and set the 10 down. Chen Guanyu steadied himself and looked up to see a sprawling complex of buildings before him, with pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams, and painted rafters, and occasionally flashes of light appearing amidst the swirling clouds, evoking an aura of the celestial. This is the inner sect, Feng Qing said calmly. From today onwards, you 10 will be inner sect disciples of the Xingyun sect. As he spoke, Feng Qing took out 10 jade tokens from his robe and distributed them to each of the 10. These tokens represent your identities, containing your identity information and sect contribution points. The rewards for the top 10 are contribution points. The first place receives 1,000, second place 900, third place 800, and so forth, with the 10th place receiving 100. Don't underestimate these contribution points. They can be exchanged for resources in the sect's Scripture Pavilion, Martial Arts Pavilion, and Alchemy Pavilion, among others. The specific uses you will understand in time, as many items cannot be bought with spirit stones outside. Each inner sect disciple can have an independent cave dwelling located throughout this Yuhua mountain. You can choose your locations, and once selected, infuse your spiritual energy into the jade token, and a restriction will automatically form, allowing only you to enter. In addition, the sect stipulates that new inner sect disciples can select one martial art or technique for free from the Scripture Pavilion, limited to the first rank. You may go to collect it tomorrow. At this point, Fangqing paused, scanning the 10, with his gaze finally stopping at Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu, please stay, or I have a few questions for you. The rest of you may leave. Zhang Yinru and Zhang Yonggang exchanged glances, both puzzled, but not asking further. They each greeted Chen Guanyu before leaving. After the other 9 left, Fangqing turned to Chen Guanyu, a hint of a smile on his face. Follow me. With that, Fangqing waved his sleeve again, leading Chen Guanyu to a quiet pavilion. Please sit. Fangqing gestured to a stone bench while he took a seat across from Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu complied, pondering what business Fangqing had with him. No need to be nervous, Fangqing said with a smile. I just want to ask you a few questions. Elder, please ask. I will answer honestly, Chen Guanyu replied. Fangqing nodded. When did you start practicing that light manipulation sword technique? Chen Guanyu's heart stirred, realizing Fangqing was inquiring about his swordsmanship talent. He promptly answered, replying to the elder, I began practicing it when I was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and it has been 5 years now. 5 years. A flicker of surprise crossed Fangqing's eyes. In just 5 years you have perfected a mid-grade first-rank sword technique. Chen Guanyu's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. I have merely practiced diligently every day and do not believe there is anything special about it. He couldn't let anyone know about the panel. Diligent practice. Fangqing chuckled softly. In the cultivation world, there are countless diligent practitioners, yet I have lived over 500 years and have rarely seen anyone master a sword technique to perfection in 5 years. Chen Guanyu's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to explain, he saw Fangqing wave his hand. You need not explain, I mean no harm. Fangqing picked up his teacup and took a sip. I merely want to ask you, would you be willing to join my Fang family? Chen Guanyu was taken aback. Join the Fang family. Indeed, Fangqing set down his teacup, looking at Chen Guanyu. Your spiritual root aptitude is average, merely mid-grade, but your talent in swordsmanship is remarkable. Without support, relying solely on your own exploration will yield limited achievements in the future. However, my Fang family possesses some influence within the sect and can provide you with resources, techniques, and even guidance in swordsmanship. Of course, in return, should you achieve success in the future, you will need to assist my Fang family, Fangqing stated plainly. What do you think? Are you willing? Chen Guanyu fell silent for a moment, his mind racing. Fangqing's words were quite straightforward. He was trying to recruit him. As a Golden Core elder, Fangqing held a significant position within the sect. If he could gain his protection, the path of cultivation would indeed be much smoother. However, joining a noble family also meant constraints. If he were to grow stronger in the future, he would likely be bound by the Fang family. With the panel in hand, if he simply persisted in practicing the sword, he would surely break through. As for resources, inner sect disciples already received a monthly stipend and could earn contribution points through tasks, so he wouldn't need to rely too heavily on a noble family. With this in mind, Chen Guanyu clasped his hands and said, Thank you for your kindness, Elder Fang, but I have just entered the inner sect and would like to familiarize myself with the sect environment and focus on my cultivation for a while. As for joining the Fang family, I hope you can allow me to consider it further. Fangqing's eyes revealed a hint of appreciation upon hearing this. Here was someone with their own ideas, neither obsequious nor arrogant, who had not been blinded by his invitation. If Chen Guanyu had hastily agreed, it would have caused Fangqing to look down on him. In cultivation, one's Dao heart is of great importance. Very well, Fangqing nodded. I will not force you, but remember my Fang family's doors are always open for you. If you change your mind, feel free to seek me out anytime. After saying this, Fangqing stood up and took out a jade slip from his robe, handing it to Chen Guanyu. This can be considered as my support for talented juniors in the sect. It contains some insights from predecessors regarding swordsmanship, as well as a first-rank superior sword technique, the flowing light sword technique. Since you have talent in swordsmanship, do not let it go to waste. Chen Guanyu was taken aback, quickly rising to accept it. Thank you, Elder Fang. No need to thank me, Fangqing waved his hand. I merely appreciate talented juniors. All right, you may go. Cultivate diligently, and do not let your talent go to waste. With that, Fangqing's figure flickered and vanished from the pavilion. Chen Guanyu held the jade slip in his hands, feeling a mix of emotions. Was this the benefit of having talent? Yet he also understood that Fangqing's goodwill was based on his potential. If he were to stagnate in his cultivation or perform mediocrely in the future, this goodwill would likely fade away. I still need to work hard in my cultivation. Chen Guanyu murmured, placing the jade slip into his robe and turning to leave the pavilion. After leaving the pavilion, Chen Guanyu did not hurry, instead wandering around Yuhua Mountain preparing to choose a suitable cave dwelling. The area of Yuhua Mountain is vast with rolling hills and lush forests. Chen Guanyu ascended the mountain path, observing numerous cave dwellings along the way, some built into the mountainside, others hidden within bamboo groves, and some even directly carved out of the mountain. After walking for nearly half an hour, Chen Guanyu finally stopped at the edge of a cliff. The terrain here is high with a broad view that allows one to overlook most of Yuhua Mountain. At the cliff's edge, there was a flat area backed by the mountain wall with a vast abyss before him shrouded in mist, giving off an air of danger. This will do. Chen Guanyu took out his identity jade token and infused it with spiritual power. The jade token glowed slightly, emitting a beam of light that vanished into the mountain wall. In the next moment, a light gate appeared on the wall, serving as the entrance to the cave dwelling. Stepping through the light gate, the scene before Chen Guanyu changed, revealing a stone chamber approximately 3 zhang in size. Although the stone chamber was simple, it was fully equipped. There was a meditation mat for cultivation, a stone shelf for placing items, and even a stone bed neatly arranged with 5 sets of inner sect disciple outfits. Chen Guanyu glanced around, nodding in satisfaction, then removed the long sword from his back and leaned it against the wall before sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat. It was only at this moment that he finally had the time to properly digest everything that had occurred today. Entering the inner sect, defeating Feng Zhitian, breaking through in the heat of battle, and being recruited by Feng Qing. The events of this day were more than he had experienced in the entire past year. Taking a deep breath, Chen Guanyu summoned his panel. Named Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation, Qi refinement, level 7, sword technique, light control, sword technique, perfected 0 panel description. The host can only gain points by cultivating sword techniques, and points can only be used on the sword techniques practiced. Gazing at the numbers on the panel, Chen Guanyu fell into deep thought. The light control sword technique was already perfected, yet there was still room for improvement. He was unsure what the realm after perfection would be. Generally speaking, the next step would be to completely integrate the sword technique into oneself. To put it bluntly, it would be easier to modify the light control sword technique than to create a technique from scratch, but it still posed a significant challenge. Typically, foundation establishment cultivators rarely create or modify techniques. This highly technical endeavor is usually only feasible for high-level cultivators above the golden core stage who have the time and ability to do so. So should he practice other sword techniques next or continue to delve into the light control sword technique? Feng Qing had given him a technique called Flowing Light Sword Technique, which was a high-grade technique 1 level above the light control sword technique. If he could master it, its power would undoubtedly reach a new height. However, practicing a new sword technique would require him to start accumulating points from scratch, and what he lacked the most right now was time. Forget it, he'll rest for the night and see the scripture pavilion tomorrow, Chen Guanyu murmured, then closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. After the intense battle today, he had exhausted himself and needed to recover properly. The next morning, Chen Guanyu woke up early, quickly performed a cleansing spell on himself, and then changed into the attire provided by the sect. Within the Xingyun sect, the clothing of disciples varies by rank. The clothing of the outer disciples is light gray, while that of the inner disciples is black with white sleeves. As for the inner sect disciples, only the left sleeve is white, while the true disciples were all black. Elders and above can wear whatever they like. After assessing his appearance, Chen Guanyu left the cave dwelling. According to Feng Qing, the scripture pavilion is located atop the main peak of Yuhua Mountain, accessible to all inner sect disciples. Chen Guanyu ascended the mountain path for about half an hour and finally saw an imposing building. The scripture pavilion had 3 stories built entirely of blue stones, exuding an ancient and grand atmosphere. In front of the pavilion stood an elderly man in gray robes, eyes closed in meditation. Chen Guanyu approached and clasped his hand, saying, "Disciple Chen Guanyu newly entered the inner sect here to select a technique." The gray-robed elder opened his eyes, glanced at Chen Guanyu, and said lightly, "Identity Jade Token." Chen Guanyu quickly took out the jade token and handed it over. The gray-robed elder took it, made a mark on it, and then returned it to him. Newly entered inner sect disciples can freely select one technique or spell on the first floor, limited to first-tier techniques. You may stay for an hour. Do not take more than one, and do not privately keep it. Violators will be severely punished. Understood, Chen Guanyu replied, taking back the jade token and stepping into the scripture pavilion. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, Chen Guanyu felt a sudden brightness before his eyes. The interior space was much larger than it appeared from the outside, with rows of wooden shelves filled with jade slips, densely packed, numbering at least 10,000. Taking a deep breath, Chen Guanyu began to browse through the first floor slowly. He first looked at the jade slips containing techniques, realizing that most were basic techniques for Qi refinement stage, such as 5 elements technique and primordial technique. Although these techniques are balanced and moderate, their cultivation speed is average, and they are not the foundational techniques of the Xingyun sect, making them not very appealing to him. After all, he had the panel, cultivating sword techniques was the true path. As for cultivation, as long as he followed the proper steps, he could rely on sword techniques to seize resources and gradually improve. Chen Guanyu then turned his attention to the jade slips containing spells. Upon doing so, his eyes suddenly lit up. The first floor contained a wide variety of spells, including 5-element spells, movement techniques, body refinement methods, and even some miscellaneous and obscure techniques. Chen Guanyu examined them one by one, constantly calculating in his mind. Movement techniques. He indeed needed them, but they were not sword techniques, and he couldn't gain points through the panel, he'd have to practice them slowly on his own. Body refinement methods. Similarly, they were not sword techniques. These seemed somewhat unworthy. Just as Chen Guanyu hesitated, his gaze suddenly landed on a jade slip. The jade slip bore 3 characters, sword shadow step. This is a sword technique-based movement technique. Chen Guanyu's eyes brightened as he quickly picked up the jade slip and probed his divine sense into it. After a moment, he withdrew his divine sense, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. Sword shadow step, a high-grade first-tier technique, serves as both a movement technique and a sword technique created by a predecessor of the sect hundreds of years ago. Practitioners can simultaneously execute sword moves while moving their bodies like a sword shadow steps, like flowing light. If mastered to perfection, one could even project sword shadows to confuse opponents while simultaneously executing sword techniques. Most importantly, since sword shadow step belongs to sword techniques, he can gain points on his panel. This means Chen Guanyu would not encounter any bottlenecks while practicing sword shadow step. This is it. Chen Guanyu decisively made his choice, holding the jade slip as he walked towards the exit. The gray-robed elder, seeing him emerge so quickly, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but did not ask further. He simply took the jade slip for registration and waved him off to leave. Upon returning to his cave, Chen Guanyu eagerly took out the jade slip of the sword shadow step and infused his spiritual power into it. A torrent of information flooded his mind as he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, carefully comprehending. The sword shadow step is indeed profound. Ordinary movement techniques are merely methods of relocation, but this art integrates the essence of the sword into its steps. Every step taken feels as if a sword is being unleashed. Movement is an attack, and an attack can also be movement. Therefore, mastering this technique requires a thorough understanding of swordsmanship, otherwise one will achieve little despite great effort. What a treasure! Chen Guanyu opened his eyes, excitement flashing within them. If he could master this technique, combined with the perfected radiant sword art, his strength would surely ascend to another level. With this thought, Chen Guanyu no longer hesitated and stood up, heading to the edge of the cliff outside his cave. The terrain here was spacious, perfectly suited for practicing movement techniques. Taking a deep breath, Chen Guanyu began to attempt the first step according to the instructions in the jade slip. First form of sword shadow step, sword draws with the shadow. With a misstep, Chen Guanyu's spiritual power circulated along a specific route, and he suddenly surged forward 3 zhang. However, as soon as he landed, he felt unsteady and nearly stumbled. No, the spiritual power is moving too quickly and my steps can't keep up. Chen Guanyu steadied himself, contemplating. This is the difficulty of movement techniques requiring perfect coordination between body and spiritual power. A slight miscalculation can lead to imbalance. Nevertheless, Chen Guanyu did not lose heart. With his panel aiding him, as long as he practiced diligently, success was only a matter of time. He immediately began to practice repeatedly at the edge of the cliff. 2 hours later, Chen Guanyu took another step. This time his form stabilized considerably. Although still somewhat awkward, he could manage to control his direction. There's progress. Chen Guanyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and summoned his panel. Name: Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi refinement, level 7, sword arts, radiant sword art, perfected 01000, sword shadow step, beginner, 1220. Panel introduction. The host can only gain points by cultivating sword arts, and points can only be used on the sword arts being cultivated. Indeed, practicing sword shadow step can also earn points. Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, as long as he practiced diligently, mastering sword shadow step would merely be a matter of time. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from below the mountain. Junior brother Chen. Junior brother Chen. Chen Guanyu looked up and saw Zhan Yanggang climbing up the mountain, waving at him. Chen Guanyu's lips twitched. How did this guy find him? He remembered not notifying anyone. Senior brother Zhan, what brings you here? Chen Guanyu approached. I just missed you. Zhan Yanggang chuckled as he examined Chen Guanyu's cave. Tisk junior brother Chen, your taste is quite good. This place is both secluded and picturesque. Chen Guanyu smiled and nodded. It's just luck, in such a great location there are surprisingly no other caves, so naturally I took this one. After saying that, Chen Guanyu glanced behind Zhan Yanggong, noticing no sign of Jiang Yinru, and asked with curiosity, Senior Brother Zhan, didn't Senior Brother Jiang come with you? Zhan Yanggong's face showed a hint of helplessness. Brother Yinru has a relative at home who has just broken through to Foundation establishment and is hosting a banquet. As a junior, he naturally had to attend. I see. Chen Guanyu nodded, no longer probing further. Seeing this, Zhan Yanggong shrugged. Well, enough about him. I came to ask you, Junior Brother, why did Elder Fong seek you out? You didn't offend any of his family's juniors, did you? Not at all. Elder Fong sought me out simply because my swordsmanship is quite good and he wanted to understand me better. Chen Guanyu did not elaborate on this matter since he and Zhan Yanggong were not very familiar and many things did not need to be disclosed. Haha, Junior Brother Chen, you're not being honest. Zhan Yanggong laughed, fanning Chen Guanyu with his fan. However, seeing that Chen Guanyu had no intention of explaining, he did not press further and continued, the main reason I came this time is to inform you of the locations of my cave and Brother Yinru's, so it will be easier for us to communicate in the future. By the way, how did you know I live here, Senior Brother Zhan? Chen Guanyu asked with a puzzled expression. Well, Zhan Yanggong smiled mysteriously. Although I entered the sect in the same batch as you, I have been cultivating in the Xingyun sect since childhood, so I know many people in the inner sect. Brother Yinru is the same. The reason? Junior Brother Chen, you should know, it's because of my elder grandfather. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanyu was not surprised. With that said, it would be easy for Zhan Yanggong to find his cave. Alright. Zhan Yanggong patted Chen Guanyu's shoulder. Let me tell you the locations of Brother Yinru's and my caves, so if you need anything you can just find us. In that case, thank you, Senior Brother Zhan. Haha, Junior Brother Chen, you're too polite. After sending off Zhan Yanggong, Chen Guanyu continued to practice Sword Shadow Step. 3 days passed in a blink. During these 3 days, Chen Guanyu hardly left his cave, dedicating all his time to practicing Sword Shadow Step and Radiant Sword Art aside from necessary rest. Although his current focus was on Sword Shadow Step, he did not neglect Radiant Sword Art, for after attaining perfection, he still needed to continue comprehending it, striving to fully integrate this sword art into himself. One day, while practicing Sword Shadow Step at the cliff's edge, Chen Guanyu suddenly sensed his identity jade token warming slightly. He took out the token, infused it with spiritual power, and a message entered his mind. Intersect Disciple Chen Guanyu, please report to the task hall before noon tomorrow to receive your intersect task. Failure to collect it on time will result in disciplinary action according to sect rules. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. Intersect disciples are required to complete tasks. He hadn't been aware of this. However, thinking it through, it was reasonable. The sect was not a charitable institution, and with so many disciples there had to be some form of reciprocation. Chen Guanyu put away the jade token, deciding to visit the task hall tomorrow. As for now, Chen Guanyu opened his panel. It showed that the status of Sword Shadow Step had updated from Sword Shadow Step Beginner 1220 to Sword Shadow Step Entry 1150. The progress is quite satisfactory. Chen Guanyu was pleased with his progress and allocated another point to Sword Shadow Step. For the remaining time, he would continue practicing. The next day at noon, Chen Guanyu arrived at the task hall on time. The task hall, located on the mountainside of Yuhua Mountain's main peak, was a 3-story pavilion, and many inner disciples were already coming in and out. As Chen Guanyu entered the grand hall, he saw the walls adorned with numerous jade slips, each documenting a task accompanied by notes on the rewards of contribution points or spirit stones. There were tasks for collecting spiritual herbs, hunting magical beasts, escorting merchant caravans, and even capturing runaway disciples. The difficulty of the tasks ranged from 1 star to 5 stars, with rewards varying from a few points to several hundred contribution points. While Chen Guanyu was observing, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Junior Brother Chen, are you here to take a task too? Turning around, Chen Guanyu recognized Jiang Yinru, who was accompanied by Zhan Yanggong. Greetings, Senior Brother Jiang and Senior Brother Zhan, Chen Guanyu said with cupped hands. Junior Brother Chen, it's been days since we last met. I've missed you dearly, Zhan Yanggong exclaimed, moving closer to Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu quickly sidestepped and awkwardly laughed. Senior Brother Zhan, you jest. Jiang Yinru chuckled, putting an arm around Chen Guanyu's shoulder. Come on, let's take a task together. There's one that requires 3 people, and the reward is quite good. What task? Chen Guanyu asked, momentarily taken aback. Look, that one. Jiang Yinru pointed to a jade slip on the wall. Following his finger, Chen Guanyu saw the jade slip stating, task: eliminate the magical beasts on the eastern side of Wakey Mountain. According to reports, a first-tier superior magical beast, the Swift Wind Wolf, has appeared in the eastern forest, having attacked passing disciples multiple times. 3 people are required to form a team to hunt it down. Reward: 50 contribution points each. A first-tier superior magical beast is equivalent to a late-stage Qi refining cultivator. The Swift Wind Wolf is known for its speed and is indeed difficult to deal with. However, with the 3 of them joining forces, it should not be a problem. So, junior brother, Chen, do you want to go together? Jiang Yinru asked. Chen Guanyu thought for a moment and nodded sure. After all, the task must be done, and rather than taking those boring collection tasks, it's better to take one that can hone our combat abilities. Moreover, with strong teammates like Jiang Yinru and Zhan Yonggang accompanying him, there was a significant assurance of safety. The three of them accepted the task and set off towards the eastern side of Weiqi Mountain. Weiqi Mountain is located about 10 miles outside the Xingyun sect, almost considered a part of the sect. Due to regular cleanup by the Xingyun sect's patrolling disciples, there are rarely any enlightened spirits in Weiqi Mountain, let alone first-tier magical beasts equivalent to chi refining cultivators. Thus, the first-tier superior swift wind wolf mentioned in the task most likely strayed in from outside Weiqi Mountain and probably has no significant background, not being a descendant of any major demon. Because major demons are aware of the proximity to the Xingyun sect and would not allow their offspring to take risks here. Therefore, Chen Guanyu, Jiang Yinru, and Zhan Yonggang made their way quite leisurely, completely unhurried, after leaving the Xingyun sect, chatting as they walked towards Weiqi Mountain. About an hour later, just as the three entered the vicinity of Weiqi Mountain, a disheveled figure came running out from the mountain. Judging by his appearance, he was likely a hunter from the nearby villages. When Chen Guanyu saw him, he noticed the hunter had also seen him. The man froze for a moment, then dashed over as if he had found a lifeline. As a commoner living outside the Xingyun sect, he naturally recognized the attire of the sect's disciples. Immortals, please, a few immortals help me. The hunter knelt on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling. Please save my fellow villagers. Jiang Yinru frowned and stepped forward to help the hunter up. Calm down, take your time. What happened? The hunter gasped for breath, fear in his eyes. We are hunters from Qingstone village down the mountain. Today, more than 20 of us entered the mountain together to hunt, hoping to bring back some game for winter. But we encountered a monster. A monster? Chen Guanyu's heart stirred. What kind of monster? A wolf. A particularly large wolf. The hunter gestured with his hands spread wide. It was as big as a calf with a grayish-blue coat, and it ran so fast that its shadow was barely visible. While we were chasing a wild boar, it suddenly pounced out and killed our villager Zhang with one bite. The others scattered in all directions. I was lucky to escape, but the others. At this point, the hunter's eyes were red, his voice choked. Chen Guanyu and the other two exchanged glances. It must be the swift wind wolf, Zhan Yonggang said, putting away his folding fan, his expression turning serious. It seems this beast has already injured quite a few people. Yinru is right. Jiang Yinru nodded, looking at the hunter. Which direction did your fellow villagers flee? The hunter trembled, pointing deep into the forest east. In the valley to the east. I heard the most screams from that direction when I escaped. Jiang Yinru's face showed anger. Damn beast, how dare it commit crimes right in front of the Xingyun sect's gate. It must be slain today. Brother Yinru is right, Zhan Yonggang nodded. And if those hunters are still alive, we should save as many as we can. Chen Guanyu shared the same sentiment and patted the hunter on the shoulder. Can you guide us? The hunter gritted his teeth, still trembling, but nodded firmly. I can. If you immortals are willing to save my fellow villagers, I will risk my life to lead you in. All right. Chen Guanyu unsheathed the black iron longsword from his back. You lead the way in front, but don't go too far from us. The hunter took a deep breath and turned to walk into the forest. The three followed closely behind, stepping into the depths of Weiqi Mountain. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew denser and the light dimmer. The hunter hurriedly ran to the place where he had previously scattered from his companions, then followed the traces at the scene towards a specific location. This way, the hunter pointed to a thicket. Someone ran past here. The traces of the broken branches are still fresh. Following him through the thicket, the three soon came across a corpse. It was a middle-aged hunter, his chest torn open by sharp claws, already lifeless. Upon seeing this scene, the hunter's eyes turned red again, but he held back his sorrow and continued forward. Along the way, they discovered several more corpses, some with their throats bitten through, others with their bellies ripped open, all having met a tragic end. Damn beast. Jiang Yinru tightened his grip on the spear, anger flashing in his eyes. Just then a shout came from up ahead. Someone's ahead. Chen Guanyu's spirit lifted. Quick. The four quickened their pace, following the sound. Turning past a grove, they found themselves in a clearing, which was precisely the valley the hunter had mentioned. In the valley, 3 or 4 hunters were backed against a large rock, armed with forks and knives, looking fearfully at the front. Opposite them, a giant wolf with a grayish-blue coat was slowly pacing, its eerie green eyes mockingly fixated on the hunters, seemingly relishing their fear. That's it, the hunter exclaimed in a trembling voice. As the swift wind wolf heard the commotion, it turned its head and spotted Chen Guanyu and the others. The gale wolf was as large as a calf, its fur standing on end like steel needles, and its eerie green eyes fixed intently on Chen Guanyu and the other two, with blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. Gale wolf. Jiang Yinmio's pupils constricted as he tightened his grip on the spear. Something's wrong. Xuanhuang stared at the Gale Wolf, a sense of unease rising in his heart. The aura of this Gale Wolf is far stronger than that of a typical first-tier high-grade beast. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Gale Wolf sprang into action. Fast. So fast that its shadow was almost untraceable. Chen Guanyu barely caught a glimpse of a grayish figure lunging at him. Clang! Chen Guanyu instinctively drew his sword, and the flash of the sword collided with the Gale Wolf's sharp claws. Clang! The ringing of metal echoed as Chen Guanyu felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending him flying backward, sliding several feet, before he barely managed to stabilize himself. This beast is incredibly strong. Chen Guanyu was shocked. He had failed to cast his sword technique due to the sudden turn of events, and thus found himself at a disadvantage in this direct confrontation. Chen Jr. brother, Xuanhuang exclaimed, waving his folding fan, and several wind blades whistled out, slicing towards the Gale Wolf. The Gale Wolf quickly dodged the blades with an agile movement, turning to swipe at Xuanhuang. Watch out! Jiang Yimiao shouted loudly, his spear like a dragon thrusting straight at the Gale Wolf's throat. The Gale Wolf had no choice but to abandon its attack on Xuanhuang and turn to engage Jiang Yimiao. Chen Guanyu took the opportunity to steady himself and carefully observe the movements of the Gale Wolf. This beast was incredibly fast, but Jiang Yimiao's spear skills were also impressive as he wielded his spear with great vigor, exchanging blows with the Gale Wolf. However, it was evident to anyone watching that Jiang Yimiao was at a disadvantage and defeat was merely a matter of time. In terms of equal cultivation level, the physical strength of beasts far surpassed that of human cultivators, and Jiang Yimiao had only trained in spear techniques, not physical cultivation, making him fundamentally weaker than the Gale Wolf. This isn't right, Chen Guanyu pondered. The strength of this Gale Wolf far exceeds that of a typical first-tier high-grade beast. It's even approaching the peak of the first tier. If it is at the peak of the first tier, then it is equivalent to the perfection of the 9th level of Qi refinement, which means it has 1 foot in foundation establishment. Chen Guanyu had no time to think further as Jiang Yimiao was already on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yimiao thrust his spear like a dragon, each strike emitting a fierce spear light, but the Gale Wolf's speed was simply too fast, often dodging just as his spear arrived. Shoo! Another claw swiped past. Although Jiang Yimiao managed to evade by turning sideways, a large piece of his sleeve was torn away, revealing the protective arm underneath. Yimiao brother, I will assist you. Xuanhuang retracted his folding fan, quickly forming hand seals with spiritual energy surging around him. In the next moment, 3 wind blades coalesced before him in a triangular formation, racing towards the Gale Wolf, cutting off its escape route. The Gale Wolf's eerie green eyes flashed with a hint of wariness. It shifted its body and miraculously evaded the wind blades by 3 feet, just as they were about to strike. But in that moment of evasion, Jiang Yimiao's spear had already pierced through. The spear tip sank into flesh, blood spraying. The Gale Wolf let out a chilling howl, a gash torn into its lower back, yet instead of retreating it became even more ferocious, turning to bite at Jiang Yimiao's throat. Not good. Jiang Yimiao was alarmed. His spear had been thrust too deeply, making it temporarily impossible to withdraw. Just then, buzz! A blinding white light suddenly illuminated half the valley. The Gale Wolf's pupils contracted as it instinctively tried to evade, but it was already too late. The sword light surged like a rainbow, directly cleaving towards its head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. The Gale Wolf was sent flying by the sword strike, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Chen Guanyu stood with his sword surrounded by swirling sword energy. It was the finishing move of the light control sword technique, the light capturing sword. Excellent sword technique. Jiang Yimiao took the chance to withdraw his spear and, breathing heavily, looked at Chen Guanyu. Thank you, junior brother Chen. Don't be too hasty in your thanks. This beast isn't dead yet. Chen Guanyu's gaze remained fixed on the distant Gale Wolf, his brow furrowed. That last strike had clearly struck the Gale Wolf's head, yet he had felt a tremendous resistance when the sword entered, as if striking against iron or stone. The Gale Wolf slowly rose, and everyone could finally see that a deep sword mark marred its forehead, nearly exposing the bone, yet it was not fatal. Why is this beast's bone so hard? Xuanhuang gasped in shock. The Gale Wolf's gaze locked onto Chen Guanyu, its eerie green eyes filled with resentment and caution. It let out a low growl as the flesh around its wound began to visibly squirm, healing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Not good, it's healing. Jiang Yimiao's expression changed. Chen Guanyu's gaze sharpened as he suddenly noticed a faint golden glimmer flickering at the center of the Gale Wolf's forehead. Look, there's something on its forehead, Chen Guanyu said in a deep voice. Xuanhuang and Jiang Yimiao followed his gaze and indeed discovered the anomaly. That is a beast's inner core. No, a first-tier beast hasn't formed an inner core yet. Xuanhuang furrowed his brow in thought, suddenly changing his expression. Could it be an aberrant beast? An aberrant beast. Chen Guanyu was taken aback. Indeed, Xuanhuang quickly explained, some beasts undergo mutations due to fortuitous circumstances, their strength far surpassing that of their peers. This Gale Wolf's defense and regeneration capabilities are extraordinarily high, likely a result of some mutation. It must have consumed certain rare treasures, and of a high grade. Regardless of whether it's an aberrant beast, we must kill it today, or otherwise it will become a major threat in the future. Jiang Yimiao tightened his grip on his spear, his voice resolute. Understood. Chen Guanyu nodded, firmly gripping his sword. No sooner had he spoken than the Gale Wolf moved again. This time its target was not Jiang Yimiao or Xuanhuang, but Chen Guanyu. Clearly that last sword strike had made it hold a grudge against Chen Guanyu. Damn! Chen Guanyu cursed internally. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, swiftly shifting his stance as he moved laterally for a short distance. Sword shadow step. The Gale Wolf lunged, but missed about to turn when it saw Chen Guanyu's figure appear beside it, slashing at its waist. Shoo! The sword's edge sank into flesh, tearing another gash. The Gale Wolf yelped in pain, swiping its claws at Chen Guanyu, but Chen Guanyu flickered again, vanishing from the spot. Great footwork! Jiang Yinmiao's eyes lit up. When did junior brother Chen learn this technique? Xuanhuang also gasped in astonishment. The Gale Wolf lunged several times, but couldn't even graze the hem of Chen Guanyu's clothing, instead suffering additional wounds from him, which incited its fury. It threw its head back and howled, its grayish-blue fur bristling, and a faint blue light began to radiate around it. Not good, it's going to fight desperately. Xuanhuang's expression changed, and he quickly formed hand seals. Quick, stop it. No worries, I'll handle it. Jiang Yimiao shook his spear and charged at the Gale Wolf like a released arrow. Chen Guanyu also moved at the same time, executing the light control sword technique to its utmost, a beam of even more dazzling sword light slashing at the Gale Wolf's head. But it was already too late. The Gale Wolf's blue light intensified, and in the next moment countless wind blades erupted from its body, shooting out in all directions like a storm. Watch out! Jiang Yinmiao's spear spun wildly, forming a barrier in front of him, but the wind blades were too dense, and many still pierced through the barrier, leaving bloody lines on his body. Xuanhuang was agile in movement, but was also forced into a dire situation, his folding fan transformed into a small shield, struggling to hold up. As for Chen Guanyu, his cultivation was lower than both Jiang Yimiao and Xuanhuang, who, despite using the light control sword technique to block many wind blades, several still penetrated the sword barrier, slicing into Chen Guanyu. In just a few breaths, Chen Guanyu had accumulated numerous wounds, nearly becoming a bloodied figure. If I had known, I should have brought a defensive artifact. Chen Guanyu felt the pain across his body, regretting not having considered thoroughly for this encounter. Junior brother Chen. Jiang Yimiao frowned at the sight of Chen Guanyu covered in blood. He then shook his long spear and gritted his teeth, preparing to charge at the swift-winged wolf. Xuanhuang's expression was grave as he thrust his small shield forward, forcefully deflecting several wind blades and rushing to protect Chen Guanyu. Junior brother Chen, are you all right? Xuanhuang asked with some urgency. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth and looked at his wounds, the deepest one revealing the bone beneath. But at this moment, he couldn't care about that. His eyes were fixed on the distant swift-winged wolf. I won't die just yet. After unleashing this wave of wind blades, the beast's breath was noticeably weaker, and the golden light on its head dimmed significantly. Brother Yimiao, it's not going to last much longer. Xuanhuang said solemnly, this move consumes a lot of energy, it can't hold out for long. Then let's take advantage of its weakness and strike it down. Jiang Yimiao shouted, his spear like a dragon piercing directly at the swift-winged wolf's throat. The wolf let out a low growl, attempting to dodge, but its speed was clearly much slower than before, and Jiang Yimiao's spear struck its front leg. Sizzle! The spear tip pierced flesh, and the swift-winged wolf howled in pain, swiping its claws to knock Jiang Yimiao away. However, Jiang Yimiao was prepared and retreated several feet, landing steadily. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanhuang waved his folding fan, sending 3 wind blades slashing towards the swift-winged wolf's head. The wolf barely avoided 2 of them, but the third struck solidly at the golden glow in the center of its forehead. Awoo! The swift-winged wolf let out a mournful howl, the golden light in its forehead flickering violently, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Seeing this, Chen Guanyu steeled himself, enduring the excruciating pain, and gripped his sword tightly. Now's the time. He shifted his stance, executing the sword shadow step to its utmost, transforming into a fleeting shadow that charged towards the swift-winged wolf. The remaining spiritual energy within him surged wildly into the long sword, the light sword technique fully activated, and the sword glowed with a blinding white light. Light-absorbing sword. Fear flashed in the swift-winged wolf's emerald green eyes. It tried to evade, but found that the world was filled only with that flash of white. Its body no longer obeyed its commands. The sword light was like a rainbow, striking directly at its forehead. Boom! The white light exploded and the massive body of the swift-winged wolf collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chen Guanyu half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His sword plunged into the earth, barely supporting his body from falling. Did it? Die. He struggled to raise his head. The swift-winged wolf lay motionless on the ground, the golden glow in its forehead completely dissipated, revealing a crystal the size of a thumb still shimmering with a faint golden light. What is that? Xuanhuang leaned in to take a closer look, his eyes widening in shock. Beast core. What? Zhang Yimiao also approached astonished. How could a first-tier beast have a core? Isn't that only for second-tier and above beasts? Xuanhuang crouched down, carefully examining the golden crystal and swallowing hard. If it's a mutated beast, it's possible for it to condense a core before foundation establishment, but the odds are 1 in 10,000. Hearing their conversation, Chen Guanyu's heart stirred. He forced himself to stand and walked to the corpse of the swift-winged wolf. Sure enough, embedded in the wolf's forehead was a golden crystal about the size of a thumb, radiating a gentle warmth. Is this the beast core? Chen Guanyu asked curiously, this being the first time he had seen a beast core. Previously, while on a mission at Xingyan sect, he had encountered mostly mere mountain creatures which had just gained intelligence and possessed no cultivation. He had never seen a real first-tier beast like the swift-winged wolf before. That's right, Xuanhuang nodded, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Junior brother, Chen, you've struck gold this time. This core is a valuable item useful for alchemy, artifact refining, and even for formations worth a significant amount of spirit stones. Zhang Yimiao also smiled, saying, Congratulations, junior brother Chen. Although we took on the mission together, this core was earned by your sword strike, so it naturally belongs to you. Chen Guanyu was taken aback, looking at the two. I can't accept this. If it weren't for the help of both senior brothers, I would have long since perished under this beast's claws. This credit belongs to the three of us. How can I dare to take it all for myself? Xuanhuang and Zhang Yimiao exchanged glances, both smiling. Since junior brother Chen has said so. Xuanhuang waved his hand and continued, then Yimiao, and I won't be polite. Zhang Yimiao nodded and cheerfully said, Junior brother Chen, from now on we can take on missions together. But, as he spoke, Zhang Yimiao took out the beast core and placed it before Chen Guanyu. This beast core will be temporarily kept by junior brother. When we return you can sell it. Well, split it 50-50. This. My. Zhang Yimiao raised an eyebrow, interrupting Chen Guanyu. Junior brother, you don't need to refuse anymore. There will be plenty of opportunities for our three-way cooperation in the future. Don't worry about this momentary gain or loss. Xuanhuang added, Yimiao is right. With our combined strength, no one in the qi refining stage is our opponent, so all accounts should be clear to avoid hurting our feelings. In that case, thank you both, senior brothers. Chen Guanyu said, cupping his hands. He then stopped, declining, reaching out to take the golden crystal and stow it away. It felt warm to the touch, and he could faintly sense the surging spiritual energy within. What a treasure! Chen Guanyu thought to himself, feeling that the injury was worth it. At that moment, several hunters who had been hiding behind a boulder cautiously stepped forward. The leading hunter looked at the massive corpse of the swift-winged wolf on the ground, then at the bloodied Chen Guanyu and the others, and suddenly knelt down. Thank you, immortal, for saving our lives. Thank you, immortal, for saving our lives. The other hunters also knelt down, bowing their heads repeatedly. Chen Guanyu wanted to step forward to help them up, but as soon as he took a step, he was pulled back by Zhang Yimiao. He instinctively looked back and saw Zhang Yimiao gently shaking his head, saying, Junior brother, we are righteous cultivators and can stand up for mortals, but we must not get too close, especially without any distinction in status. These mortals are just lucky to encounter us, and we valued their lives enough to save a few. If someone else were to take this mission, they might not even care whether they live or die. We saved these mortals, and we can bear the consequences of our actions. This is the rule, it cannot be broken. Chen Guanyu was taken aback by these words, but seeing that Xuanhuang was also not inclined to speak, he nodded, indicating that he would not approach. After a moment, Zhang Yimiao saw that it was sufficient and said, All right, you all go see if there are any other fellow villagers still alive. We'll take the beast's corpse with us to avoid attracting other beasts. The hunters nodded repeatedly and hurried into the depths of the valley. After the hunters left, Chen Guanyu looked at the corpse of the swift-winged wolf, scratching his head. What should we do with this? Should the three of us carry it back? Xuanhuang rolled his eyes. Carry it. Do you think we are mortals? He said, taking out a palm-sized cloth bag and tossing it into the air. The bag expanded in the wind, quickly growing to about 10 feet in size, the opening wide enough to suck the corpse of the swift-winged wolf inside. Is your storage bag this big? Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up. Hee, just a little gadget. Xuanhuang proudly shook the bag in his hand. My old man gave it to me. It has a space of about 5 zhong, not much capacity. Chen Guanyu nodded, secretly envious. This is the advantage of having a background. As a cultivator from the lower Xingyan sect, his storage bag could only hold a space of 1 zhong. All right, mission accomplished. Oh, let's head back. Zhang Yimiao clapped his hands. Junior brother Chen, you are seriously injured and need to return quickly to heal. Chen Guanyu nodded, and the three turned to leave the Qi mountain. On the way, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but ask, Senior brother Zhan, what exactly is the use of the beast core? Xuanhuang thought for a moment and explained, there are many uses. For alchemy, it can be used to create pills that enhance cultivation. For refining, it can be embedded in magical artifacts to increase their power. If used for formations, it can serve as the eye of the formation. But the most common use is still for alchemy. Then how much is this core worth in spirit stones? Chen Guanyu asked again. Xuanhuang extended a finger. At least 300 low-grade spirit stones to start. If someone is in urgent need, it could go for 400 to 500 as well. Chen Guanyu gasped. 300 low-grade spirit stones could buy a decent mid-grade, first-tier magical artifact. Despite being heavily injured this time, he made a huge profit. An hour later, Chen Guanyu and the others finally returned to the Xingyan sect. As soon as they entered the mountain gate, Chen Guanyu felt his body grow weak. Although his wounds had stopped bleeding and he had changed into fresh clothes, the pain remained unabated. Chen, you should go back and heal first. In Ro and I will handle the tasks of mission. Xuanhuang, noticing his pale complexion, rarely became serious. Zhang Yinru nodded in agreement. Exactly, Chen, you rest first. We can inform the managing disciples about your contribution. You don't need to go. Saying this, he took out a small vial from his storage bag and handed it to Chen Guanyu. Chen, this is a rejuvenation pill effective for healing. Take it with you. Chen Guanyu initially wanted to decline, but he truly couldn't hold on any longer, so he nodded. Then I thank both of you, Xianxia. After saying this, he dragged his exhausted body towards Yuhua Mountain. As he reached the foot of Yuhua Mountain, he heard someone calling him. Chen Guanyu looked toward the sound and saw Wen Xiu limping up the mountain waving at him. Chen Guanyu's corner of his mouth twitched. This fellow's leg still wasn't fully healed. How did he manage to come to the inner sect? Old one, what brings you here? Chen Guanyu approached him. I just missed you. Wen Xiu grinned as he came closer. It's not convenient to talk here. Old one, come with me up the mountain, just in time to see my cave dwelling. Chen Guanyu invited. That sounds great. You're a good friend. Even after becoming successful, you haven't forgotten about me, your good brother. What happened to you? You're injured. Wen Xiu suddenly noticed the wounds on Chen Guanyu, his expression filled with surprise. In his view, there shouldn't be many fellow cultivators at the same level who could injure his good brother, not even the talents of the inner sect. Cough, cough, I got injured while on a mission. Let's talk about it in the cave dwelling. All right then. Wen Xiu nodded with some worry as he accompanied Chen Guanyu up the mountain. After a while, the two arrived at the cave dwelling. Taking a look around at Chen Guanyu's cave, he exclaimed, Tisk, tisk, this is the cave of an inner sect disciple. It's much better than our outer sects. Chen Guanyu also observed Wen Xiu, who was now wearing a dark robe with white sleeves, which was the attire of outer sect disciples. How's it going? Are you doing well in the outer sect? Chen Guanyu asked. Of course. Wen Xiu proudly patted his chest. Though my leg was nearly crippled, I managed to get through. Now I am also an outer sect disciple of the Xingyan sect. Chen Guanyu smiled, genuinely happy for his friend. By the way, Guanyu, seeing you injured like this, I might not have good healing pills to offer, but I do have some hemostatic powder which I just exchanged from the sect yesterday. Saying this, Wen Xiu took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table. Ha ha ha, then I'll graciously accept your gift, my righteous father. Chen Guanyu laughed heartily and took the hemostatic powder. By the way, I came to find you for a serious matter. Wen Xiu suddenly became serious. Over in the outer sect, there are a few dim-witted fellows who know you are my brother and want me to help introduce them. They say they want to befriend you, this inner sect genius. Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. Befriend me? Yes. Wen Xiu nodded. Now you are well known. You defeated Feng Zitten, who is at the 9th layer of Qi refining while you are only at the 6th layer, and you broke through to the 7th layer during the battle. You even mastered a sword technique at the perfect realm. You are in the inner sect, so you might not know this, but this news has spread like wildfire in the outer sect. Many people say that although you only have a medium-grade spirit root, which doesn't compare to other inner sect geniuses, your talent in swordsmanship is astonishing, and you will surely achieve great things in the future, so they want to get close to you early on. Chen Guanyu smiled non-committally upon hearing this. The reality of the cultivation world is quite stark. If you have value, naturally others will seek to befriend you. If you are mediocre, then no one will pay you any mind. What did you say? Chen Guanyu asked. What could I say? Wen Xiu shrugged. I told them my brother is busy with cultivation and has no time to deal with them. However, there are a few who genuinely want to befriend you. I feel they are reliable. The Guanyu, what do you think? Do you want to meet them? Chen Guanyu thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, not for now. I just entered the inner sect, and it's important for me to stabilize my foundation and improve my strength first. Moreover, I got injured on this mission, so it's really inconvenient. Fine, then I'll go back and decline their invitation. Since you're injured this time, they won't insist on it anymore. Wen Xiu didn't mind and chatted with Chen Guanyu for a while longer. After learning about the details of his mission, he took his leave. After Wen Xiu left, Chen Guanyu slumped onto the mat, gasping heavily. The battle against the Swift-Wind Wolf had been truly brutal. If not for the sword shadow step and the light sword technique along with Zhang Yongang and Zhang Yinru, he would have long since perished under the claws of that Swift-Wind Wolf. My cultivation is still too low, Chen Guanyu murmured. If he had the cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refining, he could probably slay that Swift-Wind Wolf with just a few strikes, so why was he in such a dire situation? Thinking this, Chen Guanyu took out the golden beast crystal core from his pocket. The crystal core felt warm to the touch, and he could faintly sense the surging spiritual power contained within. A good item, but unfortunately I can't use it right now. Chen Guanyu looked at it a few times before storing the crystal core in his storage bag, planning to sell it in the market at the foot of the mountain tomorrow. Afterward, he took a healing pill from the stone shelf and swallowed it. This was a pill that inner sect disciples could receive every month. Although it was of low grade, it was sufficient for injuries during the Qi refining stage. As for the rejuvenation pill given by Zhang Yinru, although it was of a higher grade than the pills distributed by the sect, Chen Guanyu did not plan to use it. After all, his relationship with Zhang Yinru was not strong enough to trust him completely. Who knows if Zhang Yinru would have added something he didn't know about to that rejuvenation pill. With Zhang Yinru's status, it would be easy for him to obtain some items. After taking the pill, Chen Guanyu cleared his mind, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a warm current that flowed through his meridians to his limbs and bones. The spiritual power within Chen Guanyu began to circulate on its own, working in conjunction with the medicinal effects to repair the damaged tissues. This sitting lasted nearly an entire night. When Chen Guanyu opened his eyes again, the sky outside the cave had already darkened. He let out a deep breath, releasing a cloud of stale air, and moved his shoulders. Although the wounds on his body had not completely healed, they had formed scabs and no longer pained him. His internal injuries were mostly healed as well. As long as he refrained from intense battles and rested for a few days, he would fully recover. The recovery ability of a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator is quite strong, far surpassing that of mid-stage and early-stage cultivators. Although the healing pills provided by the sect are not of high grade, their effectiveness is indeed commendable. Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction, stood up to stretch his muscles, and then summoned the interface. Name Chen Guanyu, age 16 years, cultivation Qi refinement level 7, sword technique Yuguang sword art perfected 3 sword shadow step initiation 5150 interface description. The host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and the points can only be used on the sword techniques being cultivated. Chen Guanyu was taken aback. Why did the proficiency of the Yuguang sword art increase by 2 points? He thought carefully and suddenly realized. In today's battle against the Gale Wolf, he had used the Yuguang sword art multiple times, especially when delivering the final blow to the Gale Wolf, where he had fully unleashed the sword technique. Ordinary practice and sparring can increase sword technique proficiency, but the speed of improvement is not as fast as in real combat. I see now. Chen Guanyu pondered. It seems I can engage in more real battles in the future. This was good news. If he wanted to quickly enhance his sword technique proficiency in addition to diligent practice, he could also gain points through actual combat. However, seeing the number of points needed to perfect the Yuguang sword art, Chen Guanyu felt a headache coming on. 10,000 points. Even if he practiced swordplay every day, gaining 10 points a day would still take 1,000 days, nearly 3 years, to break through again. Moreover, he did not even know what realm awaited him after perfection. It seems I need to find more opportunities for battle, Chen Guanyu murmured. As for sword shadow step, he had used it several times in battle today, so his points had increased significantly. Coupled with the previous 1 point he had added, he now had 5 points. Though slow progress was still being made. It was all good news. Forget it, I won't think too much about it, Chen Guanyu said, shaking his head and taking out the beast crystal core from his pocket. The golden crystal core emitted a faint glow in the dim cave, looking quite beautiful. Chen Guanyu toyed with it for a while, contemplating his visit to the market today. At the foot of the Xingyun sect, there was a market called Yunji Market, specifically established as a trading place for sect disciples. Inside there were both shops opened by the sect and stalls set up by wandering cultivators where various cultivation resources could be found. It was considered the favorite trading place for low-level disciples, since sect contribution points could only be exchanged for resources within the sect, and any purchases were recorded. Although it was not a big deal, many cultivators disliked this recording method, as no one wanted their practice techniques or possessed magical artifacts to be discovered by others. Such knowledge would make them feel insecure. This crystal core can sell for at least 300 spirit stones. With the 100 contribution points rewarded by the sect, I can consider myself to have a modest asset now. Chen Guanyu thought happily. He then took out the jade slip given to him by Feng Qing. Today's battle had made him deeply appreciate the importance of strength. If he hadn't broken through to Qi refinement level 7 before the battle and coincidentally perfected the Xuanhuang sword art, he would have been the one to die today. Therefore, he must enhance his strength as soon as possible. Chen Guanyu probed his divine sense into the jade slip, and instantly a wealth of information surged into his mind. The jade slip contained a first-tier high-grade sword technique called Liuguang sword art along with insights from a senior sword cultivator on the sword path. Chen Guanyu first carefully read the insights from that senior. This senior was evidently a sword fanatic writing extensively over 10,000 words detailing the progression from the initiation of sword techniques to minor accomplishments, major accomplishments, perfection, and finally to the creation of one's own sword technique. I see. Chen Guanyu nodded as he read. According to this senior, the cultivation of sword techniques is divided into 4 realms: initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Initiation is mastering the basic moves. A minor accomplishment is being able to use them skillfully. A major accomplishment is grasping the sword intent of the practiced technique. Perfection is completely mastering the practiced sword technique. Above perfection, there exists the realm of integration. At this realm, the sword technique is no longer merely a set of moves, but has become integrated into the cultivator's instincts. Every action embodies the sword technique, and a casual strike can unleash its full power. One can also make certain alterations to the sword technique based on what they have practiced, turning it into a part of themselves, but it still cannot compare to the level of the sword technique's creator. Beyond that is the creation of one's own sword technique. That requires a deep understanding of the sword path, enabling the cultivator to innovate and forge their own path. Before reaching the golden core stage, Chen Guanyu need not consider this. Leaving aside whether he has the talent for creating sword techniques, his short lifespan without the golden core would not allow him to devote most of his time to creating sword techniques. Integration. Chen Guanyu pondered. Currently, he had perfected the Xuanhuang sword art, but there was still a distance of 10,000 points to reach integration. According to that senior, an ordinary cultivator would take at least several decades, if not hundreds of years, to advance a sword technique from perfection to integration, and it also depends on their comprehension. Many sword cultivators are trapped by a bottleneck, unable to achieve any breakthroughs throughout their lives. However, he has the interface. As long as he has enough points, he can break through directly. This golden finger is truly against the heavens. Chen Guanyu couldn't help but sigh. However, whether initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, or integration, the sword intent involved is merely an imitation of the sword technique creator. A sword cultivator is only considered successful when they truly possess their own sword intent. Only by creating their own sword technique can they have a certain probability of comprehending their own sword intent. In the entire cultivation world, sword cultivators who reach such a level are as rare as a phoenix feather. Even within sects dedicated to sword cultivation, they can be considered geniuses of the sword path. However, in Chen Guanyu's eyes, this was still too far from him. He would consider it after successfully establishing his foundation and breaking through to the golden core. He then began to study the Liuguang sword art. This is a sword technique that emphasizes speed, focusing on being fast, accurate, and fierce. The sword strikes like flowing light, capable of unleashing several strikes in an instant, making it hard to defend against. Just looking at these, one would feel that the Liuguang sword art and the Xuanhuang sword art are quite similar, and in fact both were authored by cultivators of the same era within the Xingyun sect, making them akin to being from the same school. Unlike the light of the Xuanhuang sword art, the Liuguang sword art places more emphasis on flow, which refers to speed. The Xuanhuang sword art relies on sword light to harm, pursuing the power and range of the sword light. In contrast, the Liuguang sword art aims for victory through speed, focusing on the rapidity of sword strikes. If one could combine both sword techniques, with one being fast and the other slow, one rigid and the other flexible, the power would surely be greatly enhanced. Chen Guanyu became more and more excited, wishing he could start practicing right away. However, after glancing at his injuries, he dismissed the thought. First, I need to heal. They'll practice once I'm better, Chen Guanyu said to himself, putting the jade slip away, then sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, continuing to circulate his energy to heal. As for the market, it'll go in the afternoon. He truly felt too lazy to move right now. In the afternoon, Chen Guanyu paused his cultivation, feeling that his injuries had healed somewhat. He changed into a clean robe, strapped his mystic iron sword to his back, and left the cave. Yunji Market, located about 5 miles outside the Xingyun sect's mountain gate, was established by the sect itself. Chen Guanyu followed the mountain path downward for about half an hour before spotting the outline of the market. The market was not large, but it had everything one might need. There were shops for pills, magical artifacts, talismans, and even places that specifically purchased materials from magical beasts. Chen Guanyu first wandered around to get a sense of the market. Because he was wearing the attire of an inner sect disciple, those he asked were more than willing to provide information. After all, the opportunity to meet an inner disciple of the Xingyun sect was not something anyone would take lightly, even if Chen Guanyu was merely asking questions. Finally, he arrived in front of a shop called Baibao Pavilion. This was the largest store in the market, reportedly owned by an elder of the Xingyun sect with a stellar reputation. As Chen Guanyu stepped into the store, a waiter approached him. "What can I help you with, esteemed guest?" The waiter greeted warmly, his gaze sweeping over Chen Guanyu's attire, leading to a more courteous demeanor. "An inner disciple is indeed a valuable customer. Do you buy magical beast crystal cores?" Chen Guanyu asked directly. The waiter's eyes lit up. "Of course we do. We certainly do. Please follow me, but this matter is beyond my authority. You'll need to consult our manager." Saying this, he led Chen Guanyu into a private room, served him some spiritual tea, and then stepped out. Moments later, a plump, middle-aged man walked in. "Haha, I apologize for keeping you waiting," he said with a smile, clasping his hands. "I am Qian, the manager of Baibao Pavilion. What grade of magical beast crystal core are you looking to sell?" he asked. "Could you show it to me now?" "Sure." Chen Guanyu wasted no time, taking out the golden crystal core and placing it on the table. Manager Qian's eyes brightened as he leaned in for a closer look. After a moment, he raised his head, surprise flashing in his eyes. "This is a crystal core from a Gale Wolf." "No, that's impossible. The Gale Wolf is a first-tier magical beast, and it rarely breaks into the second tier, so it shouldn't have a crystal core." Manager Qian frowned in thought, suddenly changing his expression. "Could it be a mutated magical beast?" "Indeed, you have a keen eye," Chen Guanyu nodded. His manager Qian took a deep breath, examined the crystal core carefully again, and finally nodded slowly. "It is indeed a crystal core from a mutated Gale Wolf, and of very high quality." Looking at Chen Guanyu, he asked, "Are you looking to sell it?" "Correct." "How much do you wish to sell it for?" Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment and asked, "What price can you offer?" Manager Qian contemplated for a moment and tentatively suggested, "How about 270 low-grade spirit stones?" "That's too low. This crystal core can at least sell for 300, and if someone is in urgent need, it could go for 400 to 500. Only 270 spirit stones. Are you making fun of me?" Manager Qian smiled wryly. "You're right, 300 spirit stones is the minimum price, but that's for outsiders. We need to make some profit in business. How about 350? That's the best price I can offer. This is only because you are a disciple of the Xingyun sect." Chen Guanyu thought for a moment, feeling that price was reasonable, and nodded. "All right, it's a deal." Manager Qian's expression changed, instantly beaming with joy as he took out 350 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, packed them in a pouch, and handed them to Chen Guanyu. "Please take care of this, and if you have any more good items in the future, come back to our Baibao Pavilion. We are one of the official enterprises of the Xingyun sect, and our prices are definitely fair." Chen Guanyu nodded, accepted the spirit stones, and stood up to take his leave. After exiting Baibao Pavilion, Chen Guanyu wandered around the market again, spending 50 spirit stones to buy a bottle of healing flesh and bone pill with better healing effects before returning to the sect. In the following days, Chen Guanyu led a life of a two-point line. He practiced sword techniques during the day and healed his injuries at night, occasionally gathering with Zhang Yanggang and Zhang Yinmo, living a fulfilling and tranquil life. Wen Xiu visited less frequently, but he mentioned he was on a mission, so Chen Guanyu decided not to disturb him. When his injuries were almost healed, Chen Guanyu returned to a very regular cultivation routine, just like when he was at Xingyun Temple. Every morning, he would practice the light control sword technique for an hour at the edge of the cliff. Although he had perfected this sword technique, and insight from a senior sword cultivator resonated well, a sword technique is like rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. Chen Guanyu wholeheartedly agreed. Even if he had perfected it, he needed to review it frequently to maintain his mastery over the sword technique. In the mornings and afternoons, he practiced the newly acquired flowing light sword technique and sword shadow step. In the evenings, he circulated his energy to heal and meditated to enhance his cultivation. Although the days were monotonous, Chen Guanyu found joy within, as he could clearly sense that his strength was improving every single day. If only he had such a panel during his previous life in school. One day, as usual, Chen Guanyu was practicing the flowing light sword technique at the cliff's edge. Swish! With a single sword strike, the sword light darted like a firefly, leaving a faint trace in the air. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword and stood still, slightly frowning. After half a month of hard training, his flowing light sword technique finally showed signs of improvement, though he still had a small distance to go before mastering it. He summoned the panel. Named Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi, refining level 7 sword techniques, light control sword technique, perfected 17 sword shadow step, entry 28150, flowing light sword technique, unmastered 2 panel description. The host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the practiced sword techniques. "I still need 4 more points," Chen Guanyu murmured. At the current pace, in 3 or 4 days, he would be able to master the flowing light sword technique. By then, his strength would increase once again. This sense of progress through effort was something Chen Guanyu truly enjoyed. After a brief rest, as he prepared to continue practicing his identity, jade card suddenly felt warm. He took out the jade card, infused it with spiritual energy, and a message entered his mind. Inner disciple Chen Guanyu, please gather at the transmission hall before the hour of Chen tomorrow. The sect will conduct a 3-day teaching session for newly admitted inner disciples. Unless you have a mission, failure to arrive on time will result in a deduction of 100 contribution points. Chen Guanyu was taken aback, then recalled that he had heard Xuanhuang mention this before. The sect arranges for elders to conduct a 3-day teaching session for newly admitted inner disciples, explaining cultivation insights and techniques. This could be considered a benefit for new disciples, as regular teachings are conducted once a month by Foundation establishment deacons, while lectures by Golden Core elders occur only once every 3 to 4 years. To outside wandering cultivators, this is an opportunity that is hard to come by. Tomorrow at the hour of Chen Guanyu, put away the jade card. I'll just practice until here today and go back to rest well. Many believe that disciples of cultivation sects are stronger than wandering cultivators, thinking they have the sect's protection and richer cultivation resources, and that their talents are generally better due to the selection process. However, there is another immensely important aspect: the transmission of teachings. Disciples of the sect, regardless of background, have numerous opportunities to listen to the teachings of the sect's seniors. These experiences from the sect's seniors are the truly sought-after cultivation resources, far more valuable than the trial-and-error methods of wandering cultivators. The guidance of predecessors is extremely precious to sect disciples. It is precisely thanks to the experiences of higher-tier cultivators that lower-tier disciples in the sect can consistently break through and maintain a stable number, ensuring the long-lasting prosperity of the sect. The next day at dawn, Chen Guanyu arrived punctually at the transfer hall. The transfer hall, located at the summit of Yuhua Mountain, was a grand edifice capable of accommodating hundreds. At this time, many people were already seated inside the hall, most of whom were disciples who entered the inner sect alongside Chen Guanyu, with a few unfamiliar faces who must have joined previously. Chen Guanyu glanced around and quickly spotted Jiang Yinru and Xuanhuang. "Chen Shidi, over here." Xuanhuang waved enthusiastically. Chen Guanyu walked over and sat beside the two. "Chen Shidi, have your injuries healed?" Jiang Yinru asked. "Almost healed," Chen Guanyu replied. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Jiang." "That's good to hear," Jiang Yinru smiled. "You have no idea." Just as the three were chatting, a figure suddenly stopped beside Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu looked up and was momentarily taken aback. The newcomer was Feng Zitten. After half a month, Feng Zitten still held her cold and proud demeanor, but the gaze she cast at Chen Guanyu was less disdainful and more complex. "Chen Guanyu," Feng Zitten said coolly. "Feng Shimi." Chen Guanyu stood and cupped his hands respectfully, maintaining an air of humility and dignity. Xuanhuang couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Zitten had lost to Chen Guanyu in the selection trial for entering the sect, and thus was only an outer disciple. In contrast, Chen Guanyu was an inner disciple, so according to the sect's rules, even if Chen Guanyu's cultivation was not as advanced as Feng Zitten's, he was still her senior. Feng Zitten's direct address of Chen Guanyu by name clearly indicated her reluctance to call him senior brother, aiming to avoid losing face in conversation, which was a cover for her previous defeat. However, Chen Guanyu's prompt reference to her as Feng Shimi effectively punctured her little scheme. Feng Zitten's cheeks flushed slightly, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. She stared at him for a moment before suddenly saying, "Last time I was careless. Next time I won't lose." Without waiting for Chen Guanyu's response, she turned and walked a short distance away to sit down. Chen Guanyu, Jiang Yinru, and Xuanhuang exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. "Ha ha, Chen Shidi, looks like someone has taken an interest in you." Xuanhuang laughed while slapping his thigh. Jiang Yinru added with a smile. "Although Feng Zitten's talent isn't remarkable, she is notoriously proud. For her to remember you is quite an achievement." Chen Guanyu shook his head helplessly and sat back down. He wasn't afraid of being remembered. He wouldn't lose anything. If the selection trial occurred again, he would still defeat Feng Zitten in the competition. Moments later, a figure walked in from outside the hall. Everyone looked up to see an elder in a blue robe with white hair and a kind face. It was Elder Feng Qing, who presided over the selection trials. "Greetings, Elder Feng." All the disciples greeted in unison. Elder Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. "Today marks your first lecture after entering the inner sect, and I will be the one to teach." Elder Feng surveyed the room, not pausing even slightly on Chen Guanyu, as if he didn't recognize this disciple at all. In the path of cultivation, the foundation is of utmost importance. If the foundation is unstable, it is like a castle in the air. Even if one makes rapid advancements for a time, there will be great troubles in the future. Elder Feng's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Chen Guanyu and the others listened attentively, nodding from time to time. Although Elder Feng mostly spoke of the basics, he infused his insights as a golden core cultivator. For Chen Guanyu, who came from the subordinate Xinyan sect, this was incredibly beneficial. After all, he had never received teachings from an experienced cultivator before. As for the little experience from Jihong, frankly, it didn't even compare to a hair from Elder Feng's leg. This lecture lasted for an hour. "All right, well, stop here for today. Elder Fong said as he picked up a teacup and took a sip. Tomorrow, Elder Jiang Zhen will teach the application of magical techniques, and the day after, Elder Li Chongzhao will teach practical combat skills. Make sure none of you are absent. Opportunities to attend 3 consecutive lectures like this are rare. With that, Elder Fang's figure flickered and disappeared within the hall. The disciples gradually stood up and began to leave. Chen Guanyu and the other 2 also walked out just outside the Great Hall when someone called out to them. Chen Shidi. Chen Guanyu turned around and found a stranger around 20 years old dressed in inner sect disciple attire with a gentle smile on his face. Who is this senior brother? Chen Guanyu asked in confusion. I am Tan Feng, a fellow disciple who entered the inner sect with you, the disciple replied with a smile. I ranked 3rd in the competition. Chen Shidi should remember me, right? Chen Guanyu realized and cupped his hand, saying, So it's senior brother Tan. I apologize for not recognizing you. Tan Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, Chen Shidi, there's no need to be so polite. I took the liberty to stop you because I wanted to discuss something. Please, senior brother Tan, go ahead. Tan Feng glanced around, lowering his voice. 3 days later, the sect will organize a trial for the new inner disciples at the trial tower. Would you be interested in teaming up with me? Trial tower. Chen Guanyu was taken aback. Chen Shidi doesn't know about it. Tan Feng was somewhat surprised and quickly explained the trial tower is a place of trials in the sect with 7 levels filled with many puppets and restrictions for disciples to practice on. However, only we new inner disciples can go once for free. After that, entering would cost 500 contribution points, and you can only enter once a year. At first glance, this trial tower seems similar to the previous Martial Trials building, but the Martial Trials building was built to mimic the trial tower. You can enter the Martial Trials building for free once a month, while the battles in the trial tower are much closer to real combat, with each entry requiring contribution points. My elders said that initially the sect's entrance assessments were primarily based on the trial tower, but later with the establishment of the Martial Trials building, the assessments switched to the more cost-effective Martial Trials building. New inner disciples usually venture into the trial tower to hone their practical skills and improve themselves. Chen Guanyu listened, lowering his head in thought. He indeed did not know about this, and it seemed he needed to understand the sect's situation better when he returned. Thank you, senior brother Tan, for informing me. Chen Guanyu cupped his hand, saying, As for teaming up, let me think about it. Tan Feng nodded, saying, All right, I'll look for you again in 3 days. Regardless of whether you wish to join, please let me know. With that, Tan Feng turned and left. After he walked away, Zhan Yanggang leaned in and said, Chen Shidi, Tan Feng is quite enthusiastic, but you don't know him well, so be careful. Chen Guanyu nodded, saying, I understand. Zhang Yinru added, The trial tower is indeed worthwhile. We 3 should tackle it together, we can definitely achieve a good rank. They'll look for an opportunity to ask Tan Feng. If he really wants to team up with you, it wouldn't hurt to include him. After all, the trial tower allows up to 5 people in a team, and the more people, the greater the strength. All right, then it's settled. Chen Guanyu smiled. The 3 chatted as they descended the mountain. For the next 2 days, Chen Guanyu continued to attend the lectures given by the sect elders. Elder Jiang Zhen taught the application of magical techniques in detail, which was quite enlightening for Chen Guanyu, who specialized in sword techniques. Elder Li Chongzhao lectured on practical combat skills. Although Chen Guanyu felt that this elder looked at him strangely, he found the content useful and listened attentively. After 2 days of lectures, Chen Guanyu gained a lot. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he did not rest immediately, but continued practicing the Lu Guang sword art. After 2 days of immersion, he felt he was just a step away from mastering it. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light flickered in the night, as agile and lively as fireflies. Chen Guanyu practiced repeatedly, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet he remained oblivious, completely absorbed in the profundity of the sword art. Finally, at a certain moment, ding! It felt as if something in his mind shattered. Chen Guanyu halted his movements and summoned his panel. Named Chen Guanyu, age 16 years, cultivation, Qi refining, level 7 sword techniques, Lu Guang sword art perfected 1900, Jin Ing step initiated 31150, Lu Guang sword art uninitiated 2930. Panel description: the host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and the points can only be used on the sword techniques being practiced. Finally, I can enter the next level. Chen Guanyu felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately allocated the points. In an instant, the proficiency of Lu Guang sword art on the panel changed from uninitiated 2930 to initiated 0300. Though it was merely the initiation, he could sense that the power of Lu Guang sword art was indeed remarkable. If he were to master this sword technique to the level of great success, or even perfection, combined with the Yu Guang sword art, with one being fast, and the other slow, one being rigid, and the other soft, his strength would undoubtedly surge. At that time, perhaps he could match Zhan Yanggang and Zhang Yinru, or even triumph over them in battle. Let's test the power. Chen Guanyu tightened his grip on the long sword, channeling his spiritual energy. In the next moment, swish! He swung his sword, and the sword lights sliced through the air like flowing light, moving astonishingly fast, and leaving 3 sword shadows in the air. So fast. Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up. The speed of this strike was at least 20% faster than before. If caught off guard, it would be difficult for opponents of the same level to react. Not bad, not bad. Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction, sheathing his sword. Just then his identity jade token began to emit warmth again. Chen Guanyu took out the jade token and a message entered his mind. Inner disciple Chen Guanyu assemble at the martial field tomorrow at dawn to participate in the trial tower training. Chen Guanyu smiled slightly. Oh, just in time, he could use the trial tower to test his strength. The next day at dawn, Chen Guanyu arrived at the training ground on time. At this moment, dozens of people had already gathered there, mostly disciples who had entered the inner sect alongside Chen Guanyu, along with a few unfamiliar faces likely from previous years. Chen Guanyu glanced around and quickly found Jiang Yinru and Zhan Yanggang. Chen Shidi over here. Jiang Yinru waved. Chen Guanyu walked over and noticed Tan Feng was also there, standing next to a pretty female cultivator. Chen Shidi, good to see you again. Tan Feng smiled and cupped his hands, then introduced, this is Yang Ro, who entered the inner sect with us, ranked 4th. Yang Ro nodded at Chen Guanyu, acknowledging him. Chen Guanyu also cupped his hands, saying, nice to meet you, Sister Yang. Considering the current situation, it seemed that Jiang Yinru had successfully recruited Tan Feng into their group, and Tan Feng had brought along Yang Ro, who ranked 4th. It could be said that he was now the one with the weakest overall strength in the entire team. However, Chen Guanyu did not mind. Having someone to lead was not a bad thing, right? Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off. A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged cultivator flying in from afar, landing in the training ground. It was Zhou Fushuan, who had previously brought Chen Guanyu and the others to the main sect. This time I will lead the trial tower training, Zhou Fushuan said, glancing around. You all understand the rules, right? If you don't, that's fine, I'll well explain once we get there. With that, Zhou Fushuan turned and walked out. Everyone hurriedly followed. The trial tower was located at the junction between the inner and outer doors of the Xingyun sect, a 7-story black stone tower, its surface marked by the traces of time, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. By the time Chen Guanyu and the others arrived, many disciples had already gathered in front of the tower, most of whom were there to challenge the tower. Is this the trial tower? Chen Guanyu looked up at the towering stone structure, his heart slightly shaken. Although the tower was not particularly tall, the overwhelming sense of pressure it exuded was not to be underestimated. Indeed, Zhou Fushuan nodded. The trial tower has 7 levels, each guarded by puppets. The first level has early-stage Qi refinement puppets, the second level has mid-stage Qi refinement puppets, the third level has latest-stage Qi refinement puppets, the fourth level has elite latest-stage Qi refinement puppets, the fifth level has peak Qi refinement puppets, the sixth level has early-stage foundation establishment puppets, and the 7th level. Zhou Fushuan paused, glancing at the crowd. The 7th level has mid-stage foundation establishment puppets. Since the establishment of our sect's tower 5,000 years ago, only 3 people have ever passed the 7th level during the Qi refinement stage. Each of them eventually became the nascent soul ancestors of the sect. Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Mid-stage foundation establishment. That was equivalent to the presence of mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. How could they as Qi refinement disciples possibly compete? Chen Guanyu was also somewhat shocked. This seemed to contradict common sense in the cultivation world. You all don't need to think about challenging the 7th level. Zhou Fushuan said indifferently. Passing the 4th level is already excellent. The 5th level can only be passed by a few top disciples. The 6th level is a rare occurrence in hundreds of years. As for the 7th level, just observe it. Everyone nodded in agreement, calculating in their minds. Alright, let me repeat the rules. Zhou Fushuan scanned the crowd. Each person can bring a maximum of 2 magical tools, no using pills and no using talismans. Survival within the tower is your own responsibility, but the puppets will not be overly lethal. Of course, if you seek your own demise, then you cannot blame others. There is no time limit for challenging the tower, but once you exit, it counts as the end. Considering that this is your first time entering, there are rewards for each level: 20 contribution points, for the first level 40, for the second 80, for the third 160, for the fourth 320, for the fifth 640, for the sixth, and 1,500 for the 7th. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. According to what he said, if they could pass the 4th level, it would mean 160 contribution points, plus the points accumulated before, making a total of 300 contribution points. This was much faster than completing tasks. Alright, let's begin now. Zhou Fushuan waved his hand. Enter in order, 1 person at a time. Those in a team can enter together, but rewards will be distributed according to the team. You can manage it yourselves. Chen Guanyu and the other 5 exchanged glances, and Jiang Yinru stepped forward, saying, Uncle Zhou, we 5 are teaming up. Zhou Fushuan glanced at them, nodded. Alright, go ahead. The 5 approached the tower, and the tower door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black interior. Let's go. Zhang Yinru took the lead, and the other four followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a spacious hall. The hall was roughly 100 feet square with smooth stone walls all around, and a dark dome overhead the entire space, filled with a chilling aura. Is this the first level? Zhan Yonggang surveyed the surroundings, lightly fanning his folding fan. It's quite spacious. Just as he finished speaking, the ground in the center of the hall suddenly cracked open, and a number of puppets rose from the ground. A total of 10. These puppets were entirely gray-black, wielding stone swords and shields with faint red light flickering in their eye sockets. Early-stage Qi refinement puppets, 10 in total. Tan Feng frowned slightly. That's more than what you'd face in a solo challenge. That's normal, we're in a team, Jiang Yinru said, twirling her spear, a glint of battle intent flashing in her eyes. It's just right to test our skills. Charge. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Yinru had already rushed out her spear, stabbing forward like a dragon, targeting the nearest puppet. Clang. The spear tip struck the puppet's shield, sending sparks flying. The puppet was pushed back a few steps, but did not fall apart. Not bad. Jiang Yinru's eyes brightened, and she shifted her spear, launching another attack. At the same time, Zhan Yonggang also moved. He waved his folding fan, unleashing 3 wind blades that sliced toward the other 2 puppets. Ka. The wind blade struck the puppets, leaving deep marks but failing to shatter them. Their defense is quite high. Zhan Yonggang clicked his tongue, continuously waving his folding fan as wind blades flew out. Yang Ro remained in place, forming hand seals with both hands and murmuring incantations. After a moment, she pushed her hands forward, and a thick pillar of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing 3 puppets within. Boom. The flames exploded, and the 3 puppets were charred black, their movements noticeably slowed. Tan Feng was also not idle. He took out a long knife, and amidst the flickering blade light, he engaged in battle with 2 puppets. Seeing this, Chen Guanyu also decided to take action. He had come here not just for the contribution points, which he didn't care much about. His real goal was to gain practical experience and enhance his proficiency in his cultivation technique. Buzz. The sound of a sword ringing echoed as Chen Guanyu drew his sword, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. Sword shadow step. In the next moment, he appeared behind a puppet, unleashing the flowing light sword technique. Swish. The sword light flashed like fireflies, too fast to see its trajectory. Before the puppet could react, its head had already flown off, and the red light in its eye sockets extinguished instantly. So fast. Tan Feng caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, and his pupils shrank slightly. He only knew that Chen Guanyu had mastered the light sword technique, but he did not expect him to have such a rapid sword strike. Bang! Chen Guanyu landed on the ground, his legs weak, almost unable to stand. That strike had consumed a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. No, I need to take a break. Chen Guanyu leaned on his long sword, hiding behind the others for a while before launching another attack. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Guanyu's figure flickered the sword light, flashing repeatedly, and in less than 60 breaths, 2 more puppets fell under his blade. With the 6 defeated by Jiang Yinru and the others, only 1 puppet remained. This one's mine. Jiang Yinru took a deep breath, shaking his spear to pierce through the puppet's skull. Crack! The last puppet crashed to the ground, the red light in its eye sockets extinguished completely. In the next moment, the bodies of the 10 puppets transformed into specks of light and vanished, revealing a light gate in the center of the hall. We've cleared the first level. Zhan Yonggang put away his folding fan, his gaze towards Chen Guanyu growing complex. Chen Shidi has your sword technique. Reached a new breakthrough. Chen Guanyu smiled slightly, saying nothing more. Although his flowing light sword technique was merely at the introductory level, combined with the shadow step, it was indeed more than sufficient to deal with these early-stage Qi puppets. Let's go to the second level. Zhang Yinru stepped into the light gate first. The 5 entered in single file. The second level again featured 10 puppets, but their cultivation had advanced to mid-stage Qi. This level was somewhat more challenging than the first, but the 5 worked seamlessly together and easily passed through. In the third level, they faced 10 latest-stage Qi puppets. This level started to present difficulty as the 10 latest-stage Qi puppets coordinated well, attacking and defending in an orderly manner. The 5 had to exert considerable effort to defeat them all. Chen Guanyu had also sustained a few wounds, but they were not serious. In comparison to the wounds, it was the excessive expenditure of spiritual power that worried him. He feared he might not hold up in the 4th level. It's the 4th level now. Jiang Yinru took a deep breath. This level features elite latest-stage Qi puppets, so it shouldn't be easy to deal with. The others nodded and stepped into the light gate. The space of the 4th level was much smaller than the first 3 levels, only about 50 zhang in diameter. In the center of the hall stood 5 silver-white puppets, the eye sockets flickering with eerie blue light. 5 elite puppets. Tan Feng tightened his grip on the long knife. 1 for each of us, let's finish this quickly. All right. The moment he finished speaking, the 5 puppets moved simultaneously. Their speed was incredibly fast, surpassing that of the puppets in the 3rd level. Be careful. Jiang Yinru horizontally positioned his spear to block an attack from one puppet, getting knocked back several steps. Such great strength. His expression changed slightly. Chen Guanyu also encountered a puppet. This puppet wielded a silver-long sword, its sword technique fierce, engaging him in combat. Clang, clang, clanged. The blades collided, sparks flying. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly, although the puppet's sword technique was not as strong as his. The power behind each strike left his hands numb. I can't fight this heathen. Chen Guanyu thought to himself, shifting his footwork and activating the shadow step, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot. The puppet was momentarily stunned, seemingly not reacting. In the next moment, Chen Guanyu appeared behind it, unleashing the flowing light sword technique with all his might. Clang! The sword blade struck the puppet's nape, leaving a deep mark, but it did not sever. The puppet turned around, swinging its sword at Chen Guanyu. He dodged again while quickly analyzing in his mind. This puppet had extremely strong defense and ordinary attacks were ineffective. He needed a more powerful strike. Let's try the light control sword technique. Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, spiritual power surging violently into the long sword, causing its blade to emit a blinding white light. Light control sword. The sword light shot forward like a rainbow, directly striking at the puppet's head. Boom! The white light exploded, the puppet's head cleaved in two, extinguishing the eerie blue light in its eye sockets. Phew! Chen Guanyu took a breath, looking at the others. Jiang Yinru had also defeated his opponent, panting heavily. Zhan Yonggang and Yang Ro had teamed up to take down another. Tan Feng was engaged in a solo battle with one, and although it was somewhat strenuous, he maintained the upper hand. The last puppet was defeated by the four working together. We've cleared the 4th level. Jiang Yinru wiped the sweat from his forehead. Should we continue? The others looked at each other, all nodding. Continue. The 5th level. This level only had one puppet, but its aura was significantly stronger than that of the elite puppets in the 4th level. It was a completely golden puppet wielding a golden long sword with golden light flickering in its eye sockets. A peak stage chi puppet. Tan Feng took a deep breath. It's comparable to someone who has 1 foot in foundation establishment. Everyone be careful. Just as he finished speaking, the golden puppet moved. It was too fast. So fast that its figure was almost indistinguishable. Jiang Yinru's pupils shrank as he instinctively blocked with his spear. Boom! A tremendous force surged, sending Jiang Yinru flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Yinru. Zhan Yonggang's expression changed dramatically as he quickly formed hand seals, unleashing several wind blades that howled forth. The golden puppet swung its sword, instantly scattering the wind blades. Yang Rao's fire technique was also extinguished with a single sword strike. Tan Feng's long knife was easily deflected. How can it be this strong? How are we supposed to fight this? Zhan Yonggang's expression turned grim. Just then, Chen Guanyu also made his move. He took a deep breath, his spiritual power surging wildly. After a breath, Chen Guanyu suddenly opened his eyes, his long sword glowing with blinding light. Then he slashed out with his sword. In an instant, countless fine sword lights surged forth. Each sword light carried dazzling brilliance. Numerous fine sword lights poured out like a torrential rain raining down upon the golden puppet. The golden puppet swung its sword to block, but the sword lights were too dense, making it impossible to block them all. Clang, 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 clanged. In the midst of the dense collision sounds, the golden puppet accumulated numerous fine wounds. Though none were fatal, they collectively slowed its movements noticeably. Effective. Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up, wanting to unleash another strike, but the golden puppet had already noticed him. Its eye sockets glowing with golden light fixed intensely on Chen Guanyu. With a tremor of its long sword, the entire puppet instantly vanished from its spot. Oh no, this is bad. Chen Guanyu's pupils constricted, instinctively crossing his sword in front of him. In the next moment, boom! An overwhelming force struck, making Chen Guanyu feel as though he had been hit by a mountain, sending him flying and crashing hard against the stone wall. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Chen Guanyu felt his insides churning. Just from that one blow, he was heavily injured. This is way beyond the limits. Chen Guanyu felt as if he was on the verge of a breakdown. Chen Shitty. Jiang Yinru's face changed drastically, wanting to rush over, but the golden puppet had already begun to move again. This time its target was Zhan Yonggang. Zhan Xixiang, be careful. Tan Feng shouted loudly, swinging his long knife towards the golden puppet's back, attempting to force it to defend. But the golden puppet paid no heed, swinging its sword towards Zhan Yonggang. Zhan Yonggang swiftly gathered his small shield in front of him while rapidly retreating. Boom! The first strike shattered the shield and sent him flying. Zhan Yonggang followed in Chen Guanyu's footsteps, crashing heavily against the wall, with only half a shield left in hand, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yonggang. Jiang Yinru's eyes turned red as he drove his spear like a dragon, directly stabbing at the golden puppet's head. The golden puppet countered with a sword, deflecting the spear and sending Jiang Yinru stumbling back. Damn, has this thing gone mad? Jiang Yinru spat out blood, flying backward and crashing to the ground, sliding several zhong before struggling to stand. In just a few breaths, both Chen Guanyu and Xuanhuang had lost their combat ability. Tan Feng and Yang Rao's faces turned pale as they exchanged glances, both seeing despair in each other's eyes. How can we fight this? It's on an entirely different level. The golden puppet stood in place, the golden light in its eye sockets flickering, as if assessing the remaining three. Tan Xixiang, what should we do? Yang Rao's voice trembled slightly. Tan Feng tightened his grip on the long knife, gritting his teeth. What else can we do? We fight. We won't die anyway. Saying this, he took a deep breath, his spiritual power surging wildly, and the long knife lit up with a faint blade glow. Yang Shimi, help me hold it off. Yang Rou nodded, quickly forming hand seals, a thick fire pillar rising from the ground, enveloping the golden puppet. At the same time, Tan Feng made his move. He transformed into a shadow, his long knife slashing directly at the golden puppet's nape. This was his killing move, the Gale Slash. The golden puppet countered with a sword, extinguishing the fire pillar, while simultaneously sidestepping Tan Feng's attack. But in that instant of sidestepping, a smile crept onto Tan Feng's lips. I've been waiting for this moment. He shifted the trajectory of his knife, the originally straight slash aimed at the nape, suddenly turning towards the golden puppet's left arm. Clang! The two clashed, sparks flying. The golden puppet was pushed back half a step, its left arm severed, but Tan Feng was also sent flying, his palm splitting, nearly losing his long knife as he crashed heavily to the ground. Damn, the gap is too huge. But at least I've taken off one of its arms, Tan Feng said with a bitter smile, struggling a few times, but failing to rise. Only Yang Rou remained barely standing on the battlefield. Her expression was tense, and her spiritual power was nearly depleted, yet she still formed hand seals, staring intently at the golden puppet. The golden puppet turned towards Yang Rou, the golden light in its eyes flickering, as if assessing this final opponent. I will fight with all I have. Yang Rou gritted her teeth, her gaze fierce as she swiftly formed the hand seals, and her spiritual power surged violently. In the next moment, a fire pillar even thicker than before erupted from the ground, enveloping the golden puppet completely. Boom! The flames exploded, casting the entire hall in a crimson hue. But as the flames dissipated, the golden puppet still stood in place, now only marked by a few charred traces. It shook its body carelessly and approached Yang Rou with its sword. It's over. Yang Rao's face turned pale. At this moment, her spiritual power was nearly exhausted and her legs went weak, making her unsteady. There was simply no power to resist. At that moment, Yang Jr., sister, get down. A deep voice rang out. Yang Rou instinctively dropped to the ground. In the next moment, a black spear light whistled past her from behind, piercing towards the golden puppet. Boom! The spear light collided with the golden puppet's sword, erupting in a deafening roar. The crowd turned to look, only to see Jiang Yinru half kneeling on the ground, one hand propping up the spear, the other clutching his chest, gasping for breath. He was drenched in blood, his chest garment tattered, revealing a bloody and mangled wound. Brother Yinru. Xuanhuang struggled to rise, taking advantage of Jiang Yinru's distraction to circle behind the puppet. Jiang Yinru did not respond. He merely fixed his gaze on the golden puppet, the veins in his hand gripping the spear bulging. Then he roared, charging forward once more. Everyone who can move, help me out. The spear light flickered. Even Chen Guanyu found it hard to follow his strikes. The golden puppet swung its sword to block, but Jiang Yinru disregarded defense, entirely focusing solely on offense, momentarily matching it blow for blow. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously, sparks flying. 10 breaths. 20 breaths. 30 breaths. Jiang Yinru's offensive momentum gradually slowed. His spiritual power was nearly depleted, and his wounds increased, turning him into a near-bloody mess. At that moment, a loud bang resounded. Boom! Yang Rou took decisive action, and several flames erupted behind her, shooting fiercely towards the golden puppet. What a great opportunity! Jiang Yinru's eyes lit up. As the fireball struck the puppet, he used the smoke to rise once more, striking with his spear. At the same time, Xuanhuang was also ready, his folding fan suddenly expanding, slicing through the air with a powerful wind blade. Boom! With a loud crash, the golden puppet fell to the ground. This time it finally could not hold on any longer. Crack! A fissure appeared in its chest. Immediately more and larger fissures appeared. Boom! The golden puppet collapsed, turning into a scattering of light. The 5th level cleared. Everyone exchanged glances, all smiling. Should we continue? Tan Feng asked. The 6th level has foundation establishment puppets. No way, Xuanhuang shook his head. In our current state, it would just be a death sentence. Exactly. Yang Rou rarely spoke. Let's call it a day. In our current condition, going up is no different from seeking death. Chen Guanyu nodded in agreement. Though he was also curious about what the 6th level was like, reason told him that going now was suicidal. Then let's retreat, Jiang Yinru decided. The 5 of them simultaneously crushed the jade talismans in their hands, and in a flash they appeared outside the tower. Zhou Fushuan was waiting outside the tower, and upon seeing the 5 emerge, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. You reached the 5th level. He looked at them seriously. Yes, Jiang Yinru nodded. After a moment of silence, Zhou Fushuan slowly nodded. Not bad, a team of 5 reaching the 5th level is quite remarkable. Each of you will receive 310 contribution points, which have been credited to your identity Jade tokens. Chen Guanyu took out his Jade token, infused it with spiritual power, and indeed saw the contribution points increase by 310. Adding the 50 points he earned from previous tasks, he now had a total of 360 contribution points. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, the 5 said in unison. No need to thank me, this is all provided by the sect. Zhou Fushuan waved his hand, signaling them to leave. After leaving the trial tower, Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, filled with excitement. This trip to the trial tower not only earned him over 300 contribution points, but more importantly, his swordsmanship proficiency had increased significantly. Rest well at home, and we'll meet again another day. Jiang Yinru patted Chen Guanyu's shoulder and turned to leave. The others also gradually dispersed. Chen Guanyu returned to his cave, sitting cross-legged on the mat, summoning the panel. Named Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation, level Qi, refining 7th layer sword techniques, control light, sword technique, perfected 2-3 sword shadow step, beginner, 38150 flowing light, sword technique, beginner 1/6 panel description. The host only gains points by practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the sword techniques being cultivated. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Chen Guanyu smiled slightly. During this trial tower, the control light sword technique increased by 4 points, the sword shadow step by 7 points, and the flowing light sword technique by 16 points. Especially the flowing light sword technique, which had increased so much right after reaching the beginner stage. Indeed, practical combat is the fastest way to improve. The flowing light sword technique requires 300 points to reach minor completion. Chen Guanyu murmured, at the current rate it will take at least another month. However, I'm not in a hurry. After all, there's plenty of time. In the days that followed, Chen Guanyu continued his routine life of practicing by day and cultivating by night. He occasionally met up with Jiang Yinru and Zhan Yanggong, living a fulfilling and peaceful life. One day, while practicing the flowing light sword technique at the cliff's edge, his identity Jade token suddenly heated up. Chen Guanyu took out the Jade token, and an information message entered his mind. Intersect disciple Chen Guanyu, please report to the task hall by tomorrow morning to receive an intersect task. Failure to do so will be dealt with according to sect regulations. Chen Guanyu was taken aback only, then recalling that intersect disciples had to complete a task every month. The next day at dawn, he arrived at the task hall on time. As soon as he entered the great hall, he saw a jade slip hanging on the wall covered in fine print. Task: capture the defector, a miscellaneous disciple named Wang Hu. Cultivation level Qi, refining 5th layer. Last seen 20 miles west of Weiki Mountain. Reward 30 contribution points. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. Capture a defector. This was the first time he had seen such a task. However, a Qi refining 5th layer was not too difficult for him. Chen Guanyu accepted the task and prepared to leave. After leaving the task hall, Chen Guanyu did not go directly out of the sect, but returned to his cave, first carefully wiping down his Xian iron longsword. After confirming there were no chips, he checked his golden silk armor once more. The armor had sustained significant damage in the previous battle with the Gale Wolf and had been further battered in the trial tower, making it almost completely useless. Sigh. Chen Guanyu sighed and took off the golden silk armor. Although this task was just to deal with a mid-stage Qi refining disciple, the fact that it was assigned to him, an intersect disciple, indicated that it was not as simple as it seemed. Thus, Chen Guanyu planned to exchange for a defensive magical artifact at the sect. After all, he had accumulated so many contribution points, and he didn't lack cultivation methods for the moment, so it would be better to exchange for some defensive artifacts to provide himself with some security. Chen Guanyu left the task hall and headed directly to the artifact pavilion within the sect. The artifact pavilion is located on the west side of Yuhua Mountain. It is a 3-story building specifically designed to provide magical artifacts and talismans for the sect's disciples, which can be purchased with spirit stones or exchanged for contribution points. As Chen Guanyu entered the artifact pavilion, a young attendant immediately approached him. What can I assist you with, senior brother? The attendant greeted warmly, his gaze scanning Chen Guanyu's attire, his attitude becoming even more courteous. As an intersect disciple, he was a valuable customer. Do you have any defensive magical artifacts? Chen Guanyu inquired directly. Yes. The attendant nodded repeatedly. Please follow me, senior brother. Saying this, he led Chen Guanyu to a counter on the 2nd floor. The counter was filled with various defensive magical artifacts, including shields, armor, and protective mirrors, as well as several belts that looked quite valuable. Senior brother, take a look at this medium-grade Xian iron shield. Its defensive power is extremely strong and only requires 120 contribution points, the attendant introduced, pointing to a small black shield. Chen Guanyu glanced at it and shook his head. Although the shield had strong defense, it needed to be held, which would affect his swordsmanship. Do you have something that can be worn close to the body? The attendant thought for a moment, then retrieved a wooden box from the back of the counter. Upon opening it, a piece of armor as thin as a cicada's wing lay inside. Senior brother, this is a first-grade top-quality ice silkworm inner armor made from the silk of second-grade ice silkworms. It is lightweight and soft, yet its defensive power rivals that of ordinary second-grade low-quality magical artifacts, the attendant explained. Though it is a bit pricey at 300 contribution points. Chen Guanyu's eyes brightened. Ice silkworm inner armor. He reached out to touch it. It felt cool and smooth, indeed lightweight, almost unnoticeable when worn. Can I try it on? Of course, the attendant nodded. Chen Guanyu immediately took off his outer clothing and put on the ice silkworm inner armor. Once the inner armor was worn, it immediately shrank to fit snugly against his body like a second skin, offering no sense of restriction. A great item. Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. This ice silkworm inner armor was far superior to the golden silk soft armor that Ji Heng had given him. After all, it cost 300 contribution points. He'll take it. Chen Guanyu took out his identity jade token, deducted 300 contribution points, and successfully acquired the ice silkworm inner armor. After leaving the artifact pavilion, he went to the pill pavilion and bought a bottle of chi recovery pills and a bottle of healing pills, spending several spirit stones. Only then did he return to his cave dwelling satisfied. Early the next morning, Chen Guanyu left the sect heading west of Qishan. 20 miles west of Qishan was a stretch of rolling hills sparsely wooded with little elevation. Following the information in the task jade slip, Chen Guanyu arrived at the last known location of Wanghu, a small village called Qingshi Village. This village was not large, with only a few dozen households, most of whom were ordinary people living off farming and hunting. As soon as Chen Guanyu entered the village, not having made any effort to conceal himself, he was quickly noticed by playing children who curiously scrutinized him. It's a celestial being from Xingyun's sect. A sharp-eyed child spotted the long sword on his back and his attire, shouting excitedly. Chen Guanyu smiled and bent down to ask, "Little friend, has a stranger come to your village recently?" The children looked at each other, and an older boy scratched his head, saying, "Stranger. A few days ago, a person did come by dressed in ragged clothes who came to beg for food at old Zhang's house at the village entrance." Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up. What did that person look like? The boy thought for a moment and replied, "Tall and thin with a scar on his face, looking quite fierce." Chen Guanyu had a sense of understanding and took out a piece of broken silver, handing it to the boy. "All right, you lead me to old Zhang's house." The boy, receiving the silver, had his eyes brighten and nodded repeatedly. "Celestial being, follow me." Soon the boy led Chen Guanyu to a mud brick house at the village entrance. "This is the place," the boy said before running off in a hurry. Chen Guanyu knocked on the door, and after a moment, an old man with graying hair opened the door. "Ah, Celestial Master." The old man's expression changed dramatically upon seeing Chen Guanyu's attire and waist token, instinctively wanting to kneel. Chen Guanyu frowned and used his spiritual power to gently support the old man. "I am merely here to ask you a few questions. There is no need for such formalities. Just answer my questions, and if you dare to deceive me, you should know the consequences." "Who is this celestial being?" The old man looked at Chen Guanyu nervously. "Do not be afraid." Chen Guanyu reassured the old man before continuing. "I heard that a stranger visited your home a few days ago. Can you tell me about him?" The old man hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, there was such a person. He came to my house in the evening begging for food, saying that a merchant convoy he was traveling with had been robbed, and he got separated from them. Seeing that he was pitiful, I gave him a bowl of rice and let him stay for a night. If I had known he was the person the Celestial Master was looking for, I would have risked my life to keep him here." As he spoke, the old man pounded his chest in regret. Chen Guanyu observed without any change in his expression. "Did he say where he was going?" The old man straightened up, thinking for a moment. "When he left the next morning, he asked me if there was a place to rest westward. I told him that 30 miles further west there is an abandoned mountain god temple where he could rest temporarily." Chen Guanyu understood and nodded, saying, "Thank you, elder." After saying this, he also handed a bit of broken silver to the old man, casually placing it on the old man's wrist. The old man was taken aback and was about to kneel again. It seems he really is an ordinary person. Chen Guanyu felt no spiritual power fluctuations from the old man, even upon direct contact. This situation could indicate either that the old man had no cultivation, or that he was at least one major realm higher than Chen Guanyu, or he might have been practicing a high-grade concealment technique. Clearly, the old man could only be without cultivation, as the latter two scenarios would not require him to act so formally in front of him. "You can keep the silver I gave you, it's a reward for you." After saying this, Chen Guanyu turned and left the village heading west. 30 li of road was merely a matter of half an hour for Chen Guanyu. Soon he laid eyes on the dilapidated mountain deity temple. The temple was small, built on a small hill in ruins, with most of the roof tiles missing and the walls covered in cracks. Chen Guanyu did not approach rashly, but first observed the surroundings. Fresh footprints were visible at the temple entrance, and they did not belong to just one person. Someone is here, Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. The task indicated that Wang Hu had fled alone, but judging by the footprints there were at least 3 or 4 people. Was the intelligence wrong? Chen Guanyu thought to himself. He did not enter recklessly, but circled around the mountain deity temple, confirming there were no ambushes, before feeling slightly relieved. He took a deep breath, drew the black iron long sword from his back, and executed the shadow step technique, silently, making his way toward the temple. As he approached the temple door, he heard intermittent voices inside. Brother, who is it really safe for us to hide here? Shouldn't we leave quickly? I have a bad feeling that the sect members will find us soon. You useless coward, what is there to be afraid of? A coarse voice echoed, clearly filled with dissatisfaction, toward the Xingyun sect. I've been a servant in the Xingyun sect for 3 years, and have long endured the arrogance of those outer sect disciples. Now that I'm out, the sky is high, and the birds can fly where they please. Oh, where will they find us? Besides, as 3 mere servants, the sect wouldn't waste much effort to hunt us down, understand? But what, eh? After a few days, when the heat dies down, we can head west to Haifeng Mountain and seek refuge in Haifeng Village. I've already inquired about it. I heard that the big boss there is a foundation establishment cultivator. Isn't it better to follow him than to be a servant in the Xingyun sect? I've been in the Xingyun sect for nearly 20 years, and I've reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Just because of that damn selection process, I've never been able to become an outer sect disciple. After so many years, I have made no contribution to the sect, but I have put in my hard work. The coarse voice grew increasingly agitated, even slamming the ground, startling Chen Guanyu, who nearly thought he had been exposed. But what is the result? They won't even give us a spot as outer sect disciples. Whether you can take it or not, I certainly cannot endure this miserable life any longer. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanyu understood. It turned out that Wang Hu not only fled himself, but had also brought along several servants. He had heard of Haifeng Village, a substantial bandit gang in Haifeng Mountain that specialized in robbing passing merchant caravans, reportedly, with a foundation establishment cultivator station there. However, because it lay at the edge of the Xingyun sect's territory and only targeted wandering cultivators, the Xingyun sect had not sent anyone to eradicate them. Chen Guanyu felt that a deeper reason might be that Haifeng Village was connected to some significant figure within the sect. Such matters were beyond the reach of a small inner sect disciple like him. Completing the task was his greatest value at the moment. 3 people, Chen Guanyu sensed the auras inside the temple. All 3 were in the qi refinement stage, 1 at the 5th level and 2 at the 3rd level. For him, there was no pressure. He could simply charge in. With that thought, Chen Guanyu no longer concealed himself and pushed the door open. Who? The 3 inside the temple instantly became alert and grabbed their weapons. The leader was a tall, scarred man, none other than Wang Hu from the mission. Seeing the attire of Chen Guanyu, his expression changed drastically. An inner sect disciple. Run. Without a second thought, Wang Hu turned and bolted toward the back of the temple. The other 2 servants were a beat slow. By the time they reacted, Chen Guanyu had already made his move. Sword shadow step. Chen Guanyu's figure flashed and appeared before the 2 servants, swinging his sword horizontally. Bang! Bang! With 2 strikes, the 2 qi refinement 3rd level servants fell unconscious. Wang Hu had already dashed out the back of the temple, desperately plunging into the forest. Chen Guanyu calmly pursued him, catching up within a few breaths. What are you running for? Chen Guanyu slashed out the sword light, grazing the tree trunk beside Wang Hu, which was as thick as a bowl, snapping it in response. Wang Hu was so frightened that his legs went weak, kneeling on the ground. Senior brother, spare me. Senior brother, please spare me. He repeatedly bowed his head. I was just confused for a moment. I beg you, for the sake of our shared sect, spare my life. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword and said calmly, come back to the sect with me and await your fate. Wang Hu's face turned pale. He wanted to plead again, but meeting Chen Guanyu's calm eyes, the words caught in his throat. He knew he was no match and had no choice. Moments later, Chen Guanyu dragged the tightly bound Wang Hu with 2 dejected servants following behind, heading toward the direction of the Xingyun sect. Upon returning to the sect, Chen Guanyu handed over the 3 men to the task hall, receiving 30 contribution points before returning to his cave dwelling. These contribution points were no longer significant to him. Rather, during the task, his sword techniques had gained a few points of proficiency, which was what he valued. Better than nothing. Chen Guanyu smiled, sitting cross-legged on the mat, and began to cultivate. Days passed, and both his cultivation and sword techniques steadily improved. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Chen Guanyu was practicing the flowing light sword technique at the edge of a cliff. Suddenly, he felt a stir of spiritual energy within him. Chen Guanyu was taken aback and quickly stopped his movements, sitting cross-legged to examine his internal condition. He saw a whirlpool of spiritual energy rapidly spinning in his dantian, as if something was about to break free. Is this a breakthrough? Chen Guanyu felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly cleared his mind, channeling all his energy to guide the spiritual force through his meridians. There is no bottleneck between the 7th and 8th levels of qi refinement. As long as one accumulates enough cultivation, the breakthrough will come naturally. Logically, Chen Guanyu, being of mid-grade spirit root, should not be able to break through to the 8th level of qi refinement so quickly. However, due to the continuous breakthroughs in his practice, his cultivation had also risen, and now he had unknowingly reached the threshold of the 8th level of qi refinement. The speed of this cultivation growth was even somewhat better than that of an average high-grade spirit root. Time passed second by second. Chen Guanyu sat cross-legged by the cliff, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, his robes fluttering without wind. Finally, at a certain moment, boom! It felt as if something within him shattered, and a surge of even more powerful spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, flowing through his limbs and bones. Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. I have reached the 8th level of qi refinement. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, feeling invigorated. He summoned his interface. Name Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation 8th level of qi refinement, sword techniques, flowing light, sword technique perfect, 3-1 shadow step. Beginner, 47150 flowing light sword technique. Beginner, 15 interface introduction. The host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the practiced sword techniques. Looking at the numbers on the interface, Chen Guanyu smiled slightly. His cultivation had risen to the 8th level of qi refinement, and the proficiency of his sword techniques was steadily increasing. Especially the flowing light sword technique, which was only 148 points away from small success. At this rate, in another month or two, the flowing light sword technique would reach small success. Chen Guanyu murmured, by then, combined with the flowing light sword technique, my strength should elevate to another level. Just then his identity jade token suddenly started to heat up. Chen Guanyu took out the jade token and sent his spiritual energy into it, receiving a message in his mind. Intersect disciple Chen Guanyu, please go to the task hall before tomorrow morning to receive the guarding task, guarding the Qingyan mine for 1 year. The sect will assign 5 outer sect disciples to accompany you departing together tomorrow. Task reward 30 contribution points per month and an additional 500 contribution points after 1 year. Chen Guanyu looked at the information on the jade token, raising his eyebrows slightly. Guarding a mine. This was the first time he had heard of such a task. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The Xingyun sect had numerous resources like spirit stone mines and iron mines that required disciples to guard against wandering cultivators or demonic beasts. For 1 year with 30 contribution points per month, that would total 360 points, plus the 500 points after the year, amounting to 860 contribution points. This reward was much more generous than ordinary tasks. However, he had not expected the accompanying outer sect disciples to be assigned by the sect rather than chosen by himself. This did take him by surprise. But it didn't matter. After all, it was just guarding a mine, not going into battle, so it was the same regardless of who came. The next day, Chen Guanyu did not head directly to the task hall, but first went to the outer affairs hall of the sect. In the days he had spent in the sect, he had accumulated a total of 190 contribution points. Now that he was about to undertake the guarding task for the lengthy period of 1 year, these contribution points would be of little use. It would be better to exchange them for spirit stones, the universal currency of the cultivation world. The Xingyun sect naturally allowed disciples to exchange contribution points for spirit stones at a 1:10 ratio, meaning 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. After exchanging all his contribution points for spirit stones in the outer affairs hall, Chen Guanyu arrived punctually at the task hall. At this time, 5 outer sect disciples stood outside the hall, 3 men and 2 women quietly chatting together. Upon seeing Chen Guanyu approach, the 5 quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, senior brother Chen." Chen Guanyu nodded, scanning the 5 of them before suddenly pausing. Among the 5, there was a familiar figure. Old One. When Xiao raised his head, looking innocently at him and blinking, "He, Guanyu, didn't expect to see me here, right? To be honest, I didn't expect to be assigned to go with you." Chen Guanyu's mouth twitched, unsure of what to say for a moment. This really is fate. Is everyone here? A voice rang out as the Foundation establishment elder in charge of registration walked out, holding a jade slip. "This is your task jade slip, which contains detailed information and a map of the mine. The Qingyan mine primarily produces blue iron, or a commonly used material for refining magical artifacts. There are hundreds of ordinary miners at the mine, as well as 3 managers in the qi refinement stage. Recently, there have been many wandering cultivators in that area, so 3 qi refinement stage managers are somewhat insufficient. Your task is to assist Chen Guanyu in guarding the mine to prevent demonic beasts or wandering cultivators from intruding. Remember, the blue iron ore produced by the mine each month must be submitted to the sect on time, and there will be designated personnel to collect it. If it falls short, you must make up for it yourselves." Chen Guanyu received the jade slip and nodded, "I understand, master." The elder looked at the 5 outer sect disciples. "You 5 must follow Chen Guanyu's orders at the mine and cannot act without permission, understood?" Understood. The five replied in unison. The elder nodded in satisfaction, taking out a palm-sized flying boat and tossing it into the air. The flying boat expanded rapidly, turning into a length of about 10 meters, hovering in midair. Get on the flying boat. We'll take you to the Qingyan mine. After 1 year, someone will come to pick you up. The six of them boarded the flying boat, which shook slightly, and took off into the sky, flying northwest. On the flying boat, Wen Xiao leaned closer to Chen Guanyu, looking excited. Guanyu, I didn't expect we would execute a task together. This fate is truly something else. Chen Guanyu looked at him helplessly. I didn't expect it either. Wen Xiao chuckled, pointing to the other four. Let me introduce you. This is Zhao Dai, 4th level of Qi refinement, an old outer sect disciple who entered 2 years earlier than I did. A sturdy, honest young man cupped his fists at Chen Guanyu. Greetings, senior brother Chen. This is Qian Duodua, 3rd level of Qi refinement. Don't be fooled by his common name. He is quite exceptional. His family runs a shop at Yunjifang right by our mountain gate. A very shrewd. A tall, skinny young man smiled and said, hello, senior brother Chen. I look forward to your guidance in the future. These two are Sun Miaoling and Zhou Ji, both at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, entering the outer sect with me. The two female cultivators bowed in unison, one lively and cheerful, the other quiet and reserved. Greetings, senior brother Chen. Sun Miaoling said, puffing out her chest towards Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu responded to each of them, gaining some understanding. Upon seeing Sun Miaoling's behavior, he immediately averted his gaze and chose to ignore her. Some blessings are simply not meant to be. Among the 5 outer sect disciples, 1 was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and 4 were at the 3rd level. Although their cultivation was not high, it should be sufficient for guarding the mine. In fact, in such a situation, sending a latest-stage Qi refinement outer sect disciple would suffice, so Chen Guanyu felt that having them was somewhat overkill. The flying boat traveled for a full 3 days before finally stopping in front of a stretch of continuous mountains. From the high vantage point, one could see a cluster of buildings at the foot of the mountain with many people bustling about. We've arrived. Chen Guanyu stood up. Let's get down. The 6 of them jumped down from the flying boat, landing steadily in the empty space at the center of the mine. 3 people had long awaited their arrival, led by a middle-aged cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, followed by 2 young men at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Greetings, senior brother. The middle-aged cultivator bowed respectfully. I am Xuanhuang, the manager of the Qingyan mine, responsible for daily mining operations. These 2 are my assistants, Zhang Cheng and Li Fu. Chen Guanyu nodded. Manager Zhou, there is no need for such formalities. My name is Chen Guanyu and I am here on the sect's orders to guard the mine for 1 year. These 5 are the accompanying outer sect disciples. After saying this, Chen Guanyu displayed his waist token to Zhou Fang. Once Zhou Fang confirmed it, he quickly nodded. Senior brother Chen, thank you for your hard work along the way. I have arranged accommodations for you. Please rest for a while, and tonight I will hold a welcome dinner for you. Chen Guanyu waved his hand. There is no need for a welcome dinner. Please take us to see the mine situation first. I need to understand it better. Zhou Fang was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Of course, senior brother Chen, please follow me. Zhou Fang led the way with Chen Guanyu and the other 6 following closely behind as they ventured deeper into the mine. In the distance, several mine shafts were carved into the mountainside with ragged miners occasionally pushing carts of or in and out, the sound of clanging echoing throughout. Senior brother Chen, please take a look. Zhou Fang pointed to a mine shaft, introducing, this is mine No. 3, which currently has the highest output, producing over 200 gene of Qing iron ore daily. To the left are mines No. 1 and No. 2, which have lower yields but better quality ore. Chen Guanyu nodded and asked how many miners are there in total. In response to senior brother, there are currently 437 people. Zhou Fang replied, all are common folk from nearby villages who volunteered to work in the mine. The sect pays them monthly, which is much better than farming. How long has this mine been operational? Chen Guanyu surveyed the surroundings, asking. It just opened last year. Zhou Fang smiled wryly. Originally, such a small mine wouldn't warrant additional personnel from the sect. It's just the 3 of us in the Qi refinement stage watching over it. But who could have imagined that recent events would unfold? What events? Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. Zhou Fang sighed and lowered his voice. 3 months ago, news spread from an unknown source that there is a tomb of a Foundation establishment master nearby. Once this news circulated, scattered cultivators flocked here, like cats drawn to the scent of fish. At first there were only a few, and we didn't pay much attention. But as more and more came, sometimes we would see dozens in a single day. They didn't engage in conflict, just lingered around. Last month, Zhang Cheng took a group to patrol the mountain and encountered 5 scattered cultivators blocking their way, demanding to borrow some ore. Zhang Cheng naturally refused, and the 2 sides faced off for half an hour before those scattered cultivators left. But since then, even more scattered cultivators have arrived, some daring to approach within 3 miles of the mine. Zhou Fang frowned. There are only 3 of us, Zhang Cheng, Li Fu, and I, and we simply can't keep an eye on everything. That's why we sought assistance from the sect. Chen Guanyu listened, his brows furrowed. When did these scattered cultivators become so bold, daring to attempt to rob sect cultivators? Zhou Fang chuckled bitterly. Senior brother Chen, mainly, it's because the three of us. Chen Guanyu understood, implying that Zhou Fang and the other managers were too weak. Even dressed in the garb of the Xingyun sect, they commanded no respect. The most they could do was avoid confrontation. But a Foundation establishment cultivator's tomb. The timing of this news is rather too coincidental. The mine was just established last year, and now rumors of a tomb are circulating with scattered cultivators wandering nearby. Is there really a tomb, or is someone intentionally spreading rumors for ulterior motives? Do you think this news about the tomb is credible, Manager Zhou? Chen Guanyu inquired. Zhou Fang shook his head. It's hard to say. In the cultivation world, there are as many tombs as there are cows, most of which leave behind their legacies, but to say there's a Foundation establishment cultivator's tomb here. I've been here for a year and have never heard of it. Chen Guanyu nodded, not pressing further. Regardless of whether the news was true or false, the fact remained that a large number of scattered cultivators had gathered around, threatening the mine's safety. That is enough. How is the mountain patrol arranged? Chen Guanyu asked. Zhou Fang answered, we patrol twice daily, morning and evening, with the three of us taking turns, one person walking a lap around the mine's perimeter each time. But the mine spans over 10 miles, one person simply cannot monitor it all. Chen Guanyu nodded and turned to the five behind him. From today onward, the patrol will be changed to groups of 4, once in the morning and once in the evening. I will alternate with Manager Zhou to oversee the mine just in case. Zhao Dai, Qian Duoduo's son, Miaoling, Zhou Zhiyu 4 will form a group for the daytime patrol. Old Wen Yu will be in a group with Zhang Cheng and Li Fu for the nighttime patrol. Any objections? The five responded in unison, none. Chen Guanyu then looked at Zhou Fang. Manager Zhou, does the mine have any spirit gathering formations or defensive arrays? Zhou Fang smiled wryly. Senior brother Chen, you jest. For such a small mine built only last year, how could the sect afford to equip it with formations? It's just a few wooden houses with not even a proper wall. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. This place lacks a spirit vein and has no spirit gathering formation, which would surely slow down cultivation compared to the sect, but there was nothing to be done about it. For a newly established small mine, having 3 chi refinement managers is already quite good. Expecting formations is asking too much. All right, let's leave it at that. Chen Guanyu waved his hand. Lead us to our living quarters. Zhou Fang nodded and guided the 6 to a row of wooden houses on the east side of the mine. Senior brother Chen, this is prepared for you. Zhou Fang opened the largest room, simply furnished with a bed, a table, and a chair, but kept clean and tidy. The other 5 rooms were smaller, but sufficient for living. Chen Guanyu glanced around, satisfied with a nod. After 3 days of travel, it was indeed time to rest. In the evening, Zhou Fang still hosted a welcome banquet. It was simple, a few small dishes, a pot of spirit wine along with some game, and spirit rice. Chen Guanyu initially didn't want to partake in such trivialities, but Zhou Fang's warm hospitality was hard to decline, so he went along with it. During the feast, Wen Qiu and Zhao Dai quickly became familiar, toasting and laughing heartily. Qian Duoduo spoke fluently, sharing stories about his father's business in Yunjifang, making son Miaoling giggle uncontrollably. Zhou Ji was more reserved, simply smiling quietly. As Chen Guanyu observed this scene, he felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. In his past life, class gatherings were just as lively. Back then it was mundane, but now it was about cultivation. In this light, it seemed that the difference between cultivators and mortals wasn't so great. They still possessed the same desires and emotions. Await, it is said that those who cultivate the path of severing emotions can cut off their own desires. However, since Chen Guanyu had never encountered such a person, he chose to disregard it. Senior brother Chen. Zhou Fang leaned over, raising a cup. I toast to you. With you overseeing the mine, I am relieved. Chen Guanyu lifted his cup and downed it in one go. The spirit wine slid down his throat, warm and smooth, carrying a hint of spiritual energy. Manager Zhou, you are being too polite. It's part of my duties. After the feast, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Chen Guanyu sat cross-legged on the bed, but did not begin cultivating immediately. Instead, he summoned the panel. Named Chen Guanyu, age 16, cultivation Qi refinement level 8, sword techniques. Light control sword technique. Perfected 3110, sword shadow step. Entry level 47150, flowing light sword technique. Entry level 1600, the proficiency of the flowing light sword technique increased slightly. According to the current pace, he would achieve minor success in at most 2 months. The tomb of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Guanyu murmured, putting away the panel. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, since he was here, he must be prepared. He certainly did not wish to face misfortune in this desolate wilderness. The days at the Qingyan mine were far more peaceful than Chen Guanyu had imagined. In the first few days, he and Zhao Dai explored the mine and its surroundings for over 10 miles, getting a grasp of the terrain and encountering several groups of scattered cultivators. Those scattered cultivators, upon seeing the attire of the inner disciples of the Xingyun sect from a distance, retreated on their own, avoiding any trouble. It seems my identity as an inner disciple is quite useful, Chen Guanyu thought to himself. However, he also understood that this was only temporary. What the scattered cultivators feared was the Xingyun sect behind him, not him as an individual. If there were sufficient interests to drive them, these people would not care about any sect affiliations. Thus, every day besides patrolling the mountains, he practiced his swordsmanship. On the eastern side of the mine, there was a small forest that Chen Guanyu designated as a forbidden area where no one was allowed to approach. Every morning and evening, he would practice his sword techniques there. In the blink of an eye, Chen Guanyu had already been at the Qingyan mine for 2 months. During these 2 months, the mine remained calm, and while those scattered cultivators occasionally roamed nearby, they never crossed the line. Chen Guanyu enjoyed the leisure focusing on his sword training. One morning, as usual, he went to the small forest to practice his sword. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light flickered, leaving trails in the air. After 2 months of diligent practice, his Liuguang sword technique had reached the pinnacle of the entry level, just a step away from achieving small success. Chen Guanyu repeated the movements within the sword technique over and over again. Suddenly his expression froze, and he quickly stopped his movements, calling forth his status panel. Name: Chen Guanyu. Age 16. Cultivation: Qi Refinement Level 8. Sword Techniques: Yuguang Sword Technique Perfect 4700 Sword Shadow Step Entry Level 89150 Liuguang Sword Technique Entry Level 299300. Panel description: the host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the sword techniques being practiced. Finally, I can step into small success. Chen Guanyu's eyes brightened as he silently thought, allocate points. In an instant, the proficiency of Liuguang's sword technique on the panel changed from entry level 299300 to small success 0800. Then a profound realization surged into his mind. Chen Guanyu closed his eyes to savor it. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a faint smile curling on his lips. Let's test its power. He gripped his long sword, channeling spiritual power within him, and swung the sword. Swish! The sword light sliced through like flowing light, moving at an astonishing speed, leaving 3 sword shadows in the air, each slicing towards different directions. Good. Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. The speed and power of this strike were at least 50% stronger than at the entry level. If he were to face the Gale Wolf now, he was confident he could take its life within 10 strikes. Just then a sudden commotion erupted from afar. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly, sheathing his sword, and walking towards the mine. Upon reaching the edge of the mine, he saw Zhao De rushing over in a hurry. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen. Zhao De panted. Not good, there's been an incident. Take your time to explain. Chen Guanyu maintained a calm expression. Zhao De swallowed hard and pointed to the west. 30 miles to the west, someone has discovered the tomb of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Now those scattered cultivators have gone crazy, all rushing over there. Steward Zhou asked me to check with you if we should go take a look. Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. If there really is a tomb of a Foundation establishment cultivator, it could contain second-tier treasures, or even their entire legacy. It was understandable that these scattered cultivators were flocking to it. After all, they had limited resources for cultivation and had to fight for everything themselves. However, he had no need to go, as he possessed the panel, a golden finger that allowed him to continuously receive cultivation resources from the sect, as long as he followed the proper routines and completed tasks, which was at least sufficient for his current cultivation. If he were to take the risk and join the fray at the tomb, not to mention whether he could defeat the scattered cultivators and gain the legacy of the Foundation establishment cultivator, what would it matter, even if he succeeded? He might as well seek the support of Elder Fang Qing, as the value of a golden core cultivator far outweighed that of a long-deceased Foundation establishment cultivator. With that thought, Chen Guanyu glanced at Zhao De. The sect sent us here to guard the mine. The tomb of the Foundation establishment cultivator is none of our business, so there's no need to concern ourselves with it. We'll go discuss the details with Steward Zhou. Where is Steward Zhou? Waiting for you at the mine. Chen Guanyu nodded and quickly walked towards the mine. In the center of the mine, Zhou Fang was pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Chen Guanyu approach, he quickly came forward. Senior Brother Chen, you have arrived? Give me the specifics. Chen Guanyu gestured. Zhou Fang took a deep breath and said quickly, this morning a scattered cultivator came to the mine saying that the entrance to the tomb was discovered in a valley 30 miles to the west. The news has spread and at least 100 scattered cultivators have headed that way. And where is that scattered cultivator? He left. Zhou Fang smiled wryly. He just came to notify us. I think he intended for us to go as well, to divert the attention of the others and create an opportunity for himself. Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment and asked, what do you think, Steward Zhou? Zhou Fang thought for a moment and lowered his voice. Senior Brother Chen, I find this matter suspicious. Our mine has been here for over a year and we've never heard of any tomb. Why has it suddenly appeared at this time? Moreover, I've been to that valley, but its terrain is lowlying and waterlogged year-round, hardly a suitable place for a tomb to be built. Chen Guanyu nodded. Oh, Zhou Fang's analysis did hold some merit. But Zhou Fang's tone shifted. What if there truly is a tomb? If we don't go take a look, wouldn't we miss out on an opportunity? Hearing this, Chen Guanyu narrowed his eyes. It seemed Xuanhuang was eager to give it a try. Steward Zhou, have you thought this through? If this is a ploy to draw us away, and something happens at the mine, we will both be punished by the sect. During my time guarding the mine, I've also roamed around a bit. Although most scattered cultivators are at the early or mid-chi refinement stage with weak abilities, there are a few at the late stage. These individuals could pose a threat to the mine. Steward Zhou, you need to think carefully. Chen Guanyu wanted to persuade Xuanhuang to stay. After all, if this were indeed a ploy to draw them away, Zhou Fang's presence here would still be beneficial since he was a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator much stronger than Wen Xiao and his group. However, if Xuanhuang was determined to go, he would not stop him. After all, cutting off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents, and Chen Guanyu did not wish to make enemies unnecessarily, lest he find himself stabbed in the back one day without knowing why. Moreover, although he held the highest status and cultivation level at the mine, the sect had not given him the title of steward, so, in name, he had no authority over Xuanhuang. Senior brother Chen, Xuanhuang said with a wry smile, you are exceptionally talented, having entered the inner sect. You may not understand the struggles we outer sect lowly figures face. I am nearly 60, yet I still haven't reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Once I surpass 60 with my talent, it's likely I will never have the chance to establish a foundation in this lifetime. His words were quite direct, and Chen Guanyu understood immediately, only able to nod in resignation. Then do as you wish, Steward Zhou. As for the mine with me here, there shouldn't be any major issues. Then I thank you, senior brother. Xuanhuang solemnly bowed to Chen Guanyu before turning to leave the mine. Senior brother Chen, that Zhou steward is really... Sun Miaoling's expression was displeased, wanting to say something, but Chen Guanyu interrupted her. Junior sister Sun, let's not discuss Zhou steward any further. Upon hearing this, Sun Miaoling was taken aback for a moment and then ceased to speak. Wen Xiao, on the other hand, was watching Xuanhuang's departing figure, lost in thought. 30 miles west of the Qinyan mine, in a secluded valley, a dozen scattered cultivators sat together, the atmosphere somewhat delicate. Damn it, that tomb entrance is packed with hundreds of people. With our cultivation levels, we'd be lucky to even get a sip of soup. A burly bald man cursed while slapping his thigh. Lu Matzi is right, chimed in a small skinny cultivator with a sharp face. I took a quick glance, and there were at least 20 or 30 in the late Qi refinement stage. With just as few, we wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Everyone fell silent. They were all scattered cultivators from the nearby area. Their cultivations varied, yet the highest among them barely reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. For scattered cultivators of this level facing those who were often at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement, they truly paled in comparison. After all, in the world of cultivation, it is indeed rare to find cultivators defeating opponents of higher tiers. So are we just going to sit here and do nothing? A younger scattered cultivator said unwillingly. It's not every day we have a foundation establishment. Great cultivator's tomb. We can't just leave empty-handed, can we? Who says we'll leave empty-handed? In the corner, a middle-aged cultivator with a grim expression slowly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. This middle-aged cultivator's surname, Du with the single name, Lai, was the strongest among them at the 7th level of Qi refinement and had some renown among the scattered cultivators in the area. Boss Du, do you have an idea? Asked the bald Lu Matzi. Du Lai grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth. I have an idea, but it depends on whether you dare to go along with it. What's the idea? Hurry up and tell us. Du Lai glanced around at the crowd and lowered his voice. Did you notice that the Xingyun sect's mine? What mine? Are you talking about the Qinyan mine? Exactly, Du Lai nodded. I've been observing that mine for quite a while. Originally, there were 3 cultivators in the Qi refinement stage guarding it +1 in the late stage, so we indeed didn't dare to act. However, this morning, I specially arranged for someone to inform them about the tomb's opening. Not long after, I saw the manager in the 7th level of Qi refinement heading toward the tomb. Oh, the crowd's eyes brightened. Not only that, Du Lai continued. The Xingyun sect sent someone to collect, or at the beginning of the month, and now it's close to the end of the month. That mine must have accumulated a month's worth of Qing iron ore. Those ores might not be worth much, but if we split them among the dozen of us, each person could still get over 100 spirit stones. Over 100 spirit stones. Some people's eyes turned red. For scattered cultivators, over 100 low-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. It would be enough to buy several bottles of pills or exchange for a low-grade magical artifact. But aren't there others at the mine? The small, sharp-faced cultivator said with some worry. I heard that the Xingyun sect sent an inner sect disciple to guard it. Du Lai scoffed. So what if it's an inner sect disciple? I've seen that kid with my own eyes. He's very young, barely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, just like me. We have over a dozen people, and the advantage is on our side. I'll hold him back while you all rush in. No matter how strong he is, can he withstand all of us? Moreover, Du Lai paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Such pampered geniuses from sects having never seen blood, how much strength can they truly exert when it comes to a real fight? The crowd exchanged glances, all feeling tempted. Let's do it. Lu Matzi slammed his thigh. Rather than being cannon fodder at the tomb, why not go for something big? Steal the ore and run. No matter how powerful the Xingyun sect is, can they chase after us? Right? Let's do it. I'm in. Whoever doesn't act is a coward. The crowd unanimously echoed. Du Lai nodded in satisfaction, standing up and saying, since everyone agrees, let's follow my lead. We'll act tonight at midnight, sneaking in under the cover of darkness for a quick battle. After grabbing what we can, we'll disperse, and no one will know anyone afterward. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement and greed. Midnight. The moonlight was sparse, casting the mine in a dim haze. A few wooden houses had long since extinguished their lights, while only a few flickering flames remained at the mine from the night shift workers. Du Lai led over a dozen scattered cultivators, stealthily approaching the edge of the mine. Is everyone ready? Du Lai asked in a low voice. Ready. Everyone nodded in response, some gripping their swords, some holding talismans, others pulling out various vials. Remember, our target is the largest wooden house on the far east side. That's where the inner sect disciple resides. Take him out first, and the rest will be easy. After Du Lai finished speaking, he waved his hand. Go. A dozen figures swiftly dashed into the mine, heading straight for the eastern wooden house. However, just as they were 30 zhang away from the house, clang, a sudden sound of a sword echoed, and before they could react, a beam of sword light shot out from the window, cleaving one unfortunate soul in half. Immediately after, the door of the wooden house slowly opened, and a tall figure stepped out. It was Chen Guanyu. He stood at the entrance, moonlight illuminating him, revealing a young and calm face. In the dead of night, not sleeping, but coming to visit me, eh? Chen Guanyu said lightly, his gaze sweeping over the dozen black shadows without a ripple of emotion. Du Lai's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the corpse beside him, but he quickly steadied his emotions. He grinned. Little brother, if you hand over the ores, we'll take them and leave without harming you or bringing up your earlier actions. Otherwise, he shook the long knife in his hand, the implication clear. Chen Guanyu glanced at him, then at the dozen behind him, a slight smile tugging at his lips. You're at the 7th level of Qi refinement, leading a bunch of rabble, and you dare to rob the Xingyun sect's mine. Who gave you the guts? Du Lai's expression darkened. Kid, don't be ungrateful. We're many, and no matter how strong you are, you can't withstand us. Many. Chen Guanyu chuckled lightly, gripping the hilt of his sword behind him. Let's give it a try. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. Sword shadow step. Chen Guanyu's figure instantly vanished from his original spot, and the next moment he appeared right in front of a scattered cultivator. The scattered cultivator hadn't reacted, yet only feeling a flash before a beam of sword light swept past, causing his weapon to fly out of his hand, and then he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Just as the scream rang out, Chen Guanyu had already appeared in front of another person. Bang! Another person flew backward. Flowing light, sword technique. The sword light flickered like fireflies, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to see. In just a few breaths, 5 people fell to the ground, all wailing in agony. Du Lai's pupils constricted. So fast. This time he had somewhat miscalculated. Don't be afraid, everyone charge in. Du Lai gritted his teeth and charged forward. The remaining scattered cultivators, seeing this, could only grit their teeth and follow. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Guanyu's eyes. The sword force shifted, and the light controlling sword technique was unleashed. A blinding white light erupted, illuminating half the mine. My eyes. Some scattered cultivators were blinded by the white light, and the next moment a sword struck them down, severing their bodies. Du Lai squinted his eyes with difficulty, swinging his blade at Chen Guanyu. Clang! The clash of blade and sword sent sparks flying. Du Lai felt an immense force surge through him, causing pain in his grip, almost making him drop his long knife. How is this possible? Aren't you at the 7th level of Qi refinement? He was filled with shock. He was also at the 7th level of Qi refinement, so he should have been on equal footing with this kid. How could their strength differ so much? Chen Guanyu remained expressionless, too lazy to answer Du Lai's question, his sword technique never ceasing, each strike faster than the last. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 strikes, the long knife in Du Lai's hand flew out, embedding itself 3 zhang away in the ground. Before he could react, Chen Guanyu kicked him in the chest. Bang! Du Lai was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the ground, pain shooting through his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. By the time he could breathe again and looked up, he was dumbfounded. All the scattered cultivators were lying on the ground, wailing incessantly, their cries echoing through the night. Not a single one was standing. Chen Guanyu stood in the center, sword sheathed, his clothes billowing as if he had never moved. After collecting the storage bags from the scattered cultivators, he walked up to Du Lai, looking down at him. Is this all you've got? Du Lai's lips trembled as he tried to say something, but he couldn't utter a word, only watching helplessly as Chen Guanyu took his storage bag. That was all his savings from the past few years, although there wasn't much inside. At the 7th level of Qi refinement, he confidently came with over a dozen followers to rob a mine. And what happened? He didn't last even a cup of tea's worth of time. You? What level of cultivation are you? Dulai asked with great difficulty. Chen Guanyu replied lightly, 8th level of qi refinement. Dulai's vision darkened. 8th level of qi refinement. Had he been eating pills as if they were food? At this moment when Xiao and Zhao De rushed out and were left speechless upon seeing the scattered cultivators on the ground. Damn, Guanyu you. When Xiao opened his mouth wide, unable to say a word. Sun Miaoling's eyes sparkled even more, her gaze fixed on Chen Guanyu, as if stars were about to burst forth. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword, his expression unchanged. Tie up all the ones still alive, don't let them escape. The dead ones, throw them outside, let those blind, scattered cultivators see. Yes. Yes. They quickly set to work, binding the scattered cultivators tightly. Chen Guanyu turned to gaze at the night sky to the east, lost in thought. These scattered cultivators arrived quite opportunely. They came just after Zhou Feng had left. Was it truly a coincidence, or was someone orchestrating things from behind the scenes? But for now he couldn't worry too much, he needed to deal with these people first. Senior brother Chen. Zhao De ran over, pointing at Dulai. This one seems to be the leader. What should we do with him? Chen Guanyu glanced at Dulai and said indifferently, isolate him, I'll personally interrogate him tomorrow. Understood. That night the mine was brightly lit. The surviving scattered cultivators were tied up like rice dumplings and thrown into an empty wooden house, their wails and pleas for mercy echoing throughout the night, ignored by all. Chen Guanyu returned to his wooden cabin, sitting cross-legged on the bed as he opened his storage bags one by one. Tisk, these poor fools, their combined storage bags don't even match my wealth. Chen Guanyu was completely speechless. The more than a dozen storage bags contained items that barely added up to 200 spirit stones, with the most valuable being Dulai's dagger, a mid-grade magical weapon that could be sold for an extra 200 to 300 spirit stones. No wonder these rogue cultivators came to rob the mine. They are truly destitute. Forget it, forget it. Chen Guanyu stopped paying attention to those storage bags and summoned his panel to add up all the points he had just obtained. Named Chen Guanyu, age 16 years, cultivation, qi refinement level 8, sword techniques, light manipulation, sword technique, perfected 5310 shadow, sword step, beginner, 98150 flowing light, sword technique, minor achievement, 1580. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Chen Guanyu smiled slightly. Although this battle was easy, he still gained quite a few points, especially from that leader at qi refinement level 7, who contributed significantly more points than the minor lackeys. It seems I need to seek more real combat opportunities in the future. However, for tonight, he decided to rest well. The next morning, Chen Guanyu began to interrogate the rogue cultivators. The results of the interrogation surprised him. These rogue cultivators indeed came on their own, with no one instructing them, merely seizing the opportunity presented by the mine's weak defenses to make a profit. As for that tomb, they had only heard about it and had no intention of joining the fray. What a bunch of rabble! Chen Guanyu shook his head and had them taken away. In the following days, the mine returned to calm. Zhou Feng never returned, and Chen Guanyu sent someone to search for him, finally, discovering Zhou Feng's corpse in the wilderness, looking extremely tragic with his clothes stripped off. Chen Guanyu personally went to inspect the body and felt a sense of sorrow, but since the person was dead, he could only report truthfully to the sect. The Xingyun sect symbolically sent 2 disciples from the execution hall to investigate, but in the end it all came to nothing. They didn't even send anyone to fill Zhou Feng's position. However, Chen Guanyu did not mind. As long as he was present at the mine, nothing would go wrong. In the blink of an eye, Chen Guanyu had been stationed at the mine for nearly a year. One day, while practicing swordplay in a small forest, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy in the sky. He looked up to see a flying boat heading towards the mine. Is someone coming to pick us up? Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow, calculating that the year of his station period was indeed coming to an end. The flying boat descended slowly and several figures leaped off. They were likely here to replace Chen Guanyu and the others. Chen Guanyu focused his gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly. Leading them was a middle-aged cultivator who appeared to be in his 40s, with a pale face and a blue robe, wearing a jade token of the Xingyun Sect's Foundation establishment steward at his waist. Yet Chen Guanyu had never seen this person before. Are you inner sect disciple Chen Guanyu? The middle-aged cultivator looked at Chen Guanyu and spoke blandly. Chen Guanyu quickly clasped his hands in salute, saying, Disciple Chen Guanyu pays respects to Master Uncle. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, sizing him up, and a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. Qi refinement level 8. Not bad. I remember you were just born with a mid-grade spiritual root, right? Chen Guanyu was taken aback. He didn't know how this master uncle knew about his spiritual root qualifications, but he quickly replied, Yes, disciple has a mid-grade spiritual root. It's quite rare to reach Qi refinement level 8 at just 17 years old with a mid-grade spiritual root. The middle-aged cultivator smiled and continued, I am Meng Zhang, the steward sent by the sect to bring you back. Newly assigned. Chen Guanyu felt a stir in his heart, but did not show it respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Master Uncle Meng." Meng Zhang waved his hand, taking out a jade slip from his robe. "This is your mission reward already credited to your identity jade token." Additionally, he glanced at Chen Guanyu. "The sect has issued an order for you to visit Elder Fong Qing's cave abode upon your return." Chen Guanyu was taken aback. "Elder Fong seeks me." Meng Zhang nodded. "I don't know the specifics, you'll find out when you return. Pack up and prepare to set off." Chen Guanyu felt puzzled, but didn't ask further, clasping his hands. "Disciple understands." A moment later, when Xiao and the others hurried over, and upon seeing Meng Zhang they all saluted. "Greetings, Master Uncle Meng." Meng Zhang nodded indifferently, scanning them with his eyes. "Is everyone here? Let's board the boat." The 6 of them boarded the flying boat, which trembled slightly before ascending into the air, heading back the way they came. On the flying boat, when Xiao leaned close to Chen Guanyu and whispered, "Guanyu, do you know this Master Uncle Meng? I've never heard of him before." Chen Guanyu shook his head. "I've never seen him either." "All right then," when Xiao scratched his head. "I thought you, being in the inner sect, would know these stewards." Chen Guanyu twitched the corner of his mouth. "There are over 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators in the entire sect. Do you expect me to know them all?" When Xiao nodded, that seems fair enough." Sun Miaoling leaned over, blinking her eyes. "Brother Chen, what do you think Elder Fong wants with you? Could it be that he wants to take you as a disciple?" Chen Guanyu helplessly glanced at her. "You're thinking too much. Elder Fong is a golden core cultivator. How would he take a disciple like me with just a mid-grade spiritual root?" "That's not necessarily the case." Sun Miaoling said seriously. "Brother Chen, your swordsmanship is so good, and you're young, it's normal for Elder Fong to appreciate you." Qian Duo also chimed in exactly. "Brother Chen, if you become a true disciple, don't forget about us little brothers." Zhao Dai smiled honestly. "Brother Chen will definitely achieve great things." Although Zhou Ji didn't speak, her eyes conveyed the same sentiment. Chen Guanyu felt both amused and exasperated, waving his hand. "All right, enough guessing, we'll find out when we get back." When Xiao and the others were just thinking too much, Jiang Yinmo and Zhan Yanggang had already talked to him about the general situation of the sect. The true disciples of these Golden Core elders are mostly selected from various cultivation families or disciples who have been cultivating in the Xingyun sect since childhood. Those of them who came from the subordinate Xingyun temple wouldn't be accepted as true disciples unless they were truly gifted. It's not that there haven't been precedents, but Chen Guanyu didn't feel that he was exceptional enough for a Golden Core cultivator to take him as a true disciple. After all, each Golden Core elder in the Xingyun sect can have at most 3 true disciples, and as far as Chen Guanyu knew, Fong Qing already had 2. As for the remaining one, it would likely be chosen from among the family disciples. So why did Fong Qing seek him out? Chen Guanyu couldn't think of a reason, so he simply decided not to dwell on it. In any case, everything would be revealed once they arrived at the sect. 3 days ago, at the peak of Yuhua Mountain in the Xingyun sect, in the depths of an ancient cave abode, Fong Qing sat cross-legged on a mat, a pot of freshly brewed spiritual tea placed before him, the fragrance wafting gently and soothing the mind. However, at this moment he had no interest in savoring the tea. He was quietly observing the 2 individuals opposite him. Elder Fong, you cannot ignore this matter. The speaker was a burly, middle-aged cultivator with thick brows and large eyes, a full beard adorning his face, and a voice as booming as a bell. You know my grandson's situation. He is at the 9th level of Qi refinement, mastering the fire technique to an extraordinary degree. He was the most suitable candidate for the mission in Jinling County. But now, just because there might be some danger from the Xianxia sect, his father absolutely forbids him from going. What kind of situation is this? The burly cultivator grew increasingly agitated, slapping his thigh, causing the teacups on the table to jump. Elder Zhang, please calm down. We've been in each other's company for over 100 years. There's no need for you to act here. Fong Qing replied calmly, lifting the teacup to take a sip. Your Zhang Lai is indeed impressive, but since the Zhang family does not wish for him to go, the sect cannot force it. Cannot force it? Then who will go? Another sinister voice interjected. The speaker was a thin, middle-aged cultivator, his face gaunt with sharp eyes that gleamed with intelligence, watching Fong Qing with a half-smile. Elder Fong, I have heard that the situation in Jinling County is not looking good this time. All 3 spies we sent to Jinling County have lost contact. The last message reported that the Xianxia sect has been making significant moves. They're seemingly hunting for someone. At such a time, sending a disciple with a background poses risks. If something goes wrong, their family will surely cause a ruckus. But sending someone without a background raises concerns about their strength, risking their lives. If captured and subjected to interrogation that exposes our Xingyun sect, it would provide the Xianxia sect with a reason to trouble us, and those elders above will definitely not let us off easily. It truly is a difficult situation. The thin cultivator shook his head and downed his tea in one gulp. Fong Qing glanced at him and slowly said, Elder Yu is correct. This matter is indeed troublesome. Jinling County lies under the control of the Xianxia sect, and it is already challenging for us to operate there. Now that all our spies have suddenly gone missing, it clearly indicates a major problem. The sect needs to send someone to probe the situation, but this person's identity must be sufficiently discreet so as not to attract the attention of the Xianxia sect. Moreover, in the event of, let's say if something goes wrong, we cannot allow the sect to be embroiled in trouble. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang and Elder Yu exchanged glances, both understanding Fang Qing's meaning. So Elder Fang means. Elder Yu narrowed his eyes to find a disciple of common origin. Exactly. Fang Qing nodded. A disciple of common origin without roots or connections. If something happens, no one will make a fuss. More importantly, their cultivation must not be too low. They should at least be at the later stage of qi refinement, ideally able to return alive. If not, then they simply won't come back. Outer disciples are definitely not suitable. Their combat ability is insufficient. We must select from the inner disciples. Elder Jiang scratched his head, but there are not many inner disciples of common origin who haven't been recruited by the aristocratic families. There are only about 40, and most of them are of mediocre strength, being at the bottom rank of the inner sect. Sending them would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Moreover, this matter cannot be made too obvious. We can't directly tell the disciple that they are going to die, can we? We need to find a reason to make them volunteer. Fang Qing remained silent, simply staring at him. Elder Yu, feeling a bit uneasy under the gaze, asked, "What's wrong with my face? Why are you staring at me?" After a moment of silence, Fang Qing suddenly spoke. "I do have a candidate in mind." "Oh." The two looked at him in unison. Chen Guanyu. Fang Qing slowly mentioned the name. "You should have heard of him. He was the disciple from the lower academy who broke through to the 7th level of qi refinement right before the selection last year. That kid with excellent swordsmanship talent. I remember him. My family's Xianxia is rather close to him, and there's a little one from the Zhan family as well. But what level is he at now?" 8th level of qi refinement, Fang Qing replied calmly. "He has been stationed at the Qingyan mine for a year and just returned. 8th level of qi refinement." Elder Yu was somewhat surprised. He broke through from the 7th level to the 8th level in just 1 year. His cultivation speed exceeds even that of an average upper-grade spiritual root. Indeed, Fang Qing nodded. But more importantly is his sword technique. During the sect selection, he had already perfected the light control sword technique, and I heard he has recently trained in the flowing light sword technique, achieving small success. Oh, Elder Jiang's eyes lit up. That kid is quite impressive. Elder Yu pondered for a moment and asked, "What kind of person is he? Clever or not?" Fang Qing thought for a moment, recalling his earlier conversation with Chen Guanyu in the pavilion. Not arrogant, not servile, has his own opinions, and is not greedy. He has a composed temperament. When I invited him to join my Fang family, he did not agree immediately, saying he needed to consider. Such disposition is rare among his peers. Moreover, he came from the Xingyun temple, having no relatives or connections within the sect, so if something happens, no one will pursue it. Elder Jiang and Elder Yu exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. "Then it's settled?" Elder Jiang asked. Fang Qing did not answer immediately. He lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. After a moment, he set the teacup down and looked at the two. "He should arrive at the sect in a few days. I will have a talk with him then. Moreover, let's agree beforehand that while he can go, it cannot be without compensation. Jinling County is perilous. We must provide some form of reward." Elder Yu nodded. "That is natural. What are your thoughts, Elder Fang?" Fang Qing paused before saying, "I think it would be best to give him a foundation establishment pill." Foundation establishment pill. Elder Jiang's eyes widened. "Elder Fang, you are being rather generous. That item can significantly increase the success rate of foundation establishment. Although we as Golden Core cultivators cannot use it, who doesn't have a few juniors? Giving it to a qi refinement disciple of common origin. Precisely because he is a qi refinement disciple that it is even more enticing. Do you think if he knows that a trip to Jinling County could earn him a foundation establishment pill, he would refuse to go?" Elder Fang is indeed clever. The foundation establishment pill is a tremendous temptation for qi refinement disciples. Even knowing there is danger, they would still be willing to take the risk. Many people lack even the opportunity to take such risks. Elder Jiang scratched his head, but foundation establishment pills are not cabbages among the three of us who will contribute. Fang Qing glanced at him and said, "The foundation establishment pill is viewed as unattainable by those low-level cultivators, but after so many years of cultivation, can't you save up a bit? How can one expect a horse to run without letting it eat grass? The foundation establishment pill will be provided by me. Once he completes the mission, I will give it to him. The remaining spirit stones, talismans, magical artifacts, and pills will be discussed among you two, and their value must not be less than this amount." As he spoke, Fang Qing held up 5 fingers. 500. Elder Jiang asked tentatively. "My?" Fang Qing shot him a glare. "What 500? 5,000. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. And we must give him part of it in advance, otherwise going to Jinling County would truly be a death sentence." "Hiss." Elder Yu raised an eyebrow. Old Feng, you have quite a special relationship with this kid, huh? Don't tell me he's a descendant of your lost bloodline. A mere common disciple, and we could even forego compensation, right? After all, it's all for the sect's contribution. Elder Jiang looked at Feng Qing with some confusion after hearing this. This Chen Guanyu has no blood relation to me. Feng Qing cast a glance at the two. I will not hide it from you. If he completes this mission, I plan to take him as my true disciple. At this, both Elder Jiang and Elder Yu showed expressions of shock. Old Feng, are you out of your mind? He is a common disciple to begin with, and his spiritual root quality is only of medium grade Yu. No need to say more. Feng Qing interrupted Elder Jiang. It all depends on whether he can succeed in this mission. If he fails or lacks the courage to even try, then I will never take him as my true disciple. This, Elder Jiang and Elder Yu exchanged glances. All right, then I will prepare for him, Elder Jiang said before standing up to leave. Seeing this, Elder Yu expressed his support for Feng Qing's decision before also standing up to take his leave. After the two left, Feng Qing sat alone on the mat, gazing thoughtfully at the teacup on the table. Chen Guanyu. He muttered to himself, I hope you won't disappoint me. 3 days later in Feng Qing's cave, Chen Guanyu stood respectfully at the lower position, feeling anxious. After returning from the mine, he didn't even return to his own cave, but came directly to Feng Qing. On the way, he thought of countless possibilities, yet he could not guess why Feng Qing was looking for him. Please sit. Feng Qing gestured to the mat across from him, his demeanor as kindly as a year ago. Chen Guanyu complied and sat down, but did not speak, quietly waiting. Feng Qing glanced at him, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. It had been a year since they last met, and this young man had become much steadier. Do you know why I called for you? Feng Qing asked. Chen Guanyu shook his head, saying, Disciple does not know. Feng Qing nodded, not beating around the bush, and directly said, The sect has a mission that requires you to undertake. Chen Guanyu's heart stirred, yet his expression remained calm as he replied, Please clarify, Elder. Feng Qing looked at him for a moment and slowly spoke. Do you know what lies to the south of our Xingyun sect's territory? Chen Guanyu paused thought for a moment and replied, Disciple has heard that to the south is the territory of the Xianxia sect. Correct, Feng Qing acknowledged. Feng Qing nodded, saying, The Xianxia sect is a demonic sect historically at odds with our righteous sects like Xingyun sect. Although there are no major conflicts on the surface, covert actions have never ceased. Jinling County is a county under the Xianxia sect bordering our Xingyun sect. The sect has planted several spies there to monitor the movements of the Xianxia sect. At this point, Feng Qing paused, his tone becoming grave. However, a month ago, all 3 spies in Jinling County went missing. The last message received indicated that the Xianxia sect was making significant moves in that area, seemingly hunting for someone. Thus, the sect needs to send someone to Jinling County to ascertain the reason behind the spies' disappearance and what the Xianxia sect is up to. Chen Guanyu felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Going to the territory of the Xianxia sect, wasn't that tantamount to sending him to his doom? As an inner disciple of the Xingyun sect, if he were to reveal his identity in the territory of a demonic sect, the consequences would be dire. Chen Guanyu dared not think further. Elder, I dare to ask, there are countless disciples stronger than me in the sect, and many Foundation establishment elders could go. Why choose me? Chen Guanyu suppressed his unease, trying to keep his voice calm. Feng Qing glanced at him, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. To remain calm in such circumstances, asking for the reasons rather than panicking or blindly agreeing, this temperament is indeed rare. Because you are suitable, Feng Qing stated frankly. You come from a common background without deep ties in the sect. If something were to happen, no one would pursue it. As for why I chose you, who is in the Qi refining stage rather than those in the Foundation establishment stage, it is mainly because Jinling County is not a large place. If the sect were to send someone in the Foundation establishment stage there recklessly, it would easily alarm the enemy, potentially sparking a conflict between the two sects. Moreover, most Foundation establishment cultivators have learned our sect's unique Xingyun 10,000 methods. If they were to act as spies, their identities would be exposed the moment they took action. This statement was blunt, even somewhat cold. But Chen Guanyu understood. In other words, he was merely a pawn that could be sacrificed. If he died, no one would make a fuss over it. Chen Guanyu fell silent for a moment and asked, What if I refuse to go? Feng Qing was not angered and replied with indifference, Of course you can refuse. The sect will not force disciples to carry out missions that are likely to end in death. However, he paused and took out a jade bottle from his robe, placing it on the table. If you go regardless of the outcome, this Foundation establishment pill inside will be yours. Chen Guanyu's pupils dilated. Foundation establishment pill. That was a treasure that could increase the success rate of Foundation establishment. Outside cultivators sought one and could hardly find it. Even within the sect, only disciples who made significant contributions would be able to obtain one. And what constituted a significant contribution could be determined by a word from those Golden Core elders. He had originally planned to save up spirit stones after reaching the 9th layer of chi refining, hoping to find an opportunity to buy a foundation establishment pill or exchange it with contribution points if the sect had any to spare. He never expected this to come up now. Is Elder Fong serious? Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Fong Qing nodded, saying, I always mean what I say. Moreover, not just the foundation establishment pill, Elder Jiang, and Elder, you will also prepare 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for you along with some talismans, magical tools, and elixirs, and they can give you a portion of these in advance. 5,000 spirit stones. Chen Guanyu's heart raced. Adding the foundation establishment pill this reward. Of course, if you do not go, this will naturally have nothing to do with you. Fong Qing lifted his teacup and took a sip, saying gently, you can think it over. Chen Guanyu remained silent. Rationality told him that this task was too dangerous. Infiltrating enemy territory to gather intelligence, a slight misstep could lead to death. But the foundation establishment pill, which chi refining cultivator could ignore the temptation of a foundation establishment pill. With the foundation establishment pill, his success rate for foundation establishment would increase by at least 50%. Coupled with his talent in swordsmanship and his unique abilities, foundation establishment was nearly a certainty. Chen Guanyu's mind raced, wavering between the decision to go or not. After a moment, he steeled his resolve, gritted his teeth, and looked up at Fong Qing. Elder, I would like to know the specifics of this mission. Fong Qing's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement, knowing that this young man had been swayed. It's quite simple. Fong Qing put down his teacup. You will go to Jinling County, find our missing spies or ascertain the reason for their disappearance, and also see what the Xianxia sect is plotting, as they seem to be very active lately. You do not need to engage in any dangerous activities, just gather intelligence and report back. Of course, if there is an opportunity to rescue the spies, that would be excellent. If not, then there is nothing to be done. After hearing this, Chen Guanyu quickly calculated in his mind. It didn't sound too difficult, it was merely gathering intelligence. But the problem was that Jinling County was the territory of the Xianxia sect. As an outsider and a cultivator in the chi refining stage, any slip-up could lead to exposure. How would I enter Jinling County? Chen Guanyu asked. I surely cannot enter as a disciple of the Xingyan sect, right? Fong Qing nodded. Naturally, you cannot use your real identity. We will arrange a new identity for you as a loose cultivator who has drifted to Jinling County from elsewhere. You just need to act low-key, avoid causing trouble, and generally no one will specifically investigate you. There are many loose cultivators in Jinling County. This identity is the most practical. Remember, your task is only to gather intelligence, not to kill or cause chaos, and certainly not to act heroically. When you get there, observe more, and say less, act according to the situation, and be sure to keep a low profile. Chen Guanyu remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Disciple is willing to go. Fong Qing smiled with satisfaction. Good. You have courage. He stood up, walked to Chen Guanyu, and patted his shoulder, saying, rest assured, I will not let you die in vain. This mission, as long as you return alive regardless of the outcome, the foundation establishment pill will be yours. Furthermore, Elder Jiang and Elder, you will also provide some items in advance. Talismans, elixirs, magical tools, everything necessary will be provided. Chen Guanyu cupped his hands and said, thank you, Elder. Fong Qing waved his hand, saying, no need to thank me, this is what you trade your life for. All right, you should go back and rest. You will depart in 3 days. Someone will deliver the items to your cave and inform you of the specific route and contact method. Disciple understands. Chen Guanyu stood up to bid farewell, leaving Fong Qing's cave. Upon exiting, Chen Guanyu took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Jinling County, Xianxia sect. This mission is likely not to be peaceful. But since he had made up his mind, there was nothing to fear. The path of cultivation is after all a struggle against fate. If one fears such dangers, how can one talk about longevity? Chen Guanyu clenched his fists and strode back towards his own cave. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Chen Guanyu sat cross-legged on the mat and summoned the panel. Name Chen Guanyu. Age 17 years. Cultivation 8th layer of chi refining. Sword techniques. Light control sword technique. Perfected 5350. Shadow step. Beginner 98150. Flowing light sword technique. Minor success 15800. Note the host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the practice techniques. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Chen Guanyu fell into deep thought. With only 3 days left, he needed to quickly enhance his strength. The shadow step required 52 more points for minor success, while the flowing light sword technique needed 785 more points to reach major success. With only 3 days left, it was clear that there would not be significant breakthroughs in the flowing light sword technique, so Chen Guanyu decided to go all in on the shadow step. But every little bit counts. For the next 3 days, Chen Guanyu hardly slept, practicing sword techniques whenever he could except for necessary rest. On the evening of the 3rd day, he summoned the panel once again. Name Chen Guanyu. Age 17 years. Cultivation 8th layer of Qi refining. Sword techniques. Light control sword technique. Perfected 5300. Shadow step. Beginner 12150. Flowing light sword technique. Minor success 15800. In 3 days the shadow step increased by 31 points while the other two had not changed at all since he hadn't practiced them. Though it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. That's about enough. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword and was about to rest when a sudden knock echoed from outside the cave. Is senior brother Chen in? Chen Guanyu opened the door to find a stranger, an outer disciple, holding a storage bag. Senior brother Chen, this is from Elder Jiang. The disciple respectfully handed over the storage bag. Chen Guanyu accepted it, probing with his divine sense, and his eyes instantly lit up. Inside the storage bag were neatly stacked 2500 low-grade spirit stones, a stack of talismans, several bottles of elixirs, and a piece of first-grade superior armor, and a first-grade superior spiritual light shield. Elder Jiang said this is an advance payment, and when you return the remaining 2500 will be added, the disciple added. Chen Guanyu nodded and stored the bag, saying, please thank Elder Jiang for me. The disciple cupped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Chen Guanyu closed the door and began to take out the items from the storage bag one by one. There were 20 talismans, 15 fireball talismans, 3 golden armor talismans, and the remaining 2 were swift talismans, all first-grade superior, capable of saving lives in critical moments. There were 10 bottles of elixirs, 4 were recovery elixirs, 4 were healing elixirs, 1 was an antidote, and the last was a blood-boiling elixir used for explosive power in emergencies. The armor was entirely silver white, as thin as a cicada's wing. Once worn, it felt almost weightless, yet its defensive power surpassed that of the previous ice silkworm inner armor. To Chen Guanyu's delight, he discovered that this armor also had the effect of concealing cultivation, allowing him to disguise his level as being at the 5th layer of Qi refining. What a good item! Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction, putting on the armor and storing the talismans and elixirs back in the storage bag along with the spirit stones. Everything was ready. He just had to wait for tomorrow to set off. The next morning, Chen Guanyu woke up early, changed into a plain gray robe, wrapped his Xian iron long sword in coarse cloth, and slung it on his back before leaving the cave. As he arrived at the mountain gate, he spotted a familiar figure. Old one. Chen Guanyu was taken aback. What are you doing here? When Xiao ran over, panting. I heard you were going on a long task. Why didn't you tell me? How did you find out? Chen Guanyu was a bit bewildered, even when Xiao knew he was leaving. The person who delivered your items is a buddy of mine from the outer sect. We talked about it during dinner yesterday. He mentioned he was delivering a bunch of resources to someone in the inner sect. When I heard that, I guessed you must be going on a long trip, so I came to confirm. Chen Guanyu remained silent for a moment, gaining new insight into the confidentiality awareness of the disciples of the Xingyun sect, and patted Wen Xiao's shoulder. The task is confidential. I cannot disclose. Besides, it's nothing serious, just a trip, and I'll be back in a while. Wen Xiao stared at him for a long time, suddenly lowering his voice. Guanyu, tell me honestly, is this task very dangerous? Chen Guanyu chuckled. How dangerous can it be? I'm so strong, who can harm me? If it's not dangerous, why give you so much? Wen Xiao wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Chen Guanyu. All right, stop being so sentimental. When I come back, we'll gather again. I'll treat you to the best restaurant in Yanjifang. Wen Xiao opened his mouth, but finally just nodded heavily. Then you. Take care. Don't worry, no one has been born who can stop me from coming back. Chen Guanyu nodded, turning and striding toward the mountain gate, as Wen Xiao stood behind, watching his figure gradually disappear at the end of the mountain path. A month later, Jinling, County, Xianxia Town. This is an inconspicuous little town located at the northernmost end of Jinling County, at the border between the Yinsai sect and the Xingyun sect. The town is home to several hundred families, mostly mortals. Due to its unique geographical position, wandering cultivators occasionally pass by and rest here. At this moment, Chen Guanyu was sitting in the only tea shed in town, a bowl of coarse tea in front of him, leisurely eating a steamed bun. According to the information from Fangqing, this was his first stop upon entering Jinling County. 300 miles south of Xianxia Town is Jinling County City. The last known location of the 3 missing scouts from the Xingyun sect was in the county city. So where do you come from? The tea shed owner, an old man in his 50s, casually asked as he noticed Chen Guanyu's unfamiliarity. Chen Guanyu smiled. I came from the north, heard there are jobs available in Jinling County, and thought I'd try my luck. The old man nodded and didn't ask further, returning to his work. After finishing his bun and tea, Chen Guanyu tossed a few copper coins on the table and got up to leave. Exiting the tea shed, he headed south along the official road. After walking for about a day, the outline of a city appeared ahead. Jinling County City. Chen Guanyu slowed his pace, carefully observing his surroundings. At the city gate stood several guards wearing the standard attire of the Yinsai sect, their cultivation levels not high, only at the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi refining. Many people were entering and exiting the city, including both mortals and cultivators. The guards merely glanced over casually, not conducting strict checks. Wandering cultivators. Yes. State your name, cultivation level, and where you came from. We need to record this. When Xiao 5th layer of Qi refining accidentally killed a few mortals in the north, and I'm being hunted by the Xingyun sect, so I'm here to hide out for a while. The Xingyun sect is indeed unreasonable. We cultivators only kill a few mortals. Must it be taken this seriously? Chen Guanyu began to complain voluntarily. The Xianxia sect disciple nodded repeatedly at this. Those hypocritical righteous cultivators are just idle and have nothing to do. Don't worry, in our Xianxia sect's territory those hypocrites dare not come here. They are merely bullies of the weak. What this brother says is absolutely right. I and Xiao have long been displeased with those hypocrites. The inspection passed easily, and Chen Guanyu let out a sigh of relief as he followed the crowd into the city. Upon entering the city, a bustling atmosphere rushed towards him. The streets were lined with shops on both sides, the sounds of vendors calling and haggling intermingling, not much different from a mundane market. Most of the people on the streets were ordinary mortals, with occasional wandering cultivators heading toward the inner city. Chen Guanyu glanced at the distant walls of the inner city, having no intention of entering. After all, the inner city was sure to have latest-stage Qi refining cultivators from the Xianxia sect stationed there. If he were to recklessly enter without knowing anything, he might not even know how he died. Instead of wandering around, he followed the address given by Fang Qing, heading east in the city. There was a small alley in the east of the city that led to an inconspicuous grocery store. This was the undercover base of the Xingyun sect in Jinling County, controlled by poison, ensuring it would never betray the sect. Chen Guanyu found the grocery store and pushed the door open. The shop was dimly lit with shelves cluttered with various odds and ends. An old hunchbacked man was dozing behind the counter, and from the fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, he was only at the second layer of Qi refining. Elder, Chen Guanyu softly called out, tapping the table 3 times. The old man opened his eyes, his murky gaze settling on Chen Guanyu as he slowly asked, "What does the guest want?" Following the secret code, Chen Guanyu replied, "Do you have high-quality cinnabar? I need it for talismans." The old man's eyes flashed with a glint, but quickly faded. "Cinnabar? Yes, I have some, but not much left. How much do you need?" 1 pound, and also give me 5 sheets of talisman paper. 1 pound. That's quite a bit. Let me consider it. Please follow me to the back. There's more in the warehouse. Saying this, the old man stood up and led Chen Guanyu to the back. Passing through a small door, they arrived at a narrow courtyard. The old man closed the door, turned around, and the murkiness in his eyes was swept away, replaced by sharpness. From the Xingyun sect, Chen Guanyu nodded and handed over his identity jade token. The old man examined it carefully before returning it, letting out a sigh. "Finally, someone has come. My name is Sun Bo, and I am the contact here. The 3 scouts from your sect have been missing for over a month." Chen Guanyu asked, "What was the last message they sent?" Sun Bo shook his head. "I'm not clear. I'm only responsible for the reception and don't have direct contact with them. However, I know that they suddenly all went to a place south of the county city called Qimen Mountain. Before they left, they sent me a message letting me know they were going there, and then they went missing, never to be seen again." Qimen Mountain. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. "What kind of place is that?" Sun Bo sighed, lowering his voice. "Qimen Mountain is just a few dozen miles south of the county city. It was originally just a barren mountain with nothing special about it. But 3 months ago, news suddenly spread that second-tier demon beasts had appeared there. The second-tier demon beast is equivalent to a foundation establishment existence. Within the realm of human cultivators, only first-tier demon beasts are employed for the disciples of various sects to hone their skills, making second-tier demon beasts exceedingly rare. Apart from the conflict between humans and demons, there is another reason. Once a demon beast breaks through to the second tier, its intelligence reaches a level comparable to that of normal cultivators, and most tend to avoid human territories. Otherwise, they would face the onslaught of human cultivators. Most demon beasts that break through to the second tier will head west after gathering information. Whether it is the righteous Xingyun sect or the demonic Xianxia sect, to the west lies the territory of the demon clan, known as the 10,000 Great Mountains. Within it is said there are demon lords at the transformation stage, making it a sacred ground for demon clan cultivators. Any demon beast with some intelligence will go to the 10,000 Great Mountains to cultivate rather than remain within human sects. The sudden appearance of a second-tier demon beast at Qimen Mountain naturally attracts attention from various parties, making the Xianxia sect's rampant search entirely understandable. After all, even if it is the demonic path, it is still a human force fundamentally different from those of the demon clans. But that's just a rumor. Sun Bo waved his hand and continued, "Whether there is any truth to it, no one knows. However, ever since the rumor surfaced, the people of the Xianxia sect have started to frequent Qimen Mountain. Your 3 scouts went in during that time." Chen Guanyu remained silent for a moment and asked Sun Bo, "Do you think they still have a chance of survival?" Sun Bo shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's hard to say. No news for over a month likely means. However, if you're determined, you can visit the vicinity of Qimen Mountain. You might find some clues." Chen Guanyu nodded, formulating a plan in his mind. By the way, Sun Bo suddenly recalled something and pulled out a palm-sized wooden token from beneath the counter, handing it to Chen Guanyu. This is the passage token of the Xianxia sect, something we managed to obtain secretly over the years. Keep it might come in handy at a critical moment. Chen Guanyu took the wooden token and examined it. The token was entirely black, engraved with a menacing skull on one side and the character Sha on the other. Thank you, Sun Bo. Chen Guanyu tucked the token into his robe. No need to thank me, Sun Bo waved his hand. I am also doing this for the sect. Be careful, the area around Qimen Mountain is under strict martial law. The disciples of the Xianxia sect are on guard every few steps. If you're unsure, don't venture in. Better not end up like those three. Chen Guanyu nodded and took his leave. After exiting the grocery store, he did not rush to Qimen Mountain, but found a nondescript inn in the county city to settle down. Lying in bed, he summoned the panel. Name Chen Guanyu, age 17, cultivation, Qi refinement level 8, disguised as Qi refinement level 5. Sword techniques, light control, sword technique perfected 5-3 sword shadow steps, beginner 129150 flowing light, sword technique minor achievement 1500 panel introduction. The host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the sword techniques being cultivated. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Chen Guanyu calculated in his heart. He was only 21 points away from minor achievement in sword shadow steps. If he could break through in the next 2 days, his strength would increase significantly. He'll rest tonight and check the situation near Qimen Mountain tomorrow, Chen Guanyu murmured, closing his eyes and quickly drifting into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chen Guanyu left the county city and headed south. The journey of less than 50 miles was only half an hour for a Qi refinement cultivator. As he approached Qimen Mountain, Chen Guanyu slowed his pace and carefully observed his surroundings. Indeed, as Sun Bo had said, there were numerous disciples of the Xianxia sect patrolling at the foot of the mountain, most of them at Qi refinement levels 4 or 5, and occasionally, he could see those in the later stages of Qi refinement, whose attire was markedly different from other disciples. Chen Guanyu did not rashly approach, but instead circled to the side of the mountain, seeking a concealed grove to hide in. He observed the movements on the mountain from a distance, secretly calculating how to infiltrate. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Chen Guanyu's heart tightened, and he quickly restrained his aura, hiding behind a tree. Soon 2 disciples of the Xianxia sect came down from the mountain, chatting as they walked. Do you think we've been guarding here for nearly 2 months? What exactly are we guarding against? Complained a younger disciple. Lower your voice. The older disciple shot him a glare. We disciples shouldn't pry into matters above us. I'm just curious, the younger disciple replied, pouting. I heard several Foundation establishment elders have come. They wander around the mountain all day, not knowing what they're looking for. Looking for what? The older disciple sneered. Let me tell you, but you mustn't leak it. What is it? Hurry and tell me. The younger disciple's eyes lit up, leaning in closer. Get a bit closer to me. Upon hearing this, the younger disciple leaned in. The older disciple's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as his hand transformed into a claw, swiftly thrusting towards the younger disciple's heart. The younger disciple's face showed terror, but the distance was too close for him to react in time. Uffy. Haha. You. Looking at the still beating heart in the older disciple's hand, and then at the gaping hole in his chest, the younger disciple wore a face of disbelief, but he could no longer speak, only collapsing to the ground in despair. Damn it, I've disliked you for a long time. Twice in a row you didn't give me spirit stones. This time I finally lured you out. The older disciple, showing disdain, wiped his hands on the corpse, then reached for the storage bag at the younger disciple's waist. Just as he was about to touch the storage bag, the older disciple suddenly felt a bright light surge beside him, blinding him somewhat, and he struggled to turn his head towards the source of light, only to freeze in place. His eyes widened suddenly, and sharp pain and coldness surged from his abdomen. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and he couldn't even utter a single word. It turned out that the light was a sword light. This was the last thought in his mind. His body had already been cleaved in 2 at the moment it made contact with the white sword light. Subsequently, his head slid down from his neck, falling to the ground. In the next second, the white light dissipated, and Chen Guanyu's figure became visible. Tisk tisk, I was worried that their conversation would alert other Xianxia sect disciples, but unexpectedly, they started fighting each other. This makes things much simpler. After taking the storage bags from the 2, Chen Guanyu donned the clothing of one of the disciples and tidied up the body slightly. He specifically beheaded the older disciple to ensure that his clothes would have no damage. Chen Guanyu wore them, using a cleansing technique to remove the bloodstains. At first glance, it was difficult to determine whether he was a disciple of the Xianxia sect. Regarding the 2 storage bags, Chen Guanyu took a cursory glance. There were no good items. In total, there were more than 30 low-grade spirit stones, a few bottles of extremely low-quality pills, and nothing else. What is this? Chen Guanyu frowned, pulling out a piece of clothing from the older disciple's storage bag. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fragrant belly band. Damn, this is truly disgraceful, utterly disgraceful. Smelling the faint fragrance, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, but he quickly reacted, shaking his head and packing the belly band along with another set of women's clothing into the storage bag. He'll venture deeper into the mountain. If things seem off, he'll run immediately. With that thought, Chen Guanyu continued deeper into the mountain. Deep within Ximen Mountain, in a hidden crevice of the mountain's belly, 3 figures curled up in the cramped space, their breaths weak. The foremost figure was a girl dressed in purple, appearing no older than 15 or 16, with skin as dark as ink, delicate features like a painting, and disheveled purple hair that accentuated her pitiful state. At this moment, she had her eyes closed, her chest rising and falling weakly, clearly gravely injured. Beside her were 2 middle-aged men, one stout and burly, the other lean and sharp-eyed. Both men were similarly covered in wounds, their clothes torn and stained with blood. Xuanhuang, how is the princess' condition? The lean man asked in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the movements outside the crevice. The burly man withdrew his hand from the girl's wrist, his expression grave. Not good. That palm strike injured her internal organs, and after days of fleeing, her spiritual energy is nearly depleted. If we can't get her treatment soon, I'm afraid. He didn't finish, but the lean man understood his implication. Damn it, those dogs from Xianxia sect are closing in fast. The lean man gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the princess insisting on coming to this human territory, we wouldn't be in this situation. Taiying. Xuanhuang admonished him in a low voice. Watch your words. Taiying closed his mouth, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The 2 of them were originally the guards under the command of the Mo-Shi Demon Emperor in the 10,000 Great Mountains, tasked with protecting this young princess. Who would have thought that this mischievous ancestor, taking advantage of the Demon Emperor's retreat into seclusion, sneaked out of the 10,000 Great Mountains, eager to experience the worldly affairs of the human realm? By the time they realized they were being pursued, it was already too late. The decision the little princess made could not be altered by anyone except the Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress. For the past month, they had been evading human cultivators' pursuit, with great caution, planning to take the princess for a brief tour before returning, yet they were still discovered by the people of Xianxia sect. Those human cultivators, upon seeing the 3 transformed great demons, acted like wolves that smelled blood, pursuing them frantically. They fought while retreating, escaping to Ximen Mountain, thinking they could evade disaster, but to their shock, the Xianxia sect had sealed off the entire mountainous area, searching the mountain for them. How many are still pursuing outside? Xuanhuang asked. Taiying raised 3 fingers. At least 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, along with over 20 chi refining ones, are searching this way. Moreover, he paused. Our information has likely leaked, and there may even be Golden Core cultivators joining the pursuit. Xuanhuang's expression changed. Golden Core. Although both of them were latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, they were considered experts in the 10,000 Great Mountains, but facing human Golden Core cultivators would undoubtedly be a dead end. We must find a way to get the princess out. Xuanhuang said gravely. No matter what, the princess absolutely cannot come to harm. Otherwise, both our families will suffer catastrophic consequences. Taiying nodded, about to speak, when a soft hum suddenly came from behind them. The 2 turned only to see the purple-clad girl had opened her eyes, her purple gaze looking at them in confusion. Uncle Xuanhuang, Uncle Taiying. Where are we? Xuanhuang quickly stepped forward and said in a low voice, Princess, we are hiding in a crevice in Ximen Mountain. How are you feeling? Moai attempted to prop herself up, but pulled at her injury, gasping in pain. It hurts so much. She bit her lip, tears welling in her purple eyes. Why are those humans so mean? We didn't provoke them. Why are they chasing us relentlessly? Taiying smiled bitterly. Princess, human cultivators have always treated the demon race this way. Especially for us second-tier great demons who have transformed, we are seen as treasures in their eyes. Moreover, he paused, you are a descendant of the Demon Emperor with a noble bloodline. If they capture you, being skinned and having your soul refined would be a light punishment. Moa's face paled as she recalled the stories told by her elders about human cultivators harming the demon race, her heart filled with fear and regret. I was wrong. She lowered her head and murmured, I shouldn't have sneaked out. I've put both of you in danger. Xuanhuang sighed and ruffled her hair. There is no need for the princess to blame herself. Oh, protecting you is our duty. Now is not the time for talk. Taiying suddenly lifted his head, alert. Someone's coming. Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts sounded from outside the crevice. Over here. There are fluctuations of spiritual energy. Quick, surround them. Notify the master we have found those beasts. Xuanhuang and Taiying's expressions changed drastically. Run! Xuanhuang pulled Moai up, shielding her behind him. The 3 burst out of the crevice and the scene before them opened up. In the mountain's belly, more than 20 disciples of the Xianxia sect had them surrounded, led by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in black robes who were staring coldly at them. Why aren't you running? The leading Foundation establishment cultivator sneered. You 3 beasts dare to come to our Xianxia sect's territory. This makes it easy for us to find you. Xuanhuang stepped forward blocking MOAI and said in a deep voice, "Friends, we are merely passing through. We have no intention of opposing your sect. If you allow us to leave, we will surely repay you generously." Generously repay. The Foundation establishment cultivator scoffed. "What do you 3 second-tier great demons possess that isn't a generous reward? If we kill you, your belongings will naturally belong to us. Do we need your thanks?" Tai Ying's expression darkened. "What do you want?" "Hehe, what do we want?" The Foundation establishment cultivator licked his lips. 2 latest-stage Foundation establishment guards, and 1. Tisk tisk, this aura, I fear your bloodline, is not low, huh? His gaze passed over Xuanhuang and Tai Ying, landing on the rear where MOAI stood, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. "I want this little demon alive. You bastard, you're seeking death." Tai Ying shouted, furiously vanishing from his spot, in an instant appearing before the Foundation establishment cultivator, a claw aimed straight for his throat. The Foundation establishment cultivator sneered, gathering black energy in his hand to meet the attack. Boom. The two clashed, and the Foundation establishment cultivator was sent flying, the violent spiritual energy scattering directly, turning several Qi refining disciples into blood mist. Tai Ying staggered back a few steps, steadying himself, a grave look flashing in his eyes. Although this human was not strong, he and Xuanhuang were already at their limits in their current state. Meanwhile, Xuanhuang had also moved. He let out a roar towards the sky, his form swelling, transforming in an instant into a giant bear over 3 meters tall, striking towards another Foundation establishment cultivator. The Foundation establishment cultivator's expression changed slightly, hurriedly dodging while forming seals with his hands, several strands of black energy transforming into chains that wrapped around the giant bear. "Don't just stand there, everyone attack together." "Uncle Xuanhuang, Uncle Tai Ying," MOAI cried out in alarm, wanting to rush forward, but was held back by an invisible force. "Princess, run quickly," Tai Ying shouted without looking back. "We will hold them off. You run towards the mountain exterior." "I want leave." MOA's tears were about to spill. "I want to stay with you." "Listen." Xuanhuang smashed through a strand of black energy, sustaining more injuries on his body, his voice low and resolute. "You are the princess. You cannot die here. Run quickly." Tai Ying, drenched in blood, clung tightly to the Foundation establishment cultivator, not allowing him to step even a foot closer to MOAI. MOA's face was streaked with tears as she watched the 2 guardians who had raised her since childhood desperately protecting her, her heart breaking. But in this situation, a little demon with only first-tier strength remaining here would only distract them. Thus MOAI quickly made her decision. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly turned and ran towards the back mountain. "Quickly chase," the leading Foundation establishment cultivator shouted. "Don't let that little demon escape." "Want to chase? First you must pass through me." Tai Ying sneered, flashing to block the Foundation establishment cultivator's path. Seeking death. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Xuanhuang was covered in injuries, but still gritted his teeth, desperately blocking 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, the giant bear paw shaking the mountain with each blow. Tai Ying moved with incredible speed, weaving through the crowd, and in just a few breaths, he had slaughtered the Qi refining disciples of Xianxia sect clean. But they were ultimately at the end of their rope. Already seriously injured, now facing many opponents, they quickly fell into a disadvantage under the siege of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Meanwhile, other disciples from Xianxia sect were rushing towards this location. "Xuanhuang!" Tai Ying suddenly cried out. Xuanhuang looked down only to see a black long sword piercing through his chest. "Ah!" he roared, swiping a hand back, smashing the Foundation establishment cultivator wielding the sword into a pulp, but he himself also collapsed to the ground. "Xuanhuang!" Tai Ying's eyes widened with rage, wanting to rush over, but was held back by the remaining 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, unable to move. Xuanhuang lay on the ground, using his last bit of strength to look towards the direction where MOAI had escaped. His body gradually lost its vitality, the massive bear form showing no more movement. Tai Ying's eyes streamed with tears, but there was no time for sorrow. He knew he could not escape either. "Princess, take care." He took a deep breath, the spiritual energy within him surging wildly. In the next moment, boom! A deafening explosion resounded, a violent wave of spiritual energy sweeping forth, engulfing everything within dozens of meters. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators from Xianxia sect changed colors, drastically, hurriedly retreating, but still got caught in the blast, spitting blood. When the dust settled, only a massive deep pit remained, along with scattered debris all around. This beast self-destructed. The leading Foundation establishment cultivator wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark. He was now heavily injured and couldn't afford to continue the pursuit, so he could only order the Qi refining disciples below chase. That little demon can't have gotten far. MOAI didn't know how long she had been running. All she knew was to run desperately, but she was currently in a wounded state with her demon power nearly depleted. After running a short distance, she felt her legs turn weak. Behind her, faint sounds of pursuers could be heard. She gritted her teeth, wanting to go faster, but her legs gave way, and she rolled down the slope. Thud! She crashed heavily into a tree, feeling her insides churn, and spat out a mouthful of blood. She wanted to get up, but found she had no strength left in her body. The darkness before her grew more intense. In her ears, the sounds of pursuers grew closer. It's over. She despairingly closed her eyes. At that moment, a figure appeared before her. Moai barely opened her eyes, catching sight of a young face dressed in Xianxia sect disciples' attire with a long sword wrapped in coarse cloth on his back. The person was looking down at her, his eyes filled with shock. Moai wanted to say something, but darkness enveloped her, and she completely lost consciousness. What the hell? Where did this cabinet come from? Is there a cabinet in the cultivation world now? Chen Guanyu stared at the unconscious purple-haired girl before him, his mind momentarily blank. What is happening? He had merely killed 2 disciples of the Xianxia sect involved in internal strife, and was intending to change his clothes to investigate the situation in the mountains. Yet he hadn't gone far when he saw a figure roll down the hillside, landing right in front of him. It's a girl. Her skin is as dark as the ink he had used before, and she is a demon. Chen Guanyu's pupils constricted as he carefully sensed the aura emanating from the girl. Peak of the first stage. Although faint, he could still distinguish that the fluctuation was different from that of a human cultivator. A demon clan. Chen Guanyu suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. Shouldn't a demon beast only be able to take form at the 2nd stage? Those with inferior bloodlines even need to reach the 3rd stage. This demon beast before him was clearly only at the peak of the 1st stage. How could it? Chen Guanyu's pupils suddenly shook as a bold guess formed in his mind. Typically, demon beasts do indeed require the 2nd stage to take form, but there are exceptions. The first type is those with exceptionally high bloodlines capable of taking form right after birth, and the second type is those that have consumed some extremely high-grade heavenly materials. Recalling the rumors about 2nd-stage demon beasts that Sun Bo mentioned along with the recent movements of the Xianxia sect, the girl before him is most likely of the first type, that is a demon clan with an exceptionally high bloodline. Chen Guanyu instantly understood something. Damn, he muttered under his breath, feeling as if he had stumbled into something significant. In the distance, the shouts of pursuers grew closer. Chen Guanyu looked down at the unconscious girl, then glanced towards the direction of the sounds. His mind raced. Should he save this dark-skinned creature before him or not? If he saved her, what if the people from the Xianxia sect discovered him? His identity as an inner disciple of the Xingyun sect would be exposed, and 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. On the other hand, he glanced at the girl's pale face and the frown that remained even in her unconscious state. Forget it. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth and picked up the girl. Let's just consider it a good deed. More importantly, he wanted to take a gamble. If this demon girl truly was a descendant of a high bloodline great demon, the benefits would be immeasurable. He quickly scanned the surroundings and found a crack in the mountainside not far away, barely large enough for a person to pass through. Chen Guanyu entered the crack while holding the girl simultaneously, using the concealment technique to minimize his aura. Just as he concealed himself, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside. It was a few disciples of the Xianxia sect in the qi refining stage. Where is he? I think I just saw him. Don't you dare miss C. Search. He must be nearby. Uncle Wen said there would be heavy rewards for anyone who finds him. Chen Guanyu held his breath, remaining utterly still. The girl he held in his arms seemed to sense something, while unconscious, curling up slightly, but she did not wake up. The footsteps outside came and went for nearly half a stick of incense before gradually fading away. Chen Guanyu let out a sigh of relief and looked down at the girl in his arms. Upon closer inspection, he realized the girl was gravely injured. There was a deep palm print on her chest, clearly struck by someone's technique, causing significant internal injuries. There were multiple wounds on her body. Though they had crusted over, blood was still visible, and her clothes were tattered, revealing her dark skin underneath. This skin color. Chen Guanyu gazed at the girl in his arms, a hint of suspicion stirring in his heart. During his time at Xingyun Temple, he had also read some miscellaneous texts about the cultivation world. Such texts generally recorded the medicines, herbs, and artifacts that the authors were familiar with, and many also documented various demon beasts from different regions, including their size, bloodlines, and even their forms after taking shape. This demon girl in his arms, having merely reached the peak of the first stage, was nonetheless able to take form, and her transformed appearance aligned with some descriptions of the Mo-Shi clan found in the texts. The Mo-Shi clan predominantly resides in the eastern part of the 100,000 Great Mountains, with varying bloodlines within the clan. Most adults can achieve the late stage of the first stage, resembling black snakes, without any patterns. After taking form, regardless of gender, they all possess ink-like skin with hair colors of purple or blue and occasionally white hair. The only discrepancy is their cultivation level. Chen Guanyu's thoughts raced. The Mo-Shi clan is not considered a high bloodline demon clan, at best they are mid-tier. Generally, the cultivation level of their adults barely reaches the late stage of the first stage, which is far from sufficient for taking form. The girl before him appeared to be underage based on her features, yet her cultivation level had reached the peak of the first stage, and she had even successfully taken form. Such a situation typically occurs only among demon clans with higher bloodlines. Chen Guanyu pondered as he reached out to lift the girl's eyelid. Yes, brown eyes with vertical pupils, she is most likely from the Moshi clan. This situation could only mean one thing: the parents of this demon girl have exceptionally high cultivation levels. At the very least, they must be demon kings of the third stage corresponding to the human golden core stage. There is even a greater possibility that they are demon emperors of the fourth stage. As for the Moshi clan's bloodline, children born from parents at the golden core stage might not even be able to take form at the first stage. If this is true, then by saving their child, Chen Guanyu might have the opportunity to cling to the leg of a powerhouse equivalent to a human in the golden core or even nascent soul stage. It's not that being an inner disciple of the Xingyun sect is bad, it's just that getting to know descendants of a fourth stage demon emperor would be a far broader prospect. After all, it's all for contributing to the Xuanhuang Great World. Just thinking about it made Chen Guanyu unable to suppress a smile. Wait, what am I thinking? Chen Guanyu shook his head. Now is not the time for such thoughts. He reached out to check the girl's breath, which was faint but still present. He then touched her wrist. A trace of spiritual power slowly seeped in, and immediately Chen Guanyu gasped in cold air. The demon power within this girl was in disarray, and her meridians were damaged in multiple places. Clearly, she had undergone a fierce battle, and after sustaining heavy injuries, she had forcefully mobilized her demon power to escape, exacerbating her condition. They'll give you some pills. Consider me an angel investor. Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth, took out a healing pill from his storage bag, and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, and the girl's brow seemed to relax a little. Chen Guanyu then took out a recovery pill and fed it to her, as well, using his own spiritual power to help her absorb the medicinal effect. After doing all this, he shifted the girl deeper into the crack, finding a relatively concealed corner to lay her down. Whether you can live or not depends on yourself now. I can only help you this far, Chen Guanyu said softly. After speaking, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest, keeping a constant watch on the outside movements. Time passed second by second. Outside the crack, footsteps occasionally passed by, but none discovered this hidden entrance. Chen Guanyu remained vigilant, while also observing the girl's condition. The effects of the pills were good. The girl's breath gradually stabilized. Although she had not yet awakened, at least she was no longer in life-threatening danger. After an unknown period, the girl suddenly let out a soft groan. Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and saw the girl's eyelids fluttering before slowly opening. They were brown vertical pupils, and at that moment they were looking at him in confusion. You. The girl opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Who are you? Chen Guanyu remained silent, simply gazing at her. The girl seemed to remember something, her eyes flashing with terror. She attempted to struggle to sit up, but the movement tugged at her wound, causing her to gasp in pain. Don't move, Chen Guanyu said calmly. If you move now, your wound will split open. The girl ignored him, still attempting to struggle, but lacking the strength, collapsing to the ground, instead her purple eyes warily fixed on Chen Guanyu. Are you from the Xianxia sect? She weakly asked, her gaze landing on the Xianxia sect disciple attire Chen Guanyu wore. Chen Guanyu glanced down at his clothing and shook his head. No. Then why are you wearing their clothes? I found them. The girl. She clearly didn't believe him, but lacking the strength to press further, she merely stared intently at Chen Guanyu, as if trying to see through him. Chen Guanyu was unconcerned and asked, What is your name? The girl pursed her lips and remained silent. It's fine if you don't want to say. Chen Guanyu stood up. Those Xianxia sect members outside are still searching the mountain. I take care of yourself. As he said this, he pretended to walk out. Wait. The girl panicked. I'll tell you. Chen Guanyu stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. The girl bit her lip and quietly said, Moai. My name is Moai. Moai. Chen Guanyu nodded. A demon race. Moai hesitated for a moment before nodding. What bloodline? Moai fell silent again. You must be from the Mo Snake clan, right? How did you know? Moai's eyes widened in shock. Chen Guanyu did not answer. He sat back down beside her, taking out a healing pill from his storage bag and placing it in front of her. The Xianxia sect members are still searching the mountain. If we're found here, it's only a matter of time, so we should leave immediately. Otherwise, if our whereabouts are discovered, we will both face certain death. Chen Guanyu had already decided against pursuing the 3 scouts from the Xingyun sect. Based on what he had seen on the way, whether it be scattered cultivators or Mo Ace group, they were all targets of the Xianxia sect's search. The 3 scouts from the sect were likely dead. He had already identified the targets of the Xianxia sect's extensive search, so there was no problem reporting back to the sect. Why should I trust you? Moai looked at the young man beside her with suspicion. Chen Guanyu couldn't help but chuckle. If I were a disciple of the Xianxia sect, do you think you would still be alive now? MOAI clearly realized something, her small face turning awkwardly dark. Seeing this, Chen Guanyu did not waste any more time and directly took out a set of women's clothing from his storage bag, even including a bodice, which he had previously seized from a Xianxia sect disciple's bag. Put this on. MOAI took the clothes, her face displaying a hint of shock. Aren't you a man? Why do you carry women's clothing with you? In response to MOA's question, Chen Guanyu awkwardly scratched his nose. Would you believe me if I said I took it from a Xianxia sect disciple? Without waiting for MOA's response, he walked straight out. Oomph. MOAI snorted lightly, quickly changing into the clothing. After the earlier test, she already knew that Chen Guanyu would not harm her for the time being, so she grew bolder. However, she still couldn't understand why Chen Guanyu chose to save her. This was completely different from what her elders in the clan had told her about the treacherous and self-serving human cultivators. Wait. MOAI suddenly raised her head, feeling that she had figured everything out. This despicable human cultivator must have seen the nobility of this princess bloodline, so he helped me just to sell me off for a good price. Truly a vile human. MOAI felt that her intelligence was now on par with the elders in her clan thanks to her noble bloodline. Hey, are you done yet? If you take any longer, the Xianxia sect cultivators will find us. Chen Guanyu's voice came from outside, revealing a hint of urgency. Oh. MOAI was startled by his words and hurriedly ran outside. After all, she knew that Chen Guanyu would not harm her for at least a short time, but those Xianxia sect cultivators would truly kill her. There's no choice. The situation is stronger than the person. No, it's the situation that's stronger than the demon. With demons under the eaves, we must lower our heads. For now, this princess will submit to you. MOAI thought resentfully, realizing that she had no better choice but to follow Chen Guanyu. She could sense that this person's cultivation was very close to the peak level of first-tier demons, not much weaker than her, and since he was so young, he must also possess considerable talent among humans. For the time being, he could protect her without any issue, especially since she was still injured, her strength reduced to a fraction. Any random human cultivator could easily slay her, a small demon. As soon as MOAI ran out of the cave, Chen Guanyu, who had been waiting at the entrance, scooped her up. Without waiting for her to react, he dashed down the mountain. Staying any longer on Qimen Mountain meant more danger for them. By the way, Chen Guanyu suddenly recalled something and spoke without lowering his head. MOAI, being carried by Chen Guanyu, felt a bit uncomfortable, but quickly looked up when she heard him speak. What is it? My name is Chen Guanyu. You must remember that I saved you. MOAI pouted at this, seemingly disdainful. This princess. I am not like you despicable humans who would forget favors. Chen Guanyu, right? They'll remember you. After saying this, MOAI noticed that Chen Guanyu had not responded for a long time, so she just ignored it and peeked back, seeing no pursuers, which made her feel a bit more at ease. What she failed to notice was that Chen Guanyu was now frowning deeply. He naturally heard MOA's words earlier. Although she later changed her self-reference, Chen Guanyu wasn't foolish. With a little thought, he could sense that something was amiss. Princess. Chen Guanyu was shocked. In the cultivation world, near the Xingyun sect, the only ones who called themselves princesses were either the daughters of Celestial Dynasty emperors or the daughters of demon emperors from the 10,000 Great Mountains. A fourth-tier demon emperor, a nascent soul-level existence. Although he had suspected it for a long time, he couldn't help but feel his mind shaken when it was confirmed. Perhaps I misheard. The news was too shocking, and Chen Guanyu felt somewhat dizzy. No matter, let's run out first. Due to the vast expanse of Qimen Mountain, the disciples of the Xianxia sect were actually quite dispersed. In just a quarter of an hour, Chen Guanyu had already reached the foot of the mountain. Unlike the disciples scattered on the mountain due to the hunt, there were disciples specifically assigned by the Xianxia sect to stay at the foot of Qimen Mountain. The purpose was to prevent anyone from sneaking out of Qimen Mountain. Chen Guanyu was fortunate. The few stationed disciples he encountered were not very powerful, only at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Such strength posed no threat to him at all. With a single sword strike, he killed the Xianxia sect disciple who tried to block him, while the rest were intimidated and dared not approach. In a hurry, Chen Guanyu did not delay any longer and continued to rush outward. He knew that the disciples of the Xianxia sect behind him would definitely report his location to the subsequent reinforcements, but he had his own considerations. Even if he killed all these people, the Xianxia sect disciples would still discover his escape route. Moreover, if he encountered any disciples with hidden tricks, it might waste him some time. This little bit of time could attract the attention of other Xianxia sect disciples, and if they all came over, it would be truly impossible for Chen Guanyu to escape. It would be better to leave a few people behind to report his direction of departure, and then he could change his route halfway. This way the Xianxia sect's surveillance might be disrupted. If I had known, I should have asked Elder Fong for a cloak to conceal my aura. Chen Guanyu couldn't help but grumble. He was carrying a demon girl, which made traveling inconvenient. They definitely could not go to the cities with cultivators stationed, otherwise it would be an instant exposure. At this moment, if he had a magical artifact to conceal his aura, it would have saved Chen Guanyu, and MOAI a lot of trouble on their journey. Looking at the girl in his arms who was meditating with her eyes closed, Chen Guanyu spoke up. Hey, do you have to maintain your transformed state? Can't you revert to your true form, turning into a little snake, and just slip into my sleeve? It would save me from carrying you all the time. No, I can't. MOAI shook her head and replied helplessly, my true form is too heavy, not a small snake. If I maintain my human form, it actually weighs less. Tisk. Chen Guanyu frowned, but did not say more. After all, he had seen how serious MOA's injuries were. If she used her demon power again, her condition would certainly worsen. In this situation, carrying her would actually allow Chen Guanyu to travel faster. There's really no other way. After a long period of travel, Chen Guanyu felt that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He could only grit his teeth and take out a recovery pill from his storage bag, popping it into his mouth before opening his status panel. If all went well, the sword shadow step should be close to breaking through to the next level. Named Chen Guanyu, age 17 years, cultivation 8th layer of Qi refinement, disguised as 5th layer of Qi refinement sword technique, light control sword technique, perfected 5700, sword shadow step, beginner 149150, flowing light sword technique. Minor success 1980 panel introduction. The host can only gain points by practicing sword techniques, and points can only be used on the respective sword techniques. Seeing the plus sign behind sword shadow step, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but smile. Great. System, give me points. With a thought, the plus sign immediately merged into the panel. A mysterious insight surged into his mind, and Chen Guanyu felt his feet lighten, as if he had become one with the wind in that moment. He instinctively took a step. Whoosh! Chen Guanyu's figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing 3 zhang away in the next moment. What a... MOAI on his back was startled, nearly losing her grip. You? Why did your speed suddenly increase? You scared me. Chen Guanyu did not answer. He closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the changes after the sword shadow step reached minor success. His speed had increased by at least 50%, and the integration of footwork and swordsmanship was even tighter. With each step, he could seamlessly strike. More importantly, he could now leave after images while moving. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough to confuse opponents during battle. What a great thing. Chen Guanyu opened his eyes, excitement flashing in his gaze. Hey, you still haven't answered me. MOAI poked his shoulder in dissatisfaction. I just broke through. Chen Guanyu replied tersely, his feet never stopping as he continued to rush north. Behind him, distant shouts could be heard. The disciples of the Xianxia sect had caught up. They're after us. MOAI said, nervously looking back. Chen Guanyu's expression remained unchanged as he increased his speed even further. After the sword shadow step reached minor success, his speed was already comparable to that of an average 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator. With the support of the recovery pill, he was confident he could shake off the pursuers. Hold on tight. Chen Guanyu said calmly, exerting force underfoot. Whoosh! His figure instantly vanished, leaving only an afterimage. The several Xianxia sect disciples chasing behind felt a flash before their eyes, and when they looked again, there was no trace of him whatsoever. Where did he go? Where did he run off to? Quick chase. Don't let them escape. An hour later, Chen Guanyu finally stopped, leaning against a large tree, panting heavily. After continuously fleeing for an hour and changing directions several times along the way, his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. If it weren't for the recovery pills, he would have collapsed long ago. I should have completely shaken them off. Chen Guanyu set MOAI down, took out 2 recovery pills from his storage bag, swallowed one himself, and handed the other to MOAI. MOAI took it, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately swallowed it. After the pill entered her abdomen, it transformed into a warm current, slightly restoring her pale complexion. Thank you, MOAI said softly. Chen Guanyu glanced at her, said nothing, and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to adjust his breath. Seeing him like this, MOAI did not disturb him, quietly sitting beside him, observing him. This human seemed different from what the elders in her clan had described. She remembered that during their escape several times the disciples of the Xianxia sect almost caught up, and it was this person who blocked them with his sword. Although she had her eyes closed at the time, she still sensed that dazzling sword light. He was very strong. At least among those of the same level, there should be few who could match him. What are you looking at? Chen Guanyu suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of vigilance flashing across his face. After all, in front of him was a demon with a deep background. He didn't want to save her only to gain nothing and be schemed against. That would be a huge loss. MOAI was startled, quickly averting her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her dark skin made it hard to tell. It's nothing. Chen Guanyu did not pursue the matter. He stood up and looked around. This was a dense forest with tall trees blocking the sun, barely providing cover. We'll rest here tonight, Chen Guanyu said. We'll continue on our way early tomorrow morning. They could not return to the county city. Although that place was crowded and not conducive for the Xianxia sect to search, it was still a city under the Xianxia sect. If they sealed off and searched the city, Chen Guanyu would eventually be discovered. Oh, MOAI nodded obediently. Chen Guanyu found a relatively concealed spot, cleared a patch of ground, and took out 2 sets of clothes from his storage bag, one to lay on the ground and the other to cover her. Sleep well. Unlike humans, demons generally have better recovery abilities regardless of their bloodline. So many times for demons, taking healing pills and sleeping would be far more effective than imitating humans by meditating to cultivate. MOAI was momentarily taken aback watching as Chen Guanyu walked a short distance away and sat cross-legged with his back to her. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just softly replied with a sound and lay down. Although this human named Chen Guanyu could sometimes be cold, he seemed quite considerate. MOAI thought as she gradually closed her eyes. The next morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating mottled shadows in the forest. Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. After a night of meditation, his spiritual power had recovered significantly and his mental state had improved greatly. He turned to look not far away where MOAI was still sleeping curled up like a little cat. She was still covered with his clothing, breathing steadily, and her complexion was much better than yesterday. The recovery ability of the demon race is truly enviable. Chen Guanyu muttered to himself, choosing not to wake her, but instead got up and called forth the panel. Name Chen Guanyu. Age 17. Cultivation 8th layer of Qi refinement. Martial arts light control sword technique perfect 5700 sword shadow, step minor success, 2800 flowing light, sword technique minor success, 19800. Although yesterday's battle was only a few exchanges, the insights gained from breaking through to minor success in sword shadow step and the proficiency acquired from slaying those Xianxia sect disciples allowed his swordsmanship to progress further. After reaching minor success, sword shadow step requires 800 points to achieve major success. Chen Guanyu calculated in his heart. Flowing light sword technique also needs 800 points for major success, while light control sword technique requires a full 100 points to master completely. The journey ahead is long and arduous. He put away the panel and turned to look at MOAI. The girl had already woken up at some point, gazing at him with her purple eyes. Seeing Chen Guanyu turn back, she quickly averted her gaze, pretending to have just woken up. If you're awake, get up, Chen Guanyu said lightly. Eat something, and let's continue on our way. MOAI responded with a small, sat up, folded the clothes covering her, and handed them back to Chen Guanyu. He took them casually, stored them in his storage bag, and then took out some provisions and water to offer her. MOAI accepted them, nibbling slowly while occasionally stealing glances at Chen Guanyu. He paid her no mind, focusing on his own food as he contemplated the upcoming plans. The current situation was quite tricky. He had only come to Jinling County to gather information, and now the news he had acquired was that the Xianxia sect was hunting down the demon race. The 3 scouts had most likely met their end. Logically, he should immediately return to the Xingyun sect to report. However, the Xianxia sect had already confirmed that MOAI had escaped from Qimen Mountain. With his strength and lacking any high-grade artifacts to conceal his aura, staying in Jinling County would only result in being discovered sooner or later. It was utterly impossible to bring MOAI back to Xingyun sect, as in the Xuanhuang Great World humans and demons could not coexist. Although Chen Guanyu had saved MOAI merely for his own benefit, he had still saved her. If Chen Guanyu were not a transmigrator, but a native, he would most likely have chosen to kill MOAI directly. Thus, even though Xingyun sect was a righteous sect, it would show no mercy towards a transformed demon like MOAI. If Chen Guanyu took her back directly, he might be seen as a traitor by his fellow disciples and killed on the spot. So bringing MOAI back to Xingyun sect, Chen Guanyu had never considered that option. Those powerful sect members might collaborate with certain demons for profit, but as a low-ranking disciple, if he dared to bring a demon back to the sect, the consequences would be dire. He glanced at MOAI, who was nibbling on the provisions, and when she noticed his gaze, she quickly lowered her head. Chen Guanyu's lips twitched. This little demon is quite vigilant. Hey, Chen Guanyu called out. MOAI looked up, her expression wary. Where is your home? Chen Guanyu asked. MOAI pursed her lips and remained silent. The 10,000 Great Mountains, right? Chen Guanyu continued without waiting for her response. From here to the west, crossing through the territory of Xingyun sect, and then traveling a few thousand miles, you'll reach the borders of the 10,000 Great Mountains. MOAI exclaimed. How do you know that? Her brown vertical pupils widened in disbelief. Chen Guanyu did not answer, only quietly looked at her. MOAI felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and instinctively shrank back, but soon straightened her back, trying to appear less guilty. What do you want? She asked cautiously. Chen Guanyu withdrew his gaze and continued nibbling on his provisions. A Qi refinement stage cultivator still couldn't completely abstain from food. His tone was calm as he replied, I don't want anything. Just telling you that from here to the west, crossing through the territory of Xingyun sect, and then traveling a few thousand miles, you'll reach the borders of the 10,000 Great Mountains. If you're lucky enough not to be discovered by human cultivators, not eaten by demon beasts, and not starved or dehydrated, you might reach home in 2 or 3 months. MOAI fell silent. 2 or 3 months. She was struggling to walk now, let alone crossing several thousand miles of human territory alone. During that time, she would not only have to break through the blockade of the Xianxia sect, but also be cautious of the cultivators from Xinyan sect. Those human cultivators would treat the demon race like hungry wolves seeing meat. She feared she wouldn't get far before being captured. Are you trying to drive me away? MOAI asked softly, a hint of barely noticeable panic flashing in her eyes. Chen Guanyu glanced at her, but did not speak. MOAI bit her lip, lowered her head, and stopped asking. She understood in her heart that she had no ties to this human. Him saving her life was already a great kindness, and there was no reason for him to continue to bear the burden of her. But if he didn't take her with him, could she really survive and return to the 10,000 Great Mountains? Thinking of this, MOAI couldn't help but feel her eyes slightly redden. I'm not leaving. MOAI suddenly raised her head, her voice small, but filled with stubbornness. You saved me, so I want to follow you. Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. Follow me? Do you know who I am? I don't know. MOAI shook her head. But you saved me, and I feel that you want to harm me. Chen Guanyu's lips twitched. This little demon, does she lack a screw in her head? You are the descendant of a demon king, or even a demon emperor, a princess of the demon race. How can you not have any means of self-protection? You can't expect to bring you back to the 10,000 Great Mountains by force, can you? Damn. Chen Guanyu cursed inwardly, but looking at MOAI's expression, he sighed and said, I am an inner disciple of Xinyan sect. Chen Guanyu noticed that MOAI showed no reaction and continued, Xinyan sect is a righteous sect unlike the Xianxia sect, but their attitude towards the demon race is no different. If you follow me and my fellow disciples find out, they will not hesitate to kill you. MOAI shook her head stubbornly in response. I'm not afraid. You're not afraid. Chen Guanyu laughed. Do you know how human cultivators deal with captured demons? They flay and skin them, refine their souls, and extract their essence. They use your bones to refine pills, your skin to make artifacts, and your souls to forge evil weapons. With your noble bloodline, you would be a priceless treasure in their eyes. How long do you think you can live? MOAI's complexion grew paler, but she bit her lip tightly and remained silent. Seeing her like this, Chen Guanyu sighed internally. This little demon indeed had a stubborn temperament. All right, he stood up. Let's move first and think while walking. MOAI looked surprised. You're not driving me away. Chen Guanyu did not respond, just turned his back to her and squatted down. Get on. MOAI hesitated for a moment, but eventually climbed onto his back. Chen Guanyu carried her and continued walking north. As he walked, he pondered in his heart. To take MOAI back to the Xinyan sect, that would be courting death. Should he just throw her down? Then what was the point of saving her in the first place? He saved MOAI hoping to gamble on the chance that she had a high-ranking demon emperor behind her. Now that the gamble paid off, with MOAI likely being the daughter of some demon emperor, this favor could not be easily overlooked. But the question was how to turn this favor into something tangible. Simply sending her back to the 10,000 Great Mountains. That would mean crossing through thousands of miles of the Xinyan sect's territory, not to mention the numerous cultivators they might encounter along the way. If they were discovered, not to mention the favor, he might even lose his own life. Letting her return on her own. In her current state, she wouldn't make it 300 miles before being captured. Chen Guanyu continued walking while rapidly analyzing various possibilities in his mind. Just then, MOAI on his back suddenly spoke up. Hey, why did you save me? Chen Guanyu did not stop his pace. It looked pleasing to the eye, so I saved you. Why does there need to be so many reasons? MOAI did not believe him. You're lying. The elders in my clan say that human cultivators are the most cunning and everything they do is for profit. You saved me, there must be an ulterior motive. Chen Guanyu was moved. This little demon wasn't foolish after all. However, he did not reply directly, but instead asked back, what do you think my motive is? MOAI thought for a moment and replied seriously, you must have seen my noble bloodline and want to sell me for a good price. Chen Guanyu was nearly unable to suppress his laughter. Yes, you're right, he nodded seriously. I just want to sell you for spirit stones to buy pills. You're worth so much, selling you for several thousand spirit stones would be a breeze. That would be enough for me to break through to the foundation establishment stage, which is equivalent to your demon clan's second tier of cultivation. MOAI's face changed, and she instinctively tried to break free. Chen Guanyu pressed her down. Don't move. If you do, I won't be responsible if you fall off. MOAI dared not move, but her voice carried a note of grievance. You really want to sell me? Yeah, otherwise why would I save you? Chen Guanyu said in a flat tone, I'm not a charitable person. MOAI fell silent. After a long while, she asked softly, so where do you plan to sell me? Chen Guanyu thought for a moment and casually replied, every slightly larger market has an auction house where various rare beasts and treasures can be sold. A shape-shifting demon like you with such noble blood will surely fetch a high price. Mo's eyes turned red, but she held back her tears fiercely. She absolutely could not cry. Chen Guanyu sensed the girl on his back trembling slightly and sighed inwardly. This little demon really believed him. Once he safely delivered her to the borders of the 10,000 great mountains, this favor would be settled. As for what happened afterwards, Chen Guanyu looked up at the distance, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. The 10,000 great mountains would unleash a beast tide every several years or decades, and the Xingyun sect along with surrounding sects usually banded together to resist it. The last beast tide was a decade ago. He had just begun cultivating at that time and had witnessed the terror of the beast tide. At that time, the sect master Ji Hang had also gone to the front lines. When he returned, he was gravely injured. If it weren't for the high-grade healing pills issued by the Xingyun sect, Ji Hang might have already passed away. Calculating the days, the next beast tide might not be far off. If he could befriend a descendant of a great demon by then, the benefits he could gain would be tremendous. Perhaps it could help him avoid many dangers. Moreover, if one day he found it hard to survive, he might even run to the 10,000 great mountains for a stroke of luck. Of course, all of this was speculation for the future. The most important thing now was how to safely send Moi away. After walking for another half an hour, Chen Guanyu suddenly stopped. Moi, drowsy, nearly bumped into the back of his head. "What's wrong?" she asked groggily. Chen Guanyu remained silent. "Hey, why aren't you moving?" Moi rubbed her eyes and followed his gaze. "Is something wrong over there?" Chen Guanyu shook his head and turned to look in the direction they had come. Behind them lay a silent forest. Yet he had a feeling that something was watching them. "We are being followed," Chen Guanyu suddenly said. Moi was startled and hurriedly looked back. Where? Don't look, you can't see it." Chen Guanyu carried Moi and took a left path, quickening his pace. "The other party is well hidden. I can only vaguely sense them." Moi grabbed his shoulder nervously. "Are they from the Xianxia sect?" "It's possible," Chen Guanyu said solemnly, "but it could also be something else." He quickly analyzed in his mind. If they were from the Xianxia sect to follow them here without being detected, they had to be at least Foundation Establishment cultivators. But if they were at Foundation Establishment, they could have acted directly. Oh, why follow stealthily? Did they have some reservations? Or, Chen Guanyu suddenly thought of a possibility. "Do you have any companions?" he asked. Moi was taken aback and then shook her head. "No." "Right? Uncle Xuanhuang and Uncle Taiying both." She couldn't finish her sentence and tears welled up in her eyes again. Chen Guanyu nodded but felt increasingly puzzled. If they weren't her companions, then who was following them? Could it be that he was overthinking? However, having lived 2 lives, his spiritual sense was much stronger than that of cultivators at the same level, and he had always been accurate in his perceptions. Just a moment ago, he had indeed felt something. "Never mind," Chen Guanyu shook his head. "Let's shake them off first." After saying this, he directly carried Moi on his back, exerted force in his legs, and instantly activated the sword shadow steps, transforming into a blur as he dashed away. After running several miles in one breath, Chen Guanyu finally halted and looked back. Behind him, there was still a quiet forest. The sense of being watched had vanished. Did we lose them? Chen Guanyu frowned, uncertain. Moi on his back was jostled to the point of dizziness and muttered softly, "Could you slow down? I'm about to throw up." Chen Guanyu ignored her and set her down, leaning against a tree to sit. "Rest for 15 minutes, then we'll continue on our way." Moi replied with an "oh," sitting obediently nearby and not daring to disturb his thoughts. Chen Guanyu closed his eyes, but his mind was racing. What was that feeling just now? If it was the Xianxia sect, why didn't they come after them? If it wasn't the Xianxia sect, then who was it? He pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason, so he decided to stop thinking about it. After all, they were safe now. Oh, it was more important to hurry along. "Hey," Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and looked at Moi. "Do you want to go home?" Moi was taken aback and then nodded vigorously, "Yes." "Then I'll take you home." Moi's eyes widened in disbelief. Aren't you going to sell me?" Chen Guanyu's lips twitched. "You're too naive. You actually believed I was lying." Moreover, if it came to a real fight, he estimated he could only tie with Moi, considering he didn't even know if this little demon had any life-saving trump cards from her clan. Moi. She was stunned for a while before realizing what was happening, her face flushing red, though it was still hard to tell due to her dark complexion. "You lied to me." She glared at Chen Guanyu angrily. "How could you lie to me? If I didn't lie to you, how would you know humans are cunning?" Chen Guanyu stood up. "All right, let's go. I'll take you home." Although Moi was angry, she still obediently climbed onto his back. Lying on his back, she muttered softly, "You're really a strange person." Chen Guanyu did not respond and continued on his way. He knew that what he was doing was fundamentally for profit, but some things didn't need to be said outright. After all, making this little demon grateful to him was crucial to ensuring he could benefit in the future. Providing timely assistance is always better than simply adding to someone's fortune. In the following days, Chen Guanyu led Moi westward, trying to avoid populated areas, choosing to traverse desolate mountains and wilderness. Under the effects of the pills and her own recovery abilities, Mo's injuries gradually improved. By the 4th day, she was already able to mobilize her demon power to travel. Although she wasn't as fast as Chen Guanyu, at least he didn't have to carry her the whole way. On this day, the two arrived at the foot of a mountain. Chen Guanyu stopped looking up at the mountain. Halfway up, a dilapidated structure could be faintly seen. "There's a temple over there," Chen Guanyu said. "Well, spend the night there." Moi nodded and followed him up the mountain. The mountain wasn't high, and soon they reached the entrance of the ruined temple, with Chen Guanyu stepping in first. The temple was indeed very dilapidated, with half of the roof collapsed and cracks covering the walls. The statue inside was missing arms and legs, and it was unclear which deity it represented. Chen Guanyu glanced around, confirming there was no danger before leading Moi inside. "We'll rest here tonight." He found a relatively clean spot, cleared out a space, and took out some dry food and water from his storage bag, handing it to Moi. Moi accepted it and began eating in small bites. Chen Guanyu also sat down eating while contemplating the route ahead. At the current pace, they would reach the territory of the Xingyun sect in half a month. This route was different from the one he took to Jinling County, but if they were heading to the 10,000 Great Mountains, this path was clearly shorter. Moreover, once they entered the territory of the Xingyun sect, he no longer needed to worry about being pursued by the Xianxia sect's cultivators. He only had to consider how to conceal Mo's identity. Just as he was thinking, Moi suddenly spoke up. "Hey, what was your name again?" Chen Guanyu glanced at her. "Chen Guanyu." "Chen Guanyu." Moi repeated twice. "I remember now." "And you?" Chen Guanyu asked. "What's your name?" Moi. "I know that I mean your surname." Moi shook her head. "I don't have a surname. The elders in my clan call me Moi or Princess." Chen Guanyu nodded, not probing further. The surnames of the demon clan differ from those of humans, and many demons have no surnames, only names. Especially those with high bloodlines often have only one name to represent their identity. "Is your father a demon emperor?" Chen Guanyu suddenly asked. Moi was taken aback, then looked at him warily. "How do you know?" "I'm not stupid. I can guess something like that easily." Chen Guanyu glanced at her. "If you can transform at the peak of the first stage, your bloodline must be quite noble. Among demons, those with such bloodlines are mostly descendants of demon emperors. Also, you let it slip yourself earlier." Moi fell silent for a moment, then quietly said, "My father is the demon emperor of the Mo Snake clan, and my mother is also a demon emperor." Chen Guanyu gasped. Descendant of 2 demon emperors. This bloodline was even higher than he imagined. He originally thought Moi was just a daughter of some demon emperor, but both her parents were demon emperors. Such a bloodline was extremely noble among demons. "Then how did you run away?" Chen Guanyu asked. Moi lowered her head and quietly said, "I snuck out. My father was in seclusion and my mother was away, so I wanted to see what the human world was like." Chen Guanyu. This princess truly had no fear of death. If he had such a background, he would definitely stay home and not step out until he reached the golden core. No, he wouldn't go out until he reached the nascent soul. The two traveled for another 7 days. During these 7 days, they crossed mountains and valleys, evading several groups of cultivators' patrols. They had also been discovered at times, but Chen Guanyu dealt with it easily. Mo's injuries had fully healed and her speed had increased significantly, but Chen Guanyu found it hard to keep up. On this day, they arrived at a mountain ridge. Chen Guanyu stopped, looking into the distance. On the other side of the ridge lay an endless plain. He could faintly see the outlines of some villages on the plain. "Once we cross this plain and walk for a few more hours, we'll reach the territory of the Xingyun sect," Chen Guanyu said. Moi stood beside him, gazing at the plain, her eyes filled with complexity. Aside from the 10,000 Great Mountains, wherever they went, it was the territory of human cultivators. As a demon, she found it nearly impossible to move in these areas. Chen Guanyu stood on the ridge, looking at the distant plain, calculating the next route in his mind. According to his plan, after crossing this plain, they would enter the territory of the Xingyun sect. Once there, the threat from the Xianxia sect would be basically eliminated. But that didn't mean Moi would be safe. After all, as an inner sect disciple, wandering around with a transformed demon in the sect's territory would lead to serious trouble if they were spotted by patrolling disciples. "I need to find a way to conceal her aura," Chen Guanyu murmured, suddenly recalling something as he turned to Moi. "Hey, since you're the daughter of a demon emperor, you should have some magical item that can conceal your aura, right? Something that can disguise you as a human." Moi blinked, looking confused. "Magical item? What magical item?" Chen Guanyu's lips twitched. "You know, something that can cover your demon aura and make you look like a human. As a demon princess, isn't it normal for you to have some advanced magical items?" Moi shook her head. "I don't have any." "No." Chen Guanyu's eyes widened. "Did your parents not prepare anything for you?" Moi lowered her head and quietly said, "I snuck out, so I didn't bring anything." Chen Guanyu. He was dumbfounded. "She snuck out. Brought nothing. So this demon princess truly was empty-handed, daring to venture into human territory with just her passion. Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. You mean to say you, the daughter of the demon emperor, sneaked out of the 10,000 great mountains, traversed thousands of miles into human territory, and you don't even have a magical item to protect your life? Moai nodded, then shook her head. It's not completely true. I brought some spirit stones, a few pieces of clothing, and some food. And then I was discovered by the disciples of the Xianxia sect. Luckily, there was Uncle Xuanhuang and Uncle Taiying. Moa's voice grew smaller as she spoke, her head nearly buried in her chest. Chen Guanyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. So now, besides your life, you have nothing else? Moai cautiously glanced at him and nodded. Chen Guanyu fell silent. After a while, he opened his eyes, looking at the innocent demon girl before him, and suddenly smiled. All right, princess, you truly have opened my eyes. Moai couldn't tell if his words were praise or criticism and could only quietly ask, so, what should I do? Chen Guanyu didn't answer, turning around to continue looking at the distant plain. What to do? What else could be done? Just take it one step at a time. The main thing was that she was a descendant of 2 demon emperors, and this favor absolutely could not be lost. You? Chen Guanyu suddenly thought of something. You should disguise yourself as my spirit pet. Huh, isn't that too embarrassing? If other demons find out, I'll lose all my face. Moai shook her head repeatedly, clearly very resistant to the term spirit pet. Chen Guanyu could understand, since among the demons of the 10,000 great mountains, those who became human spirit pets were considered traitors. Moai, being a princess, must have detested the idea of spirit pets since childhood. But right now, there's no other solution. Chen Guanyu shook his head. Only by disguising yourself as my spirit pet can we easily pass through the remaining journey. Moai pondered and reluctantly said, all right, but it's just nominally. Chen Guanyu nodded. I understand. The two said no more and turned to head down the mountain, with Moai quickly following. After descending the mountain, the two entered the plain. This plain was far larger than Chen Guanyu had imagined. After walking an entire day, they finally saw the distant outline of the mountains. That was the territory of the Xianxia sect. We're almost there. Chen Guanyu pointed to the distant mountains. Once we cross that mountain, we'll enter the Xianxia sect's area. At that time, we will head west, bypassing the main sect, and go directly towards the direction of the Xuanhuang Mountains. Moai nodded and suddenly asked, why are you helping me? Chen Guanyu continued walking without pause. Helping you? I'm helping myself. Helping yourself? Moai was puzzled. Chen Guanyu did not explain, merely continuing forward. Moai followed behind, watching his back with a look of confusion in her eyes. This human was truly strange. Though he claimed he wanted to sell her, he was protecting her as they escaped the pursuit of the Xianxia sect. He clearly knew she was of the demon race, yet he was still willing to send her home. The conflict between humans and demons in the Xuanhuang Great World was severe, with both races locked in a nearly endless struggle. A low-level cultivator like Chen Guanyu who would help a demon was exceptionally rare. Moai couldn't understand it. However, this human named Chen Guanyu was indeed different from others. Although she knew that Chen Guanyu was helping her for his own benefit, he had genuinely provided her with a sense of security when she felt most helpless, which could be said to be a timely assistance for a young demon. After another 3 days, Chen Guanyu and Moai had crossed that mountain and entered the territory of the Xianxia sect. Chen Guanyu deliberately chose a more secluded route, avoiding places that might have Xianxia sect disciples stationed, opting instead for desolate mountains and wilderness. At the same time, he changed into the attire of an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect. With this disguise in the territory of the Xianxia sect, he could avoid many troubles. Moai also cooperated while transforming back into her true form, a snake over 5 meters long. Chen Guanyu was startled. Moai was almost as thick as his calf. No wonder she hadn't reverted to her true form in Jinling County. This was too large. If she coiled around him, she could easily suffocate him. Not bad. Chen Guanyu concealed his shock and expressed his appreciation for Moai's cooperation. After all, as long as Moai maintained her true form, no one would discover that she was a shape-shifting demon, thus allowing her to better disguise herself as his spirit pet. The only flaw was that he didn't have a spirit beast pouch. Generally, cultivators with spirit pets would carry spirit beast pouches with them, letting their pets hide inside. However, Chen Guanyu wasn't striving for perfection. He estimated that this way he could deceive most people. After all, he didn't know many people in the Xianxia sect and was unlikely to encounter anyone familiar. At that time, he could casually find a reason to say he wanted his spirit pet to get some fresh air. On this day, the two arrived at a valley. Just as Chen Guanyu was about to continue forward, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Moai asked nervously. Chen Guanyu remained silent, merely looking ahead. At the mouth of the valley stood a person. A young man dressed in the outer disciple robes of the Xianxia sect was looking at them in surprise. To be precise, he was looking at Moai. Chen Guanyu's heart sank, but his expression remained unchanged. This was still the border between the Xingyun sect and the Xianxia sect, and it was normal for disciples to be stationed or patrolling in some areas. He simply cast a casual glance at the outer disciple and continued forward as if nothing had happened. Moai followed behind him, lowering her head, trying to look like a well-behaved spirit pet. The outer disciple suddenly spoke. "Brother, please stop." Chen Guanyu halted, turned to look at him, and replied calmly, "Is there something?" The outer disciple instinctively shrank his neck under Chen Guanyu's gaze. This person was an inner disciple with a status and cultivation level far superior to his own, someone he couldn't provoke. But after glancing at Moai, he steeled himself and asked, "Brother, may I ask who this is?" "My spirit pet." Chen Guanyu replied without changing his expression. "What's the problem?" "Spirit pet." The outer disciple was taken aback, his gaze scrutinizing Moai. As far as he knew, there were very few inner disciples in the sect who were adept at beast taming, and this snake. "Forget it." The disciple shook his head, feeling that he was overthinking it. After all, there were so many cultivators in the sect. How could he know them all and jump to conclusions? Brother, may I see your identity jade token?" Chen Guanyu nodded, sure. He then took off the identity jade token from his waist and handed it to him. The outer disciple took Chen Guanyu's identity jade token, examined it carefully, and after confirming it was accurate, respectfully returned it. "So it's Senior Brother Chen, I apologize for the inconvenience." The disciple smiled apologetically. "Senior Brother, please don't take offense. Recently, the sect has issued an order to strengthen border patrols to prevent infiltration by the Xianxia sect. It's my duty as a junior disciple." Chen Guanyu nodded, putting away the jade token. "No problem, it's good to be cautious." The outer disciple's gaze fell on Moai again, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Senior Brother Chen, what breed is this spirit pet?" "I have never seen one like it in the sect." Chen Guanyu's heart stirred, but his face remained impassive. "This isn't from the sect's beast-taming peak. It's a rare breed found in the deep mountains to the south with a noble bloodline. I'm not sure of the specific breed." "Why are you interested in beast taming?" The disciple quickly waved his hands. No, I was just curious, Senior Brother. However, this snake is really quite large, almost comparable to a second-tier demon beast." Moa's body stiffened slightly. Chen Guanyu sensed her tension and gently patted her head, as if comforting his spirit pet. "Not nearly enough," Chen Guanyu said lightly. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Senior Brother, take care." The outer disciple quickly stepped aside to let him pass. Chen Guanyu led Moai through the valley, and after walking quite a distance, he slowed down. "You scared me to death." Moai muttered softly, changing back to human form and patting her chest. "I almost thought we were going to be exposed." I glanced at her and said, "If we encountered someone with higher cultivation or someone familiar, it wouldn't be guaranteed. So be discreet and don't panic so easily." Moai pouted and transformed back into her snake form, following behind him. Over the next few days, Chen Guanyu took Moai westward, trying to avoid main roads and populated areas, opting instead for wild mountains and wilderness. Occasionally encountering patrolling disciples of the Xingyun sect, Chen Guanyu would handle it in the guise of an inner disciple. Those disciples, seeing his considerable cultivation and inner disciple attire, mostly did not dare to ask too many questions. Moai gradually adapted to this disguise, sometimes even coiling around Chen Guanyu, pretending to be a well-behaved spirit pet. However, every time her 5-meter-long body wrapped around him, Chen Guanyu felt like he was about to be suffocated. "Could you loosen up a bit? I can hardly breathe," Chen Guanyu said irritably. "Oh," Moai replied, and loosened her grip a little. Chen Guanyu took a deep breath and continued on his way. Chen Guanyu continued westward with Moai, traveling for another 2 days. The past 2 days were calm, and they encountered no disciples from the Xingyun sect for inspection, nor did they see many wandering cultivators. Moa's injuries had completely healed, and she had regained her peak strength at the first level, which reassured Chen Guanyu significantly. At least if a real fight broke out, this girl wouldn't be a burden. "There's a grove ahead, we'll rest there tonight," Chen Guanyu said, pointing to a distant clump of trees. Moai nodded and followed him toward the woods. Once inside the grove, Chen Guanyu found a relatively secluded spot, cleared an area, and took out some provisions and water from his storage bag. Moai had already gotten used to his ways and took the food to eat on her own. Chen Guanyu leaned against a tree, closing his eyes to rest. Yet he did not feel the slightest bit relaxed in his heart. The sensation of being followed had resurfaced several times over the last few days. Though each instance was brief, he was certain that someone was indeed tailing them. Who could it be? The Xianxia sect. That seemed unlikely. This area was already the territory of the Xingyun sect, and the Xianxia sect wouldn't dare to pursue them so brazenly. If discovered, they would be facing certain death. The disciples of the Xingyun sect. That also didn't seem right. If it were sect members, they would have simply approached and questioned them. Why sneak around? Wandering cultivators. That was indeed a possibility. Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and scanned the surrounding darkness, yet found nothing. Without any detection artifacts, he had no way to ascertain the situation for the time being. With that thought, Chen Guanyu could only helplessly withdraw his gaze and continue to rest with his eyes closed. Regardless of who it was, since they did not dare to show themselves, it indicated that they lacked confidence. Worrying was unnecessary. At worst, he would deal with whatever came his way. Meanwhile, 3 miles away from the grove, behind a rock, a shadow crouched low, intently watching the grove. It was a thin, middle-aged man with a sharp face, monkey-like features, and a pair of triangular eyes. Dressed in a drab gray robe, his aura was well concealed. If one did not carefully sense it, they would hardly perceive his existence. 8th layer of Qi refinement. He glanced at Chen Guanyu in the distance, a glimmer of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Still a disciple of the inner sect of the Xingyun sect, that's not easy to deal with. He had been lurking in this area for over a decade, occasionally playing the role of a bandit, relying on his skills in concealment, specifically targeting lone cultivators. Most of the wandering cultivators coming from the south had no significant background, and some had even offended members of the Xianxia sect. Killing them would raise no questions. However, this one, he hesitated. A disciple of the inner sect of the Xingyun sect was not someone he could provoke. If anything went wrong and the Xingyun sect pursued him, he would not have enough lives to lose. But he licked his lips, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes. That disciple of the Xingyun sect came from the south, so he must have plenty of good things on him. Moreover, that snake was clearly not an ordinary one. After mingling here for so long, he knew a thing or two. The aura on that snake was definitely not something a regular beast could compare to. It might be a rare breed. If he could capture it, he would definitely make a fortune. Damn it, is there any way to cultivate without taking risks? I'm going for it. With that, he gritted his teeth and turned to run eastward. Since he couldn't handle it alone, he would gather a few more people, but he must not tell them about the target of the robbery, otherwise they wouldn't dare to come, and that would ruin everything. The next morning, Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Nothing had happened overnight. He stood up and woke Moi, who was still asleep, preparing to continue their journey. Just as they stepped out of the grove, Chen Guanyu suddenly halted. 100 feet ahead stood 4 figures. 4 men dressed like wandering cultivators were looking at him with smiles that were not quite smiles. The leader was a bald man with a face full of flesh at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Beside him stood a thin man with monkey-like features, the very same person who had followed Chen Guanyu the night before, also at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The other 2 were at the 6th and 5th layers of Qi refinement respectively. Chen Guanyu squinted his eyes. Had he encountered bandits? It had been a while since he returned to the sect. How had the safety here deteriorated so much? The bald man sized up Chen Guanyu, then glanced at Moi, behind him, grinning widely. Kid, did you come from the south? Chen Guanyu remained silent, merely watching them calmly. The bald man was not angry, and continued, this road is mine, this tree is mine. We've been waiting here for a while just to borrow some things from you. If you know what's good for you, leave your storage bag and that snake behind, and we might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, he waved the large knife in his hand, the implication clear. Oomph. Chen Guanyu still said nothing, merely curling the corners of his mouth slightly, looking mockingly at the bald man in the distance. At that moment, another wandering cultivator's expression suddenly changed as he leaned over to whisper a few words in the bald man's ear. The bald man's smile froze upon hearing it. A disciple of the inner sect of the Xingyun sect. His eyes widened as he looked at Chen Guanyu's attire, his expression turning grim. These wandering cultivators usually only dared to bully low-level lone cultivators. They would typically avoid disciples of sects. After all, who wouldn't be afraid of angering someone with a background? What if they provoked a minor figure, and then a major one came after them? He had previously mocked those daring bandits for attempting to rob sect disciples. Now he found himself confronting an inner sect disciple directly. Damn it! You dog dare to set me up? The bald man glared at the thin man. The thin man quickly waved his hands, defending himself. Big brother, I didn't know. Last night it was dark and I couldn't see his attire clearly. I only noticed his cultivation was not low. Then why the hell did you call us here? What good are your eyes if you can't use them? The thin man chuckled awkwardly. I thought with the 4 of us we could surely take him down. The bald man was furious and wanted to curse, but since they were already here, he couldn't just leave in disgrace. Moreover, he glanced at Chen Guanyu, and then at Moi, behind him, a flicker of struggle appearing in his eyes. A disciple of the inner sect of the Xingyun sect must have good things on him. That snake was definitely no ordinary creature. If they could capture it, it might just turn their fortunes around. Big brother, what do we do? With 4 of us against 1, even if he's strong, he can't possibly resist, right? Said the wandering cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Exactly, echoed the one at the 5th layer. Once we pull this off, we can run. Can the Xingyun sect really chase after us for just 1 disciple? The bald man gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them moved simultaneously. The bald man took the lead, charging forward with his large knife aimed at Chen Guanyu. The thin man also flickered and vanished from his spot. The other two circled from both sides, sealing off Chen Guanyu's escape route. Chen Guanyu stood still motionless, his right hand subtly gripping the longsword behind him. Just as the bald man's large knife was about to fall, clang, the sound of the sword rang out. A dazzling white light suddenly brightened, illuminating half the sky. The bald man felt a flash before his eyes. The next moment, a sharp pain surged from his chest. He looked down to see a long sword piercing through his torso. You. He opened his mouth, but could no longer speak. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword as the bald man's corpse crashed to the ground. At the same time, the thin man emerged from behind Chen Guanyu, clawing towards his back. Without looking back, Chen Guanyu swung his sword backward. Clang! The sword and claw collided, and the thin man felt an immense force hit him, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground. Before he could get up, a shadow flashed by Xuanhuang had already appeared in front of him, slapping her claw against his chest. Pooh! The thin man spat blood, but still had breath left, his eyes filled with terror. Where did this black ghost come from? The wind is tight and pulls. The two loose cultivators at the 6th and 5th levels of Qi sensing, seeing the situation turning dire, turned to flee. Chen Guanyu shifted his steps and instantly executed the sword shadow step, catching up within a few breaths. Swish! Swish! 2 swords, 2 bodies fell. In just a few breaths, 4 loose cultivators, 3 dead and 1 injured. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword and walked to the thin man's side, looking down at him. Since when have you been following us? The thin man's face was pale, his lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. Moai pressed a foot on his chest. I'm asking you a question. The thin man gasped in pain, quickly saying 3 days ago. I set my sights on you 3 days ago. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly. 3 days ago. At that time they were still at the border between the Xingyun sect and the Xianxia sect. Are there any accomplices? No. None. Just the 4 of us. The thin man shook his head repeatedly. Please spare me, I was blind and shouldn't have targeted you. Chen Guanyu ignored him and turned to the other 2 loose cultivators. The 2 were lying on the ground, long since devoid of breath. Chen Guanyu unfastened the storage bag from his waist and held it in his hand, then looked back at the thin man. The thin man's face turned ashen as he trembled while unfastening the storage bag, presenting it with both hands. Chen Guanyu took it and said indifferently, you're quite perceptive. Ooh, I'll give you a quick end. No. I have spirit stones all on the market side. Spare my life, and I'll give them all to you. The thin man was startled, then repeatedly bowed his head, begging Chen Guanyu for mercy. Chen Guanyu wasn't foolish. He understood the principle of cutting weeds and eliminating roots. He gave Moai a glance, and she understood, stomping down and crushing the thin man's head. Then she walked to Chen Guanyu's side, looking at the corpses and curling her lips. Is this it? I thought they'd be more formidable. Chen Guanyu remained silent, simply gathering the storage bags and probing his divine sense into them. After a moment, his lips twitched slightly. Altogether, there were less than 100 spirit stones, a few bottles of inferior elixirs, and several worthless magical artifacts. Loose cultivators really are poor. Chen Guanyu shook his head, putting the items away. Moai leaned over curiously, asking how much. Enough for you to have a few good meals. Moai. All right, let's go, no need to waste time. With that, Chen Guanyu turned and continued on his way. Moai quickly followed, mumbling quietly, I knew you were lying to me. Meanwhile, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, in the core territory of the Mo-Shi clan, a pitch-black palace stood atop a towering cliff. The palace was carved from a solid piece of obsidian, reflecting a cold sheen in the moonlight. Surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, occasionally shape-shifting demon clans would soar by, yet no one dared approach within 100 yards of the palace. This is the residence of the Mo-Shi Demon Emperor. At this moment, inside the main hall, the atmosphere was stifling to the point of suffocation. A bunch of useless trash. A deep voice echoed in the hall. Clearly calm, yet it made the dozens of demon clan members kneeling inside tremble. On the throne sat a man clad in a black robe, motionless. He looked to be in his 30s, with a handsome face, skin as dark as ink, and long purple hair cascading loosely. If one didn't look closely, they would only think him a strangely attractive human noble. But those brown vertical pupils, along with the terrifying pressure emanating from him, constantly reminded others that he was a 4th-level demon emperor, the ruler of the Mo-Shi clan, Mo Yuan. It's been 2 months. Mo Yuan slowly spoke, his voice still calm. My daughter has been missing for 2 months. Have you sent anyone out to gather even a hint of news? The elder kneeling at the front raised his head, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Your Majesty, I am incompetent. We have dispatched 30 teams and searched 1,000 miles around the human borders, but what? The elder gritted his teeth, but there have been no discoveries. Xuanhuang and Tai Ying's life tokens shattered. They have perished. The princess remains unaccounted for. As soon as the words left his mouth, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Mo Yuan. The elder's face changed dramatically, and before he could react, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the hall's pillar. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spewed forth, the elder collapsing to the ground, but daring not to make a sound. Xianxia, Mo Yuan said indifferently. A burly middle-aged man stepped out from the ranks, kneeling on one knee. I am here. From today onward, the search will be your responsibility. Mo Yuan looked at him. I'll give you 500 demon soldiers. You will also go find her. If you do not find Ayr, do not return. Xianglai lowered his head. I obey your command. At that moment, a figure gracefully walked in from outside the hall. She was a woman dressed in purple, resembling Moai, but with a touch more maturity and grace. She walked to the side of the throne, gently holding Mo Yuan's hand. Husband. Mo Yuan's aura slightly retracted as he turned to look at her. What brings you here? The woman was the queen of the Mo Shi clan, Mo Ace mother, Mo Xian. How could I not come regarding our daughter's matter? Mo Xian said softly, you have already killed 5 leaders. If this continues, the hearts of our people will scatter. Mo Yuan fell silent for a moment and waved his hand. Everyone retreat. The demon clan members felt as if they were pardoned, quickly withdrawing. Xianglai supported the severely injured elder and also left the hall in haste. Only the husband and wife remained in the hall. Mo Xian sat beside Mo Yuan softly, saying, Ayr will be fine. How do you know? Mo Yuan's voice was low. She is only at the first level, lacking even the ability to protect herself. You know the situation on the human side, if she falls into the hands of those cultivators. He couldn't continue. Mo Xian held his hand, feeling his slight tremor. A pang of sorrow rose in her heart. This demon emperor, decisive in slaughter within the 10,000 great mountains, causing countless demon clans to tremble in fear, was now merely a father worried for his daughter. Ayr may be playful, but she is not foolish. Mo Xian said softly. She was able to avoid Xiongquang and Taiying and sneak out, which means she possesses some ability. Moreover, she has the protective talisman I gave her. If her life is in danger, I will surely sense it. We have already dispatched enough demon soldiers. The few sects on the human side are beginning to feel dissatisfied. If this continues, then we must search. Mo Yuan's expression hardened. At worst, I will seek the demon lord and initiate the beast tide early. Mo Xian saw this and felt extremely anxious, but for the moment, she had no better solution. On the other side, Chen Guanyu led Moai westward, moving further away from the headquarters of the Xingyun sect, gradually entering the border territory of the sect's influence. This is also a consideration of the Xingyun sect. After all, the demon and human races in the 10,000 Great Mountains are mortal enemies to the point where they almost kill each other upon meeting. Therefore, even though the Xingyun sect is a prominent nascent soul sect, it still does not dare to get too close to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Despite the fact that their territory borders the mountains, the main gate is kept at a considerable distance to avoid being besieged. One day the two arrived at a small town. The town was not small, with several thousand households, and Chen Guanyu was surprised to find that there were quite a few cultivators coming and going. Where is this? Moai curiously surveyed her surroundings, but at this moment, she was following Chen Guanyu in her true form, a large black snake over 5 meters long, which looked quite intimidating. Chen Guanyu glanced around, and his heart sank in understanding. He had heard of this kind of place. It was the border area of the Xingyun sect's territory in no man's land, where many loose cultivators gathered, and one could occasionally see things that shouldn't be here. This should be a black market. Chen Guanyu lowered his voice. A place specifically for loose cultivators to trade, and the sect won't send anyone to manage it. Similar places are abundant near the Xingyun sect, close to the 10,000 Great Mountains, and are considered acknowledged gray areas. After all, no matter how large the Xingyun sect is, the resources within the sect are limited, and they wouldn't station disciples in such remote and unprofitable places. Upon hearing this, Mo's eyes lit up with understanding as she nodded her snake head. The two entered the town, and immediately someone came to greet them. It was a small, thin, middle-aged man with a cultivation level of only the 3rd layer of qi refining who greeted them with a broad smile. You two seem unfamiliar. Is this your first time in Qingshu town? Do you need someone to guide you? Just one low-grade spirit stone. He glanced at the large black snake behind Chen Guanyu, his eyes flashing with surprise, but he quickly returned to normal. Chen Guanyu said flatly, no need. The man wasn't offended, smiling as he stepped aside. Chen Guanyu led Moai further into the town. Moai gently poked Chen Guanyu's leg with her tail and quietly asked, why did that person look at me strangely? Chen Guanyu didn't turn back and replied, what do you expect? With such a large snake following me, who wouldn't look? Moai replied. Oh. The two strolled around the town, where most loose cultivators were setting up stalls to sell their goods. Those who had a shop were at least latest-stage qi refining cultivators. Chen Guanyu even spotted some outer disciples of the Xingyun sect here, but they were clearly not in charge. They just happened to be executing tasks and wandering around. These people hurriedly greeted Chen Guanyu as soon as they saw him. One enthusiastic disciple even intended to show him the way, but was coldly rejected by Chen Guanyu. He now only hoped to attract as little attention as possible. After a while, Chen Guanyu found a shop that looked relatively legitimate and stepped inside. The shop was small and sold all sorts of miscellaneous items, including talismans, pills, and magical artifacts, but the quality was not high. The shopkeeper was a plump, middle-aged man who hurriedly came to greet the customer upon seeing him, but he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the large black snake at the door. "A fellow Taoist this is." "A spirit pet," Chen Guanyu replied without changing his expression. "Just wait outside." Moi obediently coiled at the entrance, not entering. The shopkeeper withdrew his gaze and put on a smile. "What does this fellow Taoist need?" Chen Guanyu wasted no words and directly asked, "Do you have any artifacts to conceal one's presence?" Yes. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." Saying this, he turned and went into the back room, shortly returning with a palm-sized jade pendant and placing it on the counter. A first-grade superior item, a concealment pendant. Wearing it can suppress your aura by one minor realm and conceal your presence, making it very suitable for hiding. As long as the opponent's cultivation level does not exceed the mid-stage foundation establishment, they will not discern your true cultivation level. Chen Guanyu took the pendant, examined it, and then walked to the door to hand it to Moi. Understanding the gesture, Moi took the pendant in her mouth, allowing a trace of demon power to probe into it. After a moment, she nodded slightly. Chen Guanyu looked at the shopkeeper and asked, "How many spirit stones?" The shopkeeper held up 10 fingers, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Guanyu frowned. "Too expensive." The shopkeeper sighed. "Fellow Taoist, this is a good item, top-notch among first-grade superior artifacts, and 1,000 is not too much." Chen Guanyu shook his head and turned to leave. He was not inexperienced with such shops. They may speak nicely, but the actual effectiveness would definitely fall short. "Wait." The shopkeeper hurriedly called out to him, 850. 850 is fine, right? Chen Guanyu stopped and turned to look at him. 700. The shopkeeper's face turned green. "No, fellow Taoist, that's too harsh. With 700, I won't even recover my cost." "Then forget it." Chen Guanyu lifted his foot to leave. "Deal." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. 700 it is. Chen Guanyu nodded, took out 700 spirit stones from his storage bag, placed them on the counter, received the pendant, and left with Moi. Once outside the shop, Moi whispered, "Can this thing really conceal my aura?" "You'll know if you try," Chen Guanyu replied, attaching the pendant around her neck. "If it feels uncomfortable, just wear it anyway." Moi looked down at the jade pendant on her chest. Instantly, the demonic aura around her noticeably decreased, making her look like an ordinary chi refining stage demon beast. "It really works." Moi's eyes brightened. Chen Guanyu nodded. They were no longer far from the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the Mo Snake clan must have already taken action regarding Moi's disappearance. There might have been leaks about her whereabouts, and loose cultivators could be paying attention to her. Buying an artifact now would ensure their safety. It would also help to increase Moi's favorability, so she wouldn't forget him when she returned. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Fellow Taoist, please hold on." Chen Guanyu turned to see a middle-aged man in a blue robe smiling at him. 9th layer of Qi refining. Chen Guanyu's heart tightened as he scanned the surroundings. At this time, many loose cultivators were looking over, and a few figures in black cloaks stood out. Moi sensed something was off, and her serpent body tensed slightly. Chen Guanyu patted her head, signaling her not to move, then looked at the middle-aged man and said flatly, "Is there something you need?" The middle-aged man stepped forward, casting a glance at Moi before smiling. "This snake of yours looks quite impressive." He asked, "May I ask where you are from?" Chen Guanyu frowned. This person had clearly been watching them since before they entered the shop, so he rudely replied, "Scram." The middle-aged man's eyebrows rose. "Why are you being so rude, fellow Taoist?" "I'm merely inquiring." Chen Guanyu remained silent, coldly staring at him. The middle-aged man, feeling awkward, continued, "I guess you came from the south, right? The south is the territory of the Xianxia sect. Coming from there, you must have gained quite a lot, right?" Chen Guanyu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What do you mean, fellow Taoist?" The middle-aged man was not angered and continued, "Please do not misunderstand, I am merely curious. Recently, quite a few cultivators have come from the south. I heard that something major happened at the Xianxia sect, and they are searching for someone everywhere." Chen Guanyu's heart stirred, but his face remained calm. "Oh, what major event?" The middle-aged man looked at him with a half-smile. "Do you not know?" "I do not know." Chen Guanyu shook his head. "I am just a wandering cultivator passing through and did not dare to linger." The middle-aged man stared at him for a moment and suddenly smiled. "In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer." He cupped his hands and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "By the way, if you are interested, there is a small gathering 3 miles outside the town tonight at midnight. You can come take a look. All attendees are wandering cultivators exchanging information. You might find some good items." Saying this, he walked away without looking back. Chen Guanyu stood in place, watching his figure disappear around the corner. "That person has issues," Moi said softly. "I know." Chen Guanyu nodded. Of course there was something wrong. A wandering cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement is not a common sight in such places. Moreover, his previous words were clearly probing. Chen Guanyu scanned the surroundings. The figures in black cloaks had already vanished. Let's go. Chen Guanyu patted Mo's head and quickly left. The two found an inconspicuous corner where Chen Guanyu whispered, "We cannot stay here tonight. We must leave immediately." Moi nodded and suddenly asked, "Do you think the gathering that person mentioned could be a trap?" Chen Guanyu shook his head. "Regardless of whether it is or not, we will not go. The most important thing now is to get you back. We should refrain from getting involved in other matters." Moi responded with an "oh" and stopped asking further questions. The two waited until dark confirmed no one was following and quietly left the town. After exiting the town, Chen Guanyu led Moi westward, deliberately choosing obscure paths. The moonlight was hazy, visibility was low, but it was perfect for traveling. Moi followed behind in her original form, her body over 5 meters long, moving through the forest at a speed not much slower than Chen Guanyu's. After about an hour, Chen Guanyu suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Moi asked anxiously. Chen Guanyu did not speak, but turned to look in the direction they had come from. In the night, several dark figures were faintly approaching quickly. "Someone is chasing us," Chen Guanyu said in a deep voice. Moi tightened her serpentine body. "Is it that person from the day?" "I don't know." Chen Guanyu quickened his pace. "Let's shake them off first." The two sped up, but the shadows behind them grew closer. Soon Chen Guanyu could see the pursuers clearly. There were 5 in total, all at the Qi refinement stage. The leader was an old Taoist with a grim complexion at the 8th level of Qi refinement, accompanied by 4 wandering cultivators at the 6th and 7th levels. He was not the blue-robed man from the day. The grim old Taoist caught up to the two and grinned. "Why are you running?" "I have been chasing for half a day." He spotted Moi behind Chen Guanyu, and his eyes lit up. What a big snake. This creature would fetch at least several hundred spirit stones on the black market. The other wandering cultivators laughed along. Chen Guanyu stopped blocking Moi and coldly staring at them. "Is there something you want?" The grim old Taoist glanced Chen Guanyu up and down, sneering. "Kid, if you are sensible, leave that snake behind. I am only after wealth, not your life." Chen Guanyu remained silent, subtly gripping the hilt of his sword behind him. Mo's tongue flicked in and out, and a cold light flashed in her slitted pupils. Seeing Chen Guanyu's silence, the grim old Taoist thought he was afraid and waved his hand attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 wandering cultivators moved simultaneously. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Guanyu's eyes as he drew his sword. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out, and a beam of sword light sliced through the night. The leading wandering cultivator had not yet reacted when he was struck in the throat by a sword, collapsing dead on the ground. "What a—" The grim old Taoist's pupil shrank, but it was already too late to retract his attack. Chen Guanyu shifted his foot instantly, using the sword shadow step, turning into a fleeting shadow. Swish, swish, swish. 3 swords and 3 wandering cultivators fell to the ground. It took no more than 3 breaths. The grim old Taoist turned pale and fled. Chen Guanyu didn't pursue, merely watching his retreating figure silently. In the next moment, a shadow rushed out from the side, and a snake tail swept across. Bang! The grim old Taoist was knocked away by the tail, crashing heavily against a tree, spitting blood, struggling a few times before he could no longer rise. Moi retracted her tail and moved to Chen Guanyu's side. Just as she was about to say something, a sudden burst of firelight ignited. "Quick dodge!" Chen Guanyu shouted, kicking Moi away, then swiftly dodging himself. But it was still a bit too late. The firelight exploded in an instant, and a tremendous shockwave hit, sending Chen Guanyu flying and crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. He coughed violently twice, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat, and quickly got back on his feet. Hua! Chen Guanyu swiftly scanned the surroundings, his face a mix of shock and anger. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Without thinking, Chen Guanyu activated the sword shadow step, disappearing from his spot. In less than half a breath, a figure sprang up from the ground. If Chen Guanyu had not reacted in time, he would have surely met his demise. Clap, clap, clap. The figure that sprang up from the ground turned its head, looking at Chen Guanyu, and Moi clapping its hands. "Tsk tisk, no wonder you are an inner disciple of the Xingyan sect. Your reaction is quite impressive." "It's you." Chen Guanyu's brows furrowed tightly. The figure was indeed the blue-robed cultivator he had encountered in the small town. Who else could it be? The blue-robed cultivator smiled. "Recently, there have been occasional demon beasts emerging from the 10,000 Great Mountains. I just happened to capture a little demon and asked about the reason. Guess what?" The smile on the blue-robed cultivator's face could no longer be contained. "It turns out they are looking for the princess of the Majia clan. Tell me, if I capture that princess, how many spirit stones could I get?" As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-robed cultivator suddenly produced 2 talismans, activating them instantly. Seeing this, Chen Guanyu drew his sword, casually taking out 2 golden armor talismans and sticking them on himself and Moi. As the sword light dissipated, the figure of the blue-robed cultivator vanished. Chen Guanyu quickly reacted, stabbing his sword into the ground, but did not hit anything. He understood what was happening, hurriedly turning to Mo.ai, shouting, "Be careful." Mo.ai had naturally been prepared, having transformed back into human form, clapping her hands forcefully. In an instant, dust flew, and the ground within a radius of 5 zhang around Mo.ai was covered with countless cracks. Not on my side. Chen Guanyu's heart tightened. With no time to think further, he executed the sword shadow step to its utmost, instantly rushing towards the direction where Mo.ai was. However, just as he was about to reach Mo.ai's side, boom! The ground suddenly exploded and a massive shadow surged upwards from the earth, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy sweeping in all directions. Clang! A force of unmatched might struck him, sending Chen Guanyu flying back, sliding several feet on the ground before barely regaining his balance. The intense pain in his palm nearly caused his long sword to slip from his grasp. A second-tier demon beast. Chen Guanyu was horrified and looked up. In the moonlight, a towering figure stood before Mo.ai. It was a middle-aged man of the demon race with a robust physique, a tiger's back and bear's waist. His bare torso was covered in hideous scars, and his pair of brown vertical pupils glimmered with a chilling light in the night. His aura was powerful and ferocious, far surpassing any Foundation establishment cultivator Chen Guanyu had ever encountered. In his hand, he was holding the corpse of the blue-robed cultivator. The blue-robed cultivator's eyes were wide open, his face still bearing a look of terror, and there was a bloody hole in his throat, clearly having died instantly. A creature like this dares to have designs on my clan's princess. The burly demon let out a cold snort, casually tossing the corpse to the ground before turning to look at Chen Guanyu. When his gaze fell upon Chen Guanyu, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his vertical pupils. "Human," he spoke slowly, his voice deep as thunder. "You dare to abduct my clan's princess. You have great courage." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a brilliant firelight shot into the sky, exploding in the night sky to form a massive dark snake pattern. A signal. Chen Guanyu's heart sank. This was summoning the demon clans nearby. Damn it, why didn't the Xingyan sect send him a cloud-piercing arrow? Then he could have called for help too. Uncle Xianxia. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. Mo.ai rushed out from behind the burly demon, hugging his arm excitedly. "Uncle Xianxia. What are you doing here?" The burly demon was Xianxia, the newly appointed leader responsible for searching for the princess. He looked down at Mo.ai, a hint of softness flashed in his cold vertical pupils, but he quickly hardened his expression. "Princess, do you know how worried His Majesty and the Empress have been? Over the past 2 months, our clan has lost over 100 demon soldiers searching for you. If you were abducted by the human sect, that would be." Xianxia did not continue, but his eyes overflowed with concern. Hearing this, Mo.ai's excitement instantly vanished. She lowered her head and said softly, "I'm sorry." Xianxia sighed, rubbed her head, and his gaze fell back on Chen Guanyu, his murderous intent rising once more. "Princess, please wait. Let me kill this human who dared to abduct you, and then I will take you back to report." Saying this, he released Mo.ai and strode towards Chen Guanyu. "What the hell? Is this a joke?" Chen Guanyu's heart tightened as he gripped his long sword, the spiritual energy within him surging violently. A second-tier demon beast is equivalent to a human Foundation establishment cultivator, and judging by its aura, it was at least at the late Foundation establishment stage. He being at the 8th layer of Qi refining, facing such a being meant certain death. However, he could not simply surrender. As long as Mo.ai spoke up, he would have a chance to live. With this thought, Chen Guanyu looked at Mo.ai with hopeful eyes. "Wait!" Mo.ai exclaimed as she hurriedly rushed in front of Chen Guanyu, spreading her arms wide. "Uncle Xianxia, you can't kill him." Xianxia stopped in his tracks, frowning. "Princess, what are you doing?" Mo.ai glanced back at Chen Guanyu, and then looked earnestly at Xianxia. "He saved me. If it weren't for him, I would have died at the hands of those from the Xianxia sect." Xianxia was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. "He saved you?" "Yes." Mo.ai nodded vigorously. "I was being chased by those from the Xianxia sect on Qimen Mountain, and Uncle Xuanhuang and Uncle Taiying died to protect me. I was gravely injured and unconscious. He saved me, gave me pills to heal, and escorted me all the way back." Xianxia fell silent. He scrutinized Chen Guanyu, his gaze filled with scrutiny and complexity. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "Human, is what the princess said true?" Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, suppressing his inner tension, and replied calmly, "It is true. Of course it's true. Otherwise, with Mo's intelligence, she would have died 800 times already." Chen Guanyu thought to himself. "Then why did you save her?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Humans and demons are irreconcilable foes. As an inner disciple of the Xingyan sect, why would you save a demon princess? What do you seek? Chen Guanyu remained silent for a moment and stated truthfully, "I initially just happened to come across her, saw she was gravely injured, and thought saving her might yield some benefits. Later, upon realizing she was the daughter of the demon emperor, I intended to take her back to the 10,000 mountains to forge a good relationship. His words were blunt, even somewhat selfish, but Chen Guanyu knew it was fine to deceive someone as naive as Moai. However, lying in front of a powerful demon like Xianxia was simply suicidal. Xianxia was certainly not someone as naive as Moai, or as long as he was not foolish he would surely deduce Chen Guanyu's intentions. Yet after hearing this, the murderous intent in Xianxia's eyes diminished somewhat. At the very least, this human was not lying. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had seen too many faces of human cultivators. Those hypocrites who spoke of righteousness and morality were often more terrifying than the blatantly greedy. Uncle Xianxia. Moai tugged at Xianxia's sleeve and said softly, "He really didn't harm me. He gave me pills to heal, bought me a device to conceal my aura, and helped me fend off several groups that try to capture me. If you want to kill him, you must kill me first." Xianxia's lips twitched as he looked at his princess' appearance, feeling a mix of emotions. They had only been apart for 2 months, and she had grown so close to a human. Yet he was not ungrateful. This human had indeed saved the princess, and that was a fact. Without him, the princess would be in grave danger. Their clan, the Mo Snake clan, was not ungrateful. They could not bring themselves to kill the savior of their princess in front of her. Xianxia remained silent for a long time, finally sighing and cupping his hands towards Chen Guanyu. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope this young friend can forgive me." Chen Guanyu was taken aback and quickly returned the gesture. "You are too polite, senior. I too was just caught in the crossfire." Xianxia nodded, his gaze surveying Chen Guanyu, revealing a hint of admiration. 8th layer of qi, refining decent swordsmanship and courage. To save the princess in the territory of the Xianxia sect and escort her safely here, you indeed possess some skill. Chen Guanyu humbly replied, "You flatter me, senior." At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds echoed around them. A dozen figures rushed in from all directions, landing behind Xianxia. They were all from the demon clan, their cultivation levels varying, but the lowest among them was at the late stage of the first level. Upon seeing Moai, they all knelt on one knee. "We pay our respects to the princess." Moai was startled by this display and instinctively shrank closer to Chen Guanyu. Xianxia waved his hand, saying, "Everyone rise." The demons stood up, but their gazes were fixated on Chen Guanyu, filled with wariness and hostility. A human being, how could he be here? If Chen Guanyu knew their thoughts, he would surely curse. This was clearly the territory of a Xingyan sect. There was still quite a distance from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Xianxia cast a glance at them and said indifferently, "This is human cultivator Chen Guanyu, who saved the princess and is our honored guest. Show him some respect." The demons were taken aback, exchanging glances. However, since their leader had spoken, they dared not say anything further and clasped their fists in salute. "Thank you, fellow human, for saving our princess." Chen Guanyu returned the salutes one by one, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, the misunderstanding had been resolved. Otherwise, he would likely have met a tragic end here today. Seeing that Xianxia had no intention of killing Chen Guanyu, Moai also relaxed and tugged at Chen Guanyu's sleeve, whispering, "I told you wouldn't be in any danger." Chen Guanyu glanced at her, only smiling, without speaking. Xianxia noticed this, and a flicker of contemplation appeared in his eyes, quickly disappearing. He looked at Chen Guanyu and said earnestly, "Fellow Taoist Chen, you saved our princess, and this kindness will be remembered by the Moshi clan. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to ask." As he spoke, he took out a pitch-black token from his sleeve and handed it to Chen Guanyu. "This is the token of the Moshi clan. With this token, you will receive our protection within the realm of the 10,000 Great Mountains." "That's right, Guanyu. If you come to the 10,000 Great Mountains in the future, I will look after you." Moai added, tugging at Chen Guanyu's sleeve again. Chen Guanyu ignored Moai and took the token, examining it. The token was entirely black, with a coiled ink snake engraved on the front and an ancient character for Mo on the back. It felt cold to the touch, and he could faintly sense the fluctuations of demonic power within it. "Thank you, senior," Chen Guanyu said as he solemnly put away the token. Xianxia nodded and looked at Moai. "Princess, it's time to go. The emperor and the empress are worried sick." Upon hearing this, the smile on Moai's face faded. She turned to look at Chen Guanyu, her eyes revealing a hint of gratitude. "I have to go now." Chen Guanyu nodded, saying, "Safe travels. If you ever have the chance, you must come to the 10,000 Great Mountains to find me." Moai exclaimed. Chen Guanyu was taken aback, then smiled, saying, "If I have the chance, I will definitely come." Moai's eyes brightened. "Then you must come." Chen Guanyu nodded, "I will." After saying this, she turned and ran towards Xianxia, not daring to look back. Xianxia glanced at Chen Guanyu and clasped his fists. "Fellow Taoist Chen, we shall meet again." Chen Guanyu returned the gesture, saying, "We shall meet again." Xianxia waved his hand, and a wave of demonic power enveloped Moai. The demons soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the night. Chen Guanyu stood in place, watching the direction they left, silent for a long time. Under the moonlight, the night breeze gently brushed by, carrying the scent of distant mountains and forests along with a faint trace of demonic energy. Suddenly, he raised his hand and scratched his head. Did MOAI forget to return that concealment talisman to me? Thinking of this, Chen Guanyu regretfully thumped his thigh. That concealment talisman was not cheap. Had he known he would encounter someone from the Mo.Shi clan right after leaving the small town, he wouldn't have bought it for MOAI. Sigh. Chen Guanyu could only helplessly sigh. Given the situation, he might as well consider it a favor. He looked down at the Mo.Shi token in his hand, then at the body of the green-robed cultivator on the ground, a slight smile forming on his lips. Overall, this trip was still quite worthwhile. At least the storage bags of these scattered cultivators on the ground now belonged to him. Tisk, let's see what rewards I can find. Chen Guanyu hummed a little tune and swiftly collected all the storage bags from the ground. He first opened the storage bags of the lower-level scattered cultivators to take a look. As always, they were poor. Aside from some low-level spells, there were only a few changes of clothes and low-quality magical artifacts, along with a small amount of inferior pills that Chen Guanyu dared not consume, fearing they might poison him. Moreover, the spirit stones were pitifully scarce. However, even the legs of a mosquito are meat. Every little bit counts. At least the 2 magical artifacts inside could be sold for 300 to 400 spirit stones. Upon opening the storage bag of the green-robed cultivator, Chen Guanyu's eyes lit up. As expected of a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator, there are indeed a lot of spirit stones in this storage bag. The number of spirit stones in one person's storage bag surpassed the total of the other 5 cultivators combined. There were a full 500 low-grade spirit stones. What shocked Chen Guanyu even more was that this green-robed cultivator actually had a high-grade, first-level magical artifact. This was extremely rare among scattered cultivators. Chen Guanyu took it out. It was a palm-sized shuttle-shaped magical artifact, entirely earthy yellow with a surface covered in dense runes faintly glowing with spiritual light. This is... Chen Guanyu carefully examined it, suddenly recalling the scene where the green-robed cultivator had suddenly burst forth from the ground, and his heart enlightened. No wonder that person could approach silently from underground. It turned out he had such a treasure. This type of magical artifact he had also seen in the sect named the Earthwalker Shuttle. It was a high-grade, first-level Earth attribute magical artifact that when activated could burrow underground and travel for hundreds of yards. It required spiritual power to maintain and would become ineffective if the spiritual power was exhausted or subjected to a violent impact. Chen Guanyu's eyes brightened. What a good item. With this weather for ambush or escape, it was an extraordinary artifact. It's just a pity that it consumed too much spiritual power. This thing required a large amount of spiritual power to activate, and with his 8th-level Qi refining cultivation, he could only burrow underground for 30 breaths at most. But 30 breaths was enough. It could save his life at a critical moment. Chen Guanyu happily put the Earthwalker shuttle into his storage bag, and then took out the 2 jade slips. As he probed his divine sense into one, he found it was an ordinary cultivation technique of no use to him. The other one was of some interest, recording an earth attribute technique called the ground escape technique. If cultivated to a high level 1, could also move underground, though the effectiveness was inferior to that of the Earthwalker shuttle. At the same time, it required a considerable amount of time to practice. Chen Guanyu had sword techniques to train, and the points he gained could only be used for sword techniques, leaving no time to learn this, so he put it away after glancing at it. This trip has indeed earned me quite a bit. Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction, standing up and looking into the distance. At this time, the sky was already showing signs of dawn. Next, he had to return to Xingyun's sect to report. If he delayed any longer, Fang Qing might become suspicious. The plot of the previous chapter 34 has been altered, changing it to Chen Guanyu completing this task, and Fang Qing planning to accept him as a true disciple instead of directly accepting him, as doing so would seem too hasty. In the Xingyun sect outside the main gate, Wen Xiao wore a grim expression. He had not checked the calendar before going out today, and his luck was truly terrible. Just as he stepped out of the mission hall, he was blocked by 3 individuals at the door. The leader was a young man dressed in the attire of an outer sect disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement. He was fair-skinned, and at this moment a smile played on his lips, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he looked at Wen Xiao. "Oh, isn't this Wen Xiao Jr., brother?" The young man spoke cheerfully. "I've heard that you've been quite ambitious lately, taking on a lot of tasks." Wen Xiao's heart sank. The person speaking was named Zhou Yun, an older outer sect disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, rumored to have a foundation establishment cousin backing him. Relying on this connection, he had gathered a group of underlings in the outer sect, thus having some influence. Wen Xiao tried to maintain a calm demeanor, forcing a smile. "Senior brother Zhou is joking. I'm just here to earn a living." "Is that so?" Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow. "Ambition is a good thing. The more diligent disciples like you we have, the more prosperous our Xingyun sect will be." "You flatter me, senior brother Zhou." After speaking, Wen Xiao intended to leave directly. However, Zhou Yun smirked, extending his hand to block Wen Xiao's path. But I heard that your monthly stipend this month is higher than ours. Wen Xiao was taken aback, quickly understanding. The monthly stipend for outer sect disciples is distributed based on cultivation level and contributions. He was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, so his stipend was not supposed to be much. But last month he had good luck, completed several tasks, and accumulated some contributions with the extra stipend exchanged using contribution points. Pure blood, sweat, and tears. But it was only a few more than 10 spirit stones. Senior brother Zhou, the stipend is issued by the sect. It has nothing to do with me. Wen Xiao tried to keep his voice calm, but his heart was already pounding. Nothing to do with you? Zhou Yun laughed. So you mean if our stipends are lower, it's the sect's fault? The two behind him laughed, looking at Wen Xiao as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. Wen Xiao remained silent. What could he say? As an outer sect disciple without any background, he couldn't respond to that. Otherwise, if Zhou Yun pinned the label on him and reported him to the disciples of the punishment hall, it would be over. Zhou Yun took a step forward, patting him on the shoulder. The force was neither heavy nor light, yet it made Wen Xiao tense up. Junior brother Wen Xiao, Zhou Yun said with a smile, the outer sect has its own rules. As a newcomer, if you don't understand the rules, you can learn them. But as for this month's stipend, he paused, his smile deepening. Consider the extra part as tuition fees. How does that sound? With us around, you'll fare much better in the outer sect than you do now. Hearing this, Wen Xiao couldn't help but change his expression. Zhou Yun's words were plain and simple, an attempt to rob him of his spirit stones. Such behavior was not uncommon in the outer sect of the Xingyun sect. On the contrary, it was almost expected for disciples with backgrounds or strength to exploit the common disciples. Even if it were reported to the overseers of the outer sect, it would likely be brushed aside with no real effect. He might even invite retaliation. But those few spirit stones were what he had painstakingly saved over half a month, intending to exchange them for a better healing elixir. Next month he planned to take on a more dangerous task. Without elixirs, he felt unsettled. Senior brother Zhou, this. Wen Xiao forced a slight smile, wanting to say something. What? Zhou Yun's smile faded. You're unwilling. As soon as he finished speaking, the two behind him stepped forward, blocking Wen Xiao's path from both sides. Wen Xiao's heart raced. He was only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while the 3 in front of him included 1 at the 5th level and 2 at the 4th level. If it came to blows, he definitely wouldn't last 3 breaths. Senior brother Zhou, I have already received my stipend, and it has all been exchanged for elixirs. Wen Xiao gritted his teeth. I truly can't give anything out. Of course this was a lie. He hadn't bought any elixirs yet, and he would not give his spirit stones to these 3 spoiled disciples. If he gave in this time, there would definitely be a second. He understood this principle well. Zhou Yun stared at him for a moment, his gaze gradually turning colder. Wen Xiao felt a chill run down his spine under Zhou Yun's stare, but he still held his ground and did not bow his head. All right. Zhou Yun suddenly smiled, patting his face, pressing a bit harder this time, causing Wen Xiao's shoulder to throb. Even if you can't give it, remember this in the outer sect, keep your eyes open and don't take what you shouldn't take. He withdrew his hand and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he looked back and said, by the way, I have my eye on your task. You should exchange it for another one. Wen Xiao was taken aback, his expression immediately darkening. Outer sect disciples' tasks are distributed separately from those of inner sect disciples. Inner sect disciples, due to their smaller number, can easily pick tasks with higher rewards, though the difficulty is also slightly higher. In contrast, due to the large number of outer sect disciples, many good tasks are reserved in advance, and common disciples, like Wen Xiao, can only rely on luck to grab a relatively good task. That task was something he had fought hard to obtain. He had waited in the mission hall for half a day just to get a task that rewarded 40 contribution points. 40 contribution points were enough for him to exchange for a decent elixir, and if combined with what he had saved up before, it would be enough to exchange for a magic tool. But now with Zhou Yun's single word, his task was gone. Why should I? Wen Xiao blurted out. Zhou Yun halted, turning to look at him. That gaze sent chills down Wen Xiao's spine. Why should you? Zhou Yun laughed, walking back to stand in front of him, looking down at him. Just because I'm stronger than you and I have more backing. Not satisfied. Go find the overseer then. Let's see if the overseer stands with you or with me. Wen Xiao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Zhou Yun patted his shoulder, this time with more force, causing his shoulder to ache. Even if you're not satisfied, you'll have to keep it to yourself. With that, he left with the 2 others. Wen Xiao stood there watching their figures disappear around the corner. A few outer sect disciples passed by, glanced at him, and quickly averted their gaze, and no one approached. Even fewer dared to stand up for Wen Xiao. Such things were far too common in the outer sect. Newcomers being bullied by older disciples, those without backgrounds being oppressed by those with. No one cared, and no one could care. Wen Xiao stood for quite some time before slowly walking out. He kept his head down, staring at the stone-paved road beneath his feet, feeling a tightness in his chest. A few spirit stones, a single task, did he not care? Of course he cared, but what he cared about even more was that feeling. The feeling of being pressed down without the strength to resist. Like a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Damn it. He cursed softly, his eyes feeling a bit sore. He thought of Chen Guanyu. Would it be different if Guanyu were here? But Guanyu was in the inner sect, and he was in the outer sect. Their statuses were entirely different, and he was unsure if seeking Chen Guanyu's help now would yield any response. He gritted his teeth and turned towards Yuhua Mountain. He had to go and see. What if Guanyu agreed? An hour later, when Xiao climbed up Yuhua Mountain panting as he arrived at Chen Guanyu's cave residence. The cave door was tightly shut, the protective array still active, and a sign reading out hung on the door. When Xiao's heart sank. Has Guanyu still not returned after all this time? He knocked on the door. No one responded. He knocked again several times, but still no answer. Not here. He murmured, unable to discern whether it was disappointment or something else. He had known all along that Chen Guanyu had gone out on a mission, but he still wanted to take a chance. What if? Unfortunately, there was no what if. He stood at the door for a while, unsure whether to leave or wait. Just then a voice came from behind him. When Xiao turned around to see a burly young man with a long spear looking at him. It was Jiang Yinru, Jiang's senior brother. When Xiao hurriedly bowed, Jiang Yinru waved his hand, walked over, and gave him a once-over. You're here looking for Chen Shidi. He went out on a mission and hasn't returned yet. I know, when Xiao replied with a wry smile. I just wanted to see if he was back yet. Jiang Yinru nodded, about to say something, when he suddenly noticed that when Xiao's expression was somewhat off. Though he usually acted carefree as a scion of a prominent family, he was adept at reading the room and could immediately tell that when Xiao had something on his mind. What's wrong? Jiang Yinru frowned slightly. What happened? When Xiao hesitated. He wasn't very familiar with Jiang Yinru, having only seen him a few times at Chen Guanyu's. He didn't want to share this embarrassing matter. Moreover, Jiang Yinru was also a scion of a prominent family, who knew if he was in cahoots with that Zhou Yun. But Jiang Yinru just looked at him, waiting for his response. When Xiao gritted his teeth and finally recounted what had just happened. A moment later. That's all, Jiang's senior brother. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Jiang Yinru's expression. Jiang Yinru's face darkened upon hearing this. Zhou Yun, he scoffed, that waste from the Zhou family. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, he dares to bully the friend of my brother. When Xiao was taken aback and looked up. Jiang's senior brother, you. Enough, I understand. Jiang Yinru waved his hand, interrupting him. He'll discuss this with Chen Shidi. When he returns, I'll have him handle it. When Xiao opened his mouth, wanting to say it was unnecessary trouble, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Because he truly needed help. By himself, he couldn't possibly contend with Zhou Yun. Thank you, Jiang's senior brother, he said softly. Jiang Yinru glanced at him and suddenly said, be careful these days. Although that Zhou kid is useless, he has a foundation establishment cousin behind him. If things get tough, just avoid him. As long as you stay within the sect, they won't dare to do anything too excessive. When Xiao's heart tightened, and he nodded, I understand. Jiang Yinru patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. When Xiao stood in place, watching Jiang Yinru's back disappear into the woods, then glanced at the tightly shut cave door of Chen Guanyu. He took a deep breath and turned to walk down the mountain. On the way back, his mind was in a jumble. Jiang Yinru said he would inform Chen Guanyu, but when would Guanyu come back? A month? 2 months? By the time Guanyu returns, the situation might have cooled down. Forget it, he told himself. Just consider it as being bitten by a dog. But even as he said this, he didn't believe it himself. He quickened his pace, heading down the mountain. When Chen Guanyu returned to the Xingyun sect, it was already 3 days later. Along the way, he encountered no troubles and occasionally met patrolling disciples who allowed him to pass smoothly upon presenting his identity token. Upon reaching the mountain gate, he did not head directly to his cave abode, but first walked toward Fangqing's cave. Chen Guanyu was in excellent spirits, as this mission could be considered a success. Not only had he gained the favor of the Mo Snake clan, but he was also about to receive a foundation establishment pill. Thinking of this, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but hum lightly, already envisioning the impressive sight of himself flying with a sword after establishing his foundation. Not bad. I should also order 2 female cultivators from the Hahuan pavilion later. Fangqing's cave was still as it had always been, ancient and quiet, with 2 Qi refining disciples standing guard at the entrance. Chen Guanyu adjusted his clothes, stepped forward to state his purpose, and 1 disciple turned to report inside. Moments later, he came out and said, Junior brother Chen, Elder Fang invites you in. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Guanyu nodded and stepped into the cave. Fangqing was still sitting by the tea table, a pot of spiritual tea placed before him with its fragrance wafting in the air. Upon seeing Chen Guanyu enter, he raised his eyes, and a look of satisfaction flashed across his gaze. Back already. Disciple Chen Guanyu greets Elder Fang. Chen Guanyu bowed respectfully. Have a seat. Fangqing pointed to the cushion opposite him. Chen Guanyu complied and sat down. Fangqing sized him up for a moment before slowly speaking. How did the mission go? Without beating around the bush, Chen Guanyu directly said, after entering Jinling County, I found the contact person Sun Bo. According to Sun Bo, the 3 spies last went to Chimen Mountain south of the county and then lost contact. I later infiltrated Qimen Mountain and discovered that the Xianxia sect indeed had major movements. They were hunting a group of shape-shifting demon clans. Shape-shifting demon clans. Fang Qing raised an eyebrow. Yes. Chen Guanyu nodded. I took a distant glance, and that group of demons had at least 3 members, all above the second tier. The Xianxia sect deployed 3 Foundation establishment cultivators accompanied by dozens of Qi refining disciples surrounding the entire Qimen Mountain completely. A glint of sharp light flashed in Fang Qing's eyes. What happened next? Then that group of demons broke through. Chen Guanyu said my cultivation is too low and I did not dare to get too close. I only saw them fleeing westward and the Xianxia sect members chased after them. As for our 3 spies, I suspect they have likely perished in there. Fang Qing was silent for a moment before nodding. It is already commendable that you managed to gather this information. He took out a specially made wooden box from his robe and placed it on the table. This is the Foundation establishment pill I promised you. Chen Guanyu's eyes brightened as he took the wooden box, saying, "Thank you, Elder." Fang Qing waved his hand, saying, "No need to thank me. You earned this with your life. Additionally, the remaining spirit stones from Elder Jiang and Elder, you will be sent to your cave later." The smile on Chen Guanyu's face was impossible to suppress, and he immediately bowed and said, "Disciple understands." Fang Qing lightly chuckled, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. "All right, you may go back now. Focus on your cultivation and strive to establish your foundation as soon as possible. However, you are only at the 8th level of Qi refining now, so do not rush. You must refine your foundation properly and only attempt to establish your foundation when you are certain." Chen Guanyu stood up to take his leave and exited Fang Qing's cave. Once outside the cave, he took a deep breath and grasped the wooden box tightly. A foundation establishment pill. How many Qi refining cultivators spend their entire lives seeking such a pill, yet now, it was light as a feather in his hands. With this item, his hope of establishing his foundation had greatly increased. However, now was not the time to consume it. Just as Fang Qing had said, he needed to solidify his cultivation first and wait until he reached the 9th level of Qi refining. He put away the wooden box and walked toward Yuhua Mountain. Inside the cave, Fang Qing remained sitting by the tea table, gazing thoughtfully toward the entrance. After a moment, he gently tapped the table. A shadow emerged from the darkness, kneeling on one knee. "Go check if there have been any movements in the 10,000 Great Mountains recently," Fang Qing said lightly, "especially from the Mo Snake clan." The shadow nodded, and with a flash of its figure it vanished from sight. Fang Qing picked up his teacup and gently blew on it. "A demon girl who can shape-shift at the pinnacle of the 1st tier." He murmured, "It must be the princess that the Mo Snake clan has been searching for recently. This kid has quite a bit of courage." The next day, inside Fang Qing's cave, the shadow appeared again, kneeling on one knee. "Reporting to Elder, I have found out that 2 months ago the daughter of the Mo Yuan Demon Emperor and Mo Xian Demon Emperor went missing. The Mo Snake clan dispatched a large number of demon soldiers to search the human borders, and 3 days ago the searching soldiers suddenly withdrew. The Mo Snake Demon Emperor announced the princess returned to the palace and held a grand feast for the entire clan." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing's lips curled slightly. As expected, he waved his hand, signaling the shadow to retreat. Fang Qing lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. That kid Chen Guanyu sure knows how to play the game. He clearly saved the daughter of the Demon Emperor, but didn't mention a word about it. But it's fine, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the safer it is. Fang Qing set down his teacup, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Having courage is crucial. Cultivators are those who contend with heaven for their lives, and what they need most is courage. This kid is increasingly to my liking. It seems that my earlier decision to take him as my true disciple was not wrong. However, true disciples are not like outer and inner disciples. Every true disciple of the Xingyun sect is the inheritor of a corresponding golden core cultivator, and this matter must be handled with great care. I will not tell that kid about being a true disciple for now, lest he becomes too restless. Fang Qing had already made up his mind. Chen Guanyu, of course, knew nothing of this. After returning to his cave, he first sat cross-legged and summoned the panel. Named Chen Guanyu, age 17, cultivation 8th level of Qi refining sword techniques, light control sword art perfected 6510 sword shadow steps minor success 23800 flowing light sword art minor success 41800 the light control sword art increased by 8 points, sword shadow steps increased by 21 points, flowing light sword art increased by 22 points. Not bad, not bad. Chen Guanyu nodded in satisfaction and put away the panel. Just as he was about to get up, a sudden knock sounded from outside the cave. Chen Guanyu opened the door to find a strange outer disciple holding a storage bag. "Junior brother Chen, Elder Jiang asked me to deliver this." The disciple respectfully handed over the storage bag. Chen Guanyu accepted it, probing with his divine sense, and found it contained a neat stack of 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. "Please thank Elder Jiang for me," Chen Guanyu said. The disciple returned the gesture and then turned to leave. Chen Guanyu closed the door and stored the spirit stones in his own storage bag. With the foundation establishment pill in hand, and a good amount of spirit stones gathered, the next step was to strive for a breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi refining and then establish his foundation. Just then he suddenly remembered something. The next morning, Chen Guanyu left his cave dwelling and headed towards the outer gate. He planned to find Wen Xiu for a chat and see how that kid had been doing lately. Upon reaching the outer gate, he asked a few people and quickly found Wen Xiu's residence. It was a simple disciple's room, not large, but reasonably tidy. Chen Guanyu knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened and Wen Xiu peeked out. Upon seeing him, he was momentarily stunned, then his face broke into a smile of surprise. Guanyu, you're back. You had just returned, Chen Guanyu replied with a smile. So aren't you going to invite me in for a sit? Wen Xiu quickly stepped aside. Come in. Chen Guanyu walked into the room and glanced around. The room was small with a bed, a table, and a chair, and there were a few books and a teapot on the table. You seem to be living a frugal life, Chen Guanyu remarked casually. Wen Xiu chuckled. Well, it's better than nothing. By the way, have you completed your task? Is everything all right? I finished it. Chen Guanyu sat down. How about you? How have you been lately? Wen Xiu's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. It's okay, just the usual. Chen Guanyu gave him a glance. He understood Wen Xiu all too well. This guy's eyes would wander when he had something on his mind. Speak honestly, Chen Guanyu urged. Wen Xiu fell silent for a moment, sighed, and said, I really can't hide it from you. He then recounted what had happened that day. In short, Zhou Yun couldn't take my monthly salary, but stole my task instead. I've been avoiding them these days. I originally wanted to ask you for help, but you weren't around. I happened to run into Senior Jiang and told him about it. Chen Guanyu frowned upon hearing this. Zhou Yun, what's his background? An outer sect senior disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement. I heard he has a foundation establishment cousin supporting him. Wen Xiu forced a smile. He has connections while I'm just a common disciple, so I have to endure it. Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment and asked, what did Senior Jiang say? He said he would let you handle it. Wen Xiu scratched his head. Honestly, I didn't expect much from you considering that Zhou Yun has a foundation establishment behind him. So what if he does? Chen Guanyu interrupted him. You can't just let this slide if someone steals from my brother. Wen Xiu was taken aback, his eyes turning slightly red. Guanyu. Enough. Chen Guanyu stood up. Do you know where Zhou Yun lives? Wen Xiu nodded. I do. Take me there. Wen Xiu hesitated for a moment, but nodded upon seeing Chen Guanyu's expression. The two left and walked towards the eastern side of the outer gate. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at a much larger courtyard compared to Wen Xiu's residence. 2 outer sect disciples stood at the entrance, the same 2 who had accompanied Zhou Yun that day. Upon seeing Chen Guanyu, they were initially startled, then their expressions changed. Inner sect disciple. Excuse me, senior brother, is there something you need? One of them asked, attempting to sound brave. Chen Guanyu ignored him and walked straight in. The disciple tried to block him, but retreated under Chen Guanyu's gaze. Inside the courtyard, Zhou Yun was lounging in a chair, leisurely sipping tea. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes, and upon seeing Chen Guanyu, his expression shifted. He quickly got up. Senior brother, I didn't realize. Chen Guanyu approached him, looking down. Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun felt uneasy under his gaze, but managed to force a smile. Yes, may I ask who you are, senior brother? Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu stated flatly, a friend of Wen Xiu. Zhou Yun's face stiffened. He certainly knew that Wen Xiu had an inner sect friend, but since Chen Guanyu had never come to the outer sect to see Wen Xiu, he thought their relationship was nothing special. He never expected Chen Guanyu to actually come to stand up for Wen Xiu. Senior brother Chen, there's been a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Yun hurriedly said. Misunderstanding. Chen Guanyu smiled. So you stealing Wen Xiu's monthly salary and task is also a misunderstanding. Zhou Yun opened his mouth wanting to say something, but was grabbed by the collar by Chen Guanyu and lifted up. Senior brother Chen. Zhou Yun exclaimed in shock. My cousin is a foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. Chen Guanyu stared at him. What does your cousin being foundation establishment have to do with you? Zhou Yun's face turned pale. Chen Guanyu released his grip, and Zhou Yun plopped down onto the ground. You must gather the compensation by tomorrow. Chen Guanyu looked down at him. 20 spirit stones. If there's even one missing, I won't let you off the hook. Do you understand? Zhou Yun nodded repeatedly. I understand, I understand. Chen Guanyu turned to leave, and as he reached the doorway, he looked back and said, by the way, if you want to ask your foundation establishment cousin for help, you're always welcome. He'll be waiting. At worst, he could just join the Fong family. With the Fong family's strength, any cousin of Zhou Yun who had even a bit of sense wouldn't continue to support him. Of course, if he lacked sense, he wouldn't have advanced to foundation establishment. After saying that, he left with Wen Xiu. Once outside the courtyard, Wen Xiu whispered, Guanyu, do you think this will? What will happen? Chen Guanyu shot him a glance. When he stole your task, did he think about what would happen? Wen Xiu fell silent. Chen Guanyu patted his shoulder. All right, just wait for news. If he knows what's good for him, he'll return the compensation to you by tomorrow. If not. He didn't finish, but Wen Xiu understood. After they walked a distance, Wen Xiu suddenly said, Guanyu, thank you. Chen Guanyu smiled. Thank you for what? We're all friends here. Wen Xiu smiled back. Indeed, who was indebted to whom? But looking at Chen Guanyu's attire, Wen Xiu couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling a sense of melancholy. If only he were also an inner sect disciple, those aristocratic cultivators wouldn't dare to bully him so freely. After a period of time, the two parted ways at the foot of Yuhua Mountain. After bidding farewell to Wen Xiu, Chen Guanyu walked along the mountain path toward Yuhua Mountain, pondering whether he should buy some pills to enhance his cultivation. After all, he already had a foundation establishment pill, so there was no need to toil away on tasks to earn contribution points to exchange for more. In this case, it would be better to exchange both his spirit stones and remaining contribution points for pills, quickly cultivate to the 9th layer of qi refinement, and then prepare for foundation establishment. As Chen Guanyu walked, he encountered a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a blue robe coming down the mountain. When Chen Guanyu clearly saw the man's face, he was momentarily taken aback, then quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Disciple Chen Guanyu, I pay my respects to Master Uncle. The middle-aged cultivator paused, looked at Chen Guanyu, and his gaze swept over the inner sect disciple's attire, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It's you. He smiled. Do you remember me? Chen Guanyu nodded. Disciple remembers 6 years ago at Xingyun Temple, Master Uncle once gifted me a first-grade, upper-grade long sword. This middle-aged cultivator was the one who had come to Xingyun Temple to assess his bone structure back, then leaving him a waste token and saying he could find him after joining the sect. However, after joining the sect, Chen Guanyu was busy with numerous tasks and had not had the chance to visit. Of course, just relying on a waste token would not suffice to find him, as the whereabouts of foundation establishment cultivators were not something qi refinement disciples were qualified to know. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, sizing him up, and said with a smile, 8th layer of qi refinement, not bad. I said back then that you would achieve something, and now it seems I was not mistaken. Chen Guanyu humbly replied, Master Uncle is overpraising me, I still need to work hard. The middle-aged cultivator waved his hand. No need to be modest, being able to enter the inner sect already proves you have talent. I remember I had to exert all my effort just to become an outer sect disciple, and you entered the inner sect right away. Your starting point is already much higher than mine. He paused, then added, by the way, my surname is Lu, my given name is Yin, and I also came from the lower courtyard. He continued, back then, at your Xingyun Temple I saw when you tested your spiritual root, and it was only of medium quality, so I didn't hold out much hope. Later I found that you had good comprehension of sword techniques, so I left a waste token. I thought that if you encountered difficulties after joining the sect you could come find me, and I could help you a bit. Now it seems. Lu Yin shook his head, seemingly laughing at himself. Chen Guanyu understood in his heart. This Master Uncle Lu also came from a common background. Thank you for your concern, Master Uncle, Chen Guanyu said. Everything has gone smoothly for me since joining the sect, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Lu Yin smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, how has your time been in the inner sect for a year? Chen Guanyu thought for a moment and replied honestly, I feel it's quite good. The cultivation resources are more abundant than in the outer sect, and the interactions among fellow disciples are generally harmonious. Lu Yin nodded and casually remarked, harmonious is good, but you know that there are many descendants of noble families in the sect, and those of us from the lower courtyard sometimes inevitably feel out of place. Chen Guanyu did not respond, merely nodding his head. Seeing him like this, Lu Yin did not say much more and patted his shoulder. Cultivate well, strive for early foundation establishment, and then the path will open up. Chen Guanyu cupped his hands. Thank you for the guidance, Master Uncle. I will definitely work diligently. Lu Yin waved his hand and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned back, saying, by the way, I often sit with a few fellow disciples who also came from the lower courtyard at the Gathering of Talents Pavilion in Cloud Gathering Square. They are all from common backgrounds and have no heirs. Many qi refinement disciples also go there. If you have time, you can come by and get to know them. Chen Guanyu's heart stirred, and he cupped his hand, saying, thank you for the kind invitation, Master Uncle, but I am at a critical juncture of cultivation recently and truly cannot spare the time. Lu Yin nodded, not insisting, cultivation is priority, so we'll talk next time. We're all in the sect, so there will be plenty of opportunities. After saying this, he nodded to Chen Guanyu and continued down the mountain. Chen Guanyu stood in place, watching his figure disappear around a bend in the mountain path. After parting with Lu Yin, Chen Guanyu continued up the mountain, pondering over the conversation they had just had. This Master Uncle Lu is quite interesting, actively inviting him to join that gathering of common disciples. However, Chen Guanyu had no intention of doing so for now. His primary task was to quickly enhance his cultivation and strive to break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, then foundation establishment. As for forming connections, that could wait until after foundation establishment. Returning to his cave dwelling, Chen Guanyu sat cross-legged on the mat and took out the spirit stones from his storage bag to count them. Previously, he had received 5,000 spirit stones from Fongqing plus task rewards, and what he had saved up before minus his expenditures, he now had over 5,300 low-grade spirit stones. This amount would certainly be considered a fortune among Qi refinement cultivators. Over 5,000 spirit stones. I've never had such a wealthy account before. Looking at the spirit stones emanating a faint glow of spiritual power, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this what it feels like to be wealthy? His current cultivation was at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, still a distance from the 9th layer. At the normal pace of cultivation, with his medium-quality spiritual root, it would take at least 4 to 5 more years to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. However, if he had enough pills to assist him, this time could be greatly shortened. Tomorrow, I will visit the pill pavilion to see if there are any suitable pills to enhance my cultivation. Chen Guanyu made up his mind and stopped thinking further, closing his eyes to begin his cultivation. The next morning, Chen Guanyu left his cave dwelling and headed to the pill pavilion. The pill pavilion was located on the west side of Yuhua Mountain, a 3-story building dedicated to providing pills for sect disciples. As Chen Guanyu entered the pill pavilion, a waiter immediately came up to greet him. "What can I help you with, senior brother?" the waiter asked enthusiastically. Chen Guanyu directly asked, "Do you have any pills that can enhance Qi refinement cultivation?" The waiter's eyes lit up. Yes. Please follow me." Saying this, he led Chen Guanyu to a counter on the 2nd floor. The counter was filled with various pill vials. The waiter pointed to one particular jade vial and introduced, "Senior brother, this is a 1st-grade, upper-grade Peiyuan pill, most suitable for latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators, significantly accelerating the cultivation speed. A bottle contains 10 pills and is priced at 300 spirit stones." Chen Guanyu raised his brows slightly. 300 spirit stones. So expensive. The waiter smiled wryly. "Senior brother, the Peiyuan pill requires exquisite materials and is not easy to refine. This price is already very fair. If you buy the same pill in the outside market, it would cost at least 350 spirit stones. And the quality may not even be as good as ours." Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you have anything with better effects?" The waiter thought for a moment, then took out an exquisite wooden box from the innermost part of the counter. Opening it revealed 3 pale golden pills inside. "Senior brother, this is a 1st-grade, top-grade Jinsui pill. Its effects are significantly stronger than the Peiyuan pill. However, the price is also steep at 300 spirit stones per pill." Chen Guanyu gasped in surprise. 300 for one. For 3, it would be 900. This price is indeed quite steep, but the effectiveness speaks for itself. You get what you pay for. "He'll take 3 Jinsui pills and 10 bottles of Peiyuan pills." Chen Guanyu gritted his teeth. The waiter was taken aback for a moment, then his face lit up with delight. He had encountered a big customer. "Please wait a moment." After a moment, the waiter handed Chen Guanyu 3 Jinsui pills in a jade vial along with 10 bottles of Peiyuan pills. With a pained expression, Chen Guanyu received them and took out 3,900 spirit stones from his storage bag to hand over to the waiter. "Safe travels, senior brother. Welcome back next time." The waiter enthusiastically escorted him to the door. After leaving the pill pavilion, Chen Guanyu visited the equipment pavilion to buy a few talismans for backup before returning to his cave dwelling. In the following days, he planned to enter seclusion. He would not exit until he reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Of course, he still had to complete the monthly tasks, otherwise the sect would come looking for him. At the peak of Yuhua Mountain, within the depths of the cave dwelling of the Xingyun sect elder, Fang Qing, with white brows, sat cross-legged on a mat. Before him lay a pot of spiritual tea, fragrant and wafting, yet at this moment, he had no desire to savor it. He was alone in the cave, the silence so profound that he could hear his own breath. "Chen Guanyu." He gently set down the teacup, his gaze fixed on the rising wisps of tea vapor, his thoughts drifting far away, occasionally flickering with complex emotions. The ancestral elder of the Fang family is one of the few existing nascent soul cultivators of the sect. Although he has been in seclusion for years, his reputation still looms large. As the 2nd elder of the Fang family, Fang Qing held a particularly unique position within the Xingyun sect, ranking among the top 5 in strength among the many Golden Core elders, thanks to his latest stage Golden Core cultivation. However, this ranking was not solely based on the reputation of the Fang family elder, but rather on the sword he wielded. Over 400 years ago, when he was still a Qi refining disciple, he gained fame for his talent in swordsmanship. Among his peers, only a few could match him in sword arts. After establishing his foundation, he devoted all his energy to the way of the sword, practicing diligently for 100 years without neglect. It was this obsession that allowed him to carve out his own path after reaching the Golden Core. His swordplay was devoid of flamboyance, focusing solely on killing. Among the same rank in the Xingyun sect, no more than 2 could withstand 3 of his strikes. Even the few nascent soul elders of the sect had once praised him, saying with a clear heart for the sword, given time, he may yet challenge the nascent soul. Yet those words were merely polite flattery, believing them would be the height of foolishness. Fang Qing was well aware of his limited talents, The hidden injuries from his youth spent in fierce competition meant that reaching the late stage of golden core was already his limit. The threshold of the nascent soul was something he would never cross in this lifetime. Because of this, he placed great importance on his disciples. The current generation of the Fong family had produced many outstanding juniors, with over a dozen at the foundation establishment stage and several dozen at the qi refining stage. Fong Qing already had 2 true disciples, both from noble families possessing good talents and ample resources, but he understood that these 2 were destined for only the foundation establishment. A breakthrough to the golden core was unlikely. Logically, his 3rd true disciple should be chosen from within the family. This was the rule of noble families, a tradition. Only in this way could a noble family maintain continuity, with at least one high-level cultivator to uphold their reputation each generation. Fong Qing lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, the image of a certain youth appearing in his mind. He recalled the moment he was first impressed by Chen Guanyu. It was during the sect selection competition where a qi refining 6th layer faced a qi refining 9th layer, pushed to the brink, yet managed to break through in the midst of battle, turning the tide with a single sword. That explosive moment in the face of despair, that unyielding tenacity, made even this elder, who had seen many geniuses, take notice. In that instant, Fong Qing felt as if he were gazing at his younger self. Though it was merely a fleeting moment. Later, he had someone investigate Chen Guanyu's background. He had a mid-grade spirit root and hailed from the subordinate Xingyun temple with no connections within the sect. Having only joined the sect for a year, he had advanced from qi refining 6th layer to 8th layer, a speed surpassing many noble disciples with high-grade spirit roots. Fong Qing felt that there might be some secrets to Chen Guanyu, but as a cultivator, who among them didn't have a few secrets of their own? As a golden core cultivator, he didn't concern himself with the opportunities of a qi refining junior. The subsequent developments had made Fong Qing somewhat tempted. Such a person was precisely the true disciple he wished to take under his wing. Although noble disciples were good, they were too bound by rules, too comfortable only knowing how to hide beneath the shadows of their ancestors. They grew up in luxury, lacking for nothing in cultivation resources, with guidance in martial arts, and had elders to help them through bottlenecks. Such an environment nurtured disciples who might excel when the wind was at their backs, but once they faced true adversity, they often faltered, because they had never truly fought for their lives. It was precisely because there were increasingly more such noble disciples that the Xingyun sect had lost more battles than it had won against the Xianxia sect in the past century. But Chen Guanyu was different. He had climbed up from the lower academy, understanding the value of resources, aware that opportunities are fleeting. He knew that in this world of cultivation, if one does not fight and persevere, death is inevitable. Such a person could truly go far. As for spirit root qualifications, Fong Qing smiled. Having lived for over 500 years, he had seen too many so-called geniuses. What good is a high-grade spirit root? What good is a top-tier spirit root? Without that kind of determination and ferocity, they would ultimately only reach foundation establishment or golden core, then die of old age. Those who can truly make it to the end are never the ones with the best qualifications, but rather those who can persist the longest, or perhaps those with exceptional luck. Chen Guanyu was likely not the latter, but he might very well be the former. Fong Qing set down the teacup, already having made his decision. This 3rd true disciple would be him. As for the family side, Fong Qing frowned slightly. This was indeed a problem. If he chose Chen Guanyu, there would surely be dissent from the family. However, what noble family rules or traditional customs could compare to a truly good seedling? Just as Fong Qing was about to rise, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the restrictions outside the cave. Someone had entered. He raised an eyebrow, extending his divine sense, and soon revealed a helpless smile. This old woman is quite quick to arrive. As soon as his words fell, the cave door opened on its own, and a figure strode in. The newcomer was a woman appearing to be only in her 30s, with a graceful appearance and a cold demeanor. She wore a light blue long dress with a long sword hanging at her waist, and a faint spiritual light swirling around her. It was none other than Fong Lan, the eldest elder of the Fong family, with a perfected golden core cultivation. Second elder, Fong Lan, entered the cave, and without any courtesy sat directly opposite Fong Qing. I heard you recently planned to take a commoner disciple as your true disciple. Fong Qing twitched at the corner of his mouth. The news spread too quickly. The grand elder is quite well informed. Fong Qing poured a cup of tea for her, saying, "Have a sip and take your time to explain." Fong Lan did not take the tea but stared at him. "I ask you, is it true?" Fong Qing put down the teapot, leaned back in his chair, and said nonchalantly, "It is true." Fong Lan frowned. "Second elder, have you thought this through? True discipleship is not a trivial matter. It is about inheriting your legacy. There are many outstanding juniors in our Fong family, Fong Han Fong, Yen Fong Ling, who among them does not possess exceptional spiritual roots. Why would you overlook them to choose a commoner from the lower academy?" Fong Qing lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, remaining silent. Seeing this, Fong Lan's tone softened. Second elder, I do not oppose you taking in commoner disciples, but the position of a true disciple is of great importance. The person you choose will represent the Fong family in the future. If he comes from a humble background, how can he stand firm within the sect? What will other aristocratic families think of him? How will they perceive our Fong family? Fong Qing set down the teacup and looked at her. Grand Elder, do you know who Chen Guanyu is? Fong Lan was taken aback. Who is he? Fong Qing replied calmly. He is the executor of this mission in the Golden Spirit County. There was an incident with the Xianxia sect, and all 3 scouts went missing. The sect needed someone to gather information. I entrusted this task to him. Fong Lan frowned slightly. Did he return alive? Not only did he return alive, but he also brought back crucial intelligence. Fong Qing continued, the Xianxia sect is hunting the transforming demon clan, and the 3 scouts most likely perished within that chaos. Fong Lan fell silent for a moment, and then asked, and then? And so what? It is only because one of those scouts was a direct descendant of an aristocratic family that the sect would care about this matter. And then, oi, Fong Qing chuckled. Then he returned safely to the sect with intelligence. A disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement infiltrated enemy territory and came back unscathed. Grand Elder among our Fong family's younger generation, let alone who has such capability, who even possesses the courage. Regardless of how much the sect values it, Chen Guanyu went there and returned alive, that is beyond doubt right. Fong Lan said nothing, merely nodding slightly in reluctant agreement. Fong Qing continued, and there is another matter. Do you know about the missing princess of the Mo Snake clan from the 10,000 Great Mountains? Fong Lan was stunned. The Mo Snake princess. I heard she went missing some time ago, and the Mo Yuan Demon Emperor went mad trying to find her, causing great dissatisfaction among several elders of the sect. They even sought out the few elders at the Ghost Dragon Temple recently, wanting to teach the Mo Snake clan a lesson. Then suddenly, she was found claiming to have returned to the palace. How is this related to that kid? Fong Qing did not answer directly, merely stating, the time the princess returned to the palace was just 2 days before Chen Guanyu returned. Fong Lan's pupils contracted slightly. Are you saying? I said nothing, Fong Qing interrupted her. I am just telling you that this Chen Guanyu is not simple. In the past 100 years, the number of battles around the sect has decreased, and the descendants of each aristocratic family have almost become flowers in a greenhouse, merely possessing cultivation without any real experience. They only know how to bully and exploit commoner disciples within the sect. To put it bluntly, they are adept at internal strife and incompetent in external conflicts. Fong Lan fell silent because she knew that Fong Qing was speaking the truth about the sect. The descendants of aristocratic families have become increasingly arrogant, looking down on commoner disciples under the glory of their families, and some young elders and stewards intentionally suppress the cultivation resources of commoner disciples. This has directly led to an ever-growing conflict between aristocratic descendants and commoner disciples for nearly 100 years. I've heard that within the sect, several aristocratic descendants have formed their own organizations just like the commoner disciples. If this continues, the conflicts within the sect will inevitably erupt. After a long silence, Fong Lan sighed. Second Elder, I have always trusted your vision, but what will you say to the family regarding this? And what will you say to the elders? Fong Qing picked up his teacup and said nonchalantly, what is there to explain? Do I need to explain to anyone for taking in a true disciple? As for the elders, their vision is not as short-sighted as some in the sect. All the aristocratic families in the Xingyun sect share prosperity and disaster. If the Xingyun sect falls, all the aristocratic families will scatter and no one will benefit. Fong Lan smiled wryly. The way you say it makes it sound as if our Fong family has no rules. Since the founding of the sect, we have encountered countless crises. How could the sect be so easily scattered? Rules are dead, but people are alive, and the current situation is far different from the past, which I believe the Grand Elder also understands. At this point, Fong Qing set down his teacup. Moreover, Grand Elder, how has our Fong family managed to stand in the Xingyun sect for so many years? Is it because of rules? No, it is because of strength. With the elders present, and with you and me as Golden Core cultivators, the Fong family will not fall. In my view, Chen Guanyu is certainly not an ordinary person. Given time, he will surely soar to great heights. It would be of great benefit with no harm for our Fong family to ally with him while he is still insignificant. As for those juniors, he paused. If they truly possess the ability, they should fight for it themselves. If they cannot compete with a commoner disciple, that is their own inadequacy. They cannot blame others. Fong Lan looked at him, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. This second elder of hers remained as he always was, doing things his own way, never regarding those formalities. But she had to admit that he was right. The Fong family's current status was never reliant on rules, but on strength. Moreover, she could see that the situation within the sect was somewhat out of hand. Fine, Fong Lan stood up. Since you have already made your decision, I shall not say more. However, I must meet this Chen Guanyu. Fang Qing raised an eyebrow. What do you want to meet him for? I want to see what kind of young man can catch the eye of an expert like you. Fang Lan chuckled, turned to leave, and when she reached the door she looked back and said, by the way, that spirit tea of yours is quite good. Send me 2 pounds later. Fang Qing twitched at the corner of his mouth. You think too highly of yourself. Fang Lan laughed heartily and strode away. The cave residents returned to silence. Fang Qing sat in place looking at the teacup before him, lost in thought. He knew that Fang Lan had passed this hurdle, but there would be more doubts and criticisms from the family. However, he did not care about these. The only ones in the family stronger than him were the Grand Elder Fang Lan and that nascent soul ancestor. He only needed to confirm one thing, whether Chen Guanyu was worth his actions. And the answer was already clear in his heart. Fang Qing stood up and walked deep into the cave, pushing open a stone door. Inside the stone chamber, there was a row of wooden racks holding various magical tools, elixirs, and jade slips of techniques. He walked to the innermost part and took down a long sword from the shelf. The scabbard was pitch black, the hilt antique with a faint starlight swirling around it. This was a second-tier high-grade magical tool named Star, severing his sword from his youth that accompanied him through the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, slaying countless enemies. Later he switched to better magical tools, and this sword remained here. Sometimes when he encountered troubling matters, he would take out this long sword and hold it in his hands. In that moment he felt as if he were still that ambitious young sword cultivator. Consider this a welcome gift for you, Fang Qing murmured, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Chen Guanyu, I have great expectations for you now. After 3 months of closed-door cultivation, Chen Guanyu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. In front of him lay 3 empty jade bottles which contained the Jin Sui pills and Pei Yuan Dan. Over the span of 3 months, he had consumed all 3 Jin Sui pills and 10 bottles of Pei Yuan Dan. The effects were indeed remarkable. His cultivation had increased significantly, yet he remained at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Damn it, Chen Guanyu couldn't help but curse. He felt that he was not far from reaching the 9th level, but the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy with his mid-grade spiritual root was too low. Even close to the 9th level of Qi refinement, it still required some time. Based on the current situation, at least another whole year would be needed to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. This was still the best-case scenario. The aptitude of a mid-grade spiritual root was indeed insufficient. If he had a high-grade spiritual root with so many pills consumed, he would have already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Chen Guanyu's side stood up to stretch his muscles, as sitting cross-legged for a long time had nearly rusted his bones. He summoned the interface. Name Chen Guanyu. Age 17. Cultivation 8th level of Qi refinement. Sword techniques, Yuguang sword technique perfected 1 free sword shadow steps minor success. 1 Yuguang sword technique minor success. 109800. During the 3 months of closed-door cultivation, he spent most of his time improving his cultivation, practicing sword techniques, hence the increment in points was minimal. However, this was still acceptable if he hadn't done so. His cultivation would have increased even slower. Just as Chen Guanyu was about to continue his training, his identity, Jade token, suddenly grew warm. He took out the Jade token, probing it with his spiritual energy, and a message entered his mind. Inner disciple Chen Guanyu, please report to the task hall before the hour of Chen tomorrow to receive your inner sect mission. Failure to do so will result in disciplinary action according to sect rules. Chen Guanyu's lips twitched. Another mission. But this was normal. Inner disciples were required to complete 1 mission each month, and he hadn't done his mission this month yet. If he delayed further, he would likely have contribution points deducted. He'll check it out tomorrow. Chen Guanyu stored the Jade token and sat back down cross-legged. There was no rush for a breakthrough. It was better to finish the mission first. The next day at the hour of Chen Guanyu arrived at the task hall on time. As soon as he entered the main hall, he felt several gazes fall upon him. Chen Guanyu glanced around and noticed a group of young people dressed in inner disciple attire quietly discussing something while occasionally casting glances in his direction. He paid them no mind and walked straight to the wall to examine the task Jade slips hanging there. Just as he was looking, a sudden sound of footsteps came from behind. Chen Guanyu turned around and saw a young man in white approaching him, followed by 2 others similarly dressed in inner disciple attire. The young man in white had handsome features with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly a scion of a prominent family. Moreover, he didn't wear the sect's-prescribed attire, indicating he had some influence in his family. Otherwise, disciples from the punishment hall would have already come to find trouble with him. 8th level of Qi refinement. Chen Guanyu merely glanced before shifting his focus back to the task. However, the young man in white walked directly in front of him and stopped. You are Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu looked up at the arrogant young man before him, his brows slightly furrowed. Is there something? The young man in white surveyed him from head to toe, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. I thought someone chosen by the second elder would have some impressive abilities. It turns out it's nothing special. Chen Guanyu was taken aback. Second elder? Who was that? Did the sect have a second elder? What do you mean, he asked. The young man in white didn't answer, merely chuckling lightly and turning to the two people behind him. Look at this kind of trash, how can he possibly be worthy of being the true disciple of the second elder? The two behind him laughed, their expressions towards Chen Guanyu akin to that of a clown. Chen Guanyu's brow furrowed even tighter. He had no idea what this person was talking about. True disciple? What true disciple? Senior brother, just speak plainly, Chen Guanyu said with a frown. I don't like riddles. The young man in white turned back, staring at him for a moment, his smile gradually fading. What are you pretending for? He snorted coldly. The news that Elder Fong wants to take you as a true disciple has spread throughout the Fong family. How could you not know? Chen Guanyu was stunned. Elder Fong? Was he referring to Fong Qing? Elder Fong wants to take him as a true disciple. How come he didn't know? Senior brother, you must be mistaken, Chen Guanyu said. I haven't heard anything about this. The young man in white snorted. Haven't heard? Do you think I would believe that? Chen Guanyu remained silent, just looking at him. The young man in white felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, his expression gradually turning ferocious, but quickly returning to that haughty demeanor. Fine, whether you truly don't know or are pretending not to know, I'll lay it out for you today. He stepped forward, leaning closer to Chen Guanyu, lowering his voice. You, a country bumpkin from the lower courts, how dare you compete with me? Be sensible and go find the second elder to push this matter aside. Oh, don't humiliate yourself. Chen Guanyu finally understood after hearing this. This person's surname was Fong, and he was from the Fong family. The news of Elder Fong wanting to take him as a true disciple had returned to the Fong family, causing a stir. These young masters of the Fong family felt that he, a civilian disciple, was unworthy, yet they dared not confront Elder Fong directly, so they could only vent their frustrations on him. What's your name? Chen Guanyu suddenly asked. The young man in white was taken aback, then proudly replied, Fong Han. Fong Han. Chen Guanyu nodded. Senior brother Fong, I truly don't know about this matter. But even if I did. He paused, looking into Fong Han's eyes without fear, and said calmly, what does Elder Fong's decision have to do with me? If you have an issue, go talk to Elder Fong about it. Don't shout at me here. Fong Han's expression changed. You? What about me? Chen Guanyu interrupted him. You are at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and I am at the 8th level, but even if we were to fight, I wouldn't necessarily fear you. We're in the task hall, with a foundation establishment elder present. Do you dare to lay hands on me? Fong Han was rendered speechless by him. The previous commotion had drawn the attention of many disciples around them. Of course, he didn't dare to act. The sect's rules were clear. A fighting in the task hall could lead to light penalties like the deduction of contribution points, or severe ones like confinement. Fong Han stood still, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Chen Guanyu, weren't you quite arrogant? I want to see just how long you can keep up that bravado. Yet he could not swallow this breath of indignation. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Fong family and a direct descendant of a nascent soul ancestor. How dare nobody challenge him? Chen Guanyu. Fong Han fixed his gaze on him, enunciating each word. Remember what I said today, your time will come. With that, he turned and left. The two behind him exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed. After walking a few steps, Fong Han looked back at Chen Guanyu, his eyes filled with resentment. Chen Guanyu ignored him and continued to examine the tasks on the wall. After the three had walked far away, he finally withdrew his gaze, pondering the earlier events. Elder Fong Qing wants to take him as an official disciple. This was a significant matter. An official disciple was a direct heir to the Golden Core elders, their status far surpassing that of ordinary inner disciples. Moreover, according to the rules set by the founding ancestor to ensure the quality of official disciples, each Golden Core elder can only have a limited number of them. At most, there can be only 3. The entire Xingyun sect has nearly 100 Golden Core elders, and there are only a little over 200 official disciples, making each one a treasure of the sect with cultivation resources far superior to those of inner disciples. If that's the case, his future within the sect would be much easier. With those resources, even if he only had a mid-grade spiritual root, he would have a chance to strive for the Golden Core stage. However, the reaction from the Fong family gave him a headache. Fong Han, being a scion of a noble family, was as petty as a needle's eye. Since he did not bow today, this matter was far from over. But Chen Guanyu was not afraid. When soldiers come, he would block them. When water comes, he would bury it. At worst, he could just avoid the Fong family for now and wait until he established his foundation. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and continued to examine the tasks. The task wall was filled with jade slips, and as he looked through them, his gaze suddenly stopped on one jade slip. Task: escort the last royal heir of the Qi kingdom back to their homeland. Task description: 30 years ago, the mundane dynasty of the Qi kingdom was destroyed, and the royal family members were scattered. Now the former Prince Qi Yuan and his daughter Qi Weiner wish to return to their homeland to pay respects to their ancestors, requiring escort. The journey will take about 10 days with a reward of 100 contribution points. Note, this task is issued by the outer sect and can be executed in a team limited to 3 people. 2 outer disciples have already signed up, and 1 inner disciple is needed to lead the team. Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment. He knew of the Qi kingdom established decades ago by a mundane descendant of a golden core elder only to be overthrown later by another mundane descendant of a golden core elder. The mundane kingdoms under the Xingyun sect were generally like this, more or less having some blood relations with the golden core elders within the sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible to establish a kingdom within the influence of the Xingyun sect. This task offers 100 contribution points, which isn't a lot, but not too little either. The key point is that the journey only takes 10 days, not delaying his cultivation. Furthermore, escort missions generally carry little danger, just some traveling. This one will do. Chen Guanyu reached out to take the jade slip and walked towards the registration desk. At the registration desk sat a Foundation establishment steward who was dozing off. Chen Guanyu handed over the jade slip. "Uncle Master, I'll take this task." The steward opened his eyes, glanced at the jade slip, then looked at Chen Guanyu, nodding his head. "An inner disciple leading the team is good. Those 2 outer disciples are already waiting for you. Go find them at the outer sect task hall. You will set off today. This task is rather special, but do not delay. Otherwise, if that golden core elder inquires, you won't have a good outcome. Thank you for the reminder, steward. I understand." Chen Guanyu nodded and turned to leave. Outer sect task hall. As soon as Chen Guanyu reached the door, he saw 2 people coming toward him. One was stout with thick brows and big eyes, looking honest and simple. The other was tall and thin with a sharp face and shifty eyes, appearing very shrewd. Both were dressed in outer sect disciple attire, one at the 5th layer of Qi refinement and the other at the 6th layer. "Greetings, senior brother Chen." They both saluted in unison. Chen Guanyu nodded. "Are you the ones assigned to this task?" Yes, the tall and thin one hurriedly replied. "I am Ho-san at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. This is Li Bunyu at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. We are both outer disciples. Senior brother Chen, we are relying on you for this task." The stout disciple also smiled honestly. "Hello, senior brother Chen." Chen Guanyu sized them up and asked, "Do you both know the details of the task?" "We do." Ho-san nodded vigorously. "We are escorting the former royal prince back to his homeland, departing from our sect, and heading east for 10 days. Once we arrive, the task is complete." "All right, then let's set off." The 3 left the task hall and walked toward the mountain gate. On the way, Ho-san kept chattering away, talking nonstop. "Senior brother Chen, you are an inner disciple, so you must have seen a lot of the world, right? This task shouldn't be too difficult, right? Senior brother Chen, do you use a sword? I can tell just by your demeanor that you are a sword cultivator. You are so impressive. Senior brother Chen, how old are you this year? You look younger than me, yet you are already at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. I have been stuck at the 5th layer of Qi refinement for 2 years now." Chen Guanyu was annoyed by his incessant chatter and chose to ignore him. Li Bunyu, on the other hand, remained quiet, simply walking along while occasionally smiling innocently. The 3 exited the mountain gate and walked east. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by Chen Guanyu, Fang Han wore a dark expression as he watched the 3 leave. "Brother Han, are we just letting it go like this?" someone behind him asked softly. Fang Han sneered. "Let it go? How could that be possible? Chen Guanyu, you cannot compete with me. The spot for the official disciple is already secured by Fang Han." Fang Han gazed into the distance, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Chen Guanyu and the others exited the mountain gate and headed east. After about half an hour, an open area appeared ahead where a massive flying ship could be seen docked on the ground from a distance. The flying ship was over 100 feet long, constructed entirely from dark green-black ironwood, its body covered in dense runes that shimmered with a cold luster under the sunlight. On both sides of the ship, there were rows of portholes, and 3 towering masts stood on top, holding up a large canvas embroidered with the insignia of the Xingyun sect, a vast starry sky. "My goodness!" Ho-san exclaimed with his mouth agape, his eyes nearly popping out. "This thing is way too big." Li Bunyu also stood there, his honest face filled with shock. Chen Guanyu was equally stunned. He had taken smaller flying ships before which could only accommodate dozens of people, but compared to this colossal vessel, they seemed utterly insignificant. "Surely this is no less than an aircraft carrier from my past life. How many people can this hold?" Ho-san murmured. "At least over 1,000, I guess." Chen Guanyu took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him as he walked towards the flying ship. As they approached, he saw an entrance below the ship where a table was set up and a young man dressed in the attire of an outer sect disciple was sitting there idly flipping through a booklet. Noticing the 3 of them approaching, the disciple raised his head, scanning their attire, and quickly stood up. "Greetings, senior brother." He first forced a smile and bowed to Chen Guanyu, then looked towards Ho-san and Li Bunyu. "Are you 3 here to take the ship?" Chen Guanyu nodded and took out his identity jade plate, handing it over. "I have accepted a mission to go to the Qi kingdom." The disciple took the jade plate, then accepted the jade plates from Ho-san and Li Bunyu, carefully inspecting them before checking the mission jade slip. After confirming everything was in order, he returned the jade plates. "Please wait a moment, let me check," he said as he opened the booklet, running his finger across the paper. The flying ship to the Qi kingdom departs in half an hour. You three are in luck, there are still plenty of spots available. According to sect rules, disciples on missions can ride for free. You three can go right up, but you can only sit on the lowest deck. The upper decks are reserved for merchant teams and paying cultivators. Chen Guanyu nodded, thank you. This sect is quite stingy assigning their own people to the lowest positions. But it was also understandable as they were indeed riding for free. Any spot was better than none. At worst, they could stay on the deck the whole time. You're too polite, senior brother. The disciple smiled and pointed towards the entrance of the ship. Enter here, walk straight ahead, go down the stairs. The lowest deck is there. The ship will take off in an hour, so please don't miss the timing. The three thanked him and walked towards the entrance of the flying ship. The entrance featured a long gangway that creaked underfoot, and upon entering the ship, the view suddenly opened up. Inside was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with a long corridor running through the entire ship. On both sides were rows of tightly closed doors, likely guest rooms, and the ceiling was embedded with glowing crystal stones, illuminating the entire space. This is way too luxurious. Hosen exclaimed, looking around in awe. Chen Guanyu hadn't expected the interior of the ship to look like this, but he didn't show it. He followed the disciple's guidance, leading the other two along the corridor. After walking about 100 steps, they came across a staircase. Descending one level, they found another corridor, but it was considerably narrower than the one above, with smaller and more closely spaced doors. This should be the right level. Chen Guanyu casually pushed open a door. Inside was a small room containing only a bed and a table, but it was fairly tidy. Hosen peeked in and mumbled, this is way too inferior compared to the one above. What do you expect for free? Chen Guanyu shot him a glance. Having a place to stay is already good enough. Hosen chuckled, not daring to say more. The three each chose a room, dropped off their belongings, and then gathered back in the corridor. Senior brother Chen, we have to stay here for an hour. Should we go upstairs and take a look around? Hosen suggested. Chen Guanyu thought for a moment. Since they had nothing else to do, he nodded. The three returned to the upper level and walked deeper into the flying ship along the corridor. This level was indeed much livelier than the one below, with cultivators in various colorful garments passing by, some carrying magical tools, while others hurried along with boxes. Occasionally, a few wearing the outer sect disciple attire of the Xingyan sect could be seen weaving through the crowd, maintaining order. They would stop to greet Chen Guanyu whenever they spotted him, and he nodded in response to each of them. For a moment, both Ho-san and Li Bunyu looked at Chen Guanyu with a hint of envy. This is what it means to be an inner sect disciple. It was so much more impressive than their status. If Chen Guanyu were aware of their thoughts, he would only smile faintly. This was all a result of his persistence and effort. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, the view suddenly opened up. Before them was a vast hall measuring around 100 feet square, filled with stalls. The sounds of selling and bargaining echoed, creating a lively atmosphere. Is this a market? Ho-sen stared in shock. Chen Guanyu was also taken aback. He hadn't expected there to be such a place on the flying ship. These should be goods prepared for the local markets along the way, Chen Guanyu observed, noticing a variety of items for sale at the stalls, including medicinal pills, talismans, magical tools, and even materials from magical beasts and spirit herbs. Fellow disciples of the Xingyan sect care to take a look. Top quality healing pills, 20% cheaper than outside. Senior brother, I have a first-grade top-tier magical tool here. Take a look, it's definitely a good item. Don't miss out as you pass by. Fresh spirit tea just brought in from the south, only 50 spirit stones per pound. The various calls for attention were dazzling. Ho-san's eyes lit up as he pulled Li Bunyu towards the stalls, but Chen Guanyu yanked him back. Don't forget, we're here for a mission. Let's take a look, but don't buy anything recklessly. Be careful not to get scammed. Oh, I won't take responsibility for that. Ho-san nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Senior brother, you can rest assured. Just take a look. The three began to browse around the hall. Chen Guanyu also took a look at the items at the stalls, noticing that they were indeed cheaper than those in the sect, but the quality varied, requiring careful discernment. After wandering for about half an hour, Ho-san and Li Bunyu returned empty-handed. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. Ho-san frowned. I thought I might find a bargain, but all the good items are ridiculously expensive, and am too wary to buy the cheaper ones. What if I get scammed? That would be a loss. Chen Guanyu smiled, but said nothing. He had indeed taken a liking to a few items, but wasn't in a hurry to buy, planning to wait until they returned to the sect to exchange contribution points instead. He didn't have much experience in identifying treasures. At that moment, the flying ship suddenly shook slightly, and Chen Guanyu felt himself rise slightly. We're taking off, he remarked. The three hurried to the porthole to look outside. They saw the ground quickly receding, mountains, rivers, and villages gradually shrinking into a blurred backdrop. The flying ship rose steadily, soon passing through the clouds, leaving only a vast expanse of white cloud sea ahead. It's so beautiful, Ho-san murmured. Chen Guanyu gazed out the window, feeling an inexplicable sense of emotion. This was his first time riding such a large flying ship, and it was also his first time looking down at the earth from such a high vantage point. The world of cultivation was indeed broader than he had imagined. Meanwhile, at the Xingyun sect, somewhere outside the outer gate, Feng Han was lying on a recliner with his eyes closed resting. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and opened his eyes only to see the errand boy he had sent rushing back. "Brother Han, I found out." Feng Han sat up, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Speak." The errand boy gasped for breath and quickly said, "Chen Guanyu is tasked with escorting the royal family of the Qi Kingdom, heading to the Qi Kingdom, which is now called the Su Kingdom. They should have boarded the flying boat by now." Qi Kingdom. Feng Han furrowed his brow. "That place isn't close to us at all, which should take at least 10 days or half a month on a flying boat, right?" Yes. The errand boy nodded. "I've inquired about it. It takes at least 10 days on the sect's large flying boat heading east." Feng Han fell silent for a moment, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, the errand boy lowered his voice. "Brother Han, should we follow them? Find an opportunity on the way to secretly." He made a slashing motion across his throat. Feng Han glanced at him and scoffed. "Secretly dealing with someone? Do you take me for that kind of person?" The errand boy was taken aback and hurriedly said, No, I just thought." "Thought what?" Feng Han interrupted him, stood up, and placed his hands behind his back. "Do I need to sneak around to teach someone a lesson?" He turned to look into the distance, his eyes filled with arrogance. "Chen Guanyu is merely a muddy-legged nobody from the lower house. Does he merit such underhanded tactics from me? When he returns, I will challenge him on the martial stage and defeat him openly before everyone. By then I'll see if the second elder will still take a waste as a true disciple." The errand boy quickly nodded. "Brother Han is right. That kid is definitely no match for you." Feng Han ignored him, gazing into the distance with a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Chen Guanyu, just wait. When you return, I will make you understand what the gap truly means." The flying boat sailed steadily through the clouds, and Chen Guanyu and the others had admired the scenery outside before returning to the hall to continue their leisurely stroll. Hosen chattered nonstop the entire way. "Senior brother Chen, how many spirit stones do you think it takes to build such a large flying boat? Senior brother Chen, do you think we might encounter any dangers on this mission? After all, we are escorting the royal family of the previous dynasty, which has intricate ties with some families in the sect. What if someone tries to assassinate them? Senior brother Chen, what do you think?" "Shut up." Chen Guanyu finally couldn't take it anymore. "If you keep talking, I'll throw you overboard." Hosen quickly covered his mouth, nodding pitifully. Li Bunyu chuckled beside them. The three of them wandered around the hall again, and Chen Guanyu stopped in front of a stall selling talismans. The stall owner was a middle-aged loose cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Seeing Chen Guanyu dressed in the inner sect disciples' robes, he quickly stood up to greet him. "This senior brother, would you like to take a look at some talismans? They're all drawn by me. The prices are reasonable and guaranteed to be effective." Chen Guanyu glanced at the talismans on the stall and picked up a golden armor talisman to examine closely. The runes on the talisman were neat, and the spiritual power abundant. It was indeed not much worse than those sold in the sect. "How much is this one?" The stall owner's eyes brightened. "Senior brother has good eyesight. This golden armor talisman is a first-tier upper-grade talisman with extremely strong defensive power, only 80 spirit stones." Chen Guanyu raised his eyebrows slightly. A first-tier upper-grade golden armor talisman in the sect costs 100 spirit stones. Here it's only 80, which is indeed quite cheap. "Quite cheap, but I don't need it." The stall owner's smile froze on his face as soon as he heard Chen Guanyu's following words. Hosan leaned over and whispered, "Senior brother Chen, are you sure you don't want to buy one? This is too cost-effective." Chen Guanyu, too lazy to explain, casually said, "If you want to buy it, go ahead. I won't stop you." Hosen nodded and didn't dare to ask more. The three of them strolled a bit longer before preparing to return to their room. Just then a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Hey fellow Taoist, please hold on." Chen Guanyu turned around to see a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe smiling at him. His aura indicated he was in the foundation establishment stage. Chen Guanyu's heart tightened, but he maintained his composure and cupped his hands. "I've met the senior." The middle-aged cultivator waved his hand and smiled. "No need for such formality. I simply noticed you looked unfamiliar and wanted to ask which sect you belong to." Chen Guanyu felt a sense of alertness, but since the other party was in the foundation establishment stage, he didn't dare to be negligent and replied truthfully, "I am Chen Guanyu, an inner disciple of the Xingyun sect." "An inner disciple of the Xingyun sect?" The middle-aged cultivator nodded. "No wonder my surname is Jiang with the single name Huan. I am a steward of the Yulong Temple, just finished some matters in your sect, and now I'm heading to Su Kingdom to find someone." Yulong Temple. Chen Guanyu's heart stirred. Yulong Temple is another nascent soul sect near the Xingyun sect, which has always maintained good relations with disciples from both sects, frequently interacting. "So it's Senior Jiang." Chen Guanyu cupped his hands. "I am honored." Jiang Huan smiled, his gaze scanning Chen Guanyu, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "At the 8th level of Qi refinement with a steady aura, not bad. You'd be considered capable in our temple. Are you on a mission to Su Kingdom this time?" "Yes." Chen Guanyu nodded, but didn't disclose the details of his mission. Xuanhuang raised an eyebrow slightly at this, but quickly returned to normal. I see. He nodded, then we are considered to be on the same path. If you need anything when you get to Su Kingdom, feel free to find me. Saying this, he took out a jade slip from his pocket and handed it to Chen Guanyu. This is where I will be staying in Su Kingdom. If you encounter any trouble, you can come find me. Chen Guanyu was taken aback and quickly accepted it, saying this. Thank you, senior. Xuanhuang waved his hand, gave him one last look, and then turned to leave. Hosen leaned over and whispered, Senior brother Chen, why is this senior so courteous to you? Do you know him? Chen Guanyu shook his head. I don't know him. Hosen scratched his head, puzzled, but didn't ask more. After all, if he truly offended this inner disciple of Chen, he would definitely not have a good outcome. Chen Guanyu looked at the jade slip in his hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why was this steward of Yulong Temple so courteous to him? But he didn't think much of it, putting the jade slip into his pocket and taking the two back to their room. The flying boat traversed through the clouds for 10 days. On this day, Chen Guanyu was meditating in his room when he suddenly felt a slight tremor in the boat, followed by a low rumbling sound. We are about to descend. He opened his eyes and walked to the window. Outside, the clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a vast expanse of plains below. Rivers flowed like ribbons and villages appeared like stars, with the occasional outline of a city visible. The flying boat slowly descended, passing through the clouds and approaching the ground. Half an hour later, the flying boat came to a steady stop in an open area. Chen Guanyu packed his belongings and pushed the door open. Ho San and Li Bunyu had already been waiting in the corridor and hurried over upon seeing him. Chen, senior brother, have we arrived? Ho San asked. Yes, Chen Guanyu nodded. Let's go. The three of them walked along the corridor, passed through the hall, and descended from the flying boat at the entrance. As soon as he set foot on solid ground, Ho San let out a sigh of relief, saying, Finally here. After 10 days on the flying boat, I feel like my bones are rusting. Li Bunyu chuckled innocently, saying nothing. After spending so long on the flying boat, they were already tired of it and eager for it to land. Chen Guanyu looked around. The place where the flying boat landed was a designated open area not far from the city gate. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered in the open space, most of them being cultivators and merchants who had just disembarked, bustling with activity. Let's go find the contact person first, Chen Guanyu said as he headed toward the city gate. Ho San and Li Bunyu quickly followed. The guards at the city gate quickly let Chen Guanyu and the others pass after seeing their identity jade tokens. The gatekeeper was about to send someone to guide them, but was refused by Chen Guanyu. Once they entered the city, a cacophony of sounds greeted them. Shops lined both sides of the street with shouts of vendors and haggling filling the air, resembling the markets Chen Guanyu had seen in the mundane world. Oh wait, this seems to be the mundane world. It's just that due to its strategic location, there are more passing cultivators. Most people on the street were ordinary mortals, without any cultivation, with the occasional cultivator passing by, mostly at the initial stage of qi refining. Chen Guanyu had no time to wander around. Following the guidance on the task jade slip, they walked north. After about half an hour, the three arrived at the northern part of the city. Not far from the city gate, there stood a massive old locust tree, its branches and leaves lush, casting shade over the ground. Beneath the tree stood two people. One was a middle-aged man dressed in an ordinary blue robe with a thin face marked by a hint of worry. The other was a young girl around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a simple white dress with a delicate appearance, though her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried. Neither of them exhibited any fluctuations of spiritual energy, clearly just ordinary mortals. Chen Guanyu approached and cupped his hand, saying, May I ask if you are Mr. Yuan? The middle-aged man quickly raised his head, and upon seeing Chen Guanyu's attire, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he repeatedly returned the gesture, saying, Yes, indeed. Are you perhaps a celestial master from the Xingyan sect? Chen Guanyu nodded and took out his identity jade token to hand it over. Yuan took it, examined it carefully, then respectfully returned it, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, celestial master. The girl also stepped forward to bow, her voice gentle. Thank you, celestial master. Chen Guanyu waved his hand and took a look at the two. Yuan appeared to be in his 40s with a thin face, but still bearing some noble air, suggesting he was once a privileged person when he was a prince in the Qi kingdom. The girl had delicate features, but seemed a bit timid. She should be his daughter Qi Weiner. You two need not be overly courteous, Chen Guanyu said. The task mentions that you are to return to Qingyang City to pay respects to your ancestors, a journey of about 10 days, correct? Yuan nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, indeed, Qingyang City is to the north of the Su Kingdom, and it does take about 10 days to reach here. However, he hesitated, a look of difficulty appearing on his face. Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow, asking, However what? Yuan bit his lip and said softly, To speak frankly, celestial master, the current ruler of the Su Kingdom is the very enemy who destroyed my Qi kingdom back then. Due to the relationship with the upper sect, although he does not openly stop us from paying respects, he may secretly not let us reach Qingyang City smoothly. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanyu understood. He knew the Qi family was a minor family within the Xingyun sect which had produced elders in the Golden Core stage in the past, but it seemed they had perished many years ago, and now the Qi family had not produced a single Golden Core cultivator with only a few foundation establishment cultivators to maintain their facade. They were considered the lowest-ranking family in the Xingyun sect. The current royal family of the Su kingdom belonged to the Li family, which had 3 Golden Core elders within the sect, making them considerably stronger than the Qi family. No wonder this task required inner disciples to lead the way, or it turned out there was this layer of trouble. However, he was too lazy to concern himself with the grievances of these mundane dynasties. As long as he safely delivered these two to Qingyang City, the task would be considered complete. Understood, Chen Guanyu said flatly. I will be cautious on the way. Qi Yuan responded with gratitude in his eyes, about to bow again, but Chen Guanyu stopped him. There's no need for excessive courtesy. This is our task, Chen Guanyu said, turning to Ho San and Li Bunyu. Let's go, it's time to set off. Qi Yuan quickly led over 2 sturdy horses tied nearby, helping Qi Weiner onto one while he mounted the other. Chen Guanyu and the others walked alongside. It wasn't that the 3 didn't want to ride horses, but they simply didn't know how. Fortunately, using their internal spiritual energy, their speed was not slower than Qi Yuan and Qi Weiner. The group left the city gate and headed north along the official road. It was now afternoon, with bright sunshine illuminating the vast fields on both sides of the official road, occasionally revealing a few farmers working in the fields, presenting a peaceful and harmonious scene. Qi Yuan rode on his horse, gazing at the scenery before him, his expression reflecting a mix of emotions. It's been over 30 years. He murmured, his voice low. When I left back then, this place was still a wilderness, and now it has become fertile land. Qi Weiner rode on the other horse, her eyes reddening at his words, but she merely bit her lip and remained silent. Ho San leaned closer to Chen Guanyu and whispered, Chen senior brother, do you think the Li family will really send someone to create trouble? Chen Guanyu glanced at him. I don't know, but it's always good to be prepared. Ho San nodded, feeling his waist pouch, nervously scanning the surroundings. Li Bunyu continued to walk innocently, though his eyes were a bit more vigilant than usual. After walking for about 2 hours, the sky gradually darkened. Qi Yuan looked back at Chen Guanyu, saying, Celestial Master, there's a town ahead. Oh, should we stop in for the night? Chen Guanyu glanced at the sky and nodded, saying, all right. The 5 entered the town and found an inn to stay at. Qi Yuan and his daughter shared a room, while Chen Guanyu and his companions each had a separate room. After settling in, Chen Guanyu did not rest immediately, but walked around the inn to confirm that there were no abnormalities before returning to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he summoned his interface. Name Chen Guanyu, age 17, cultivation 8th layer of Qi, refining sword techniques, light control sword technique, perfected 130 sword shadow, step minor achievement, 130 flowing light, sword technique minor achievement, 130. Chen Guanyu frowned slightly as he looked at the numbers on the interface. During this time on the road, he had practiced swordsmanship less and his points had increased slowly. Once this task is over, I need to go into seclusion for a while, he murmured, putting away the interface and closing his eyes to circulate his energy. As night deepened, the inn quieted down. Just as Chen Guanyu was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart and opened his eyes wide. There was a commotion outside. The sounds of gongs, shouts, and footsteps blended into a chaotic symphony, and faintly one could still see flickering flames outside the window. Chen Guanyu paused his cultivation, rose, and walked to the window, pushing it open. At this moment, on the eastern side of the town, a large mansion was engulfed in flames, illuminating half of the town, thick smoke billowing into the sky. The street was in disarray, with numerous constables and townsfolk carrying buckets rushing towards the scene, cries echoing in succession. Is there a water leak? Chen Guanyu furrowed his brows, just about to close the window when he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps coming from downstairs. While he was pondering, a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly came from downstairs, followed by the loud crash of the inn's main door being flung open. Bang! Chen Guanyu's eyes narrowed as he turned and pushed the door open. In the corridor, Ho San and Li Bunyu also emerged. Ho San rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking bewildered. Senior brother, Chen, what happened? Is there a fire? You two keep an eye on Qi Yuan and his daughter. I will go take a look, Chen Guanyu instructed in a calm tone. Though Ho San felt somewhat confused, he repeatedly agreed and took Li Bunyu to guard the door of Qi Yuan and his daughter. Upon seeing this, Chen Guanyu turned and quickly walked downstairs. As he just descended the stairs, he saw an additional person in the inn's hall. It was a middle-aged man dressed in dark clothing, bloodstained, with a pale face and dazed eyes. The innkeeper stood beside him in a panic, and upon seeing Chen Guanyu come down, hurriedly said, Esteemed immortal, this man suddenly barged and we couldn't stop him. Chen Guanyu waved his hand, signaling the innkeeper to remain silent, and stepped forward. Seeing someone approach, he suddenly raised his head, terror filling his eyes, shrinking back as he muttered only one phrase, "There are ghosts. The Wang family has ghosts. Ghosts. The Wang family has ghosts. Ghosts." Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow, placing a hand on the man's shoulder, a surge of spiritual energy probing within. Immortal. There was no trace of spiritual energy within him, but his pulse was chaotic and his blood surged, evidently having been greatly frightened. "Hey." Chen Guanyu patted his face. "What ghosts? Speak clearly." The man only trembled, repeating those few words, his gaze growing more vacant, evidently driven mad by fright. Chen Guanyu frowned, about to slap him again, when suddenly a clamor erupted from outside. "Search inside. Don't let that thief escape." Following that, a dozen figures rushed into the inn, led by a few constables in dark clothing, with a group of guards wielding clubs and carrying blades behind them. They were ordinary martial artists. The leading constable was taken aback upon seeing Chen Guanyu. Then his eyes fell on the inner sect disciple attire of the Xingyun sect. He wore, his expression shifted as he hurriedly bowed and saluted. This humble person did not know that an esteemed immortal from the sect was here, causing much disturbance. "I hope the immortal will forgive us." No need for formality. Chen Guanyu waved his hand, signaling him to rise, pointing at the man in the corner. "Is this the one you are looking for?" The constable glanced at the man, nodding. "That's right. This thief sneaked into Wang Yuanwei's residence tonight to set fire, intending to commit a crime. We chased him all the way, but didn't expect to disturb the immortal, truly deserving of death." Set fire. Chen Guanyu glanced at the raging flames outside. Was it just him? There were a few accomplices, but they have already been captured. This is the last one left. As the constable spoke, he waved his hand. "Come capture him." Just as a few constables were about to approach, Chen Guanyu suddenly spoke. "Wait." The constable was taken aback and quickly halted. Chen Guanyu ignored him, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, landing on a young man standing at the back. The man was in his 20s, dressed in a brocade robe with a jade pendant hanging from his waist, clearly a young master from a wealthy family. He had a fair complexion with a hint of anxiety in his brows, looking towards this side. However, what caught Chen Guanyu's attention was the faint, almost imperceptible chill emanating from this person. It was different from the demonic aura of the demon race and the spiritual energy of cultivators. It was ghostly energy. Very faint enough that if it weren't for Chen Guanyu's divine sense being far superior to that of the same realm, he would not have sensed it at all. "Who is that?" Chen Guanyu pointed at the young man. The constable followed his gaze and quickly replied, "Returning to the immortal, that is the second young master of the Wang family, a local wealthy family, and it was his home that was robbed tonight." Chen Guanyu nodded, remaining silent. The presence of ghostly energy on a mortal indicates either that he has come into contact with something unclean, or... Chen Guanyu recalled the reaction of the middle-aged man earlier. It seemed that the Wang family truly had ghosts. It was just unclear whether it was a domestic ghost or a wild ghost that had intruded. However, this matter did not concern him. He had a task at hand, and it was better to avoid complications. "All right, I understand. You can take him away," Chen Guanyu stated calmly. The constable felt as if he had received a great pardon, repeatedly thanking him. Just as he was about to send someone forward, a gentle voice suddenly drifted from outside the crowd. "Husband, have the thieves been caught?" Chen Guanyu suddenly looked up. The crowd parted, and a woman walked gracefully towards them. She was dressed in a light green long dress, beautiful in appearance and dignified in demeanor, walking to the side of the second young master of the Wang family, gently linking her arm, with a look of concern on her face. The second young master quickly replied, "Yes, we have caught him thanks to this immortal's assistance." Hearing this, the woman turned to Chen Guanyu, her expression momentarily dazed, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling gently as she curtsied, "Thank you, immortal, for your help in catching the thief for my family." Chen Guanyu remained silent, only narrowing his brows as he looked at her. In an instant, the spiritual energy within him surged rapidly, sending a chill down his back. He could see clearly that beneath the gentle smile on the woman's face was a hideous, ghostly visage. Beneath the skin there was no flesh and blood, only a mass of distorted, ghostly energy and resentment. With the thick, ghostly energy surrounding her, Chen Guanyu was certain that this beautiful woman before him was undoubtedly a skin-wearing ghost. Skin-wearing ghosts are a relatively common type of ghost, highly intelligent, wrapping themselves in human skin to disguise as living people and feed on human essence. They typically do not expose themselves proactively, but instead lurk among the crowd, slowly devouring those around them. The skin-wearing ghost before him was only at the mid-stage of qi refining, and he could easily slay it with a single stroke. With the ghost so close, it was likely that Li Bunyu and Ho San upstairs could also sense it, so he could not allow it to leave. Otherwise, when he returned to the sect, if Ho San and Li Bunyu reported this matter to the Hall of Punishment, Chen Guanyu might face punishment. Though it would not be severe, he did not want to be the subject of gossip. After all, the Xingyun sect is a righteous sect, and its disciples should take action when encountering ghosts and monsters they are capable of defeating. This is stipulated in the sect's regulations. With this in mind, Chen Guanyu's right hand discreetly gripped the hilt of his sword behind him. The woman seemed to sense something, her smile stiffening momentarily as she lowered her eyes and spoke softly. Husband, since the thief has been caught, let us return. Father is still waiting at home. The second young master nodded, cupping his hands towards Chen Guanyu. Thank you, immortal. If you have time in the future, please visit our residence. The Wang family will surely reward you generously. Having said that, he turned to leave. Wait a moment. Chen Guanyu's voice was not loud, yet it caused everyone present to come to a halt. The second young master turned back, looking at him in confusion. Immortal, is there something else? Chen Guanyu ignored him, his gaze fixed on the woman. How long have you been wearing that thing? The woman's expression changed. The second young master was taken aback. Immortal, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Chen Guanyu did not explain, slowly drawing out the long sword from his back. What I am referring to is the one beside you. The sword tip pointed at the woman, the blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. She is not human at all. Upon Chen Guanyu's words, a profound silence enveloped the inn's hall. The smile on the woman's face froze, and the surrounding constable's guards, and even the second son of the Wang family, were all left stunned, momentarily unable to process the meaning behind Chen Guanyu's remarks. The second son exclaimed in disbelief, his voice trembling. Master, you must be joking. How could Yin Yang not be a human? Chen Guanyu ignored him, merely focusing on the woman. With a flick of his sword, the blade trembled slightly, emitting a low, resonant hum. The woman lowered her head, her shoulders quivering slightly, as if she were enduring something. After a moment, she slowly lifted her head, maintaining a smile that appeared increasingly eerie. You jest, master, she spoke softly. I am merely a mortal, how could I not be human? Chen Guanyu smirked slightly, that aura of malevolence around you. I could sense it from 3 miles away. Stop pretending, will you? Upon hearing this, the woman's expression drastically changed. She suddenly took a step back, her smile vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a sinister visage. Damn you, cultivator, she screeched, mind your own business. As soon as the words left her mouth, her face began to contort. The delicate and beautiful facade quickly tore away, revealing her true monstrous form beneath. Before Chen Guanyu stood a twisted, ghastly apparition, its features blurred, yet its blood-red eyes were fixated intently on him. A flicker of disgust crossed Chen Guanyu's face as he regarded the writhing abomination before him. The true form of this skin-wearing ghost was utterly bizarre. It's a ghost. A ghost. A monster. My mother, run. The constables and guards were struck with terror, scrambling chaotically to escape, leaving only Chen Guanyu and the ghostly entity in the hall. Also present was the second son of the Wang family, who had fainted from fright. Just as Chen Guanyu contemplated kicking him aside, a guard rushed and grabbed the second son's leg and dragged him out. The skin-wearing ghost let out a shrill laugh, its form flickering as it transformed into a shadowy figure lunging towards Chen Guanyu. Unfazed, Chen Guanyu shifted his stance, instantly initiating the sword shadow step. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out as a beam of sword light sliced through the night. The ghost strike missed, and before it could react, Chen Guanyu's figure had already appeared behind it. Too slow, Chen Guanyu remarked indifferently, effortlessly sweeping his sword. Swish! The blade flashed, cleaving the distorted shadow in two. Oh! The skin-wearing ghost let out a shrill scream, its two halves writhing on the ground, exuding a ghastly aura, but soon dissipated into black smoke, vanishing into the air. In mere moments, all was settled. Chen Guanyu sheathed his sword and glanced at the discarded human skin on the ground, frowning slightly. The strength of this skin-wearing ghost was only at the mid-stage of chi refinement, certainly not a challenge for him. However, there was a certain thrill in vanquishing weaker foes. It was just unfortunate for the woman, or it was unclear when she had been harmed, her skin exploited by the malevolent entity to serve as a puppet for so long. He crouched down, gently touching the human skin, which instantly turned to ash, vanishing without a trace. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Standing up, Chen Guanyu glanced at the curious and terrified faces of the constables and townsfolk peering in from outside. He felt no desire to explain, turning instead to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he spotted Ho San and Li Bunyu peering down. As they saw him approach, they hurriedly came forward. Senior brother Chen, are you all right? Ho San asked nervously. Chen Guanyu shook his head. I'm fine, it was just a skin-wearing ghost already dealt with. A skin-wearing ghost. Ho San gasped in shock, then scratched his head in unease. No wonder I felt a sudden chill. Oh, it was that thing. Li Bunyu nodded earnestly. I felt it too, but senior brother Chen acted too quickly. I didn't have time to come down to assist. Chen Guanyu glanced at him, but said nothing. Though Li Bunyu appeared simple-minded, he was not lacking in thought. Clearly, he was reluctant to descend. Previously, Chen Guanyu had commanded them to keep a watchful eye on Qi Yuan and his daughter, so he chose not to reprimand them this time. All right, everyone go back and rest. Chen Guanyu waved his hand. We need to set off early tomorrow. The two nodded and returned to their rooms. Back in his room, Chen Guanyu sat cross-legged, but did not immediately begin cultivating it. Instead, he summoned the panel. Named Chen Guanyu, age 17, cultivation Qi refinement level 8 sword techniques. Light control sword technique. Perfected 130 sword shadow step. Minor success 10580. Flowing light sword technique. Minor success 11480. He had not performed the light control sword technique earlier, so its proficiency had not increased. However, the sword shadow step gained 5 points, and the flowing light sword technique also gained 5 points. Chen Guanyu had been using this panel for quite some time, and was quite familiar with it. Typically, practicing a sword technique would add about 2 points. Killing opponents of a lower realm typically provided around 5 points. For opponents of the same realm, it was about 10 points. Defeating those of a higher realm usually yielded around 30 points. In summary, the stronger the opponent, the more points he could gain. It seems I can later practice in the sect's martial trial hall to boost my proficiency. All my persistence and effort. Chen Guanyu mused, unable to suppress a light hum. But what a pity this time. Chen Guanyu put away the panel. Had he encountered a latest-stage Qi refinement ghost, he might have gained even more proficiency. Nonetheless, better than nothing, as it was merely a casual affair. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The next morning, Chen Guanyu opened his eyes on time and stepped out. In the corridor, Ho San and Li Bunyu were already waiting. Upon seeing Chen Guanyu emerge, they hurried over. "Senior brother, Chen, good morning." Chen Guanyu nodded and approached the door of Qi Yuan and his daughter's room, knocking gently. After a moment, Qi Yuan opened the door, weariness etched on his face, clearly having had a restless night. "Master, about last night. It's already resolved." Chen Guanyu replied coolly, "Pack up and prepare to set off." A flicker of gratitude passed through Qi Yuan's eyes as he nodded appreciatively. The following days were calm and peaceful, with no encounters with any monsters or demons. A group of people traveled north along the official road. Ho San's chatter did not cease. He spoke incessantly, jumping from tales of the painted-skinned demon to the market on the flying boat, and then from the market to the gossip within the sect. Chen Guanyu was bothered by his noise and simply walked ahead, keeping his distance. Li Bunyu remained honest and followed behind, occasionally chiming in, but mostly kept to himself. Qi Weiner spoke little, hardly uttering a word except for necessary communication. Chen Guanyu occasionally noticed her, seeing that the girl always kept her head down, her eyes dim, as if lost in thought. However, he did not care. He just wanted to complete the task quickly and return to his cultivation, as breaking through to foundation establishment was the priority. It was Qi Yuan, as they drew closer to Qingyang City, that the frown on his face gradually transformed into a complex emotion. Having not returned in many years, he was uncertain of what the former capital of the Qi kingdom looked like now. On the evening of the 7th day, the group finally caught sight of the outline of Qingyang City. Under the setting sun, the ancient city lay quietly on the plain, its walls weathered, gates tightly shut, and the flag of the Su kingdom fluttering atop the city tower. That is Qingyang City. Qi Yuan reined in his horse, gazing at the distant city with a somewhat hoarse voice. It has been 30 years. A full 30 years. Qi Weiner also raised her head, looking at the city she had only heard of from her father. Chen Guanyu glanced at the two, saying lightly, "It is getting dark. Oh, let's enter the city first and talk later." Qi Yuan nodded, and the group continued onward. Upon reaching the city gate, the guards halted them. The leader was a captain in his 30s, wearing a set of somewhat worn leather armor and carrying a long knife, a clear indication that he was a mundane martial general. He sized up Chen Guanyu and the others, his gaze landing on Chen Guanyu's inner sect disciple attire, and his expression changed instantly as he quickly knelt on one knee. "I did not know the esteemed immortal master from the sect had arrived. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive me." The guards behind him also knelt down in a flurry. Chen Guanyu waved his hand, signaling them to rise, and took out his identity jade token to hand it over. The captain received it with both hands. Though he could not comprehend the mysteries of the jade token, he could see its smooth texture and the faint glimmer of spiritual light. Thus, he did not dare to be negligent and respectfully returned it. "Immortal master, do you wish to enter the city? Should I send someone to guide you?" Chen Guanyu shook his head, saying, "No need, we can go in by ourselves." The captain nodded, repeatedly waving his hand to let the guards clear the way. "Please, immortal master. Please." Just as Chen Guanyu was about to enter, the captain suddenly spoke again. "Immortal master, wait." Chen Guanyu turned to look at him. The captain hurriedly said, "Immortal master, our county magistrate happens to be in the city these days. If you have time, would you like to visit the mansion? The magistrate has always respected the immortal masters of the sect and will surely treat you well." Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. "Magistrate?" Qi Yuan, seeing this, quickly walked up to Chen Guanyu and whispered, "Immortal master, this Qingyang County." Moments later, Chen Guanyu grasped the general situation. The magistrate of Qingyang County, surnamed Li, is a branch of the Su royal family. Though he has no cultivation, he wields influence in Qingyang County due to his royal connection. However, these mundane officials were of no concern to him, and he deemed it unnecessary to pay too much attention. We'll discuss it later, Chen Guanyu said lightly, leading Qi Yuan and the others into the city. The captain stood in place watching their figures disappear around the corner and hurriedly summoned a guard whispering, "Quickly report to the magistrate that disciples from the sect have entered the city along with a few unfamiliar faces." The guard nodded and quickly ran off. Qingyang City was more prosperous than Chen Guanyu had imagined. Shops lined both sides of the streets, pedestrians were bustling, and the sounds of vendors calling out echoed much like any other county city they had passed. Qi Yuan, riding his horse, observed everything in front of him with increasingly complex emotions. Back then, he muttered to himself, this was the capital of the Qi kingdom, and half of the shops on this street were royal properties. Chen Guanyu did not respond. He had little interest in mundane matters, simply nodding. "Let's find an inn to stay at first and visit the royal tomb tomorrow." Qi Yuan nodded, saying no more. The group found an inn that appeared relatively clean and settled in. After settling in just as Chen Guanyu was about to return to his room to rest, the innkeeper hurriedly approached him, wearing a broad smile and bowing deeply. "Esteemed immortal masters, there is a lord downstairs requesting an audience." Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. The innkeeper hurriedly added, "It is our county magistrate, Lord Li. He heard that an immortal master from the sect has arrived and specially prepared a banquet inviting you esteemed masters to visit his mansion for a discussion." Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment. A banquet from the magistrate. He initially did not wish to go, but then thought that since they were to visit the royal tomb the next day, it would be advantageous to make acquaintance with the local officials to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Understood," Chen Guanyu nodded. "I will head down shortly." The innkeeper nodded repeatedly and turned to leave. Chen Guanyu looked at Qi Yuan and his daughter, noticing their somewhat displeased expressions. Chen Guanyu understood his meaning. The Su royal family bore the surname Li, and this magistrate was a royal branch. Naturally, he would not treat the Qi family, a former royal family, with kindness. Even though both of their ancestors were elders of the Xingyun sect, and the two families maintained a good relationship within the sect, it was a different story in the mundane world. The hatred of a fallen kingdom was something Chen Guanyu could understand. "It's fine," he said softly. "It's just a banquet I will attend." Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. "Thank you, immortal master." Chen Guanyu turned and gave a few instructions to Ho San and Li Bunyu before heading downstairs. Ho San and the others hurriedly followed suit. Downstairs at the inn, 3 large sedan chairs were already waiting. Beside the sedan stood a middle-aged man in official robes with a fair complexion and 3 strands of long beard, appearing to be in his 40s. He emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations, clearly just a mundane person. Behind him stood 2 guards in gray robes, one at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and the other at the 2nd level, likely scattered cultivators raised by the magistrate. According to the regulations of Xingyun sect, officials from subordinate mundane nations are not allowed to be cultivators to prevent excessive interference with mundane citizens. Of course, this was primarily to prevent scattered cultivators from interfering. Those from Xingyun sect themselves were exempt. Seeing Chen Guanyu come down, the middle-aged man hurriedly approached, cupping his hands and greeting with utmost respect. "I am Li Zhang, the humble magistrate of Qingyang County, honored to meet the immortal master." The 2 scattered cultivator guards behind him also hurriedly bowed, their eyes reflecting a mix of awe and respect toward Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu nodded slightly in return. Li Zhang wore a broad smile, eagerly leading Chen Guanyu to the sedan while walking beside it. Ho San and Li Bunyu were also led to the other 2 sedans, and Ho San even helped Qi Yuan and his daughter aboard. Chen Guanyu lifted the sedan curtain, saying indifferently, "Lord Li, there is no need for such courtesy. You may join us in the sedan." Li Zhang quickly waved his hand, looking panicked as he said, "I am merely a mundane man, and how could I dare to share a sedan with the immortal master? Please do not belittle me." Seeing his demeanor, Chen Guanyu said no more and lowered the sedan curtain. The sedan slowly began to move towards the magistrate's residence. The governor's mansion covered a substantial area, exuding magnificence, with several guards wielding swords standing at the entrance. Chen Guanyu disembarked from the sedan chair and followed Li Zhang into the mansion, traversing several corridors until they arrived at a spacious flower hall. At this moment, the flower hall had already been set up with a banquet, the table laden with an array of dishes. Nearby, a few maidservants stood attentively. Chen Guanyu took a seat at the main table with Ho San and Li Bunyu sitting beside him, while Qi Yuan and his daughter were arranged at a slightly farther position. Li Zhang attentively poured wine for Chen Guanyu, his face beaming with a smile. "Immortal master, you have traveled a long way, though I have prepared a modest drink as a token of respect. May I ask what brings you to Qingyang?" Chen Guanyu raised his wine cup and took a gentle sip. "On the command of the sect, I am here to escort 2 individuals back home to pay their respects to their ancestors." "I see." Li Zhang nodded, asking no further questions, instead smilingly inviting, "Immortal master, please enjoy the food. These are all local specialties. Although they cannot compare to the treasures of the immortals, they are still considered delicacies." Chen Guanyu nodded and casually picked up 2 pieces. It must be said that the chef of the governor's mansion had quite good culinary skills. Just as they were speaking, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the flower hall, followed by a voice. Li Zhang, I heard that disciples from the upper sect have arrived here. As soon as the words fell, a young man dressed in a brocade robe swaggered in. His gaze swept across the hall, before finally landing on Chen Guanyu. Chen Guanyu glanced at him, as well, then withdrew his gaze. Just a waste of an individual at the second level of qi refinement. Li Zhang quickly stood up, introducing with a smile. This is Li Ming, who has come from Xijing. He is a descendant of the royal family's collateral line and is currently handling affairs in Qingyang City. He then looked at Li Ming. Young Master Ming, this is the immortal Master Chen from the upper sect. Upon hearing this, Li Ming walked up to Chen Guanyu, clasped his hands in salute, and casually stated, I am Li Ming, honored to meet immortal Master Chen. Although he claimed to pay his respects, he did not bend at all, his gaze scrutinizing Chen Guanyu with a hint of condescension. Chen Guanyu remained silent, merely holding his wine cup and quietly observing him. At the second level of qi refinement, nearing 30 years old, yet only possessing such meager cultivation with unstable spiritual power, within he was clearly just a pill jar relying on medicinal pills. Moreover, considering his age, if he had the potential to enter the Xingyun sect, he should have done so long ago. Since he had not, his spiritual root quality was most likely of mixed quality. In other words, Li Ming was just another child of the Li family living a mundane life. Not worth worrying about. Li Ming felt somewhat uneasy under Chen Guanyu's scrutiny, chuckling awkwardly as his gaze swept across the table before suddenly landing on Qi Yuan and his daughter. Who are these two? Qi Yuan's expression changed slightly as he lowered his head. Qi Weiner shrank back, hiding behind her father. Li Zhang hurriedly said, these two are companions of immortal Master Chen. They came together. Companions? Li Ming raised an eyebrow. What are their names? Li Zhang's expression turned slightly displeased. This disciple from the capital was indeed too uncouth. However, as one of the few with spiritual roots among the mundane royal family, even though he failed to enter the Xingyun sect, his status was still considerably higher than that of an ordinary person. Just as Li Zhang was feeling awkward, Chen Guanyu spoke up. One is Qi Yuan, the other is Qi Weiner. What about it? Upon hearing this, Li Ming's eyebrows suddenly lifted, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Qi Yuan. I feel like I've heard that name before. He rested his chin in thought, then suddenly appeared to recall something, exclaiming, oh, I remember. Wasn't the prince of the Qi kingdom 30 years ago named Qi Yuan? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the flower hall froze. Qi Yuan's face turned ashen, his body trembling slightly, yet he remained silent. Li Zhang's smile froze on his face. He was thoroughly exasperated with Li Ming's foolishness, unsure whether this was the family's intention or if Li Ming was merely being reckless. Seeing Qi Yuan's silence, Li Ming's smile grew wider as he swaggered over to Qi Yuan, looking down at him. Tisk, 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 who would have thought the prince of the Qi kingdom back then has now fallen to such a state? He scrutinized Qi Yuan from head to toe, saying, so you are here to return to Qingyang to pay your respects. The ancestral grave of the Qi family is still outside the city, isn't it? Qi Yuan gritted his teeth and replied quietly, yes. Li Ming elongated his tone, glancing back at Chen Guanyu before turning back. That's really unfortunate, for Qingyang City is now under the control of our Li family. It may be somewhat difficult for you Qi family members to pay your respects here. As he spoke, a troubled expression appeared on his face, his brow furrowing as if deep in thought. Difficult? Chen Guanyu set down his wine cup, his expression darkening. Li Ming turned to look at him, still bearing that nonchalant demeanor. Immortal Master Chen may not know the matters between the Qi and Li families are quite complicated. Although we are both families under the jurisdiction of the Xingyun sect in the mundane world. He paused, smiling. There are certainly some grievances. Chen Guanyu gazed at him without saying a word. Li Ming, thinking that Chen Guanyu was intimidated by the Li family's power, grew bolder, his mouth running nonstop. For someone like him, a spoiled child backed by a family bullying the weak was his greatest pleasure. After all, unable to enter the Xingyun sect and pursue the path of immortality, he just happened to be lucky enough to be born into a powerful golden core family, allowing him to use his family's reputation to act arrogantly outside. Even when disciples from the Xingyun sect came upon hearing of his family's backing, they would have to show him some deference. Thus this time Li Ming naturally regarded Chen Guanyu as one of that type of people. Seeing Chen Guanyu remain silent, Li Ming believed he was afraid, and his pride only grew. He extended a finger, pointing at Chen Guanyu with a smirk, saying, Immortal Master Chen, you shouldn't blame me for not giving you face, it's just that these Qi family members. His words were cut off. Clang. A flash of sword light illuminated the entire flower hall. Li Ming felt a blur before a sharp pain suddenly shot through his hand. He looked down and saw that his extended finger had been completely severed, falling to the ground, blood spurting forth. Aunt! The shrill scream resonated throughout the flower hall. Li Ming clutched the stump of his finger, staggering backward, his face filled with terror and disbelief. You dare to hurt me? I am a member of the Li family. The Li family. Chen Guanyu had drawn his sword, its tip still dripping with blood. He retracted the long sword and gently shook at the drop of blood falling to the ground. A member of the Li family. Chen Guanyu said lightly, so what? A waste at the second level of Qi refinement dares to brag here. The flower hall fell into dead silence. Li Zhang's face turned pale, his legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. Li Ming was sweating profusely from the pain, glaring at Chen Guanyu with hatred. You wait for me. The Li family will not let you off. Chen Guanyu glanced at him and sheathed his sword. He'll wait. If the Li family would seek him out over a waste who couldn't even enter the sect, that would truly be laughable. He turned to Li Zhang, speaking calmly. Lord Li, I apologize for the disturbance today. Tomorrow we will be going to the royal tomb to pay respects. I hope you can facilitate that. Li Zhang's lips trembled as he nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, immortal master, I will certainly see to it. Chen Guanyu did not wait for his response, turning to leave with Qi Yuan and the others while casually checking his panel. Not bad. The proficiency of the flowing light sword technique has increased by 2 points. By the time Chen Guanyu returned to the inn with Qi Yuan and his daughter, it was already deep into the night. Chen Guanyu entered his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, yet he found it impossible to calm his mind. The spiritual power within him was restless, as if something was lodged in his chest, unable to rise or fall. Annoying. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Strange. Chen Guanyu murmured, glancing out of the window. He then stood up, pushed open the window, and took a deep breath. The night breeze was cool, carrying a hint of the scent of grass and trees, yet it failed to dispel the agitation in his heart. Let's go for a walk. Chen Guanyu put on his outer garments and stepped out. The corridor of the inn was eerily quiet, with only the lanterns hanging from the pillars casting a dim yellow light. He walked slowly along the corridor, his thoughts racing. With the foundation establishment pill already in hand, and his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, everything should have been smooth sailing. As long as he diligently practiced his sword techniques, he could break through and simultaneously advance in cultivation. Yet he felt that something was amiss. Was it Feng Han's threat? Or the matter of Feng Qing taking in disciples? Or perhaps... As he pondered, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Not far ahead was the room of Qi Yuan and his daughter. At that moment the door was tightly shut, but faint voices could be heard from within. Chen Guanyu had no intention of eavesdropping, but just as he was about to turn away, a sentence drifted into his ears. Wainer, remember to do as your father says when the time comes. Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow. Wasn't tomorrow the day to go to the royal tomb? If so, why were there additional instructions? The country was gone. What was the point of such formalities? Curiosity stirred within him. He paused his steps, and with the subtle operation of his spiritual power, he employed the shadow step technique, allowing him to glide silently to the window. All right, just a little eavesdropping to satisfy my curiosity, Chen Guanyu reassured himself. A cultured person would not call it eavesdropping. It was merely a way to fulfill his inquisitiveness and seek clarity. The window was closed, but with his cultivation level, it was a simple task to clearly hear the conversation inside. In the room, Qi Yuan's voice continued, deep and hoarse. I am powerless, unable to protect the Qi kingdom, nor have I left you anything. But this time I must pass that opportunity on to you. What do you mean by opportunity, father? You've been reluctant to elaborate throughout the journey. Qi Wainer asked, her tone filled with confusion. Well, since we are going to the royal tomb tomorrow, I will tell you today, Qi Yuan replied, after a moment of silence, exhaling deeply. The reason I didn't mention it earlier was that I feared you might leak it in front of others, and I was also worried about any ill actions from those in the main branch. Do you know the relationship between our Qi family's branch and the Qi family within the Star Cloud sect? Father has told me that the Qi family in the Star Cloud sect is the main branch, while we are the branch originating from the same source and belonging to the same sect, Qi Wainer replied after some thought. Correct, Qi Yuan nodded. But there is something I have never told you. Although we are a branch, occasionally a descendant with spiritual roots will emerge. These descendants, according to the rules, are to be sent to the main branch, where they will be brought into the Star Cloud sect for cultivation. However, the people from the main branch, while superficially part of the same family, have never regarded us as their own. Those sent to the main branch receive far fewer resources than the direct line, and most become stagnant after reaching the late Qi refinement stage. Only a select few with superior spiritual roots, and those who intermarry with the main branch's descendants, can receive the same treatment. Qi Wainer remained silent and did not respond. Since she was born later, she did not fully understand the contradictions between the main and branch families. Qi Yuan continued, over 200 years ago, a person emerged from our branch named Qi Lai. He had mixed spiritual roots and could not enter the Star Cloud sect. He participated in the selection for entry 10 times, but he failed each time. Yet he did not give up. Determined, he left the Qi kingdom and became a rogue cultivator, wandering outside for over 100 years. No one expected that he would rely on some fortuitous encounters to break through to the golden core stage with his mixed spiritual roots. Qi Wainer gasped in surprise. What? Golden core stage? Be quiet. Qi Yuan hurriedly covered Qi Weiner's mouth, startled. Qi Weiner felt a bit uncomfortable, her little face flushed red. She could only nod vigorously, indicating that she would not shout. Only then did Qi Yuan lower his hand and slowly walk to the door, opening it to check outside. Seeing no one eavesdropping, he breathed a sigh of relief and returned to Qi Weiner's side. Yes, the Golden Core stage, Qi Yuan said, his voice tinged with complex emotions. Though he was only at the initial stage of Golden Core, it was already a great fortune for our Qi family. It has been ages since our branch produced a Golden Core cultivator. Even then, the main branch only had one at that time. When he returned to the Qi kingdom, the elders in the capital were all shocked. They thought he could stand on equal footing with the main branch, but unexpectedly he returned heavily injured. Heavily injured. Yes. Qi Lai was pursued by enemies outside, escaping back to the Qi kingdom, but by the time he reached the capital, he was already exhausted, his Golden Core shattered, and his cultivation had fallen back to the foundation establishment stage. He locked himself in the royal tomb, and before he sat down to meditate, he set up a formation, leaving behind all he had learned and the treasures he had accumulated there. Qi Weiner began to breathe rapidly. Father, do you mean that formation can only be opened by descendants of the Qi family with direct bloodline and spiritual roots? It requires blood as a guide to pass through. Qi Yuan's voice turned serious. After Qi Lai's passing, according to his instructions, the elders in the capital sealed the news, only passing it down orally from generation to the monarchs of the Qi kingdom. They knew their talents were insufficient to open that formation, so they hoped to wait for a gifted disciple to appear in the clan, leaving this opportunity for that descendant. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan sighed bitterly. They waited for over 200 years, but never saw it, instead waiting for the calamity of the kingdom's downfall. Those fools in the main branch cannot help at all, yet they insist on pretentiously issuing a task in the sect, hindering our acquisition of the legacy. Outside the window, Chen Guanyu's pupils constricted. The legacy of a Golden Core cultivator. Even if it was from a Golden Core cultivator who had fallen to the foundation establishment stage, the things left behind would be unimaginable treasures for someone at the Qi refinement stage. What a huge gain. He suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, held his breath, and continued to listen. Inside the room, Qi Weiner's voice trembled slightly. Father, are you saying I can open that formation? Exactly. Qi Yuan's voice carried encouragement. You have a medium-quality spiritual root, the best talent among our branch so far, and you are my daughter, perfectly meeting the conditions to activate the formation. But Father, Qi Weiner hesitated. Why doesn't my daughter just join the Star Cloud sect directly? With a medium-quality spiritual root, I should be able to pass the entrance selection, right? Qi Yuan fell silent for a moment, sighing. Weiner, you don't understand. Though I am an ordinary person, I have heard quite a bit about the Star Cloud sect over the years. Do you know how many disciples with medium-quality spiritual roots there are in the Star Cloud sect? As numerous as the stars. Once you enter without a background or resources, how can you compete with those young masters from noble families? You would just blend in with the crowd. I have thought about having you marry into the main branch, but I worry that they might bully you. However, this opportunity is different. This is a legacy left by our Qi family's ancestors, solely belonging to our branch. If you obtain it, you will have the chance to go further, even exact revenge for our Qi kingdom. Revenge. The moment those words were spoken, the room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Qi Weiner's voice emerged, soft, yet filled with determination. Father, I understand. I will definitely seize that opportunity, train diligently, and one day, I will make the Li family pay in blood for their debts. Qi Yuan nodded approvingly, and continued. We'll see how things go tomorrow. Don't rush. They'll find a way to send those 3 disciples from the Star Cloud sect away. If necessary, we can wait until they leave before we go again. We must get in this time. The main branch has already begun to suspect us. After this, we will immediately leave the vicinity of the Star Cloud sect. Outside the window, Chen Guanyu's eyes flickered. So that's it. No wonder Qi Yuan was willing to take the risk of returning to honor his ancestors. It turns out there was such an opportunity hidden in the royal tomb. The legacy of a Golden Core cultivator. Chen Guanyu licked his lips. He desired this opportunity immensely, but he quickly calmed down. The formation could only be activated by someone with the Qi family bloodline and spiritual roots. He was an outsider, and without the right bloodline, even if he found it, he could not enter. Unless... Chen Guanyu narrowed his eyes. Unless Qi Weiner helped him open it. But why would they help him? The father and daughter had kept this secret for so many years just to pass it on to their own descendants, so how could they possibly give it to an outsider? Soft approaches would definitely not work. Then it could only be done by force. When the time comes for Qi Yuan and his daughter to enter the royal tomb, he would find an opportunity to act. The main problem is how to prevent Ho San and Li Bunyo from noticing anything unusual. He couldn't have the 2 of them guarding outside while he entered the tomb alone. That would be too easy to detect. If he entered with Qi Yuan and his daughter only to come out alone, wouldn't that be equivalent to telling Ho San and Li Bunyo that he had a problem? Moreover, Qi Yuan and Qi Weiner would definitely have to be killed afterward, otherwise once the news reached the Qingyun sect's Qi family, he would undoubtedly be captured and interrogated by the execution hall. However, those two external disciples with low talent, even if they guessed something, what could they do? The only thing to consider is whether to kill Ho San and Li Bunyo or not. Killing Qi Yuan and Qi Weiner would not matter as they are just ordinary people, but if Ho San and Li Bunyo were to be killed, it would definitely bring some trouble. After all, they are disciples of the sect, and if a task leads to their death, it would be impossible not to investigate. Furthermore, he couldn't cover up the traces of the murders. Killing fellow disciples is a grave crime in the Qingyun sect. If the sect decides to use the heart-searching mirror, he would be exposed. Chen Guanyu regretted not having learned a hidden sword technique. It would have made killing and trading much easier in the future. I should have considered this more back then. Chen Guanyu sighed inwardly. Just then he heard Qi Yuan's voice again from the room. Weiner, tomorrow when we enter the royal tomb, you must do as your father says. The formation requires blood as a guide. When you reach the place, bite your finger and drop your blood on the stone tablet. If successful, the formation will open, and once inside, everything will depend on the arrangements of our ancestors. If it fails, then it would mean you do not have this opportunity, or we will simply pay our respects to the ancestors and leave. Understood, Qi Weiner's voice responded. Qi Yuan sighed, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue. All right, get some rest early. We have to rise early tomorrow. Afterward, there was a rustling sound, as if the two were preparing to rest. Seeing this, Chen Guanyu did not linger, swiftly returning to his own room without a sound. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he gazed out at the moonlight, lost in thought. Tomorrow they would head to the royal tomb, but he had not yet figured out exactly how to proceed. A direct attack would definitely not work. He needed to devise a foolproof plan, one that could secure the inheritance without exposing himself, while also preventing Ho San and Li Bunyo from becoming suspicious. This is troublesome. Chen Guanyu rubbed his temples. I can't just kill all of them and flee the sect, that would be too much loss. After all, from what Feng Han had said before their departure, Feng Qing seemed to have the intention of accepting him as a true disciple. If he became a true disciple, he would gain more resources and higher-level sword techniques. Coupled with the panel, his chances of breaking through to the Golden Core stage would not be small. To betray the sect for the inheritance of a Golden Core stage loose cultivator, it seemed somewhat unworthy. However, Chen Guanyu absolutely could not just give it up like that. In his view, what difference did it make from having the opportunity presented to him? If he didn't dare to fight for it, then what was there to talk about cultivating immortality or seeking longevity? Chen Guanyu pondered deeply, but couldn't come up with a good plan for now. After thinking it through, he gradually came to a decision. Though not perfect, it should not pose any major issues. But there was no choice. He would have to adapt as the situation unfolded. He would wait for tomorrow when using Qi Yuan's excuse to get Ho San and Li Bunyo to return to Qingyang City first, and then he would secretly head to the royal tomb. He just didn't know if there would be enough time. It's settled then, Chen Guanyu murmured, closing his eyes and beginning to circulate his energy. As for Qi Yuan and his daughter, he felt no guilt at all. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle is ruthless. He is not a saint and has no interest in becoming one. This opportunity, Chen Guanyu would seize it. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Qi Yuan and his daughter had packed up and were waiting at the inn's entrance. Chen Guanyu descended the stairs with Ho San and Li Bunyo. Noticing their tense expressions, he smirked slightly. Let's go, Chen Guanyu said indifferently, as if he had heard nothing from the previous night. The five of them left the inn and walked towards the outskirts of the city. The morning in Xingyang City was particularly quiet, with only a few early vendors preparing to open their stalls and occasionally a farmer hurriedly passing by with a load. The guards at the city gates, upon seeing Chen Guanyu and his group, did not dare to stop them and quickly opened the city gates. After exiting the city, they followed the official road north for about half an hour, and a small mountain appeared before them. The mountain is not high, but the trees are lush. At the foot of the mountain, one can see the remnants of a group of buildings with crumbling walls and rampant weeds. This is the royal tomb of the Qi kingdom. Qi Yuan pulled the reins, his voice hoarse. The ancestors of the Qi kingdom are all buried here. Chen Guanyu raised his eyes to look. The royal tomb covers a considerable area, but it is already in ruins. The stone steps are overgrown with moss, and the stone beasts are toppled. One can still faintly see a few destroyed tombstones. It should be the traces left by the troops of the Su kingdom, the Li family. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth and did not continue. Let's go. Chen Guanyu was not interested in these mundane matters. He was still thinking about how to obtain the Golden Core inheritance. The group walked up the stone steps and soon arrived deep within the royal tomb. It is somewhat cleaner here than outside, with a few large tombs still relatively intact, standing with stone tablets inscribed with the names of the monarchs of the Qi kingdom. Qi Yuan stopped in front of a tombstone and knelt down. Great ancestor, unfilial descendant Qi Yuan has returned to see you. He bowed 3 times, his eyes reddening. Qi Weiner also knelt down, paying her respects. Chen Guanyu stood to the side, his gaze sweeping around. According to what Qi Yuan said last night, the place where Qi Lai ascended is deep within the royal tomb, requiring blood as a guide to activate the formation. But Qi Yuan did not specify the exact location. Now they could only wait for Qi Yuan to take the initiative to search. Qi Yuan knelt before the tombstone, remaining there for a long time. Chen Guanyu stood to the side, his expression calm, but his mind was calculating how to proceed next. Hosan leaned closer and whispered, "Senior brother Chen, Mr. Qi seems quite saddened. Should we?" Chen Guanyu shot him a glance and said nothing. Seeing this, Hosan wisely kept his mouth shut. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Qi Yuan slowly got up, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and turned to look at Chen Guanyu and the others, managing to force a smile. "I am deeply grateful to the three immortal masters for escorting me all the way." He cupped his hands with a sincere tone. "Now that we have safely arrived at the royal tomb, I would like to spend some time here with my daughter to accompany our ancestors, so I won't trouble the three immortal masters to continue waiting." Hosan's eyes brightened at this, and he looked at Chen Guanyu. He had long felt bored these days. For an outer sect disciple like him, opportunities to come to a large place like Qingyang City were indeed rare. There was hardly any entertainment within the sect, so this trip was one of the few chances for him to relax. Mainly to visit some entertainment venues. After all, most female cultivators in the sect look down on outer sect disciples when they have prospects on the path, while those in the market charge exorbitant prices. However, they can still afford ordinary mortal women. Chen Guanyu raised an eyebrow at this, but said nothing. Seeing this, Qi Yuan hurriedly explained, "Immortal Master, please do not misunderstand. Oh, I do not want to drive you three away. It's just that this royal tomb is desolate, and there's really nothing worthwhile to stay for. Why don't you three return to Qingyang City to rest? Once my daughter and I finish our sacrifices, we will leave. Moreover, the sect's mission only stated to escort me and my daughter to the royal tomb, not to return to the sect. To be honest, I had already told my relatives in the sect before leaving that I did not intend to return once I left the sect. The three of you can rest in Qingyang City for a while, and then return to the sect on your own." Chen Guanyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly revealed a slight smile and nodded. "That works too. Since the task subject said they no longer needed them, they wouldn't be punished even if they returned to the sect now." Hosan's delight grew stronger, practically wanting to turn around and run back to the city immediately. Even Li Bunyo, this simpleton, seemed a bit pleased. Chen Guanyu looked at Qi Yuan and said with a smile, "Then please take care, Mr. Qi. I will stay in the city for a day. If you have any other thoughts, feel free to come and find us in the city." Qi Yuan nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Immortal Master. My daughter and I will return to the city at the latest tomorrow. Take care." Chen Guanyu said no more and turned with Hosan and Li Bunyo to walk down the mountain. After walking some distance, he quietly turned back to glance. Qi Yuan was standing in front of the tombstone, watching their departing figures, his expression bearing a hint of relief. Qi Weiner stood behind him, her head lowered, making it hard to see her expression. Chen Guanyu withdrew his gaze and continued down the mountain. After descending the mountain, Hosan suddenly spoke up. "Senior brother Chen, when are we returning to the sect? Isn't the mission still unfinished?" Chen Guanyu continued walking. "They want to spend more time with their ancestors. Why should we force ourselves to stay?" Hosan scratched his head, mumbling, "That's true. But if we just go back and something happens?" "What could happen?" Chen Guanyu glanced at him. "They themselves said they don't need us anymore, and the mission didn't say we had to bring them back to the sect. Besides, what's the use of us staying here? If something really happens, can you two mid-stage Qi cultivators handle it?" Hosan chuckled awkwardly and said no more. Li Bunyo quietly followed behind, not uttering a word. The three of them walked back along the official road, and after about a quarter of an hour, the outline of Qingyang City appeared in their sight. They returned to Qingyang City just as it was noon. At this time, it was the liveliest moment of the day in the city, with vendors on both sides of the street shouting their wares and pedestrians jostling against each other. Hosan's eyes lit up as he looked around, eagerly wishing he had three heads to take in everything. Chen Guanyu found this quite amusing. He just assumed Hosan had been cooped up in the sect too long and was now a bit unwell. After a moment, Chen Guanyu stopped in front of a tavern, turning to the two who were already impatient. "Tomorrow at noon, we will gather at the main city gate to return to the sect together." Hosan was taken aback. "Senior brother Chen, you aren't coming with us?" "I have matters to attend to," Chen Guanyu replied lightly. "You two enjoy yourselves, just don't miss the time." Hearing this, Hosan's face broke into a wide smile as he nodded repeatedly. "Understood. Senior brother Chen, rest assured, Bunyo and I will definitely be on time." Li Bunyo also nodded earnestly. Chen Guanyu nodded, said no more, and turned to enter the tavern. Hosan pulled Li Bunyo and dashed towards the busiest marketplace in the city, as if afraid Chen Guanyu would change his mind. Feeling the two's presence fade away, Chen Guanyu quickly ran back to his room. He walked to the window, opened it, and leaned out to look outside. The street was bustling with people, and indeed there was no sign of Hosan and Li Bunyo. Those two are probably planning to indulge in some debauchery at some brothel right now. A smile crept onto Chen Guanyu's lips as he turned and took out a plain gray robe from his storage bag to change into carefully wrapping his Xiantai long sword in coarse cloth before slinging it on his back. He stood in front of a bronze mirror and examined himself. Without the attire of the Xingyun sect and the conspicuous long sword, he looked just like an ordinary loose cultivator. That should do it. Chen Guanyu pushed open the door and quietly left the tavern, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Ha ha, the golden core inheritance, I Chen Guanyu am coming. Upon leaving the city, Chen Guanyu exerted force beneath his feet, instantly activating the sword shadow steps, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed toward the royal tomb. Every second counted. If Qi Weiner had already entered the royal tomb, it would be troublesome for him to be unable to enter. If that were the case, he would have to wait for the two of them to exit before searching for the inheritance from them. He covered the distance in just a quarter of an hour. The royal tomb lay silently on the hillside with crumbling walls and overgrown weeds, unchanged from when he left in the morning. Chen Guanyu did not rashly ascend the mountain, but instead circled around its base. Soon he discovered traces. The moss on the stone steps bore signs of having been trampled, and several weeds were bent, clearly indicating that someone had just passed through. They're still inside. Chen Guanyu squinted, suppressing his aura, and stealthily made his way up the mountain along the traces. The deeper he went, the more evident the signs became. Finally, before a large tomb at the deepest part of the royal tomb, he spotted Qi Yuan and his daughter. The large tomb was bigger than the others, its steel well-preserved, engraved with the words "Tomb of Qi, lie the ancestral patriarch of the Qi nation." At that moment, Qi Yuan was kneeling before the stele, murmuring something seemingly in prayer. Qi Weiner stood beside him, her hands tightly clenched, her face filled with tension. Chen Guanyu held his breath, hiding behind a large rock, remaining completely still. After a moment, Qi Yuan rose, taking a dagger from his bosom and handing it to Qi Weiner. "Weiner, cut your finger and let your blood drip onto the steel." Qi Weiner accepted the dagger, took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and pricked her fingertip. Blood dripped down. It fell onto the steel. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. There was no reaction. Qi Weiner's face turned pale as she turned to Qi Yuan. "Father, this." Qi Yuan was also taken aback, his lips trembling, instinctively touching his head, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. Could it be? Could it be that the legend is false? Or is it that Weiner's bloodline? Chen Guanyu furrowed his brow. Oh, could it be that Qi Weiner was not Qi Yuan's biological daughter? He was cuckolded. This was too outrageous. Just after half a breath, boom, a sudden muffled tremor resonated beneath his feet. Behind the stele, the ground slowly cracked open, revealing stone steps that extended downward. Deep below, a pitch-black void faintly illuminated by flickering azure light. Qi Yuan was overjoyed, grabbing Qi Weiner's hand. It worked. Weiner, it worked. Qi Weiner trembled with excitement, tears welling in her eyes. Even Chen Guanyu, hiding in the shadows, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qi Weiner was indeed Qi Yuan's biological daughter, otherwise he would have missed out. "Quick, hurry down," Qi Yuan urged. Qi Weiner nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the stone steps. Qi Yuan followed closely behind. Their figures quickly vanished into the darkness. The fissure in the ground began to close slowly. At that moment, a figure leaped from behind the boulder, diving into the gap just as it was about to close. It was Chen Guanyu. The stone steps were lengthy, extending downward for dozens of feet. Surrounding him was pitch darkness, with only the occasional flicker of azure light on the walls illuminating his path. Chen Guanyu held his breath, his steps light, silently following the two. He could sense that the deeper he descended, the more concentrated the spiritual energy in the air became. Indeed, this underground was extraordinary. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the stone steps finally reached their end. Chen Guanyu's vision opened up. Before him was a vast underground stone chamber, at least 100 feet square. In the center stood a 3-foot-tall stone stele covered with intricate runes that emitted a faint golden light. Scattered around the stele were several skeletal remains, some wearing tattered robes, others still clutching broken magical artifacts. It was unclear whether they were unfortunate souls who had attempted to break in and were slain by the formation, or the Qi family's branch cultivators from back in the day. In the center of the underground stone chamber, Qi Yuan and his daughter stood before the 3-foot-high stele, holding their breath in concentration. "Is this the inheritance left by ancestor Qi Lai?" Qi Weiner murmured, her eyes filled with awe. It was also Qi Yuan's first time witnessing such a scene, and he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Weiner, quickly see how to activate the inheritance. Qi Weiner nodded, stepped forward, and reached out to touch the stele. The moment her fingertip made contact, a resonant hum echoed. Buzz! The runes on the stele suddenly illuminated, erupting with blinding golden light, illuminating the entire stone chamber. "Ah!" Qi Weiner exclaimed in surprise, wanting to retract her hand, but found her palm seemingly glued to the stele, unable to move. "Weiner!" Qi Yuan was alarmed, wanting to rush forward, but was repelled by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground. "Father!" Xuanhuang looked anxious, wanting to help her father up, but hindered by that pulling force, she could only watch helplessly as her father fell to the ground. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed through the stone chamber. After more than 200 years. I've finally waited for someone. As the golden light gradually receded, a phantom figure emerged from the steel. It was an old man in a black robe with a gaunt face and a fierce expression exuding a faint sword aura. He looked down at Xuanhuang, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Only a medium-grade spiritual root, and you haven't even started cultivating yet. But you are young, it's just that your aptitude is lacking. I had thought a descendant with a top-grade spiritual root would enter. However, even a medium-grade spiritual root is far better than I was back then. Xuanhuang widened her eyes, looking at the phantom figure before her, trembling as she spoke. You are Ancestor Qi Lai. Indeed. The old man nodded slightly. He was the remnant soul of Qi Lai. I was gravely injured by someone back in the day. My golden core shattered. After returning here, I set up a formation sealing a fragment of my soul within the stele, waiting for descendants to arrive. Thus I can pass down my complete cultivation techniques. Xuanhuang struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground, trembling with excitement. Ancestor. Unfilial descendant Xuanhuang, bringing my daughter Xuanhuang pays respects to the ancestor. Saying this, he bowed 3 times. Qi Lai glanced at him and frowned slightly. A mortal without a spiritual root. Yet he quickly shifted his gaze back to Xuanhuang. Little girl, do you wish to accept my inheritance? Xuanhuang nodded repeatedly. I do. I wish to accept it. Qi Lai smiled, and that smile appeared somewhat eerie on his phantom face. Very well, come quickly. Xuanhuang complied, stepping forward, standing before the stele and closing her eyes.